to prove that others' talents are the best. I chose not to select a first-class ability, yet I chose an ordinary replication ability. All my classmates mocked me for my weak ability, saying I can't pass the entrance exam, and will end up eating with dogs, because I have to physically contact others to replicate their abilities, with a very low success rate. I've only successfully replicated a set of energy chains, which are actually not as impressive as they seem. At this moment, I look up at the examination arena for the entrance exam, where countless students are showcasing their abilities. Some are releasing powerful fireballs, while others have huge mythical beast areas behind them. Some can even change the weather through speech. They all have great talents, while I feel like a cheap knockoff. I simply started playing on my phone, ignoring the exam. At that moment, a gaming friend messaged, "Has your exam started? Good luck today." Frowning, I quickly replied, "It's about to start. But I feel like they are all stronger than me." The person opposite me quickly comforted, "Although the energy chains are not high level, they are a variant ability. Don't worry too much. The discerning examiner will surely notice," followed by a cute emoji. Hearing the comforting words, my sense of desolation lessened slightly. I still need to strive for a good entrance exam score. After all, higher education institutions provide room and board. But I didn't notice, under the scorching sun on the playground, there is unexpectedly a large cooling shed. Inside, a young girl is also playing on her phone. She is the person in charge of this year's college entrance examination, Junani. At this moment, a subtle smile appears on her face. Soon, a school leader enters the cooling shed. There are many talented students in this assessment. It was mentioned that you are responsible for inspecting and selecting core recommended students. What do you think? Before the words were finished, Junani resumed her usual icy expression, then glanced at the other person. The middle-aged man was immediately frightened and quickly changed his words, "You can continue to rest. There's no need for that. I will take full control of the college entrance examination from now on." Then he walked out of the cooling shed. Arriving at the high platform of the college entrance examination site, an invisible wave instantly erupted from his body, enveloping the entire venue. The summer heat was instantly dispelled, and everyone felt a refreshing coolness. Following that, Junani spoke up, "I am the highest person in charge of this examination venue and can recommend excellent talents to the top 8 universities. I also have 5 reserved spots. Now, everyone, please perform well." As soon as the words fell, the entire area instantly became noisy. This examination venue is an advanced assessment area, and the students here come from strong family backgrounds, knowing that Junani represents the top 8 universities. I was the only one who found Junani on the stage a bit fierce. I was just thinking of mingling with a friendly examiner, but unexpectedly, a beautiful female leader appeared out of nowhere. Afterward, everyone took turns to showcase their abilities on stage, all hoping to secure the precious reserved spots. But under Junani's critical gaze, most people feel disheartened. So, someone on stage called out my name, and I knew I was just going through the motions, that I walked up with indifferent steps. In stark contrast to the other students' restrained demeanor, Junani across from me frowned and looked over, introducing my abilities and development status. I nodded, confidently stating that I possess energy chains, currently undeveloped. What? Junani thought she misheard when she heard this. Can't be. Lost in thought, she stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, the audience below started to ridicule, saying this talent level is too low, and if it's undeveloped, it's undeveloped. Why boast like that? Ignoring the noisy heckling below, my energy chain is a variant that can control multiple chains at once, and has a relatively long attack range. Then, I had 5 or 6 energy beams surround me. Seeing this scene, Junani's pupils constricted, her expression changing, realizing this is the same ability as her in-game friend. The opponent unexpectedly fell into my hands, but since I didn't know their real name, I couldn't confirm their identity, just as Junani was contemplating. I could only stand on stage, waiting awkwardly. What's the point of this? Not passing or giving a definite answer. I'm in an embarrassing situation now. After a moment, Junani came to her senses and looked over. "What's your name?" I answered with some confusion. Luckily, Junani coughed awkwardly afterwards. "Your mutant ability is quite rare. Stand in this position first, we'll make a decision later." Suddenly, the candidates and teachers below were shocked. The female leader actually cared so much about him, and even asked him to wait there. And the school leaders were also pondering, why is a top-tier talent like him being valued so highly? Because this arrangement seems simple, but the 2 strongest individuals in the exam hall are standing there, they can be considered as the default recommended candidates. Suddenly I had an idea. This female leader must be the highest-ranking official I've seen, so her innate talent must be outstanding. Then I tentatively reached out to Jun Ani, activating the auxiliary hand at the same time. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Jun Ani didn't expect the boy in front of him to be so bold, but he had never had physical contact with a stranger of the opposite sex. And it was in front of everyone. The college leaders below looked at each other. Where did this ignorant person come from? Not knowing the rules, it's one thing to take shortcuts in front of everyone, but to take advantage of the leader. But then, everyone was almost shocked. Junin lowered his head and reached out his hand. No clue could be seen on his face, but his ears were slightly blushing. At this moment, a voice echoed in my mind, replication successful. Obtained SSS level talent. The Ice Age is automatically enhancing talents. If the level is too high, the enhancement fails. Trying to break through the limiter, failing to break through the limiter, a few voices sound in the mind. After a burst of joy, I suppressed the excitement and walked to the escorted candidate area. At this moment, I still feel a bit unreal. This woman is actually an SSS level talent, worthy of being the leader sent from above. And I also successfully replicated myself. I couldn't help but mutter, and then took off directly this time. Junin turned his head when he heard this. It seems that this is indeed my cheap online friend. I was attracted by the other party's abstract language. What remembered me will never die. Take off directly. In this case. Next, Junin also seemed a bit absent-minded, always pondering whether to meet offline. After all, the difference between reality and online is too great. How should I talk to him? For a moment, I also understood what it means to be at a loss for words. At this time, I was silently feeling the acquired ability, and was immersed in the immense power, not knowing how long had passed. Junin also announced the end of this assessment. At this time, there were also 5 classmates standing beside me. All of them were selected for escorted students. Just as the candidates were preparing to leave the venue, suddenly, a female student named Yuziluan next to me spoke up. I have something to say about this escorted quota. The classmates who heard this all stopped and looked curiously at the stage. This is exactly the effect the girl wants. After all, she was only left behind because of her rare mutant ability. In order to secure a spot for early admission, one has to do this. Then she looked earnestly at Junani. You mentioned before that there were 5 early admission spots, but now with 6 people, let me and Xingchen compete to determine the last spot. Jun Ian instantly understood the misunderstanding when he heard this. He just wanted to leave a message for Xianen and see if there was anything he could help with. Didn't expect Yi Zilwan to challenge Xianen. But many examinees around were discussing. He also felt a bit hesitant. Below, some even shouted, in the end, superhumans still need to prove themselves in battle. That kid on stage better not back down. If he dares not go up, just roll down. I looked confused ahead. Are you sure you want to duel with me now? What if I can't control it? Hoping for the examiner to intervene. The crowd below suddenly got excited upon hearing this. This kid still has some courage. A level 1 battle, against the strongest ability under level 1. How many rounds do you think he can last? Junian looked over helplessly at this moment. Are you sure you want to duel with him? I nodded in confirmation. Soon, Yi Zilwan had already stood on the testing platform, with a calm expression, and said reassuringly, I will be restrained in my actions. At the moment the duel began, Yi Zilwan shouted loudly and charged forward. At the same time, the phantom of a phoenix appeared behind me, and the space was distorted by the burning phoenix fire. I went all out from the beginning. I quickly activated the energy chain and wrapped it around Yi Zilwan's waist. I didn't expect the other party to not resist at all. He seemed to be tied up, but in fact, it was also through the energy chain that he locked me in. Then the flames instantly swept through the energy chain, covering my whole body. I felt that I couldn't bear this phoenix fire at all. I immediately used the Ice Age, and the frosty aura directly enveloped the entire arena, without hindering the scorching flames. It was extinguished directly and rushed towards Yi Zilwan in the air along the energy chain. His eyes were filled with an indescribable look of horror. Just as he climbed up, his face was immediately frozen into ice. Sculpture. Even the examinee near the arena didn't have time to dodge and was directly frozen in the legs, screaming in pain. I wasn't doing well either because I had just mastered the 3S level skill, so I couldn't control it properly, and my right hand and half of my face were also covered in a layer of ice. Jun Yayan thought that he would definitely be lucky if he made a move, but he didn't expect to see a familiar scene. This was exactly the same as when he first mastered his abilities. Just as he was stunned, the frozen Yi Zilwan was floating in the air with the energy chains. I didn't dare to throw him down rashly, fearing that he would shatter upon hitting the ground. Jun Ian came to his senses, immediately shattered the ice on the arena, and leaped up to rescue the suspended Yi Zilwan. At the same time, he used his ability to release the opponent from the ice. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone around was stunned. A first-level ability actually instantly defeated the strongest abilities below A level. The crowd exploded. Just now someone said this guy took the back door. How did he jump out with a mutated ice attribute ability? For a moment, exclamations filled the air. Yi Zielwan sat down on the ground with a dazed look, his breath weak. The reserved spot for you is well deserved, I said as I got up to leave. At this moment, Junian spoke. Yi Zielwan, you misunderstood. I didn't originally plan to reserve a spot for Xingqian for you, but even though you lost, I will still ask for an extra spot for you. Then Junian looked at me and said, you have such a powerful ability, why didn't you say so earlier? I awkwardly smiled. Actually, you're the amazing one. Junian looked puzzled but didn't ask further. Then he asked everyone to leave the exam venue. When the other reserved candidates came over, the looks in their eyes towards me no longer held disdain. There was only puzzlement and admiration. While waiting for the arrangements, I took out my phone again and messaged my gaming friends. My abilities have evolved again, and I passed the assessment. I unexpectedly received a guaranteed admission spot. Jun Yanan, who was conversing with the exam hall leader in the distance, suddenly felt his phone vibrating. After picking it up and glancing at it, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed like it was a message from a friend, so he replied, "It seems the examiner who tested you has good taste. What do you think of the examiner?" After saying these words, Jun Yanan breathed a sigh of relief. There was also a hint of nervousness in his heart. Upon seeing this, I quickly replied, "I knew this examiner was impressive, but I wonder how old they are. They seem quite young." Jun Yanan felt his composure shatter upon reading this message. In his eyes, I'm actually a mature woman pretending to be young. A powerful chill swept through, instantly dropping the temperature from over 30 degrees to 0. The school leader beside him was startled. Just now, his face was dark and uncertain while playing on his phone. Why did he suddenly explode? Did they say something wrong? Jun Yanan stared darkly at them and said, "Continue, leaders. Don't pause halfway." Jun Yanan stood in front of the 6 of us again and cast a slightly resentful glance at me. He said, "A special plane will come to pick you up at this time tomorrow. Say goodbye to your family tonight, and don't worry about packing. The school will provide everything you need. There will be a comprehensive assessment waiting for you at the school. You can now disperse." At this moment, the red-haired student next to him quickly stepped forward and said, "I have some questions about superpowers that I'd like to ask you. Are you available, leader?" Jun Ani asked in confusion. "Who are you?" The red-haired student asked with obvious confusion. "I am the sponsored student, Chihong. I am only responsible for assessment and do not interact with students." Jun Ani finished speaking and then turned away, ignoring him. Then, he shouted ahead, "Xin Yuan, don't leave yet. I have something to discuss about superpowers." He instructed Jihong, who was staring blankly at Junyi, "And, the act is over. Are you treating us differently?" At this point, I turned to look and inwardly sighed. I had intended to go back to rest and play games, but I could only smile wryly and ask Jun Ani what was the matter. Jun Ani looked at me with disdain, and I felt a little annoyed. Other men couldn't wait to find me, but this guy seemed to want to avoid me as soon as possible. "What are you in such a hurry to go back for?" "I want to go back and play games," I said sincerely. No hidden agenda. Hearing this response, he was speechless for a moment, even though he had to leave to go home. But he still didn't ask me to play games with him, so it seemed like he still cared about me. Then he calmed down and said, "Your energy chain has turned into a weapon variation. This is something I've never seen before, but you can go to a low-temperature environment to experience the energy. This is a method I have used before. Furthermore, the trials after arriving at school must be taken seriously." I was a bit puzzled. "You've repeated it twice, does this matter involve money?" Jun Ani was suddenly surprised. "Are you short of money? This trial is far more important than money." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but complain. "Sister, do you understand the hardships of life? Even my mice at home have gone hungry for 2 meals, and I'll probably go hungry tomorrow too." As soon as Junin heard this, his eyes widened, then without hesitation, he took out a black card with 300,000 inside. The password is 6 zeros. "We, as superhumans, won't be short of money." I stood there dumbfounded. "Are you giving this to me directly?" I never expected the examiner to be a rich lady. At that moment, Jun Ani instantly became an angel in my eyes. He also nodded, saying to eat whatever you want after going back. "Don't worry about not having enough money." I looked at him solemnly. "Consider this as me lending it to you. I'll repay you with interest in the future." Hearing this, Jun Ani smiled gently and said, "Just remember what I told you. Also, don't call me sister. I'm 19 years old, the same age as you." I nodded repeatedly. Everything the benefactor sister said is correct. After bidding farewell to Junani, I left the examination hall. The next day quickly arrived. When all 6 people were present. Junani, you're so casual and arrived late. Afterward, you came alone to me. I gave you money, why don't you dress up and buy something? I scratched my head and asked, I don't have much, why not buy it after we get to school? To avoid the hassle of getting on the plane. At this moment, a middle-aged man also walked towards me. Hello, I'm Xiaolan's father, Yichin said, reaching out his hand to me. Seeing this, I instantly understood. This is what they call picking on the young to bully the old. It seems I can't escape after all. But in the spirit of not hitting a smiling face, I shook hands with the other party in a friendly manner. Unexpectedly, the other party then said, you defeated Xiaolan yesterday, impressive. But I hope you can get along well and not hold any grudges. I was a bit surprised to hear this. The other party wasn't here to cause trouble. So, are you also a superhuman? Yichin obviously didn't expect me to ask that. My talent is relatively weak, just a few levels. Xiaolan's talent comes more from her mother. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. The success rate at the local level must be higher. Then I quickly activated the hand of replication, took Yichen's hand, and said, I've long heard about you. Although Yichen has been in the officialdom for many years, he has never seen such a mysterious behavior. This move really caught her off guard. Afterward, a voice appeared in my mind, customer success, local level, precise analysis of the talent explorer is automatically upgrading. Talent ability upgraded to voice of all things. I can hear the sound of all things, getting the answers I want from every plant and tree. I secretly rejoice in my incredible luck these past 2 days. Before I could even be happy, suddenly everything around me seemed to be speaking, even the sounds of trees, clouds, and wind. All of them rushed into my ears at once. In just a moment, I couldn't bear so many sounds, and in pain, I covered my head and crouched on the ground. Jun Yan, come quickly and see what's happening. Everyone around, including Yi Ziluan, looked puzzled. It was just holding hands. Why is it suddenly so painful? Yi Chen also panicked instantly. Just holding hands, and now they want to extort money? I didn't do anything. Yi Chen's face was already starting to contort at this point. He had originally intended to come up and say a few words, hoping that his daughter wouldn't make enemies before she even started school. But the person in front of him, was there something wrong with him? Trying to move his hand slightly, Yi Chen attempted to pull his hand out. However, it was obvious that the other person's grip was getting tighter and tighter, as if enduring some kind of pain. Yi Chen's vision suddenly blurred, and a figure almost appeared in a flash in front of him. Junani stood in the distance, thinking that something had happened and came over immediately. How are you? He squatted anxiously beside Xianchen, not caring about avoiding suspicion, and grabbed Xianchen's wrist. Sensing the pulse and energy flow in his body, checking for any disruptions in his abilities. But upon careful perception, there was no gain. Looking up at Yi Chen, he said, I didn't do anything. My ability is not combat ready, and he's been holding my hand the whole time. Yi Chen quickly raised his hand in front of Junani, indicating that he really felt wronged. Having been around the block for many years, he was quite good at reading people. Although Junani didn't show much change on the surface, Yi Chen clearly felt that he was being targeted by an exceptionally terrifying beast, feeling immense pressure. His daughter had told him that this student named Xianchen was likely related to the chief examiner, but now he could see that the relationship was probably deeper, as the other party was clearly very concerned about Xianchen. I'm fine, it has nothing to do with Mr. Yi. Xianchen finally suppressed the turmoil in his mind a bit and said with some difficulty. He found that this ability could be controlled, and the noise in his ears had decreased significantly. However, this control required strong mental power and repeated practice. In theory, he could selectively listen to the messages from the surrounding world or block out such sounds when there was nothing going on. But for now, he couldn't do it and needed to control it as much as possible. After lying on the ground for a while, he finally stood up dizzy and disoriented. Occasionally, he would still hear some noise in his ears, but it was much better than before. Although the sound appeared directly in his mind, Xianchen couldn't help but rub his ears. Sorry, I lost my composure a bit. Xianchen let go of Yi Chen's hand and continued, I want to ask you, what does your ability usually look like? Seeing the cold sweat on his forehead, Yi Chen realized that he might have just had some issues earlier and wasn't trying to extort him. He also breathed a sigh of relief and thought for a moment before saying, actually, I used to be a policeman. Although my ability doesn't have combat capabilities, it's very suitable for solving cases. In short, my eyes can quickly analyze all the clues at the scene, connect every small detail, and reconstruct possible information. This wasn't a secret, so Yi Chen spoke without any reservation. What? Upon hearing this, Xin had no reaction yet, but Junani couldn't help but speak up. What kind of ability is this? How could it be only D level? Such an ability should be very useful. Hearing this, Yichen couldn't help but smile bitterly. When my ability awakened, it was a completely new power, and it was specifically reported to the Human Union for ability evaluation. But information is too complex, not necessarily analyzable, and it consumes mental energy abnormally. They warned me at the time that using it for more than half an hour could risk brain death. After listening to Yi Chen, Xin realized that his abilities were completely different from the other party. The description of the replication hand system is to copy others' abilities and enhance them to a certain extent. Unlike the previous energy lock chain, this time the enhancement is a qualitative change. The voice of all things does not actually mean that plants and trees have their own consciousness, but it uses a personification to let them speak out hidden information. Every stone lying on the ground, the wind blowing through, the trees standing by the roadside, have witnessed countless untold stories. The voice of all things allows these inanimate objects to tell Xin what happened here in the past, what is happening now, and what may happen in the future. In theory, this is a more terrifying and powerful force than Yi Chen, and this complex amount of information could instantly make Xian's mind collapse. However, the enhancement of the replication hand also includes reducing side effects. The information that originally directly impacted the mind has become sound, so Xian will only feel a headache when there is not enough mental strength, but it will not cause the terrifying consequences of brain death. After understanding all this, even though his mind is still not very clear at the moment, Xian knows that he has definitely gained a huge advantage. The level of his supernatural ability has increased, and the side effects have decreased. In this way, the level of this supernatural ability is definitely not just D level. From a functional perspective, it is probably even more terrifying than an S-level ability. Originally, he just wanted to casually replicate a low-level ability, but this time he hit the jackpot directly. His luck seems to be pretty good these days. However, this immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yi Chen had already retreated behind his bodyguard without a trace at this point. He was really afraid of Xian now, afraid that getting too close might cause some trouble. Can't afford to provoke. Can I still hide? So, what happened to you just now? Is your body okay? Junani saw that Xian's condition had improved slightly and asked. After all, at this point, she valued Xian both publicly and privately and did not want anything to happen to him. Her question was also a question for everyone present, and people looked at him with curiosity. After all, it couldn't really be performance art, could it? This matter is quite complicated. Xian thought for a moment and decided it was better to temporarily conceal his external capabilities, so he used the excuse he had already mentioned. I don't know how to explain it, but my abilities may have mutated again. What? Not only Junani, but everyone suspected they had misheard. The onlookers, who were originally just watching for fun, were still wondering if Xian had some hidden illness, but upon hearing this, their eyes now looked as if they were watching a tycoon hit the jackpot again. Why does only good things happen to him? Especially Chi Hong, who had just been speculating that Xian's strong ice-type mutation with an E-level talent might have some physical side effects as a price. But now, not only did he not have any consequences, he mutated again? Are you serious? Junani asked again. Xian didn't speak, he just slowly closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and felt the gentle wind in the air. He needed to focus his mind, eliminate all distractions, and verify this extraordinary ability. Xian closed his eyes, solemnly sensing everything around him. The wind will give me an answer. The rain will give me an answer. Every plant and tree will give me an answer. Come on, let me hear your voices. Tree, the urine of that dog just now was really smelly, and the smell hasn't gone away yet. Stone, that's right, buddy. It even splashed on me quite a bit. Wind, I saw it heading west. I'll show you the way, let's go catch it. Xing. Screw you. Damn it, it's so rare to get useful information before mastering this ability. And that dog that has appeared several times, isn't it stealing the show a bit too much? As time passed, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, trying to eliminate these meaningless information as much as possible, focusing on his own problem. Finally, when everyone felt confused, Xinqing still kept his eyes closed but started speaking. The current wind direction is southeast. This abrupt sentence made the crowd, who had been waiting for a long time, feel inexplicably puzzled, not knowing the significance of this sentence. But soon, Xinqing's voice rang out again. Approximately 37 seconds later, the wind direction will change to due south. Junani was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted, closing his eyes tightly, tilting his head slightly, and then letting his hands naturally hang down to relax. Without any command, all the superhumans present made the same movements as Junani, in perfect unison. Superhumans, especially high-level ones, have physical qualities and perception abilities far beyond ordinary people. The wind direction around us sometimes undergoes subtle changes continuously, but unless the weather is bad, people cannot feel these changes. Especially now, many of the relatives present are ordinary people without any abilities. They don't even feel the wind now. But most superhumans can, especially when they concentrate. So now, a strange scene appeared on the vast playground. Xinqing stood in the middle of the group, eyes closed tightly, raising his right hand high, fingers gently swaying as if touching something. All the surrounding superhumans, also with closed eyes, were sensing something around Xinqing. The other ordinary people present watched this scene like some kind of ritual, not understanding but marveling at it. No one spoke to disturb, and everyone unconsciously stopped talking in all movements, each person as quiet as a chicken, afraid to break this eerie scene. Everyone was as if in a trance, even bystanders dared not take out their phones to take pictures at this moment, fearing that even such a small action would disturb. The whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, with Xinqing's voice occasionally breaking the silence. 1 minute and 35 seconds later, the wind direction will return to southeast. 3 minutes and 12 seconds later, the airflow will become unusually chaotic as the air pressure begins to change. 5 minutes later, the wind direction will change drastically, directly to northwest wind. Xinqing's every word on the quiet playground was light, talking about insignificant details, but each word felt like a heavy hammer hitting the heart of every superhuman. As time passed, they all were shocked to discover that every word Xinqing said was precise and accurate, down to the second. Each person's expression was different. Shihong was full of shock, even forming the word damn with his mouth. Yi Zilwan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, her thoughts unknown. And Jun Ani kept a poker face, maintaining her ice queen image, hiding her emotions. But in reality, she had already started to smile, quietly muttering to herself. Impressive, she learned the meaning of this word from Xinqing yesterday. Amazing, you actually got it right. You. I used to worry that your talent was too low, but it seems that I worried for nothing. As she thought about it, an image of Xinqing's indifferent face slowly emerged in her mind, as if nothing mattered to him. She had a premonition that Xinqing was definitely an extraordinary genius, but his brilliance had not yet been revealed. Xinqing didn't know what others were thinking, he just calmly stated the information he had filtered. Finally, he felt that this attempt was enough, and he had some initial control over this ability. So he put down his hands and opened his eyes. What came into view was a group of superhumans with their eyes closed in various expressions, as well as a group of ordinary people looking at him as if he were a monster. Ahem, what are you all doing? He coughed awkwardly a few times to signal that he had finished. People opened their eyes one after another, their various gazes focusing on Xinqing. A day ago, their eyes were full of doubt and dissatisfaction, but now they were filled with envy and disbelief. Junani was the last to open his eyes and walked to Xinqing's side. Suppressing his joy, he asked as calmly as possible, "So, what is the variation of your ability? Is it prophecy?" "Not exactly," Xinqing explained, "it's more like a perception ability. The world around me can give me some information. Also, it seems like I have delayed for some time, the plane has been stopped for quite a while, we should leave. After all, it will rain here in about half an hour." "Rain?" Junani asked in surprise, raising his head to look at the sunny sky with no clouds for miles. "Are you sure?" Seeing Xinqing nod, Junani immediately gave the order. With a wave of his hand, he decided to delay the takeoff of the plane. "Wait, just wait for the rain." Earlier, Xinqing accurately predicted changes in the wind direction, but those were just minor changes. If he could accurately predict the weather like rain half an hour later, that would be truly terrifying. Especially now, with clear skies and perfect weather, Xinqing's words seemed incredibly unconvincing. But for some reason, Junani had an unwavering confidence in what he said. "Can you give a specific time?" Just as Xinqing was speechless about Junani's whimsical decision, a pretty face with a hint of pride appeared in front of him. Yi Zilwan opened the countdown page on her phone and walked over to ask. Xinqing was taken aback, but he closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, "Around 28 minutes and 15 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zilwan set the alarm, thanked him, and walked away. Everyone waited idly, waiting for something seemingly impossible to happen, witnessing this bizarre magic show together. However, it seemed like a miracle really did happen. 20 minutes later, the once sunny weather suddenly turned windy. 25 minutes later, clouds slowly began to gather in the sky, becoming darker and darker. The temperature gradually dropped, and a cool breeze lifted the girl's skirts. Yi Zilwan looked up at the gathering dark clouds in the sky, clutching her phone in her right hand and exerting a slow force. There weren't many people present today, but it was lively. Many accompanying family members had taken out their phones and started filming the moment when the sky was covered with dark clouds. Experts knew the tricks, but laymen could only watch the excitement. In their eyes, the weather was fine before, but after the young man said a few words, it was about to rain. It was almost like controlling the weather. Whether they knew each other before or not, people had already started chatting with each other at this point. Although people have become accustomed to the existence of supernaturals since the revival of spiritual energy, the communication between ordinary people and supernaturals is still rare. Today, being able to witness such a spectacle firsthand provides plenty of conversation topics for tea time and meals. It remains to be seen how today's events will be passed on and transformed into various versions as rumors spread. Among the crowd present, it is highly likely that Yi Zilwan is experiencing the most intense emotional turmoil. She tightly grips her phone, not speaking to anyone, just gazing up at the sky. Judging by her demeanor, she knows that Xinqing must be right, it is indeed going to rain here. However, she still hopes for a mistake in the timing, even if it's just a minute off. She doesn't deny Xinqing's strength, she knows he is a genius hidden beneath his E-level ability, and yesterday's match proved that she is no match for him. Yet, there is an inexplicable determination within her that refuses to admit defeat. Yesterday's battle with Xinqing was her first defeat in life, and it was a devastating one. She doesn't want to acknowledge that someone who was selected for special admission together with her had such poor talent before but has now become so strong that she finds it hard to catch up. Finally, thunder begins to rumble in the sky, and the air starts to feel damp. Ding-a-ling, Yi Zilwan's alarm clock suddenly goes off, drawing the attention of the chatting crowd. However, the alarm only rings for a moment before stopping. People don't pay much attention to this because the sky starts to drizzle sporadically, instantly making the atmosphere lively. It's really raining. Wow! That young man predicted it right. I recorded it. I have to tell Aunt Zhang about this when I get home today. Incredible, the energy chain variant has developed prophecy, can you believe it? The excitement of the crowd doesn't affect Yi Zilwan, she is currently looking down at her phone, lost in thought. The alarm just now was not turned off by her. In the split second when the alarm rang, a drop of rain fell perfectly on the snooze button of the alarm clock. The surrounding noise has nothing to do with her anymore, she is completely dumbfounded at this moment. Is this fate? Watching as rain finally falls from the sky, Junani nods. He glances at Xinqing from the corner of his eye and sees that he still looks bored, as if he doesn't think he has done anything remarkable. In fact, Xinqing does feel that the people around him are making a big deal out of nothing. Doing nothing, waiting for the rain to come down? If he had known, he wouldn't have said anything. After the commotion, without waiting for the rain to stop, Junani starts ushering the students admitted for special admission onto the plane. After delaying for quite some time, with a special aircraft piloted by a supernatural, they are not afraid to fly in the rain. Xinqing has no worries and doesn't need to do any say a few words to loved ones before leaving kind of thing. Holding his mineral water, he is the first to board the plane. Yi Zilwan stands at a distance, her eyes fixed on Xinqing's back. Yi Chen walks over, ruffles his daughter's head, and says, "This child is indeed remarkable. His future achievements may be limitless. Don't hold grudges against him, just get along normally." As a father, he knows his daughter's personality too well, and he mainly says this to comfort her. Yi Zilwan doesn't respond, just nods slightly. She silently resolves in her heart that from today onwards, you will be the target I want to surpass. This short episode comes to an end, and the plane finally takes off. With no incidents along the way, after an hour of smooth flight, the plane finally reaches its destination for this trip. The only thing worth mentioning on the way is that Xinqing did not sit down. He stood by the fuselage of the plane all the way. The reason is simple, the voice of all things still cannot be completely shielded, and the chair under his but is always condemning him. Of course, this group of people had long been accustomed to his eccentric behavior, all looking nonchalant. Finally, the plane stopped in front of a huge domed building. Xinqing got off the plane. The weather here was very good, the sun was about to set, and the setting sun's afterglow reflected on the huge domed building, with several large characters carved in gilded font on it. Black Horse Sports Center. Xinqing. These 8 characters left Xinqing speechless, standing still for a long time unable to let go. You should know that when he came, he was very curious and looking forward to this place, imagining how magnificent and unique it would be here. Sports Center? Did I come to the wrong place? Shouldn't it be something like a super combat center? Xinqing turned around and couldn't help but ask Junani. Junani gave him a white look, also seeing what he was thinking, and said, "Why waste so much money? Originally, this kind of centralized evaluation doesn't take much time. Renting a gym for a few weeks is enough." Shihon, who got off the plane later, also walked up and stood next to Junani, somewhat joining in the fun, saying, "Yeah, I think the sports center is not bad." Junani looked at him puzzled, his eyes clearly saying, "Who are you?" without saying a word. "Shihon. I'm just being extra." Everyone stood with their suitcases, and two staff members appeared in front of them. One was holding a stack of clothes, and the other was holding several cards. Those were the registration cards for superhumans. Every person who becomes an official superhuman will receive this thing, which records their name, gender, date of birth, ability level, and superhuman level. It's a kind of, like a superhuman ID card. And like Xinqing and the others who have just entered as superhumans, they have not undergone a proper combat rating, so they don't have a superhuman level at all. Getting a superhuman card without a superhuman level proves that the authorities have great confidence in their potential and future. It's a kind of honor and genius proof. The faces of the 6 students present all showed obvious joy. However, the other 5 were happy because of the honor, while Xinqing was happy because the quality of the clothes was good, and they were free. But after the distribution was over, Junani's expression became slightly gloomy, looking up at the 2 staff members and asking, "Why is there one less superhuman card, Xinqing's? We have no precedent for issuing superhuman cards in advance for E-level talents, so let's confirm with you first." The staff member bowed slightly to Junani, speaking in a very formal tone. Junani looked quietly at the guard for a few seconds, and when cold sweat began to appear on the other's head, he turned back and said lightly to Xinqing, "Xinqing, show him." Faced with this situation, Junani might even be angrier than Xinqing now. Thinking that Xinqing clearly had such a talent, but was always considered just an E-level, as his sponsor, Junani couldn't bear to see it. So today she was too lazy to say much. It's better to shut the other party up with facts. "Ha!" Xinqing hadn't even reacted yet, not expecting the conversation to turn to him directly. Even if he was stupid, he now realized that his examiner seemed to be quite optimistic about him and had always treated him well. This can also be understood. After all, when I was in school, I also had experiences. Teachers often favor top students. But why is this female examiner always so willing to help her own people show off in front of others? Something doesn't seem right, does it? There is a kind of inexplicable feeling that everything is done by oneself, but she is the one who has to pretend. It's as if he can't even keep a low profile. He originally wanted to take the route of pretending to be weak and eating strong. How did it slowly turn into a route of showing off? But he did not refuse, took a deep breath, raised his hand towards the huge fountain in the artificial river behind the stadium. Separated by hundreds of meters, with a gentle lift of a finger, the dozens of meters high fountain water column instantly froze. The ice flowers spread and reorganized, forming a huge ice sculpture. From a distance, it looked like a big bird about to spread its wings and soar. Staff? Looking at the ice sculpture in the distance, the 2 staff members who were delivering clothes rubbed their eyes and stiffened in place. Then the person in charge of distributing the superpower cards quickly lowered his head, fumbled and took out a small booklet from his storage bracelet. Holding it in his hand, he nervously flipped through it for a long time, finally finding the relevant page. He raised his head to look at Xian Shen's face, then lowered his head to compare, repeating this several times. "Ha! Something's not right, it's this person." But the information pre-marked in the manual clearly stated Xian Shen, ability energy chain, talent level E, note, with variations. After confirming, he turned around to look at the dozens of meters high ice sculpture, feeling a bit at a loss. Is this thing related to the energy chain at all? This. Junani looked at the other party's troubled expression, feeling a bit relieved, and interrupted. "Alright, stop looking, the information transmitted in that manual is incorrect. Xian Shen's ability has undergone a very special variation, and it will definitely need to be re-evaluated in a while. As for you, you don't need to worry about so much now, just go back and get a new card." "Oh, okay, I'll go back and do it right away." After saying that, the staff member hurriedly ran out, glancing back at the ice sculpture created by Xian Shen from time to time as he ran. To be honest, it's really cool. Seeing the staff members' puzzled and somewhat incredulous expressions, Shihon and the others beside them couldn't help but laugh, their eyes full of schadenfreude. After all, in these 2 days, they were witnesses to Xian Shen's transformation, watching a talent at the E-level transform into a genius who surpassed them. This kind of shock and gap was very uncomfortable, and seeing Xian Shen now passing on this discomfort to others, they inexplicably felt much better. "That, examiner, my ability control is average now, and I won't be able to unfreeze after freezing." Seeing that he was the only one enjoying the show, Xian Shen pointed to the ice sculpture in the distance and said to Junani, "No problem, just practice more in the future." Junani said, not even looking, and lightly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the ice sculpture in the distance turned back into a stream of water, crashing down like a suspended waterfall into the moat below. Seeing Jun Ani effortlessly do this, Xianchen was suddenly shocked. This woman is quite powerful, although he has replicated her ability. In terms of actual strength, there is still a considerable gap between them. Also, don't call me examiner anymore, you are all about to enter school soon, just call me senior sister or directly by name. Also, you guys. Jun Ani was halfway through when her phone rang, and at the sound of that specific ringtone, her expression suddenly became serious. At one moment, everyone clearly felt that the originally somewhat cold temperament on her had turned into a killing intent. Answering the phone and putting it to her ear? What? Are you sure? At a time like this? How dare they? 2 children? I see, I'll lead the team to resolve this. After saying that, she quickly hung up the phone, turned to the staff member and said, after the superpower card comes back later, quickly take them to their accommodation and settle them in. I have something to attend to now. Seeing the staff member's attitude become decisive in an instant, the staff member quickly nodded in agreement. Jun Ani then continued, the few of you, follow him back to your accommodation to rest for now, don't come out unless necessary. Although she said you guys verbally, her eyes were always on Xinqing. After receiving a confirmation, without any delay, she directly turned into a streak of light and rushed into the gym. Over a dozen minutes later, Xinqing was already lying on a large bed, taking out his phone. He didn't know exactly what had happened just now, but Jun Ani seemed quite anxious. However, regardless, this wasn't something he could take responsibility for. With Jun Ani's strength, ordinary matters should not be a problem. Finding the only contact yogurt stick on his phone, Xinqing casually sent a game invitation as usual. However, this time, yogurt stick did not reply for a long time. Maybe something came up. Xinqing thought to himself and started playing the game. As soon as he entered the game interface, a message came from the other side. Yogurt stick, I have something to deal with, so I won't talk for a while. Yogurt stick, by the way, I heard that there's a problem at the place where you're being assessed. Yogurt stick, 2 children have been abducted, the kidnappers' identities. Anyway, it's very dangerous. Be careful, play with your phone if there's nothing wrong. What? Xinqing was stunned looking at this message. There are superpowers in this other world, yet there are still kidnappers? Hasn't this damn industry been eradicated here too? He quickly replied, Traveler, how do you know about these things? Are you in the police industry? Traveler, who are they? Nowadays with superpowers, tracking down kidnappers should be quite simple, right? However, after sending the message, there was no response as if it had sunk into the sea. Yogurt stick seemed to have something urgent and never replied. Looking at the phone that had been silent for a while and the game that had already started, Xinqing couldn't help but look out the window. By now, night had fallen, there was no moon tonight, and no stars were visible, making it feel gloomy. TSK. How the hell did I end up encountering this kind of shit? In front of a huge full-body mirror, Xinqing adjusted his collar, took a few deep breaths. He was now wearing the combat suit that was just distributed for free today, with the superpower card representing his identity pinned to his chest. The set he originally wore had been thrown into the washing machine in his room due to being soaked in rain and dust along the way. In theory, I don't know if those in charge of this can handle it. Xinqing muttered to himself while tidying up his clothes. His memory was quite good, and he was now recalling the scene when Jun Ani answered the phone. From the few words, Xinqing guessed that what Jun Ani was about to deal with was probably this matter. You know, what level of strength is Jun Ani? If this matter can make her serious, the other party is probably not just an ordinary kidnapper. Although Xinqing is quite confident in himself now, rationally speaking, he really has no idea in his heart. What if he can't beat them? To be honest, if Xinqing's current ability is only from the Ice Age, he probably wouldn't bother with this kind of thing. But now, he has the voice of all things. Even if others are not clear, he is too clear about the abnormality of his own ability. Saying that he alone can handle over 100 Sherlocks is not an exaggeration. Now, he is faced with 2 very clear paths. First, go out and use the voice of all things to find people. With his ability, as long as the other party is nearby, he believes he can definitely find them. Second, lie down and play games. This matter is not his responsibility, but if 2 children who could have been saved are lost because he didn't go, he will feel guilty. And when he was young, he hated human traffickers the most. I remember during the passionate adolescent phase, I always fantasized about how to deal with human traffickers if I ever encountered one, and what kind of severe punishment to give them. And now, he has the ability, the opportunity has come, how can he hide? Finally, he picked up his phone and looked at the game that had been going on for a few minutes. His teammates had already started questioning him, and those with bad tempers had already started cursing. Turning on all the microphones, Xinqing raised his phone to his mouth and said, "Brothers, I have to go AFK, understand? I'm going out to catch human traffickers." After saying that, he reluctantly threw his phone on the bed, afraid that he would lose the points he had just earned. "Don't report me, don't ban me, don't ban me. Tisk, when I rescue those 2 children, their parents better thank me properly. Forget about thanks, just don't extort me." Muttering to himself, Xinqing put on his combat gear and ran downstairs. Calming himself down, he looked at the dark street scene and dim lights in front of him, then closed his eyes. At times like this, vision seemed somewhat redundant. He needed to focus all his attention on his ears. The ability that had just been closed with great difficulty was about to be activated again. Voice of all things, activate. Human traffickers, ha! The whole world is my informant. In an instant, a cacophony of voices flooded Xinqing's ears, making him furrow his brow instantly. Concentrating on what he wanted to explore, Xinqing keenly captured some useful information. "Stone, several people in black and red stepped on me several times just now, I forgot the exact number." "Marble steps, I have no idea. Don't ask me." In the quiet night, with all sounds silenced, a young man with closed eyes stood still for a long time, then took a step forward slowly. Veins bulging on Xinqing's forehead at this moment. Searching for people was different from following the wind. It required consideration of a lot of comprehensive information, consuming a huge amount of energy. In just a few minutes, he felt immense mental pressure, which, in Xinqing's perception, was more exhausting than when he did 4 or 5 sets of math papers in high school. But fortunately, he managed to find the direction. With his eyes tightly closed in the already dark environment, he seemed to have infrared vision, confidently striding forward. Along the way, he managed to dodge all obstacles perfectly, and if anyone was nearby, they would be amazed by his good luck. Following a very strange specific trajectory, Xinqing walked forward with determined steps. At this point, his mindset was surprisingly calm, focusing on what was in front of him without any nervousness. Only after starting the search did he realize that the information left by the other party was too little. They were definitely prepared. He now truly realized that without superhumans with abilities similar to his own, ordinary means would never be able to find the target. He also understood that without teammates now, he could only rely on himself. Tonight, it was destined to be his own battle. On the other side, several figures swiftly flew and then quickly gathered together. "How is it? Did you see any suspicious individuals? Or any special energy fluctuations?" The leader spoke. It was Junani, sharp eyes scanning the faces of the others, eager to obtain valuable clues. Unfortunately, to their surprise, no one had seen anything. Several experienced superhumans had searched at the fastest speed, turning the entire Black Horse Stadium area upside down. But there was absolutely no harvest. One superhuman, soaked all over, slightly out of breath, spoke to Junani, reporting, "War God, I suspect they may have already left. If there are flyers, they could have escaped the city by now. I've already checked the moat, they couldn't be in the water either." Junani frowned, shaking his head. "Impossible, the servants would never kidnap 2 children for no reason. They kidnapped the children for a sacrifice, which means they are definitely still here." Beside them, another female superhuman looked down at her watch, her face showing a mix of seriousness and reluctance, and said, "It's been so long, those 2 children, I'm afraid." Junani interrupted, "Not only that, if they really complete the sacrifice and summon the gods. Think about it, why would they do this today, at this time?" The people around were stunned for a moment, then all understood. They were not newcomers, and they knew exactly what Junani meant. Everyone turned their heads to look at the temporary student dormitories around the Black Horse Stadium. There lived the most outstanding and talented students selected from all over. Each of them was a precious asset. Although they were all talented and not weak in strength, they lacked systematic training and combat experience. In fact, they didn't even know what superhumans were facing. The revival of spiritual energy and the emergence of superhumans had been made public decades ago, but in reality, some things had not been fully disclosed to the public. Including these geniuses, they were not mentally prepared yet. Junani gritted her teeth, knowing very well in her heart, the real purpose of the other party was to destroy the seedlings. They absolutely did not want another person like themselves to appear in the world. Listening to Junani's words, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. This time is too sudden and too bizarre. There should have been no signs under normal circumstances. But how could they possibly evade our search? Junani forced herself to calm down, looking at the various opinions of the people, and asked, "Have the students been protected?" The female superhuman from before shook her head and replied, "Not yet, we've just started assigning people to manage it, but we're short on manpower." After such an incident, a considerable number of people still need to maintain the stability of the virtual realm inside the venue. As for the students, at this late hour, there shouldn't be many of them coming out on a large scale. June Ani rubbed her temples, shaking her head helplessly. This time, they were really caught off guard, and she was just a young person, with strength but lacking experience in organizing such matters. The experienced strong ones were not here yet. When they arrive, the yellow flowers may have cooled down. What should we do? Should we continue searching? The female superpower clearly had a hint of panic in her tone at this moment, obviously treating the young June Ani in front of her as the backbone. It's been so long and we still can't find them. The other party must have set up a barrier. Anyway, let's continue searching. Everyone release your abilities externally and see if there are any energy changes when passing through certain areas. Several people nodded, also aware of the seriousness of the situation, and instantly disappeared from the spot. June Ani frowned. If they continue to search for the barrier in this way, they will definitely find it in the end, but the speed is just too slow. Those two children. However, there are currently no people with abilities related to the barrier here. At this thought, a figure suddenly appeared inexplicably in her mind, Xin Chen. Previously, she had reminded Xin Chen online as the yogurt stick to not run around, and he hurriedly came out. But Xin Chen had mentioned before that his newest variant ability seemed to have a sensing ability. At this moment, she wondered if his sensing ability could be of help. Can he sense changes in the wind direction, and can he sense the barrier? However, he has not formally entered the world of superpowers, and some related confidential events have not been told to him yet. And it might be too early and too dangerous to fight those people now. Xin Chen continued to walk with his eyes closed, and after some time had passed, he even seemed a bit unsteady in his steps. His mental energy was on the verge of exhaustion, reaching its limit. Finally, he stopped in his tracks. Now, he was a distance away from the Black Horse Sports Stadium. At this location, only able to see the faint light emanating from the dormitory building over there. In front of him, however, was just a small square, resembling an area where elderly people exercise. There was nothing unusual to be seen, but the voice of all things told Xin Chen that this was his destination. Still not opening his eyes, he stood in place for a while, then stepped towards a horizontal bar. Picking up a stone from the ground, he lightly tapped the pillar of the horizontal bar twice. He then moved to the next piece of fitness equipment and repeated the action. Strange notes sounded as if playing a piece of music, resonating on each piece of equipment. Finally, after the last tap, the whole world moved. The space seemed to be placed in a giant washing machine, distorting and deforming, as if an invisible hand was wildly ravaging something. But this distortion was just an illusion, and Xin Chen's eyes remained closed, his legs firmly rooted to the ground without any sway. Finally, everything returned to calm, but the scene in front of him had changed. In the center of the square, a tumor the size of a watermelon floated quietly in the air, supported by what looked like blood vessels. Beside the tumor was a person in a red robe, surrounded by several people in black robes, all chanting something. On the ground lay two pale-faced children, a boy and a girl. At the moment the barrier was broken, all the black-robed figures reacted and looked towards a certain direction. Xin Chen happened to be standing there at that moment. Without a word, all the black-robed figures' hands emitted a blood-red light, and dozens of arrows with crimson tails enveloped all the vital points of Xin Chen's body. Xin Chen, who had just entered this space, hadn't even opened his eyes, but he happened to tilt his head, twisting his body into an extremely strange angle. All the arrows grazed his body but caused no harm. Boom! In a loud rumble, all the blood-red arrows exploded on the ground behind him, creating a large pit. The edge of the pit was still sizzling at this moment, and the blood-red light was beginning to corrode the ground gradually. Slowly opening his eyes, Xinqing pressed hard on his temple, suppressing the riot of voices of all things in his ears. Looking up, apart from those people in strange costumes, he saw two children lying on the ground at a glance. The 10 fingernails of the boy and girl were all pried open, each connected to a very thin blood vessel leading to the fleshy tumor that seemed to be breathing and pulsating. The two young faces still bore traces of fear and pain, but now they were unconscious and pale. Damn it, you guys made it hard for me to find you. What's the meaning of this? Some kind of cult ritual? Xinsheng's expression was slightly ferocious at this moment. The long period of voices of all things had brought him great mental torment, making him feel very bad now, with an impulse to hit someone. Coupled with what was happening in front of him, he had no time to feel any fear, feeling like his adrenaline was surging before a fight, with a hot-blooded sensation, just wanting to go up and beat these people in front of him. And now, the group of black-robed people who had originally been on guard relaxed slightly when they saw only Xinsheng. One of them, with red flashes in his eyes, seemed to have some kind of ability related to vision, sizing up Xinsheng. Then, he saw the superpower card on Xinsheng's combat suit, and was taken aback. Kid, Are you serious? Superpower level 0, E-level supernatural talent? After saying that, he laughed darkly as if he had heard a joke. Upon hearing his words, all the black-robed people around relaxed their bodies, and then all made the eerie laughter that was a hallmark of villains. Is there no one left at the Superpower Academy? Sending even a rookie like you? Do you know the consequences of showing off heroics? For a moment, all the black-robed people selectively forgot that Xincheng had just easily dodged their fatal blow, attributing it to luck. Moreover, someone even took a step forward and said to Xincheng seriously, "You're an E-level. What kind of life are you playing at? Why not join us? Let's work together." Join? Join what? Who are you guys? As Xincheng spoke, he exhaled a long breath, the cold air condensing into white frost, then forming into a long ice staff in front of him. The black-robed person raised his hands devoutly, looking fanatically at the fleshy tumor behind him. Join us, serve the master, as long as you are willing to kneel down, offer your loyalty to him, he can give you. However, before the man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a huge force, the ice staff thrown by Xincheng hitting him hard in the chest. His sternum instantly collapsed, blood gushing out, and he flew back more than 10 meters, crashing into a treadmill. Xincheng roared, "Kneel your ass. Just because of you bastards, my game account got banned, my character lost, and my account got blocked. Coming out in the middle of the night listening to a bunch of things calling in my ear. All of you can die." With the throw of his staff, Xincheng then charged forward. The first to strike, he had just exchanged a few words with the opponent, merely observing the opponent's stance. Taking a bold step forward, Xincheng's mind was filled with his adolescent self. If he ever had the chance to encounter human traffickers, what would he do? Before the opponent could fully react, he had already arrived, once again gripping the sturdy ice staff in his hand, swinging it horizontally and forcefully smashing it on another black-robed person's head. Xincheng had never learned any martial arts, this was purely brute force, but the effect was quite effective. The moment the opponent's head made contact with the stick, a cold air surged up instantly, freezing the opponent's head into an ice ball, emitting a crisp explosion sound, and then bursting open like an ice watermelon. This was his first time killing someone. Xian Chen's eyes were full of coldness at this moment, his mind was clear, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as ruthless. In fact, he didn't have this realization from the beginning, this mental state was actually thanks to the servants in front of him. When Xian Chen first arrived here, his mind was in chaos, he was at his most sluggish and weakest. It was at that moment that the dozens of blood-red arrows from the opponent left him no time to catch his breath, sealing off all his retreats. At that moment, the operation of all things reached an extreme level, as if the whole world was screaming in his ears, "Be careful." Then, he felt like his subconscious was controlling his body completely, twisting his body according to the reminders from the surrounding world. By the time his brain fully reacted, those arrows had already exploded behind him. After that, drenched in cold sweat, he instantly calmed down, his mind clear. He realized that he had walked a circle at the gates of hell, and also realized that the battle in front of him was a matter of life and death. Unlike the battle with Yi Zilwan before, the people in front of him were all serious killers who didn't blink an eye, their eyes weren't even dry. So now he didn't hold back, didn't care about possibly breaking the law, his safety was more important than anything else. So with no more reservations, in the identity of a rookie who had never fought seriously with anyone before, he instantly killed 2 servants. Of course, the opponents were not pushovers. After reacting, the remaining dozen or so people instantly formed the encirclement, their bodies surrounded by crimson energy, ready to collectively attack Xian Chen. The terror between life and death. That was the most effective way to train a person. Xian Chen, as a new student who hadn't even started training, without any simulated training, was thrown into a battle of life and death right away. This greatly stimulated his potential and also demonstrated his talent for combat. These experiences were more useful than enduring a month in the training grounds of the academy. Just like now, no one had taught him beforehand, his brain hardly had any thoughts, and he subconsciously made the most advantageous move for himself at the moment. Ignoring the attacks around him, a pale blue light enveloped his body, creating a very crude but very solid ice armor for himself, holding a stick in his hands, and thrusting heavily towards that tumor. When you are in a disadvantage or surrounded, attacking the enemy is the only way to save yourself. Although he didn't know who the opponent was, it seemed like some kind of cult ritual, and the opponent should value that tumor-like thing. Sure enough, this move directly broke the encirclement, and all the enemies turned their attacks towards him, accompanied by a lot of shouting and screaming. "How dare you, peasant! You are blasphemous! Protect the divine fetus, my lord! Damn it!" All the black-robed figures jumped out, and 2 of them even directly shielded the tumor in front of them. Seeing this scene, Xinshen suspected that the opponent didn't even protect their own father as seriously. This simple strike directly broke the opponent's encirclement, achieving a goal beyond Xinshen's imagination. He knew exactly why he had come in the first place, and he directly picked up the two children from the ground. At this point, he didn't care about being gentle or not, he pulled hard, and the blood vessels of the 10 fingers of the two children were directly torn apart, blood splattering. Although they had lost consciousness by now, this action still made the two children utter a few painful murmurs, their faces contorting in agony. After a few somersaults, Xinqing quickly distanced himself from everyone in front, giving him the opportunity to look seriously at the two children. The expressions on their faces were extremely twisted, their faces pale, clearly showing signs of excessive blood loss. There were no other obvious wounds on their bodies, except that the fingernails of their 10 fingers had all been pried open. This kind of wound was quite shocking to the eye, just looking at it was painful. Xinqing was not sure whether these two children had fainted from excessive blood loss or from pain. Fortunately, they seemed to still be alive. Using his ability to freeze all their fingers, Xinqing did a simple job of stopping the bleeding and temporarily placed them aside. The two blood donors had already been taken away, and now the blood-red tumor had obviously dimmed a lot, and the pulsating sensation, like a heartbeat, had become weaker. "Bastard! How dare you! Bring back the sacrifices!" One of the black-robed figures roared, conjuring a blood-red blade in his hand and charging towards Xinqing. Xinqing stood still, raised his left hand abruptly towards the approaching black-robed figure. In an instant, frost enveloped. A harsh paleness covered the earth, and in front of Xinqing instantly became a kingdom of ice and snow. Just now, he was worried about accidentally injuring the two children, so he didn't dare to use his freezing ability on a large scale, but now it was different. The black-robed figure's body maintained its forward posture, but it was as if it had been put in slow motion, slowly freezing in place, the blade in his hand maintaining its forward posture, forever frozen on the ground. How is this possible? You call this a level of super powerlessness? You call this an E-level talent? The white-robed figure cursed fiercely at the people around him, then turned to look at Xinqing. "Kid, you are stronger than I thought, but do you know what you are desecrating? Return the sacrifices, it is their honor. When they reach heaven, the Lord will bless them with eternal peace of soul. Also, who are you? There is no one like you in my records, perhaps we can talk." Xinqing stood up straight, clearly feeling that in this battle, his abilities had been greatly enhanced in all aspects. A chill enveloped him, the ice-blue fierce battle armor protecting all his vital points, his face covered with blue and white frost patterns, even his eyes turning white. Xinqing stood there, like a war god in an ancient ice and snow relic. "Am I stronger than you thought? But it seems that you are a bit weaker than I thought. As for who I am Nindad." With these words, Xinqing disrupted the aura of everyone in front of him. What kind of words are these? Why do they sound so uncouth? The originally solemn atmosphere, why does your attitude seem so unserious? However, no matter how absurd Xinqing's attitude appeared, his strength was evident to all. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. The ice sculptures in front of them and the two bodies lying on the ground reminding them that the person standing opposite was not someone to be trifled with. The white-robed figure seemed to realize that Xinqing was not to be trifled with and began to soften his tone a bit. "Young man, do not be too arrogant. As long as you are willing to turn back, the Lord will forgive all your sins. Your ignorance and foolishness stem from not knowing the truth. If you knew the greatness of the Lord, you would regret your actions today." Xinqing simply ignored him. In his view, brainwashed people like this guy had nothing to say, their thinking was completely different from that of humans. This point was similar to the world he had not crossed before. His eyes just slowly scanned each person's face, counting their numbers. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 11 black-robed figures, plus one white-robed figure. Xinqing responded, speaking evenly while breathing steadily, recovering the physical strength and energy he had expended earlier. "Faith? Over in our hometown, we also have such a thing, with people often worshipping various so-called masters." "Oh?" The white-robed figure was momentarily stunned, then his voice brightened, as if meeting a relative, and hurriedly asked, "Really? Which great person do you serve? Since you are like us, why do you still want to cause trouble for us?" Xinqing slowly raised his head, as if recalling something, and after a while, he spoke slowly. "Which one? That's hard to say, there are numerous of them, each overseeing different areas. There are those in charge of rain, those in charge of the college entrance exam, those in charge of finding a partner, those in charge of childbirth, basically everything you can think of. In any case, when the time comes, people will worship in various ways, seeking their blessings and protection." Listening to Xinqing's words, the white-robed figure was speechless, as if in heaven, enjoying it as if on drugs, murmuring, "Yes, the master is all-powerful, all-encompassing, we should serve with all our heart and soul." However, just then, Shinchan's voice rang out again, shattering his inexplicable delusion. But you see, it seems there's a difference between us. Those seeking love, if accepted by the goddess, will be grateful to the god, but if rejected, they will curse vehemently. Those seeking success in the exam, if they pass, will go to the temple to kowtow and offer money, but if they fail, they will curse the god and his ancestors. And those seeking rain, if it doesn't rain the next day after worshipping the Dragon King at the altar, they will smash and destroy the temple, even sinking the Dragon King's statue into the river. So, our faith emphasizes functionality and equivalent exchange. If you're useful, then it's fine to burn incense and worship, but if not, then go elsewhere. I'll go worship other gods. After Shinchan finished speaking, the white-robed figure was dumbfounded. For a moment, he felt like his worldview was collapsing. His eyes widened, staring fixedly at Shinchan, almost popping out of their sockets. How can you be so disrespectful, you? Cough, cough. By now, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. A violent cough erupted, even coughing up blood directly. The scene felt like Shinchan almost killed him with just a few words. Kid, you're not getting away with this today. The white-robed figure coughed up some blood, realizing that Shinchan was playing him, his eyes turning red like a fierce ghost. Shinchan had rested enough by now. Pushing his hands forward, a fierce cold air surging out of his body like a flowing glacier, rushing forward aggressively. You think I'm just going to walk away? Dream on! A fierce shout, holding nothing back, unleashing all his power. The clash of blades and shadows, blue and white against blood red in this deserted street. The battle was fierce, but surprisingly short. Soon, everything returned to quiet, as if nothing had happened here tonight. Huff, huff, huff. Shinchan's heavy breathing echoed in the quiet night, like an old, broken fan. His frost armor was full of scars, many places already cracked and corroded with a red light. There were several wounds visible on his body, but they had been temporarily sealed with ice, no blood flowing out. Strands of messy hair scattered on his forehead, some mixed with blood sticking to it. But at this moment, his right hand was tightly gripping the neck of the man in white robe, like a tiger's claw, immobilizing the other party. And if the scene is zoomed out, around him, right on this small square, were 11 vivid and diverse ice sculptures. And in the middle, there was one that looked like a frozen tumor, resembling a piece of art. Shinchan's first battle in the parallel world, 1 versus 12, ended in victory after 6 minutes. Cough, cough. The man in white robe, now being choked, his eyes bulging like dead fish, staring fixedly at the face of this young man in front of him. How is this possible, the power of this level of ability? How old are you? How old are you? How can you have the strength of the fourth realm? Tisk. Shinchan spat out a mouthful of blood-flecked saliva, grabbing the man in white robe by the neck. I ask you, who are you? What is this tumor? Tumor. The man in white robe's eyes bulged, fiercely saying, how dare you show such disrespect to the divine fetus? You. The next moment, ice encased his feet, slowly climbing up his legs. You better not waste my time, I ask, you answer, before you are completely frozen by me. The man in white robe said in shock, You don't even know who we are? Then why are you interfering with us? Shinchan simply ignored him, but the ice was spreading a bit faster. Feeling the temperature of his lower body, the fear of death finally made the man in white robe afraid, hastily saying, I'll talk. Don't kill me. For the next few minutes, Shinchan listened carefully to every word the man in white robe said, frowning. These things were unheard of to him before, but from the man in white robe's tone, it seemed like he should have known. They seemed to be some kind of religious organization, calling themselves servants of the gods, slaves of the master. As for the tumor, it was the divine fetus, and the reason for the sacrifice was to perform the descent of the gods. In short, a bunch of jargon was said, and Shinchan only got a rough idea for now. Any more questions? Please, don't kill me. By now, the cold ice had enveloped the man in white robe's whole body, leaving only his head, still calling out desperately, interrupting Shinchan's thoughts. Lowering his head slightly, looking at the man in white robe, Shinchan said coldly, I can answer one question for you, why interfere with you? Because as I've said before, I believe all human traffickers should die, and I want to uphold my own beliefs. Yes, I deserve to die. The man in white robe said with snot and tears. The gradual approach to death, coupled with the helpless feeling of fear, had completely destroyed his psychological defenses, leaving him only begging for mercy. Secondly, I have one last question for you. Ask. Hurry and ask. The man in white robe shouted in despair, the ice now climbing up to his face. If today I lose, will you spare me? With the cold words spoken, Shinchan did not wait for any response. The ice surged, and the man in white robe turned into the final ice sculpture. Shinchan dealt with the last man in white robe, and there was no longer any trace of life on the entire site, only a chilling silence like frost killing all grass. Dragging his sore body, vigorously shaking his right arm, he stood in front of the divine fetus that had already been frozen. This thing is an egg? If it's called a divine fetus, does it mean it can hatch a god? Shinshin muttered softly as he looked at the lifeless, specimen-like object. Based on the information provided by the man in white robe earlier, he could probably guess that the official superhumans seemed to be hiding something from the public. And it seems that one must formally enter some kind of organization to know those things, such as formal enrollment? This time coming out, it seems that I knew a lot of secrets in advance, right? Ignoring the divine fetus, Shinshin picked up 2 children from the ground and started walking towards the nearest police station. But just as he took 2 steps out, his footsteps stopped. Then he turned around, looked at the 12 vivid ice sculptures, thought for a moment, and then his eyes revealed a fierce light. Under the cover of night, Jun Ani and others were distributed in various places in the Black Horse Stadium, with each superpower responsible for a small area. As time had passed too long, now quite a few people had started inspecting the underground passages, preparing to lead the personnel to evacuate quickly in case of any accidents. The longer the time passed, the heavier Jun Ani's psychological state became. Just as she began to imagine various possible worst-case scenarios, she suddenly raised her head and looked in the direction of the east. There was such a strong energy fluctuation. Something must have happened. Quickly pressing the earpiece, she urgently asked all the personnel involved in the operation, who was in the East Square. What is happening there? Not me. I'm on the north side. I'm inside the venue. Everyone quickly responded, and they had also felt the energy fluctuation by now. However, after understanding the situation, everyone discovered a terrifying fact: there was not a single person at that location now. Damn it! Don't go there! Quickly return to the stadium and be ready to lead the personnel to evacuate at any time. Junani no longer cared about her image, cursed, hung up the earpiece, and then rushed out like a cheetah towards the direction of the energy induction. She remembered that it was a fitness square there, very conspicuous, with no obstructions, and must have been inspected by someone already. There was not a single person in that direction, but there was a violent energy fluctuation. Could it be a successful divine descent? At this critical moment, this was already considered the worst news. She was prepared, if the divine descent was indeed successful, to temporarily block the opponent herself and delay the evacuation time as much as possible. She had never officially fought against a deity before, and didn't know if she could do it. But when she arrived, her momentum, which had been unstoppable, suddenly faltered. Her steps paused, her red lips slightly parted, her right hand's jade-like fingers involuntarily covering her mouth, looking incredulously at everything in front of her. The square in front of her was like another world. The ground was covered with white frost, and a pale and icy cold covered everything within sight, as if all the flowers, plants, and trees had entered the ice age, with ice crystals hanging on the trees and fitness equipment. Why did it look so much like her own handiwork? However, she was clear that this was definitely not her doing, so who could have done it just now? Wait, this ability? Shincheng? Jun Ani blurted out in disbelief, took out her phone, and saw the last 2 chat records from Shincheng. Did he, after knowing the news, come out to save those 2 children on his own initiative? Once again raising her head, the most eye-catching thing was the frozen giant egg in the center of the square. That was the divine fetus? Seeing this thing, Jun Ani's face tightened, and she quickly walked forward. But as soon as she took a step forward, her foot stumbled. Ice block? But after kicking it casually, Jun Ani suddenly discovered that it was a hand frozen in ice. Surprised, she looked around and found broken ice all over the ground, each one a severed limb like this. Obviously, after freezing people into ice sculptures, they were then directly smashed. According to these fragments of clothing, it is obvious that they are a group of servants of the gods, and there is also a white-robed priest. Combined with the divine fetus in front of them, this is obviously the scene of a divine descent ritual. These fierce and fanatical servants of the gods have now turned into a pile of broken ice on the ground. Tisk, so ruthless. Jun Ani looked at the pile of fragments on the ground and couldn't help but exclaim, but it was done beautifully. In her mind, the lazy and indifferent image of Xianchen usually appeared, and Jun Ani couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you to have such a righteous and fierce side. It seems that your character is not just what it appears to be on the surface. And, amazing, do you already have this kind of strength? If this was done by Xianchen, then she really needed to re-evaluate Xianchen's talent and strength. Her own start was just a few years earlier than his. If he also started receiving top resources at the age of 14 like her youngest records would probably be shared with him. His talent might be even higher than hers. But for some reason, after having this thought, Jun Ani felt no jealousy at all. Instead, she felt unusually relieved and happy, with a smile on her face that seemed uncontrollable. Just as she was clenching her fists in excitement, the sound of several people landing behind her interrupted her thoughts. Instantly, the smile on her face disappeared, replaced by that cold expression once again. Coming back to her senses, she looked at the equally shocked superhumans. Seeing the shock on their faces, Junani felt a sense of pride for some reason and said, "Didn't I tell you not to come? Why didn't you follow orders?" A masked female superhuman looked around and realized that the crisis had probably been averted. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "How could we let you face danger alone?" A big, dark-faced man next to her laughed and echoed, "Yeah, even though you are the strongest, you are also the youngest among us. Your life is more important. We should die in front of you no matter what." Junani's expression remained unchanged, but she felt touched inside and shook her head, saying, "Everyone's life is important." The big, dark-faced man kicked a frozen head on the ground fiercely and said, "These freeloaders deserve to die like this. Truly the Frost War God, you have already dealt with them so quickly." It was clear that he also harbored deep hatred towards these servants of the gods, because if they had succeeded in the divine descent today, the casualties would have been devastating. These were true terrorists. Hearing this, Junani shook her head and turned towards the frozen divine fetus. "It wasn't me. When I arrived, it was already like this." "What?" Several superhumans were taken aback and quickly followed Junani's footsteps. "Not you? Then who did it? Did reinforcements come from headquarters? Could it be an unregistered lone wolf? Are members of other organizations nearby? So where is he? He practically saved many lives. We should thank him properly." The superhumans speculated on the side, their nerves suddenly relaxed, and the conversation became more lively. "I don't know, I just have a guess. We need further confirmation. This ability is quite similar to a student I recommended this time," Junani said as she walked towards the divine fetus, placing her hand on the giant ice egg. Then she closed her eyes, as if carefully sensing something. This statement immediately met with opposition from several superhumans around her. No way, even if a student has outstanding talent, they wouldn't be able to face so many servants of the gods alone. Yes, even with S-level talent, it is still very fragile before growing up. Moreover, the ruthlessness of this attack doesn't seem like something a student should have. By the way, which student made you so optimistic? Shoo! Listening to the voices of the people around him, Junani suddenly put his index finger on his lips, signaling everyone to be quiet. Frowning, he then opened his eyes in surprise and looked at the divine fetus. This divine fetus is still alive. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the four superhumans around immediately surrounded them, each reaching out eagerly to touch the frozen divine fetus. Feeling the pulsation of the special life inside. It's true. This divine fetus is actually still alive. In human history, how many times have there been records of successfully capturing a living divine fetus? A female superhuman's voice trembled as she gently touched the frozen egg. Including this time, there have been 4 times. It's actually a living divine fetus. It's really a living divine fetus. The big man with a dark face slapped his hand heavily and exclaimed excitedly, "This is great. We finally have a living research sample again." He then turned his gaze back to Junani and said, "Who did this? It wasn't you, the god of war, was it? Stopping the god's descent ceremony, wiping out a team of divine servants, and capturing a living divine fetus, this is definitely an extraordinary achievement. Any reward would be well deserved." Junani also lowered his hand and said, "Yes, it is indeed a great achievement. I don't even know how he did it. And, if I guess correctly, he probably doesn't even realize how remarkable his actions are." Listening to Junani's inexplicable words, the others were also puzzled. It seemed like Junani was very certain about who did this. "Alright, stop speculating, clean up the battlefield, and then figure out how to repair the nearby cameras and monitoring devices. Once it's confirmed who did this, they should receive the credit and rewards they deserve." Ding-ling-ling. Just as Junani finished speaking, the masked woman's phone rang next to her. After answering and listening for a while, the masked woman looked up at everyone and said, "The people from the Nanma Road police station said they received 2 unconscious children at the door. It seems to be the 2 missing children. They've been found." Junani was stunned, and quickly turned around and said, "Musi, let's go. The rest of you clean up the battlefield, stabilize the energy of the divine fetus, and prepare to transfer it." The Musi she mentioned was the masked woman, whose ability had a slight healing effect, and could provide temporary treatment if the children were in critical condition. Watching the backs of the 2 quickly leaving, the big man with a dark face scratched his head and said, "This incident seems suspicious. Why do I feel like she, Junani, changed her tone when she mentioned the student she recommended?" Another person beside him also agreed, "I'm not sure, but I still don't believe that a student who hasn't even enrolled can accomplish such a thing. defeating so many divine servants and officials alone. It must be the strength of the fourth realm. I'm only at the third realm. The last female superhuman left glanced at the two of them, tidying up the battlefield and saying, "Are you too stupid? I don't know if you noticed, but today is the first time I've seen Ani smile, and her tone of voice is still so gentle. It's like a teenage girl in love. Actually, she carries too much burden, but she's only 19 years old. Well, at this age, it's time to find someone." As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them looked at each other. June, Ani and Musi moved at an extremely fast speed and soon arrived at their destination. As soon as I arrived there, I saw a woman crying and collapsing in front of the yellow light in front of the police station, surrounded by police officers. "Child, my child, you must not have any accidents. How can I live if something happens to you?" It was obvious that the woman with swollen eyes was crying silently. She didn't even have the strength to speak. "Madam, please calm down. Your child has lost quite a bit of blood, but it has been stopped and there are no other issues. There is no life-threatening danger. The ambulance is on the way. Please don't worry too much." Although these words were said, how could she not worry? She clearly saw that all 10 fingernails of her son and daughter had been pried open. Looking at that miserable scene was heartbreaking. They were still so young. How much pain they must have been in, how desperate they must have felt. And standing next to her was a strong man, but at this moment he lowered his head, his eyes red as if he had made a mistake, unable to speak. "Is the child okay?" June Ani came forward and asked. The man, seeing that a superhuman had arrived, asked in a hoarse voice, "Did you save my child?" June Ani was stunned. Before she could react, the man's whole body leaned forward. Bang! He knelt on both knees, his head heavily hitting the ground. Blood even appeared on his forehead in an instant. This man knelt down like this to someone probably 20 years younger than himself for his child. "Thank you. Thank you for saving my child." June Ani looked at the man kneeling in front of her, quickly moved aside so as not to accept this kneel, feeling a bit guilty in her heart. Before coming here, when she was searching for clues, all she could think of were various grand principles, the huge consequences that the servants of the gods might cause at a macro level, worrying about the huge losses that the descent of the gods might bring. But she actually overlooked one thing, the lives of those 2 children, which were also priceless, and also the hope of an entire family. She had always arrogantly thought about how terrible the impact of the descent of the gods would be this time, but Xinqing just wanted to save 2 innocent children. "Please get up. Actually, your child was not saved by us. We are ashamed of it." June Ani stood by, raised her hand slightly, and the pure energy supported the man from the ground. Muzi, who followed, did not stop at all, and went straight into the police station, while June Ani pointed to her back and explained, "Her ability is of the plant type. Although the child needs to go to the hospital for a blood transfusion, we can't help much, but with her, we can ensure that there is no life-threatening danger." Seeing June Ani's actions, the man knew that the 2 people in front of him were superhumans, and his child was safe. After the emotional release, he said with a slight sob, "Who is the benefactor who saved our child? I want to meet him in person. Also, who took my child?" June Ani was momentarily stunned by the question, not knowing how to answer. Although she had already roughly confirmed that it was Xinqing, she still couldn't say for sure at this moment. She could only reply, "We are still looking for the hero who saved your child. He may not be willing to reveal his identity, and besides, the terrorists who took your child have already received the punishment they deserve." After saying that, June Ani leaned a little closer to the man, and whispered in his ear with a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "They have all been sentenced to death, and they were executed on the spot." She knew that after experiencing such an incident, parents must hate the person who took their child to the core. So even though these words were not very appropriate, she decided to say them to relieve the man's burden. Upon hearing this, the man looked at the door with a dazed expression, and after a while, he said, "Terrorists. I don't even know how the benefactor rescued my child, whether he got injured himself." Hearing this unintentional remark from the man, June Ani's body stiffened immediately. This sentence actually reminded her. Even if Xin Shen was a genius, able to turn the tide as a student who had not even entered school, and fought alone against many divine servants, but after all, he was still just a student. How could he come out unscathed? Maybe he was lightly injured and fine, but if he was seriously injured? Thinking of this, June Ani's heart was instantly in chaos. After dealing with a few more sentences, she directly handed over the aftermath to Muzi and ran back herself. "Yogurt stick, what are you doing? Are you asleep? Do you want to play games?" Taking out her phone, she quickly sent a message to Xianshen using her online identity. But now it was already past 2 in the morning. This was not a normal conversation that an ordinary online friend should have, and she didn't even wait for Xianshen's reply in the end. Her footsteps hastened immediately. To be honest, it still hurts a bit. Xianshen returned to his residence. By this time, everyone else in the same building had already gone to sleep and all the windows in the entire building were dark except for his. His combat suit was too damaged to wear, the clothes he had washed earlier were not dry yet, so now he could only wrap himself in a white bath towel, sitting on the sofa eating cherries. He had several wounds on his body, but none were serious, they had already stopped bleeding, but he didn't understand why the pain was becoming more and more intense. TSK, this shouldn't be happening. Could it be that my pain receptors have become more sensitive? The pain coming from his body was difficult to alleviate, and Xinshen couldn't help but grimace in pain. After all, as a man, he thought that these minor injuries didn't need attention and would be fine, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door rang out. Xinshen's expression immediately tensed, and he quickly stood up. He didn't seem to know anyone in this place, so who would come to find him in the middle of the night? He asked cautiously, "Who is it? What's the matter in the middle of the night?" "It's me, Jun Ani." A familiar female voice came from outside the door. Peeking through the crack, he saw that it was indeed her, which made Xinshen relax a little. She shouldn't have any ill intentions towards him. Is there something wrong? It's late at night, and I'm not dressed. Hurry up and open the door, I have something to tell you. Junani's voice carried a hint of unquestionable tone, indicating that she might force her way in if he didn't open the door soon. Xinshen, feeling helpless, opened the door slightly, revealing half of his head. "I really am not dressed, can't this wait?" he complained. Looking at his visibly tired face, Junani asked with a complicated expression, "Did you do it?" Xinshen quickly shook his head, No, but I haven't said what it is." Xinshen. "Okay, let's not talk about this for now, let me in." As she spoke, Junani pulled the door handle and tried to enter. However, this action tugged at the wound on Xinshen's shoulder, making him involuntarily gasp for cold air. Seeing Junani coming in and noticing Xinshen's condition, she frowned and asked, "Are you injured?" "Ah, it's nothing, just a minor issue." Xinshen was momentarily surprised by the woman's boldness. How did he not notice it before? In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone, and she even dared to intrude into someone's home. So he took a step back, and also tightened his bath towel. But the next moment, Junani's actions almost scared his soul out of him. Two hands directly grabbed Xinqing's bath towel, about to pull it open, with a hint of impatience in his mouth. "Don't move. Hurry up and take it off for me to see." Xinqing quickly broke free from the other party's hands, took a step back, looked at Junani Adeo in shock. "Damn. Sister, have you had too much to drink? What are you doing?" "Don't call me sister, I told you we're basically the same age." "Is that the point of what I said?" Xinqing kept backing away, saying, "Harassing a man is still harassment, I'm telling you. Besides, there are quite a few people living in this building. If you come over again, I'll call someone. Pay attention to your reputation." Junani frowned, continued to walk forward, and casually closed the door. "If you want to call, go ahead. Also, I'm not joking with you. Let me see the wound quickly." Wounds caused by the blood energy of the servant god need to be treated promptly, otherwise it will become more troublesome. It should be getting more painful now, and it will start itching soon. You've never encountered this kind of thing before, so you can't delay. Upon hearing this, Xinqing was stunned, only then realizing what was going on. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that so? It does seem to be the case. For all, hey, I said, when did I become so attractive to the opposite sex?" Jun Ani. She also had a black line on her face. After the misunderstanding was resolved, this man immediately became serious again. "Come, let me see," Jun Ani said. "Jia good, don't." Xinqing blurted out unconsciously. "Jun Ani?" In the end, Xinqing and Jun Ani reached a compromise through lengthy negotiations. Xinqing took off the bath towel, but covered his lower body with a blanket, exposing his upper body to Jun Ani to see the injuries. As soon as the bath towel was removed, Jun Ani's head involuntarily tilted back slightly. There were more than a dozen bloodstains crisscrossing his body, clearly caused by the blood energy of the servant god. Although they were only superficial wounds and did not affect the tendons and bones, they still looked quite terrifying. Hiss. Wait, I remember my injuries didn't seem so serious. Why do they look so troublesome now? Xinqing lay back on the bed, looking at his condition in surprise and muttering to himself. It's normal. The blood energy of the servant god has a corrosive effect. You may look fine, but your wounds are being continuously corroded. If I hadn't come tonight, you would probably have woken up in pain in the morning. Junani had obviously seen this kind of scene before, and there was no significant change on her face. She remained calm. If there was only a slight change in her mentality, it was that she blushed slightly. After all, she realized that this was perhaps the first time she had been alone in a room with a man of the same age since she could remember. And he was almost half naked by the bedside. This kind of thing would have been unimaginable in the past. The damn room's lighting was still that dim yellow, making the atmosphere even more ambiguous. In a few seconds, Junani's mind was almost blank. Ahem. Let's get started. Looking at Xinqing's strong and masculine upper body, Junani couldn't help but awkwardly cough a few times and then gently placed her fingers on the wound. Soft energy flickered at her fingertips, starting to neutralize the residual blood energy inside the wound. With gentle movements of her fingers, a strange sensation of pain and itchiness came from the wound, followed by a refreshing numbness. Xinqing found it difficult to distinguish whether this feeling was caused by the treatment or by being gently touched by a beautiful woman. Unable to hold back for a moment, Xinqing let out a soul-stirring cry, then quickly closed his mouth and forced himself to hold back. Hearing this sound, Junani's hand couldn't help but tremble, feeling that his abilities were a bit unable to suppress the blush. Both of them fell silent, an awkward atmosphere lingering in the air, with a feeling of imminent solidification. In the end, Junani was the first to speak. You don't have to hold back if you want to scream, it's normal for your first time. Xinqing quickly shifted the topic in embarrassment. What are these servants for, and what's with their bloodline? Is it an ability? But why does it feel like everyone has it? Junani shook his head upon hearing this topic. You should know about this soon. The organization of superhumans has many secrets that are not disclosed to the public, and the matters of servants and evil gods are among them. Encountering such incidents in daily life, there are usually various excuses to cover it up, saying it was a terrorist attack or something. As for the bloodline, it's hard for me to explain, but anyway, that can't be considered a superpower entirely. You haven't received training yet, but once you officially enroll in the future, you will be able to heal yourself. Generally speaking, only those who become official superhumans and participate in battles will know these things. I didn't expect you to run out on your own today. Junani gently touched every wound on Xinqing's upper body, dispelling the corrosive energy inside, speaking softly at the same time. Currently, only Xinqing and Junani were present. If those who secretly admired Junani but dared not approach knew about this scene, they would probably be shocked. After all, the new students who were newly admitted were still unaware of Junani's other identity, the eighth war god of the War God Temple, also one of the youngest war gods, and one of the only two female war gods. And if the youngest female war god of the War God Temple could be so gentle in healing oneself by the bedside, many admirers would probably be willing to shorten their lifespan by 10 years. Speaking of which, you were a bit impulsive this time. Why did you go alone without notifying me or anyone else? Junani suddenly asked. Xinqing shook his head helplessly and said, There's no way, I don't have your contact information. It's already late today. In fact, there's only one person's contact information in my phone right now. Upon hearing this, Junani's hand stopped abruptly, turned his head to look at Xinqing in surprise, and said, You only have one person's contact information in your phone? How is that possible? Don't you have? Oh, right, you mentioned that you're an orphan. Xinqing, this woman doesn't seem to be very good at talking. But having only one person is too exaggerated. Junani muttered softly with her head down. There was an inexplicable gleam in her eyes because she knew that the only contact person in the other party's phone was herself. In other words, the man she was inexplicably interested in online had only communicated with her for such a long time. Is he that lonely? Junani felt that she was already lonely enough in her daily life, but she still found it hard to imagine how lonely it would be to have only one contact person in her phone. But that means he must value me a lot in his heart, or is it the yogurt stick? Her imagination became more and more excessive, and she sat there motionless, like a sculpture. Xinqing's voice afterwards woke her up. Hey, are you okay? Oh, it's nothing, Junani said nervously. Oh, I thought about it. Should I add your contact information as well? Your position must be quite high. Next time something happens, I should report to you first. Zinchendo, Junani. The problem is, you already have my contact information. What should I do about this? His brain was spinning rapidly, and in the end, he could only come up with an excuse, saying that he didn't bring his phone today, so he couldn't add anyone temporarily. The conversation between the two returned to calm again. Half an hour passed, and Xinqing's wounds had been mostly treated. Junani said, Why do you subconsciously deny that it was you who did it? You have no idea how much credit you have earned this time. You will be rewarded accordingly, and your honor will not be diminished at all. You will directly become a hero admired by the people. Xinqing lay on the bed, almost falling asleep, and said in a daze, which can be said to be speaking from the heart at this moment. Reward? If there is one, just give it to me directly. It's best to give more money since I have done a great job, it's all I deserve. But as for any honor, being a hero and such, it's unnecessary. Being a hero is not a good thing. I don't want to be a goody two-shoes. Once you are labeled as a good person, others will use this label to morally blackmail you, then impose many responsibilities on you that don't belong to you, and act as if it's your duty. This is not good. I don't want it. I prefer a fair exchange, money for services, that's better. That's better. When Junani heard Shincheng's words, he immediately felt that something was not right and quickly said, "Why do you think like that?" However, after asking, he did not receive any response. Turning his head, he found that Shincheng had already closed his eyes, breathing evenly, obviously already asleep. Ah, did he just fall asleep like that? Maybe he's just too tired. Junani thought to himself, then shifted his gaze downward. The wounds on the upper body had already been taken care of, so logically, it was time to clean the wounds on the lower body. So here comes the problem. Junani. In the dim light, she hesitated for a long time alone, finally mustered up the courage to uncover the bath towel. After barely covering the critical area, she began to clean the few remaining wounds on the legs. It was fortunate that Shincheng was sleeping deeply today, without any major reactions, otherwise, this embarrassing scene would probably have been even more intense. After another 10 minutes or so, Junani, with sweat on her forehead, finally completed all the work and stopped her hands. In fact, with her abilities, these actions shouldn't have tired her out. The sweating was purely due to her nervousness. Looking at the body in front of her, filled with a masculine aura, a blush had already spread across her face. For some reason, she now had a strong curiosity and inexplicably wanted to uncover the bath towel covering the forbidden area. Of course, reason ultimately suppressed this inexplicable impulse in her heart. After all, if Shincheng woke up during this process, she didn't know whether she should keep quiet or what to do. Thinking about it, Junani slapped her forehead hard and said, "Oh damn, why did I suddenly think of such things in my mind? Could I have been poisoned?" Since Shincheng was already asleep, she was the only one here, so she was now in a state of letting herself go, revealing another side of her that was hidden beneath her usual cold exterior. In other words, her current demeanor was more like the personality traits of a sour yogurt stick. Looking at Shincheng lying on the bed, she kept looking left and right, then suddenly puffed up her face, revealing a cute pouty expression. "Damn it, I just realized now, such a beautiful woman sitting by your bedside in the middle of the night to treat your wounds, and you just fell asleep? How unromantic." As she was there, letting herself go without any image, she was suddenly attracted by Shincheng's face. The messy hair, the quietness after falling asleep, without the usual dead fish eyes, and without that kind of unscrupulous temperament. There was still a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth, which looked surprisingly cute. Subconsciously, Junani reached out and poked the drooling face, then quickly withdrew her hand as if she had been shocked, her face turning red. Today, she didn't know if it was too late. She felt she had never been so bold in her past life. In front of this person, she always had an impulse to be herself. Calming down the restlessness in her heart, her expression became slightly more serious, and she knew it was time for her to leave. After taking a last look at Shincheng lying there, she calmed down all the strange emotions in her heart and silently thought with a hint of complexity, "You say you want benefits, want money, and don't want to be a good person, thinking that good people have all kinds of flaws. But when you decide to go out alone, you don't know if this time will be beneficial, or even if you can be the other person's opponent. So why would you say that? Is it loneliness? Or distrust of the world? Or something else?" After pondering for a few minutes, she shook her head in the end, temporarily not delving too much into the strange person's inner thoughts. When she went out, she also picked up the severely damaged combat suit and planned to throw it away. After all, it was already in such a bad condition, she could just get him a new one when she returned. But as soon as she picked it up, she felt the weight was off, accompanied by a clinking sound. Frowning, after shaking it hard, more than a dozen small metal trinkets fell out. Picking them up and looking at them, with the angelic figures carved on them and unique patterns, it was obviously something divine. It turned out that after Shincheng turned those dozen servants into ice cubes, he had looted all their storage items. Looking at the number, it seemed that not a single one was missing. "Junani, I'm speechless." Looking at Shincheng's not very elegant sleeping posture, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch again. "You really are." A few minutes later, Junani left Shincheng's room and went downstairs, her expression returning to a cold and indifferent demeanor, just like the frosty war god she usually portrayed, then made a phone call. "Is the battlefield cleaned up? Report to headquarters quickly and request the restoration of relevant surveillance footage. Also, summarize the overall situation. I will inform the Academy and the Human Alliance later." After finding that mysterious person, all the rewards for this time should be given, and they must be issued to them. After hanging up the phone, Junani looked back at the dark building. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged in what you deserve. The next day, until the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight had filled the entire room, and Xinqing was finally awakened by the dazzling sunlight. Lying in bed for a while, he finally remembered what he had experienced last night. He quickly sat up, looked around, and Junani was long gone. The dozens of crisscrossing wounds on his body had already healed most of the way, with many of them reduced to just a red mark. Putting on a random piece of clothing, he stood up and caught sight of a ring on the coffee table, along with a piece of paper next to it. The handwriting on it was clearly that of a woman, apparently a note left by Junani. Your storage items are unique to the servants of the gods, with corresponding restrictions, and the space inside is not large, considered defective goods. Use mine from now on. Also, I've already put all your dozen storage props in it. Try them out one by one to practice how to crack them. After these 2 sentences, the rest is a tutorial, mainly teaching how to control abilities with intention and open storage props. After reading the entire note, Xinqing breathed a sigh of relief. This examiner has actually been quite helpful since the first day they met, and Xinqing seems to have forgotten to say thank you. Next time there's a chance, he should thank them in person. He picked up the exquisitely crafted ring and closed his eyes. Now he wants to see what good things are on the bodies of the group of divine servants he killed. It would be best to carry more money with him. After a long period of practice, Xinqing finally opened all the storage props of the divine servants, but due to the restrictions of the prohibition, 2 of them exploded. Just as Junani said before, the size of the space inside is obviously not that great, with most of them basically only 1 cubic meter. Using such storage space as a large backpack is fine, but it's absolutely impossible to become a mobile warehouse as Xinqing once imagined. However, the storage ring that Junani gave Xinqing has a space the size of 2 classrooms. Items like storage props related to space can only be used by superhumans, so there is no concept of price. But it can be certain that, compared to those divine servant rings, the value of this thing is definitely not low. TSK, she really is a rich lady. She must not just be an examiner, to casually give away such good things. Xinqing marveled, putting the ring on his hand and seemingly not planning to take it off for a while. He never thought that it might not be appropriate to wear a ring given by a girl directly. After arranging the storage props, he began to inventory the pile of things on the ground. However, as he looked, he couldn't help but frown. These things, he doesn't even recognize them. And do these poor guys really not have any money on them? The array of items is basically various props emitting a unique bloody smell of the divine servants, quite unpleasant to smell. After picking and choosing, Xinqing placed many items that looked like gold and silverware aside. In his eyes, these things could be exchanged for money. The rest, he basically didn't know where to start. With a thought, Xinqing suddenly realized that although he didn't recognize these things, he could probably have these items introduce themselves. After last night's life and death battle, his abilities have been greatly enhanced in all aspects. Besides better control over ice, his mastery of the voice of all things has also clearly improved. Activating the ability of the voice of all things, Xinqing began to eagerly look at each item. As a result, the first voice that reached his ears hit him head-on. Pure silver scepter, I represent the authority of the gods. Although I look thick, long, and big, I am actually a serious item. Xinqing. TSK, before it said that, he hadn't thought much, but with this description, the more he looked at the shape of that thing, the more wrong it seemed, and he couldn't go back to how he was before. Expressionless, he reached out and placed the thing that looked very much like a certain item out of sight, out of mind. Face mask, only by wearing me, will you have the chance to glimpse the glory of the gods. Blood arrow talisman, a disposable item used to launch attacks. Pure gold bracelet, I possess supreme power. But I know you don't care about these things. I have a gold content of 99. 99, quite valuable. Looking at the items one by one, most of them are props specifically for the servants of the gods, or items used to conduct the descent of the gods. Except for some disposable talismans that are somewhat useful, Xinqing is not very interested in the rest. Quickly receiving information, just when Xinqing felt that there was nothing meaningful, suddenly something caught his attention. It was a red envelope, very inconspicuous, placed under everything else. Xinqing didn't notice it at first. God's Descent envelope, details about this operation, the great name of the master, and the action route provided by the internal spy. Note, this operation is very important. It is a direct dialogue between the master and the mortal world. There is no room for error. Xinqing pushed aside everything, with a serious expression, took out the envelope. Hearing this description, he knew that his voice of all things had hit the mark. This operation should be about yesterday's events. Xinqing looked at the red envelope, murmuring to himself, could that spy be suggesting that there is a traitor within the psychics? Moreover, judging by this description, Master seems to be a real entity? Thinking this, Xinqing wanted to open the envelope directly, but failed. The texture of the envelope was like a piece of jade, just made to look like an envelope. After some thought, he decided to use the method of probing with the storage ring, sinking his consciousness into the envelope. But as soon as he had this idea, the voice of all things seemed to trigger passively, and a deafening sound once again came from all directions, even more piercing than the wave of blood-red swords he had avoided last night. Be careful! Do not look directly at the gods! The piercing sound made Xinqing's ears ring, and instinctively, he loosened his grip and threw the envelope to the ground. Damn! This thing is a bit dangerous. He knew that keeping this thing was useless, he had to find an opportunity to hand it over quickly. Yeah, it should be given to Junani. On the other side, Junani was busy with many complicated tasks, looking very busy. Due to Xinqing's intervention last night, preventing the descent of the gods, there were no consequences, so the students didn't feel anything, thinking that nothing had happened. But it was actually a major event, coupled with the issue of handling the active divine embryo, especially at this critical moment. It could be said to have alarmed the entire psychic world. So as a senior member, Junani needed to report to various parties and discuss the issue together. Hanging up the phone, Junani rubbed her slightly throbbing temples and muttered to herself, should the original assessment continue? Well, it's fine, after all, there were no consequences. Relaxing her tense mind for a moment, she turned back to look at the many psychics discussing. Yesterday's descent was really dangerous, there were no warnings at all, it's really strange, clearly we have never let our guard down. Exactly, it's so strange, and it was a non-energy type of barrier, unless we find a corresponding method, there is no way to break it. Indeed, we have to admit that the unnamed hero yesterday was really powerful, finding the barrier, wiping out all the servants of the gods, he is definitely a master. And he was very righteous, after doing such a big thing, he just left, hiding his achievements. So cool. Listening to the enthusiastic discussions around her, Junani smiled to herself and shook her head. It's hard to imagine what these people's expressions would be when they found out about the heroic feat of last night, achieved by someone who hadn't even started school yet, with a talent level of E. She was quite looking forward to it. Just then, the phone rang again. Junani thought it was another person related to the matter, so she picked it up without looking. But then, her expression became somewhat helpless. It seemed to be a voice she didn't want to hear. Yo, what's going on with our young and beautiful female war god? She actually picked up my call instantly, it's really unbelievable, making me feel pleasantly surprised. As soon as the call connected, a strange female voice came from the other end. I heard that you managed to secure an admission quota from the academy, it's truly unbelievable. I was so scared at that time, thinking about what kind of rare genius could catch your eye. Later on, I inquired around and found out that his talent is at level E. Wow, amazing, truly rare, you have found such a good seedling for the academy. It's really fortunate for our Eastern Academy. The owner of this call already had a somewhat charming voice, and under deliberate affectation, it sounded even more eerie. Junani felt uncomfortable listening to that voice, even had to move the phone away a bit. After letting the other person finish speaking, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and said with restrained anger, Li Chen, stop being so strange here. I chose to give him the admission quota because his talent is sufficient, he deserves the quota. I added an admission quota just to select potential individuals. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately let out an extremely exaggerated, gasping voice. One could imagine what kind of expression she had at that moment. Listening to this voice, Junani once again couldn't help but move the phone away. Oh, truly deserving. I believe you must have found a talent with only level E potential, but can burst out with SSS level talent. Encountering such a 1 in a million event, it's quite reasonable since you are so confident, why not compare? In the assessment in 2 days, let's see whose selected person performs better. I believe the E-level genius you value will surely have an outstanding performance. Junani took a deep breath, finding this grating strange tone troublesome to listen to, but it wasn't appropriate to confront directly. Because the other party was not an enemy, she was also an examiner for a high-level exam site this time, with a very special status. The other party was named Li Chen, and she and Junani had known each other for a long time. They both didn't enter the school through the normal college entrance exam, but were valued for their talents by the higher-ups by coincidence, entering the high-level academy for special training at a very young age. Moreover, due to entering the school earlier, the principal of the Eastern Academy had always treated her like a daughter since childhood. And she was also very intelligent. Before Junani's arrival, she was always considered the most talented among the young generation in the academy. However, there was a gap between geniuses. Since Junani entered the Eastern Academy at the age of 13, she had broken a series of youngest records previously held by Li Qian, making a name for herself all the way. Finally, through a battle that made her famous, she became the 8th war god of the War God Temple, achieving the reputation of the Frost War God. She was still in the academy but already became a leader. A series of achievements and honors piled up on Junani, also stimulating Li Qian's inner self, causing her personality to gradually change. Since Junani's enrollment, Li Qian wanted to target everything, including this incident. Hearing that Junani gave the admission quota to a person with E-level talent, she almost immediately called. I don't want to compare with you. The performance of the students is their own business, not something to compare. Also, don't call me elderly, I'm 5 years younger than you. After saying that, Junani didn't intend to continue listening to the voice on the other end, and directly hung up the phone. Then, rubbing his sore eyes, he stood up and planned to go back to rest. Recently, there have been quite a few things going on. The monitoring on the side of the Divine Descent incident is still being restored, and the assessment in a couple of days will proceed as usual. I have already reported to the authorities that Shinshin is the hero in this matter, but they clearly do not believe it, and further confirmation and related work are needed. Before these matters are settled, this troublesome woman has come to provoke again. On the other end of the phone, listening to the disconnected call, Li Qian gripped her phone tightly, her originally affected expression frozen on her face. She had briefly lost her ability to think, the mocking words she had prepared were stuck in her throat, and only one sentence kept echoing in her mind. I am 5 years younger than you. Perhaps due to spending time with Shinshin, Junani has also learned bad habits now, knowing exactly what words can sting the most. After cursing, she hung up directly and blocked the number in one go, completely shattering Li Qian's mindset. Ah, you despicable person. Ah. She tried to call several times in a row, but none went through. Li Qian forcefully scratched her scalp, her angry words becoming incoherent. Clenching her fists tightly, she suddenly turned her head sharply, looking at the 5 people behind her who were already dumbfounded. They were the 5 recommended students Li Qian had found this time. Seeing Li Qian losing control, they were full of confusion, their expressions clearly showing, I don't understand, but I am greatly shocked. All of you, perform well in the upcoming group assessment in a few days. Surely you can't be unable to surpass a Class E person, right? The group stared at Li Qian in a daze, already frightened and unsure of what to say. Did you hear me? Li Qian shouted again. Oh, okay. The group was visibly startled and quickly nodded, responding sparsely. These young people had not even started school yet and were already caught up in this inexplicable struggle, wearing expressions of speechlessness. Alright, remember the assessment format I told you about, go back and prepare more. Li Qian finally calmed down after venting her jealousy and anger, adding, and don't tell anyone about this. After all, disclosing assessment details to students was against the rules, but in order to outdo Junani in this matter, she couldn't care too much. Time passed quickly, and 2 days flew by in an instant. Since he couldn't find Junani for the time being, Shinshin kept the letter with him and didn't show it to anyone. He hadn't forgotten his ability, but due to the high talent of most superhumans here, the success rate of replication was very low. In the meantime, he tried to take advantage of Qihong twice, going to shake hands with him every day despite the numb expression on his face. But obviously, luck couldn't be good every day, probability theory doesn't lie, and both attempts failed. So, all he did was play games every day, enjoy life, and had no intention of preparing for the assessment. It could be said that he was quite stable and slacking off. Of course, he didn't completely ignore his ability. He simply opened the way of the voice of all to be passive, and as for the Ice Age, he practiced with the artificial river every evening after dinner. In the past, everyone in that world was running around like headless flies. After crossing over to this world and seeing all these superhumans, he was surprised to find that people's lives were more or less the same. Those who trained their abilities every day and prepared for the assessment here were not much different from the students who crammed for final exams in the past. The days of slacking off quickly passed, and today finally arrived the long-awaited comprehensive assessment, except for Shinshin. In the circular hall were all the selected candidates for this year, totaling over 100 people. The facilities in the entire hall are quite complete, with many metal tables in the center, on which various fruits and foods are placed in beautiful vessels, as well as seemingly expensive drinks. There are many decorations around the hall, making everything here look very upscale. It's like a very high-end buffet restaurant. However, the atmosphere in the hall is a bit eerie now. Everyone is gathered in small groups talking, but the voices are very low, and overall the hall is very quiet. Everyone is glancing at the people around them from the corner of their eyes, almost everyone appears calm on the surface but nervous inside. They are all young geniuses who have stood out from numerous superpowered individuals and have earned a spot for sponsorship to be here. Soon, there will be an additional assessment facing all the geniuses. Being called a genius, they all have their pride and no one wants to fall behind, but everyone is also aware that the people around them are geniuses as well. Today is the time to determine who is the genius among geniuses. Everyone hopes not to rank too low, while secretly wondering if they can stand out among this group of people. And each examiner responsible for sponsorship has instructed them, like Junani, that this assessment is important, and many important figures will come to observe. So everyone is very restrained, treating the people around them as their competitors, without the kind of young people who quickly become friends when they meet. However, there is something very strange in this venue. Almost all the students have a common action. Their eyes occasionally linger on a certain person in the venue, then furrow their brows in confusion. Many people take a glance and then look away, but soon turn their heads back, unable to resist looking again. It's strange. Take another look. Because in this venue, there is a man with a quite unique style. Clearly dressed in the same combat uniform as everyone else, with no particularly quirky hairstyle, he easily attracts everyone's attention. Xinxing is not sitting still like the other students, but walking frequently in the hall, holding a plate in his hand. In his view, with so much delicious food and wine laid out here, along with so many decorations, it's obviously meant for everyone to relax and enjoy. These people don't know why they are all sitting still. Maybe they've eaten too much for breakfast and have a bit of indigestion? This is not very clear. He'll eat back what he spent first, treating it as a buffet lunch. Before he can make money on his own, Xinxing is actually quite thrifty, not too extravagant. A man keeps his word. The 300,000 from Junani is a loan that he must repay. So, people see a guy who doesn't seem nervous at all, really treating this place as a buffet to stroll around. And he doesn't just eat, he picks and chooses, as if he wants to taste everything in the room. Afraid of getting sick, he keeps his ability to hear the voice of all things on, quite selective. A divine skill, used by him to pick what to eat. Strange ice fruit. I got diarrhea from eating too much. If your back door can't handle heavy bombardment, it's better to try less. Purple tomato. I'm nutritious, plump and juicy. You can eat more of me. Green goji berry. Aphrodisiac. Eat 10 to stay hard for 3 days. Xinxing, guided by the voice of all things, looks around and picks and chooses, becoming the only person walking around the spacious food area. Junani sits behind a table in the judge's seat. Seeing the very different Xinxing in the field, he slaps his forehead, speechless for a while. Although the things here are indeed prepared for the students and are also used to supplement their physical strength before the assessment, but since it is the first time for everyone to enroll, most people are relatively reserved, as generally speaking, there are no examinees as relaxed and at ease as Xinxing. So Junani had no choice but to take out her phone, organize her words, and his yogurt stick. She said to Xinxing, "Yogurt stick, didn't you say you have another assessment today? Is it crowded? Is there anything strange, someone different from everyone else?" This statement already implies quite clearly that she wants him to discover his own issues and be a little more restrained. Soon enough, the message from Xinxing came back. "Traveler, strange person? It seems like everyone else is quite strange. The academy prepared a lot of self-service food, but they don't eat it. They are all picky eaters." Junani. Looking at this message, she directly threw her phone aside without looking at it. Love it or leave it. Anyway, she couldn't control it. At this time, Li Qian also arrived at the scene. Junani sat in the judge's seat as the frost war god. Logically, examiners like Li Qian did not need to come, but today, in order to find fault, she specially came over. Originally, she was going to look for that E-level student, but at a glance, she saw Xinxing, whose style and atmosphere were completely different. As she got closer, she noticed the superpower card in front of his combat suit. E-level? Li Qian was surprised and looked up at Xinxing's face, which was full of confusion. She felt that an E-level student being recommended, no matter what means were used, was like a husky entering a wolf's den. So when she was looking for someone, she originally thought it would be difficult to find him, thinking that the other party might be hiding in a corner feeling inferior. This result was something she had never expected. Pu Xinman, right? Where did you get your confidence from? Coming in front of Xinxing, looking at his expression that seemed genuinely concerned only about food, Li Qian inexplicably felt a burst of anger. This guy, just like Junani, really makes people angry. So she couldn't help but sarcastically say, "Oh, genius, you seem to be enjoying your meal. You've almost finished all the purple tomatoes. Can't you afford to eat normally?" Xinxing turned to look at her. All the other students were wearing combat suits, but this person in front of him was obviously different, so he mistook her for a waitress and said, "Hello, could you please add more of this? It's too little, others haven't eaten yet." You. What? Li Qian didn't react at first, then her mindset exploded. Did he just mistake me for a waitress? Her sarcastic habit was also cured instantly, and she directly scolded, "Are you blind? I'm not a waitress. Are you so rude to your seniors?" Okay, my mistake. Xinqing frowned, thinking that this person had quite a temper. Even if he made a mistake, it shouldn't be like this, so he casually responded and didn't want to deal with this woman. But Li Qian was clearly not going to let it go, and Xinqing's indifferent attitude only further angered her, so she continued, "Everyone is sitting in their seats, only you are special? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated?" Xinqing was also displeased. Regardless of whether this person was a relevant teacher or not, he frowned and said, "What's wrong? The food prepared here, isn't it for the students to eat?" Li Qian was momentarily speechless because Xinqing was right. The things here were originally for the students to eat. But she quickly retorted, "But no one else is coming out to eat. In all the previous assessments, no one has been like you. So what?" Xian Chen interrupted her, using his height advantage to look down at her. "It has always been like this, so it's right, isn't it? Superhumans are different from ordinary people, and within the division of superhumans, the levels are very strict. So for these new students who have not yet enrolled, Li Qian naturally thinks that they should listen to themselves, as she is used to giving orders on weekdays. So she did not expect that the student in front of her would dare to confront her, and he was only at level E. She was furious but didn't know what to do. And because Xian Chen had no psychological barriers, Li Qian even felt a sense of oppression from this new rookie, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. From the moment the two started to argue, the hall fell completely silent, and the onlookers were always the first to arrive at the scene. So they all heard Xian Chen's last words, including Junani, and they were all stunned. Junani was annoyed to see Li Qian causing trouble for Xian Chen, and at the same time, he thought that Xian Chen might suffer in front of this troublesome woman. She also did not expect that Xian Chen would blurt out such a golden saying. It must be said that Master Lu's brother-son strength is still strong. Even in another world, the words he once said still have a powerful impact. Unable to refute Li Qian, all the students were also plunged into contemplation. Turning back, Xian Chen glanced at the more than 100 students present and pointed to the slogan on the wall. It's written here clearly, "Food and drinks are free to take. Please replenish your energy before the assessment and be fully prepared." So why aren't you all eating? To be honest, the food is not bad, except for that green wolfberry. It's best not to touch. Many other things have special effects, and some can even enhance your physical strength. After Xian Chen finished speaking, he ignored the woman named Li Qian and walked away with the plate in hand. After all, he hadn't finished his own food. Silence. Very quiet. This farce started inexplicably and ended just as inexplicably, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the room. Finally, Yi Zilwan and Chi Hong stood up first, walked outside, and also came to the food area, each taking a plate. Xian Chen's words made sense. Why not eat when there's food? The assessment is coming up soon, and they don't even know what form it will take, so it's normal to replenish. Seeing someone take the lead, the remaining students also stopped staring foolishly, one by one standing up from their seats and walking to the food area to eat. For a moment, the oppressive atmosphere in the venue disappeared, and there was a sense of relaxation, as if everyone was attending a party. Xian Chen was like a bold catfish in a fish pond, stirring up the entire pool of water, making it turbid and lively. But for him, this was not entirely a good thing. Because everyone came to eat, he had fewer choices. Xian Chen. I shouldn't have said so much. Looking at the empty plate in front of him, he regretted it. Seeing the scene lively, Li Qian, who was already speechless, was burning with anger, but at this moment, she felt a sense of powerlessness and rage. It was impossible to act directly in such a place, but the other party completely ignored her words. And all the students came out after he finished speaking, which was equivalent to standing by his side in a sense. Unable to fight or argue back, and with people's hearts not on her side, Li Qian now felt that this man, whose name she didn't even know, was even more detestable than Junani. When she was about to lose her temper, someone bumped into her and squeezed past her. Junani walked down directly from the judge's seat and brushed past her. But at this moment, she didn't even look at Li Qian at all. She never regarded Li Qian as a rival or enemy, just someone passing by. Walking to the side of Xinqing, she naturally took an uneaten fruit from his plate and put it in her mouth. Xinqing, why did you take your own? I didn't expect you to say such philosophical words, Junani said to Xinqing while eating. What words? Oh, you mean just now? Xinqing ignored the food taken by Junani, took some more for himself. That's not my original sentence. It was said by someone in my hometown who likes to plant 2 jujube trees in front of his own door. Junani smiled slightly. She didn't understand, but she had gotten used to Xinqing saying things she didn't understand, so she didn't mind, just reminded him again, the woman just now may be targeting you. The incident of you single-handedly killing the servants has not been made public yet. In the eyes of the public, you are still just a level E person. This assessment is your chance to silence everyone. Remember to perform well and be careful of the people around you. Jun Ani hinted again. Xinqing nodded. Recently, Jun Ani had reminded him so much that he had become accustomed to it. He certainly wouldn't be as careless as he appeared. But, actually, if someone really dislikes you, no matter what you do, you can't shut their mouths. Xinqing said. So don't worry too much. Of course, I will try to achieve a better result in this assessment. The two chatted like this, both relatively relaxed. After all, Xinqing was confident in his own abilities, and Jun Ani was even more confident than him. Li Qian, who was submerged in the crowd and ignored by everyone, stared at the two with an ugly expression, as if she had eaten something bitter. Senior sister, this level E guy really has no manners. He just relies on his mouth to get in. A boy walked over and said, trying to please Li Qian. He was Li Qian's recommended student, mainly trying to flatter Li Qian. Besides, he also looked down on level E espers. The fact that Xinqing, an E-level esper, had such a good relationship with Jun Ani, a judge, made him jealous, so he came to find Li Qian. Li Qian finally heard someone agreeing with her, so she turned her head fiercely and said aggressively, I've never seen Jun Ani have such a good relationship with anyone. This guy is either her relative or a gigolo. Ah, yes, I think so too. The boy had no opinion of his own, just agreeing with whatever was said. Li Qian's eyes flickered, then she leaned in and whispered to the boy's ear, Lu Peng, remember when I speak later? Click. A mechanical sound rang out, and the futuristic elevator-like door slowly opened, revealing a large group of people at the entrance. It is said that this gymnasium, due to hosting similar assessment activities every year, specifically spent a huge sum of money to build such a door just to show off. The leader was an old man with white hair and a slightly chubby figure, resembling Santa Claus. As soon as he entered, everyone's footsteps paused, and some even doubted if they had entered the wrong place. They were the observers of this assessment, including representatives from various colleges, as well as leaders of well-known superpower organizations. In the past, they had participated in the assessment of these escorted personnel many times, but today, they saw this kind of scene for the first time. More than 100 scattered students were also stunned, looking at the personnel of different heights and sizes at the door, guessing that the assessment was about to begin. After a few seconds of reaction, the fat old man immediately burst into a hearty laugh, speaking to all the students, good. It seems that this group of students is different from before, with good mental qualities and lively personalities. Very good, it should be like this. Young people always lack sharpness, being timid and hesitant, what's the point? If there's something, you should go for it. Alright then. The old man said, looking at the clock on the wall, continuing, it's now 9:10, we'll wait until 9:30 to explain the content of the assessment, you can relax, you don't have to mind us. After the old man finished speaking, he smiled kindly and walked to the side, while the others who came in together also sat down behind the wide judge's bench. Then a team of people in special uniforms rushed in, forming a small team, holding paper and pens, and sitting neatly. If anyone paid attention, they would notice that their number was exactly the same as the students. The chubby old man continued to walk towards the crowd, as if he had some kind of magic. Even though everyone knew he was not ordinary, very few people paid attention to him, as if his presence had suddenly disappeared. Xinshen then remembered the matter of the red envelope and was showing it to Jun Ani when a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Wind, I think you better be careful, it seems a heavyweight contestant is coming. The voice of all things inexplicably gave Xinshen this information, making him unconsciously turn his head to look back. At this moment, the fat old man had already walked to Xinshen and Jun Ani's side, just in time to see Xinshen handing a red envelope to Jun Ani. Smiling, he said, oh, it seems I came at the wrong time, this young man is giving a letter to the young lady, and I happened to see it. With that, Jun Ani quickly turned back, slightly blushing, and hurriedly explained, no, you misunderstood. This was confiscated from the steward, it seems to have some kind of restriction, I was actually about to go find you. Also, Dean, you still walk so quietly. Jun Ani then directly handed the red envelope to the chubby old man, who took it but didn't check it immediately. He was now looking at Xinshen in surprise, or rather, the two were staring at each other. Because the old man knew clearly that this child had turned to look at him before he even spoke. And judging by the expression, it wasn't just a casual turn, but a deliberate look at him. You realized I came over? The fat old man temporarily ignored the matter of the envelope, looking at Xinshen in amazement and asked with great interest. It's not me who realized, it's the wind who realized. Xin shook his head. This statement left the old man momentarily stunned, then he burst into laughter. Kid, you're quite interesting, I like you. He then turned to Junani. Is this the E-level special talent you recommended? Not bad, you have a good eye. He then shook the envelope in his hand. Also, this is also from him. Yes, it's about the incident from a few days ago, Junani quickly replied. The chubby old man nodded, then closed his eyes and began to sense the red envelope in his hand. His face still maintained that kind smile, as if his face itself was naturally like that, without any other changes. Soon, he opened his eyes and asked Xin, have you probed it? No, Xinqing answered truthfully, I was thinking about it, but my intuition told me not to. Very good, your intuition is sharp, this restriction is not something you can deal with for now. With that, the fat old man flipped his finger, and the red envelope disappeared in his hand, without mentioning the envelope again. Then, Xinqing and the fat old man looked at each other, both having the same thought in their minds. In perfect synchronization, they reached out their hands towards each other. Xinqing, hello, nice to meet you. Fat old man, child, have you been doing well lately? This tacit scene left Junani standing dumbfounded on the side, not knowing what these two were up to. Without further ado, the two of them solemnly clasped their hands together. Replication successful, obtains C-level talent, presence disappearance technique. Automatic talent upgrade in progress. Talent level successfully upgraded. Stealth, can weaken one's aura and presence at any time, making it difficult for others to detect oneself. Xinqing's goal was clear, he was just trying his luck to see if he could replicate the talent. Although successful, what surprised Xinqing the most was the level of this ability. The person in front of him seemed like a big shot, with definitely impressive status and strength, but his talent level was only C? This doesn't seem right. Xinqing looked up, astonished and puzzled, at the old man in front of him. The handshake from the other party was obviously not pure in intention, although there was no significant change in expression, it was clear that he was sensing something. The more he sensed, the more confused he became, with almost a head full of question marks, also looking at Xinqing in the same way. The two of them looked at each other full of doubt, their expressions remarkably similar. If not for the significant age difference, it would have been like looking in a mirror. Ha, good, good, good. The fat old man was the first to let go, smiling and nodding at Xinqing, not saying anything, gesturing for Junani to discuss something with him, and the two of them left. 20 minutes quickly passed, and the hall was empty, everyone returned to their seats. Nobody was starving, so they didn't linger until the last minute like at a buffet. In fact, the food area had almost no one 5 minutes ago. Even Xinqing had left early, his only purpose was to eat, not to attract attention. When the time was up, a few judges sitting in the front exchanged glances, and ultimately the chubby old man stood up. He still had a kind smile on his face, squinting his eyes, the wrinkles on his face almost blocking his eyes, clapping his hands and said, alright, time's up. Hello everyone, I'm Emochingu, you can call me Dean Mo, or just Old Man Mo. Next, let me tell you about the content of this assessment. Who is that old man? What is his ability? Taking advantage of the other party starting to explain the content, Xinqing quickly squeezed next to Junani and asked. He is the dean of the Eastern Academy, no one knows exactly what his ability is, the things discussed in the principals' meeting are numerous. Junani looked at Xinqing who had come over on his own initiative and replied in a low voice. Then he quickly added, listen carefully first, why ask about this now? Ahem, haha. Emochingu stood in front of the rostrum, coughed twice, although this old man might start with some nonsense, please be quiet and stop whispering. Junani also gave Xinqing a sideways glance, clearly referring to the two of them. Xinqing remained silent, just shrugged his shoulders. Even in a different world, the opening remarks of a leader often started with some irrelevant things. Just like now, Emochingu was saying some cliches. We need to use force, grasp firmly, deepen, hold tightly, push forward vigorously, continue, maintain, extend. In short, it's something similar to what the principal would say at the beginning of a school opening ceremony, talking about the purpose and direction of the activities. However, this smelly and lengthy speech didn't last too long. Soon, he began the formal explanation of the rules. Firstly, there are 126 trainees participating in the assessment, who will enter an artificial secret realm together to engage in an irregular hunting operation. The ranking criteria are very simple, to the point of sounding foolish to explain. Bring out the divine core from the secret realm within the specified time, undergo point evaluation, and those with higher points rank higher. It is hereby explained that those with more points and higher rankings will receive generous rewards, which will be beneficial for future enrollment. However, this assessment is definitely not as simple as it sounds. Firstly, there is no map inside the secret realm, you have to judge the direction yourself to find your way back to the entrance, the only way to exit the secret realm. Secondly, you have to calculate the time yourself. If you exceed the time limit and fail to come out, even if you have the highest points, you will still be disqualified. Lastly, there are no rules. If you are powerful enough, you can completely snatch the divine core from others, and if you are not strong enough, you can also team up with others to fight. This last point truly makes this comprehensive assessment truly comprehensive. Benefit distribution, organization, team building, leadership skills, decision-making, and even some luck are all included. The Core 8 Academy aims to let the 126 trainees quickly familiarize themselves with the social rules among superhumans in that artificial secret realm within 36 hours. You can work together with friends, but perhaps your friends will betray you for points. You can have a fierce battle with someone you have a bad relationship with, but be careful, as bystanders may benefit. Unity is strength, teaming up is a very good way, but the final benefit distribution may leave you in a dilemma. Perhaps you are very strong yourself, but you may become a target for others, like a fat sheep, all your hard work ending up in vain. On the battlefield, there are no police or laws to ensure fairness, you have to weigh and judge everything yourself. This design assesses not only strength, and in fact, strength does not have an absolute advantage in it. Or rather, this is not a design at all, it is simply setting a basic rule, the rest is free play, without any rules. But the absence of rules is its essence, because this world has no rules, and superhumans are not seedlings in an ivory tower. Almost everyone present is shrewd, and upon hearing Imochingu's words, they all fell silent, frowning in thought. Some began to look around, considering whether to find a teammate, while others looked proud, not even glancing at others, seemingly determined to act alone. Watching the various expressions on everyone's faces, Imochingu maintained a smile and nodded gently. Alright, the rules are that simple. Now, does anyone have any questions? After a moment of silence, a trainee immediately stepped forward and asked, President Imo, what is this divine core? Oh, this, you can think of it as monsters in the secret realm, and the loot you get from defeating them is the divine core, Imochingu replied. You mentioned that this is an artificial virtual secret realm, are the monsters inside real? Will they harm us? Of course, everything is completely real, Imochingu explained. However, all of you are important human resources, and we won't let you die in there. If there is a fatal injury, you will be directly transported out. However, in that case, your score will definitely be at the bottom. After the questions were asked, there was a few seconds of silence in the room. Imochingu looked around for a week. Just when he thought there might be nothing else, and was about to announce the start of the hunting operation, another student jumped out. Lu Peng raised his hand and asked, So, Dean, you said we can bring weapons in, how do you ensure the fairness of the battle? Imochingu's face remained unchanged, but his heart was moved. With his shrewd judgment, he felt that there was something wrong with this question. At least in the past, he had never heard of such a similar question. Indeed, Li Chen, who was standing on the edge of the judge's seat, spoke up, I think it's normal to have such doubts. After all, there has never been a precedent for E-level personnel to stand here, so it's normal to worry about fairness. Are you done yet? Jun Ani was surprised. She never expected Li Chen to be so willful and ignorant of the situation. In such a situation, she actually had to bring up this matter. I have explained many times why E-level can get a guaranteed spot, and the assessment is about to begin. Whether he is qualified or not, can't you see for yourself later? Jun Ani's words were completely justified. Many of the senior executives acting as judges may have had doubts about Xian Shen's identity before, but now, it was impossible for anyone to bring up this matter. After all, the assessment was about to begin, and whether he had the ability or not would be clear at a glance. E-level was not that important. Moreover, logically speaking, Li Chen was not a judge, so she was not qualified to speak out like this. So at this moment, many senior executives looked at Li Chen with some dissatisfaction. But Li Chen didn't care. By jumping out at this time, she was already prepared to hurt the enemy even if it meant sacrificing herself. Of course, it's not that simple, because I suspect you are helping him cheat. Li Chen pointed at Jun Ani, her eyes drifting to Xian Shen beside her. Burning with jealousy, she no longer cared about her own face. But looking at Xian Shen's expression, she was quickly disappointed. All the emotions she hoped for, anger, fear, or resentment, did not appear on his face. Xian Shen just looked confused, as if he was looking at Li Chen like a smart aleck. He shrugged and spoke, but the topic did not touch on cheating at all. He didn't explain, he just said in confusion, Why are you suddenly targeting me? It's just that you mistook me for a waiter earlier, it's not a big deal, you look more like one anyway. What? What? Li Chen was stunned. Did this guy have a problem with his focus? Why was he still talking about the waiter incident now? But then she reacted and became furious again, saying, "Who looks like a waiter? How do I look like a waiter? You do, your clothes are different from everyone else's, you look neat, obviously older, you look like a service staff. Who's older? Look carefully. This is the uniform of the examiners. How does this look like?" Li Qian, full of anger, grabbed her collar and scolded, but halfway through, her eyes suddenly changed, and she stopped wanting to continue. Wait, isn't there something wrong with the way this topic is being brought up? She was talking about him cheating. How did the topic suddenly shift to whether she looks like a waiter or not? Is this guy crazy? He's leading me off track. In the judge's seat, a big man who was 1.9 meters tall and broad-shouldered looked at the scene and frowned at Li Qian, saying angrily, "In such a serious situation, you suspect cheating and only focus on that. Don't treat this as a child's play with your usual miscellaneous part-time jobs." Hearing the man's words, Li Qian felt a surge of anger in her chest, as if something was pressing against her chest, almost making her feel like spitting blood. What's going on? What do you mean by part-time job? Is it confirmed that she is a waitress? However, she also knew who the big man was, the sky-lifting war god of the war god temple. Although he and Jun Ani were both war gods, they were not exactly the same. Li Qian didn't dare to say much in front of him, so she could only keep quiet. At this moment, she could only take a deep breath, quickly adjust her mindset, and bring her thoughts back on track. She also noticed that this E-level contestant named Xinqing seemed a bit suspicious. As soon as she mentioned it, he seemed to have disappeared into thin air, disrupting her rhythm. Could this be his superpower as well? After adjusting for a few seconds, Li Qian now ignored Xinqing and said to the judges, according to the report sent back by Jun Ani, his E-level ability has undergone a very special mutation, gaining ice attribute abilities, which are of a very high level. When he arrived here, it is said that he also demonstrated it to the staff responsible for issuing cards. However, both times, Jun Ani was standing next to him, so I believe that he didn't do it himself, but Jun Ani was helping him cheat. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd of students quickly became agitated, starting to discuss among themselves. In fact, this agitation was also orchestrated by Li Qian. She had previously instructed Lu Peng and a few other students she arranged to spread rumors in the crowd, inciting suspicion. After all, most people are blind followers. When someone takes the lead, others will follow suit. Combined with the fact that there were many people in the crowd who looked down on low-level talents, the voices naturally grew louder. At least for this assessment, I couldn't have gone in with him, and I have no motive to cheat for anyone. Jun Ani listened to these baseless accusations and was at a loss for words on how to explain. After all, Xinqing's ability seemed very similar to hers, and the way it was used was similar to her own from years ago. But maybe you gave him some of your own ability items to help him pass? I didn't. And I wouldn't make such superpower items. Jun Ani said anxiously. Who knows? Maybe he suddenly acquired them? Who can say for sure, especially someone as talented as you? Li Qian immediately seized the opportunity to strike back. This was the first time she felt that she had the upper hand in the confrontation with Jun Ani, and she felt a sense of satisfaction. With the deliberate instigation of the crowd behind her, discussions began. No way, that would be disastrous. How could she be the examiner's opponent? What should we do about this? We need to investigate. Xinqing had been watching coldly, his eyes scanning the faces of everyone speaking, remembering their appearances, but he remained silent. Since ancient times, proving one's innocence has always been the most difficult thing, and he wouldn't waste his breath. So, my suggestion is to search them and find possible contraband. Li Qian said somewhat smugly. Jun Ani's face was now filled with anger. She could see that Li Qian didn't care about cheating at all, she was just looking for trouble. This is impossible. This is a complete humiliation, you haven't. Halfway through, Xinqing reached out and gently patted Jun Ani's shoulder, took a step forward, and stood in front of Jun Ani. Thank you for speaking up for me, but this eating a few bowls of noodles matter will never be clear. Then, Xinqing turned to look at Mo Chingu and said, Director Mo, you seem to enjoy watching the excitement. Don't you have anything to say? Throughout Li Qian's intervention, Mo Chingu's expression remained unchanged, the smile lines on his face successfully hiding his eyes, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. I've scanned him, and there's nothing wrong with him. After a few seconds of silence, Mo Chingu's laughter came, then he turned to Li Qian. As for the storage ring, this issue can also be easily resolved. With a casual gesture, a transparent bracelet appeared on the bodies of all 126 students in the room simultaneously. Originally, we were planning a reform this time. This is a temporary energy bracelet that can better ensure your safety. When you are seriously injured, you can use the bracelet to apply for withdrawal. Just now, I added a storage function to it temporarily. You can put whatever you want inside, and it will automatically reject prohibited items. Xinqing looked down at the thing on his wrist, and Emochingu's seemingly effortless gesture also demonstrated his terrifying strength. His ability is definitely not that simple. Seeing the kind-looking old man speak, Li Qian stepped back, but her eyes were full of satisfaction. Her goal had been achieved, putting pressure on Jun Ani and planting a seed of rejection towards Xinqing in the minds of the students. Even if Xinqing is a genius, as long as Lu Pang and the others follow her instructions, he still won't perform well. As Li Qian stepped aside, no one else spoke up, and the assessment was about to begin. Emochingu and other senior officials shifted their gaze away from Xinqing and Li Qian, opening the secret realm. Several bald men stepped forward, hands spread out, chanting as if performing a ritual. After a second, a beam of light shot from the center of each person's forehead and collided at a specific point in the air. Then, a dark green door slowly opened, revealing itself to everyone. Or rather, it was not a door at all, but something resembling a muddy swamp, its color making people feel nauseous. Alright, students, if there's nothing else, the assessment will begin immediately. Emochingu clapped his hands lightly and smiled at all the examinees. The time inside is synchronized with the outside world, and every move you make will be observed by us, for a total of 36 hours. So if you need to use the restroom, now is the time. There are plenty of toilets in the stadium, so you shouldn't have to wait in line. Of course, if you plan to go in and pull down your pants to defecate in front of everyone, we can't stop you. Of course, as superhumans, not eating, drinking, or using the restroom for 36 hours shouldn't be a big problem for you. Or if you suddenly have diarrhea and can't hold it in and want to give up the assessment, that's up to you. Still wearing his Santa Claus-like expression, after saying a bunch of rather flavorful words, he made a pleased gesture to everyone. The assessment began immediately, without giving the students here any time to prepare, showing a sense of urgency. The students looked serious, as the 36-hour intense test was undoubtedly a challenge for all of them. Some walked in directly, while others temporarily left to go to the restroom for real. All personnel who step in will see two computer screen-sized light screens jump out from behind the bleak green door as they enter, one hovering in the air and the other flying in front of the 126 staff members. This light screen provides a god's eye view of the current examinee, recording their actions. Emochingu and many other leaders will keep watching, while the staff are responsible for recording each examinee's performance. Points determine your ranking, but not everything. Your performance, your actions, all the higher-ups are watching. Xinqing did not rush to enter during this process, just standing in place, observing coldly. He noticed someone, Lu Pang. Amid the previous cheating incidents, several people were moving around in the crowd, questioning aloud. This Lu Pang was one of the ringleaders. Even now, he was still whispering to various people, and Xinqing watched him with narrowed eyes. Finally, the examinees entered one by one, leaving only Xinqing and a few others outside. Xinqing took off the storage ring given to him by Junani and threw it into the bracelet before preparing to enter. Xinqing. Suddenly, when there were few people being promoted, Junani took the initiative to call out to him. I hope you can be the first in this assessment. She had never wanted to pressure Xinqing, but this time was different. As soon as she said this, everyone turned to look. No one had expected her, who had always been reserved, to suddenly say such words. The assessment was full of too much randomness. Even in the past, those with exceptional talent would never dare to claim to be first, as luck played too big a role. At that moment, the war god Qingtian, Emochingu, and other representatives of the students and organization all looked at Xinqing, wanting to see how this young man would respond. Oh, we'll see. Xinqing replied indifferently, showing no sign, then walked inside, but paused at the last step, turned back to look at Junani, and gave a playful smile. Just kidding, I'll make sure to complete the mission. With that, he took a step forward and entered the secret realm. At this point, everyone had entered, and the assessment officially began. Emochingu sat down, leaned back, and cheerfully said, everyone, let's see if our examinees this time will impress you. Dong Wushuang, the war god, did not sit down. He crossed his arms and raised his hand to summon one of the 126 screens, enlarging it and placing it above. This was the power of the examiners. They could select students of interest from the crowd and observe them closely. The person on the screen was Xinqing. Can you guarantee to be the first? Sure, I like confident people, but a man must walk the talk. Let's see how this little guy performs and if he can make us Frost War God pay attention. At the end, this nearly 2-meter tall man couldn't help but make a jest. Junani remained silent at this moment, standing quietly, looking up at the image of Xinqing's secret realm. Passing through the bleak green door, Xinqing found himself seemingly entering another world. The sky was dark red, and beneath his feet was an endless desert where perhaps no one had any sense of time. Most students had not left yet and were temporarily staying in place, as people were still considering whether to team up with each other. Xinqing, unlike those around him, did not hesitate upon entering this world. He quickly scanned the surroundings and locked onto a figure, Lu Peng. He strode over swiftly and reached out a hand in a gesture to shake hands. Lu Peng saw him, and was stunned for a moment, completely unexpected that things would unfold like this. The other party actually took the initiative to show goodwill? Beyond the secret realm, watching Dong Wuxuan, the god of war who had been watching Xinqing's performance seriously, also frowned slightly. After just becoming the target of public criticism, it was not wrong to take the initiative to show goodwill to dispel the hostility in the eyes of the onlookers. However, he clearly did not like this somewhat cowardly behavior, which was obviously unmanly. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Peng immediately put on a condescending face, ignored Xinqing's outstretched hand, and mockingly said, "Do you want to team up with me? Or do you want to do something else? Considering that you are only at E level, I'll take care of you a bit. We'll split the points later, you get 2 and I get 8, how about that?" Lu Peng didn't hold back his voice at all, mocking loudly. The people around Lu Peng also started laughing. No one expected to encounter such a weak opponent. However, the next moment, Xinqing's hand that had been deliberately ignored by Lu Peng suddenly reached out and forcefully grabbed Lu Peng's hand. Lu Peng almost instantly realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late. A chill surged up, and his right arm almost instantly lost sensation, and the terrifying ice continued to spread rapidly towards his whole body. "Have you misunderstood something?" Xinqing spoke coldly. Lu Peng looked horrified, all his mocking words stuck in his throat, unable to say a word. You see, he was not unprepared. Although he had been mocking all along, the energy in his body had been secretly circulating since Xinqing approached, preparing to take action. Not shaking hands with Xinqing all along, besides a bit of humiliation, was also to avoid physical contact. But all of this was of no use. The purple light flashed all over his body, his own extraordinary ability level had reached its peak, fiercely resisting Xinqing's pale ice attribute energy. But the more he struggled, the more horrified his expression became. Because he discovered an unacceptable fact, no matter how much energy he exerted, the speed at which the ice spread did not change at all. It was so firm, without any room for negotiation, devouring his body. This was a gap in quality. And it was an absolute crushing gap. But his talent level was A grade. How could he be crushed like this? Even if he was S grade, it shouldn't be like this. You! Lu Peng looked up, meeting Xinqing's cold eyes, shouting in shock, "What talent level are you?" "I'm at E level, as you all know," Xinqing shrugged, his right hand as if it were glued to the opponent, unmoved. No matter how the energy on Lu Peng's body surged, it immediately dissipated when it reached Xinqing. Anger filled Lu Peng's head, but soon turned into fear, because he realized that if he continued like this, there was only one outcome, death. At his age, he didn't know what life and death were. In a panic, he kicked Xinqing like a child with his feet that were not yet frozen. But by then, Xinqing was already covered in a layer of frost armor, rendering his efforts completely futile. "What are you going to do?" Lu Peng shouted in confusion. "Don't waste your energy. If I get close to you, I have the ability to instantly freeze you, but I didn't do that, so you don't have to be too afraid." Xinqing continued to output his cold air carefully and steadily. "No one will die here. Just now, that fat old man said that if someone is threatened with death, they will be automatically transported out. So I just happened to experiment and see to what extent my ice ceiling can be considered deadly." At this moment, Mo Chingu, who was being observed in real time outside, facing Director Mo, with the fat old man behind, "Right? Do you know that I'm watching? Your double-dealing behavior has been exposed." Lu Peng listened to Xinqing's calm voice, but felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was not only physically cold now, but also felt ice cold in his heart. Although he knew he wouldn't die, the fear of watching himself approach death was something he had never experienced in his over 10 years of life. Moreover, if he were to be transported out now, he would be directly eliminated. He had many plans, he knew the exam situation in advance, and he had hoped to stand out and shine through this opportunity, to soar to new heights from then on. Why does it have to end before it even begins? He deeply regretted now, why did he have to actively curry favor with Li Qian, to target this terrifying pervert? That look in his eyes was completely the eyes of someone who had killed before. Only those eyes could face life and death so calmly. What did this guy do before? He's definitely not a student. In the midst of his struggles, Lu Peng thought about many things, enveloped in cold ice, feeling no pain, only endless numbness, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. Turning back reluctantly, he looked towards his teammates behind him for help. They were all against Xinqing, and had agreed to act together before. But now, they were all fully capable, yet standing far away. "You don't." His consciousness gradually blurred, and the bracelet on his wrist began to flash wildly, indicating a major challenge to his life. In fact, the ability of ice attributes can be considered a kind of mercy. After all, it doesn't cause people intense pain. Looking at it this way, I really am a good person. This was the last sentence he heard before his consciousness disappeared, spoken by Xinqing to him. The next second, the bracelet burst instantly, turning into a stream of light that enveloped his body, making him disappear on the spot. 58 seconds after the start of the hunting operation assessment, Lu Peng, talent level A, eliminated, breaking the record for the fastest elimination since the establishment of this assessment, unprecedented. There may not be anyone like him in the future. Lu Peng's half-frozen body appeared outside the dense mirror, in front of all the judges. The light film quickly penetrated down, melting the ice on his body and nourishing him. But he did not wake up, and his heartbeat did not recover. Emochingu pointed a finger. A golden soft light enveloped Lu Peng's whole body, slowly nourishing him. The operation mechanism of the bracelet's light film was actually to block fatal injuries for the students and then quickly stabilize their injuries. But Lu Peng, who was being eaten away bit by the cold ice, was still dying even after coming out. So Emochingu had to take additional action. The entire judges' bench, all the high-level superhumans, were all stunned. Not a single person spoke. Even though their strength was still above Xinqing's, they were still shocked. Today, Xinqing really opened their eyes. In all the years of assessment history, such a thing had never happened before. They all knew that Xinqing had been suspected of cheating before, attracting everyone's attention, and as long as he was truly a genius, he would definitely respond during the assessment process. But they didn't expect this response to come so quickly and fiercely. This guy seeks revenge immediately, absolutely no delay. But it wasn't just Lu Peng who had questioned and slandered him before. Could it be? This kid is quite fierce. It's fortunate that the secret realm won't kill anyone. Emochingu shook his head helplessly, a hint of change finally appearing on his face. All right. Dong Wushuang, the war god, only said 2 words, with a hint of admiration in his eyes as he clapped lightly. You call this E rank? Looks like we need to reassess. A tall examiner wearing a mask commented. Can only say, strong enough and ruthless enough, but lacking in rationality. Making oneself feared by everyone from the beginning is not a good choice, commented the vice dean of the Southern Academy. The strength is not a problem, but if you continue like this, you probably won't be able to get the top score. Every judge's gaze was now focused on Xinqing, and many people gave their own evaluations. Among all the people present, the most exciting expression was from Li Qian. Li Qian's originally proud expression had not completely disappeared, but now faced with this cruel reality, she stood frozen at the edge of the judge's seat. This scene completely disrupted all her plans and caught her completely off guard. At this moment, she felt like she was in a nightmare. This Lu Peng was the one she had the highest hopes for, the strongest fighter among the students she recommended. She had thought Xinqing might have real strength, but she never expected that his strength would reach the point of defeating Lu Peng in seconds. Is Lu Peng really that weak? Where did Xinqing find such a monster? Looking at Lu Peng lying on the ground as if dead, she was so angry that her teeth itched. She had barely been happy for 2 minutes before it all came crashing down. Even the chosen one was not as good as Junani. Waste, more likely to cause trouble than to succeed. She had no pity for Lu Peng on the ground, just cursing him in her heart. That despicable person is probably feeling very pleased now, right? Thinking this, she secretly began to observe Junani with the corner of her eye. However, Junani's expression at this moment showed no hint of satisfaction, not even a hint of joy. He just sat there, his chin resting on his hand, quietly looking up. There was no change in his expression, no comments made, just staring intently as if engrossed in watching a captivating movie. It was as if he was saying, this is how it should be. I already knew Xinqing had this kind of strength. I was just looking forward to his next performance. Ahem. Cough, cough. Just as Li Qian was itching with anger, a sudden fit of coughing erupted, and Lu Peng suddenly sat up from the ground. Looking around blankly, he seemed to have lost his memory. After a while, he finally remembered what had happened just now, vigorously shook his hands and feet, feeling that his body was finally back under his control, and quickly stood up. The judges also noticed him and turned their gaze towards him. Emochingu, with his iconic gentle smile, spoke up, Child, are you awake? Is your body okay? I'm fine, I'm okay. Lu Peng hurriedly replied. President Mo, please, give me another chance. We just entered, the assessment shouldn't have started yet, right? I'm fine, I have the ability, I haven't done anything yet. Concerned about his own future, Lu Peng was already in a panic, just wanting to enter the secret realm again. No, the assessment has already begun. You can stay here to observe or go back to rest. Your assessment is over, Emo Chingu said with a faint smile, his voice not harsh, but giving off an unquestionable tone from the bottom of his heart. Listening to Emo Chingu's voice, Lu Peng's face turned pale, standing still in place. Suddenly, as if grasping at a lifeline, he turned abruptly to look at Li Qian. Examiner Li Qian. Senior sister. You have to help me, let me continue the assessment, I just entered. Li Qian looked at him with disdain, not wanting to have anything to do with him at this point, and turned her head, saying, What does it have to do with me? It's the rules, it's your own business. No, we agreed on this before. You told me before the assessment that I should. Shut up. Li Qian sternly interrupted Lu Peng, her eyes narrowing. What do you want to say? Your assessment is over, it can't be changed. She was truly afraid that Lu Peng would say something he shouldn't. Quiet down, take your argument outside. Dong Wuxuang frowned, turning his head and speaking loudly, putting a stop to the bickering between the two. As the war god, his title signified what kind of person he was. Even though he didn't know Xinqing at first, he still looked down upon the behavior of Lu Peng and Li Qian. In the end, everyone quieted down. Emo Chingu gave Li Qian a meaningful look and remained silent. In the secret realm, Xinqing watched as Lu Peng suddenly disappeared, raising an eyebrow. The protective mechanism of this secret realm was quite sensitive. Looking up, almost speaking to himself or to someone else, he said, Now, like this, can it prove that I'm not cheating? After speaking, he looked around and noticed that everyone was far away from him. Not only those who were with Lu Peng, wanting to team up against Xinqing, but also other students around. Xinqing's opening move had established his authority, but to some extent, it also pushed him into opposition with the others. Few people dared to guarantee that they could do better than Lu Peng, fearing they would be eliminated as well. So even though Xinqing had shown strong combat power from the beginning, no one had any intention of teaming up with him. When you are much worse than others, they will despise you and avoid you. When you are much stronger than others, they will fear you and avoid you. There is only one way to fit in, be similar to most people. That's why the vice dean of the Western Academy had such an evaluation of Xinqing, not rational enough. A tall tree catches the wind. In this situation where points are obtained through group hunting and competition is allowed, showing off one's abilities is probably not a good idea. A chill rose, frost armor enveloped his body, and the icy staff appeared in Xinqing's hand once again. Standing in place, facing the few people in front of him who were also surrounded by light, as if facing a formidable enemy, Xinqing was ready for battle. At this moment, he realized how his mentality had changed after the battle with the divine servant a few days ago. Facing these students who had not yet experienced life and death, he clearly felt more confident in battle. What? Are we going to start now? Xinqing twirled the icy staff in his hand. The few people had obviously decided to team up, but after exchanging glances, they quickly retreated and soon disappeared from view. They decided to back down, not to conflict with Xinqing at the beginning of the assessment. The rest of the people also left, some successfully forming teams, some deciding to go solo. But it was clear that no one extended an olive branch to Xinqing. Even the relatively friendly Qihon just nodded at Xinqing from afar and left alone. He was confident in his own strength, didn't team up, and decided to be a lone wolf. Upon seeing this scene, the vice dean of the Western Academy furrowed his brows slightly and turned to look at Dong Wuxuang, the god of war. Wuxuang, it seems like you have a high opinion of this child. How about we make a bet? Dong Wuxuang maintained his posture with crossed arms and turned his head slowly to look at the speaker. Zhongjing, now that you've become the vice dean, you're still keen on making bets, huh? Both of them were not young anymore, but they used to be good friends, and their relationship was still decent. Let's hear it. What do you want to bet on? Dong Wuxuang asked. Let's bet on whether this child can fulfill the boast he just made. I bet he can't, Zhongjing said. It's indeed difficult. Throughout history, the top scorer in assessments has never been the strongest in the assessment. Strategy, luck, they all matter. Another judge nearby chimed in. Hearing this bet, Dong Wuxuan furrowed his brows slightly and ultimately shook his head. This bet is already unfair for both of us. I won't bet. TCH, stingy. Zhongjing shrugged and didn't say anything more. After all, the uncertainty of the first place was too high. But at that moment, a light voice interjected, injecting new life into the almost forgotten bet between the two. Dean Zhong, I'll bet with you. Junani sat on a chair, tilting her head slightly and looking at Zhongjing. Oh, are you serious? The Frost War God is also willing to bet with others. Yes, I bet he can get the first place in the assessment. Junani said firmly. What? Really? Zhongjing, with interest, stood up from his chair, leaning on the table with his hands, looking at Junani with curiosity. Do you have that much confidence in him? What's the wager? Zhongjing asked. You decide on the wager. As long as I can afford it and it doesn't violate my principles, it's fine. Jong Jing widened his eyes, staring blankly at Junani. After a while, he said, 126 people. Oh no, now it's 125. With so many people, why do you think he can definitely get the first place? Because he said he can guarantee it. Jong Jing stared at Junani's profile, pondering for a long time, marveling at the situation. He originally thought that Junani's support for Xinqing was just his responsibility to his sponsored students, not wanting a genius to be wasted. But now, it seemed like their relationship was not that simple. Would they even dare to agree to such a bet? Then let's bet. Alright, with so many people here as witnesses, we won't lack any other material resources. We can't really risk everything in this bet. How about this, we bet on one thing, or rather, a favor. If one of us loses, they must promise to do something that doesn't violate their principles for the other in the future. Let's not play word games, we're not dishonest people. Let's bet and accept the outcome. Junani's response was very brief, in line with her usual demeanor. Agreed. This bet between the two attracted the attention of many judges. They all smiled and watched, all of them were people of status, none of them were making a fuss. However, those with keen eyes could see that Junani's protection and high regard for Xinqing had clearly exceeded the normal level. Mo Chingu chuckled, raised a finger, and another person's performance scene was enlarged and placed in front of everyone. Changing the subject, he said, "Alright everyone, let's stay focused. We are here to evaluate talents, not to gamble. The other youngsters, take a look too. I think this child is quite good, very charismatic." After a few words, they refocused everyone's attention on the performance in the secret realm. The secret realm is very mysterious, with no known way to explore it, and the students don't even know what they are looking for. So, although 36 hours seem like a lot, there is no time to waste. Everyone is running, desperately sensing their surroundings, thinking about the possible prey that might appear. Finally, the first person to encounter the target, or rather the first group, appeared. It was a group of 3, a temporary team. Standing in front of them was a huge 3-meter-high starfish. The starfish emitted a dazzling blue light that made it almost impossible to open one's eyes, radiating an ancient and sacred light. The few of them exchanged glances and saw excitement in each other's eyes. The thing we are hunting should be this kind of thing, right? We're lucky to encounter one so quickly. Let's get started. We can discuss profit sharing later to prevent others from coming to steal the credit. After a brief discussion, the abilities of the few were all released instantly. The leader, a burly man, had his right arm burst open in an instant, enlarging several times over, looking as if he could support a mountain. Hurry up! I can't maintain this state for too long. With a roar, the enlarged right arm grabbed the starfish directly, squeezing it tightly in the palm of his hand. The other 2 companions did not hesitate either. The 3 of them were superhumans sent from the same place, so they had some coordination. One person manifested a long spear in his hand, while the other wielded a large knife. They leaped into the air and attacked the starfish from the left and right. The starfish seemed to be bound by the giant hand and couldn't move at all, looking as if it were at the mercy of others. Without any hindrance, the spear and the knife pierced into the starfish's body. Outside the secret realm, Emochingu, with a smile on his face, let out a light hum and shook his head slightly. It's not that easy. In the next moment, the starfish, which had been easily pierced by the 2 like tofu, emitted a huge light. The light exploded like an explosion, sending the 2 flying directly, even letting go of their manifested weapons. The long knife and spear were slowly absorbed, even becoming part of the starfish's energy. Their own weapons were absorbed, and the 2 who were knocked down spat out a mouthful of blood instantly. They were not the most miserable. The student whose arm had been enlarged let out a scream, his right hand already blurred by the energy shock, and even his bones were visible. The harmless feeling of the starfish deceived them, and Emochingu's kind and gentle words confused them. The assessment name hunting operation made them think it was just a safe hunting game, just a competition to see who could catch more than others. But in fact, every target they were supposed to hunt here could be far more powerful than them. These were all deities artificially simulated by Emochingu and others. They found a target so quickly, I don't know if they are lucky or unlucky, Dong Wushuang said. It seems that the situation is not good. Another judge also shook his head slightly. Zhong Jing turned to Emochingu and said, "To be honest, every time I see such a scene in the assessment, sometimes I wonder if you are a pervert who enjoys hitting the students." He. Emochingu still laughed lightly, but at this moment, his kind and harmless face appeared exceptionally sinister and dangerous in the eyes of Zhong Jing and other familiar people. "I don't mean to hit them. I just want them to know as soon as possible what reality is." What is reality? After going through rigorous assessments and standing out from the crowd, enjoying the admiration of many, one still feels insignificant. This is reality. They are insignificant. Just like us, everyone is insignificant. What superhumans have to face are things much stronger than them. What superhumans have to face are things even stronger than them. Mo Chingu's voice was serious, lacking the usual relaxed and harmonious feeling, causing silence in the room when he finished speaking. The expressions of all the judges were solemn, reminiscing about some not-so-pleasant things. After a few seconds of silence, Zhong Jing spoke again. After all, they are still children, they have not undergone formal training, have not learned how to improve their strength, have not learned any martial arts, psychological development. What you said makes sense, Zhong Jing. Mo Chingu replied slowly, then turned to look at Zhong Jing. But you also know that the deities we simulated are not real, their powers have been greatly weakened. I have reminded them to take it seriously, because getting injured due to carelessness will help them learn a lesson. Lessons need to be learned, it's better to learn them now than on the battlefield. At this moment, Mo Chingu had lost his previous amiable image and appeared exceptionally severe, his eyes emitting a cold light as he watched the miserable state of the three students on the screen without a hint of mercy. He then looked at Zhong Jing again and said, "As for what you said earlier, they are still children? How old are you this year?" "Ha?" Zhong Jing was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Mo Chingu and unsure of his intentions. 37? Or 38? Anyway, not yet 40. You've only lived for a few years, and you already think others are children and you are an adult? Compared to beings that have floated in the starry sky for tens of thousands of years, we are all children, no difference. After almost admonishing Zhong Jing, Mo Chingu turned away, leaving everyone with his back. Here, they won't die. If injured, I can heal them when they come out. But if in the future, it will depend on their own fate. The atmosphere in the judges' seats fell into silence, no one spoke further, and the scene became somewhat melancholic. Junani was still young after all, it was her first time sitting here as a judge and she had never seen such a scene before. But she sighed, knowing in her heart that what Mo Chingu said was right. Having witnessed the power after the descent of the gods and experienced that sense of powerlessness, being strict with the students now was actually a good thing. Alright, don't be so serious. Let's look at the others. Someone else has found a target. But this Xinqing seems to be having bad luck, hasn't found a target yet, sigh. Also, his strategy seems to have some issues, right? Another vice dean changed the topic, lightening the mood. In the team of students in the secret realm, some had already found targets and started to plan their attacks. However, Xinqing had yet to make any progress, flying rapidly across the vast desert, the dark red sky becoming increasingly gloomy, possibly turning black soon. He kept flying in one direction, occasionally changing course, as if heading towards a target. But this approach was not beneficial for exploring the secret realm. The correct method would be to mark a large area and then explore it in circles, exploring the area as a unit. Such a strategy is more efficient for seeking luck. And the secret realm is not a constant continent. It is like flowing sand, always moving around. The entire secret realm world is in motion. Like a cloth being constantly rubbed, the entire terrain, everything on the terrain, is constantly changing. This is a way to increase the difficulty and uncertainty of the assessment. Except for the fixed position of the entrance, no one can fully understand the entire terrain within 36 hours. And now, Xinqing seems to have a certain purpose, rushing towards a direction, with two sudden turns in between. Dong Wushuang and others looked at Xinqing's trajectory, a bit puzzled, not knowing what he was doing. Is he training his running speed? Due to the bet, Zhong Jing has been observing Xinqing. Isn't this a waste of time, running for a while and suddenly changing direction? No. Dong Wushuang also stared at Xinqing, watching his movements. His situation seems to have a specific destination, and each of his turns is likely when the secret realm map changes. After saying that, he quickly shouted to one of the bald heads maintaining the existence of the secret realm, Lao Su. How often does the secret realm randomly adjust its orientation, and how long until the next time? The bald head called Lao Su did not reply immediately but responded after hearing the voice. It changes every 20 minutes, and the next change is in 5 minutes. Help me pull up the macro image of the entire map. That's very draining for me. After the assessment, I'll give you 3 medium-grade divine cores. Okay. After that, Lao Su pointed into the void, and a huge tactical screen-like thing appeared in front of everyone. It was something like a satellite map, with terrain area markings, and uniquely, many red or blue dots on it. Blue dots represent students, while red dots are the targets they are hunting this time. At this moment, on the map, some blue dots overlap with red dots, indicating that students are fighting virtual gods in the secret realm. Subsequently, Dong Wushuang slowly enlarged a blue dot, representing Xinqing's trajectory. Other judges also understood Dong Wushuang's idea. Zhong Jing, not very convinced, said, "Are you saying he's directly advancing towards a target?" Are you kidding? Do you think he has opened his heavenly eyes? Can you do this kind of thing, not to mention him? Only superhumans specializing in mental power might have a bit of hope with such a wide range of mental perception. Dong Wuxuan did not speak, just pointed to the image on the map. At this moment, on the direction of the slowly moving blue dot, there happened to be a red dot emitting light. Zhong Jing frowned and stubbornly said, "This, could it be luck? Does the ice attribute ability help with mental perception? Why don't I know?" Saying that, he also threw a puzzled look at Junani, but did not get a response. Dong Wuxuan replied, "Whether it's luck, wait a few minutes, and you'll know. If you want to bet on this, I can accompany you." Zhong Jing did not respond to this, just quietly looked at the red dot on the map, and casually drew 2 circles, marking Xinqing and the red dot in front of him. Under the expectant gaze of dozens of eyes, 5 minutes quickly passed. In an instant, the entire map's terrain was completely shattered and reorganized, and the positions of all blue and red dots were completely disrupted and changed. However, what is magical is that the students in the secret realm did not feel anything about this, only the judges knew about the changes in the entire secret realm. On the screen, the blue dot representing Xinqing suddenly stopped moving after the map was disrupted, paused for 2 seconds, and then suddenly turned and moved in another direction. And that direction was exactly where the red dot, previously marked as the target, was. Damn it! Zhong Jing slammed the table with both fists and stood up abruptly. How is this possible? Is this for real? Zhong Jing, as the vice dean of the Western Academy, completely disregarded his image at this moment, swearing in disbelief as he stood up. How the hell is this possible? How did he do it? The former superpowerful spiritual attribute holders, because they did not undergo training, couldn't achieve this. Hey, Lao Dong, can you track at this level? What is this thing? Although Dong Wuxuang had high hopes for Xinqing, he was also very surprised to see that he could actually do it. He sat there watching Zhong Jing divert the conversation to himself, not responding directly, but saying, "This is not my expertise. My ability is physical, and spiritual abilities are Old Su's specialty." Don't change the subject. The young man seems to be like a spiritual attribute user, but he is also an ice attribute user, right? No, his ability is the energy chain. Then, Zhong Jing turned excitedly to Jun Ani and asked, "Do you call this the energy chain? Seriously, does your ice attribute ability enhance psychic power?" Jun Ani, looking at Zhong Jing's surprise, was overjoyed. Finally, someone believed. These people finally witnessed Xinqing's powerful talent potential. From now on, it should be impossible to talk about Xinqing's E-level ability. No, this has nothing to do with the ice attribute. Suppressing his joy and excitement, Jun Ani shook his head. But I know why he can do such things. What? What's the reason? Zhong Jing asked in surprise. Because a few days ago, probably 3 days ago, Xinqing told me that his ability had mutated again. This time, he evolved a perception ability, which is said to easily analyze and obtain information from the surrounding environment, and even to some extent, have the ability to predict. After Jun Ani's calm voice finished speaking, not only Zhong Jing but the other judges were also unsettled. Mutated again? Can this ability keep changing unpredictably? Do they really treat his ability like clay? Does the energy chain have such mysterious potential? Unheard of. I have seen many geniuses, and there are those with extraordinary talents, but he is the first to be so strange. But even if no one believed it, the results on the map wouldn't lie. The blue light spot was moving firmly towards the red dot at a fast pace. Emo Chingu also turned around at this time and asked Jun Ani, "Was what happened a few days ago done by him in this way?" Seeing Jun Ani nod, Emo Chingu turned to look at Xinqing with even more interest in his eyes. "What happened? Also, Mo Lao, have you checked this kid's background and experience?" Zhong Jing asked. "What happened? I will explain after the assessment is over. As for him, his identity should be fine." After getting Mo Chingu's assurance, Zhong Jing nodded solemnly, as if he had made a decision. Suddenly, he slammed the table hard, saying loudly, "This person, we want him at the Western Academy. Conditions are up to him." What? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The judges did not expect that less than an hour into the assessment, they would already be actively recruiting people. Other academies were also unhappy and said, "What do you mean you've decided? The matter hasn't even begun yet." Zhong Jing, you sure have a big mouth. All 8 colleges are here. Do you dare to claim that you want him? I also find this kid pleasing to the eye. Why should I give him to you? Listening to the crowd's rebuttal, Zhong Jing coldly snorted in disdain, sat down on the chair confidently, crossed his legs, and put on a wealthy appearance, saying arrogantly, "Just because my Western Academy is rich and abundant in resources, do you dare to challenge me?" With these words, the leaders of the other colleges were obviously taken aback. Zhong Jing was stating a fact. Among all the colleges, the Western Academy had always been the absolute tycoon, with a large campus area, ample funding, and abundant resources. At this moment, Mo Chingu smiled again and casually said, "Hee, this kid is good. And you should be somewhat familiar with him. Why not introduce him to our Eastern Academy?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Jing immediately lost his composure. He instantly understood what this old fox meant. "Damn, you shameless old man, trying to play the favor card at this time." Li Qian stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the scene, her teeth almost crushed. And this was just the beginning. This Xin Chen was already being fought over by the various colleges? Even Zhong Jing, who initially had a low opinion of him, had been won over? Why? Why could Jun and always win against himself? Alright, save the argument for later. It's about to begin. Dong Wuxuan, who had been watching the screen all along, spoke up, interrupting the argument. On the map, the blue and red dots were about to collide. Let's see if he has the ability to defeat the prey alone. Stone of Illusion, on the right, it's getting dark. Hurry up. Sand of Illusion, you have arrived. Remember to be careful and aim for the vital points, otherwise, it's meaningless. Following the guidance of the voice of all things, Xin Chen ran all the way and finally arrived at his destination. Finally found you. Can you teleport? You keep changing positions every 20 minutes? Without any hesitation, the energy chain in his hand transformed into a whip and lashed out towards the empty space in front of him. But this strike was successful, hitting a living creature in the sand dune in front of him. A giant made of sand slowly wriggled and rose from the ground, exuding a daunting oppressive aura all over, with Xin Chen's energy chain firmly around its neck. With a roar, the entire sandy ground became restless, sand and wind filled the air, turning into a rain of swords descending from the sky. Xin Chen raised an ice shield in his right hand, blocking and dodging while leaping left and right on the ground. He had never felt such a strong impact from sand before, which made him realize that this assessment was definitely not simple. Ice time! With a forward slap of his right hand, a surge of cold air rushed out. Xin Chen, who didn't have to worry about accidentally harming others, fully unleashed his abilities. The entire sandy ground, including the giant made of sand, was instantly frozen. Upon closer inspection, the pale ice was transparent inside, revealing nothing. The sand giant turned into yellow sand the moment it was frozen and disappeared into the air. In the next moment, a large hand made of yellow sand grabbed Xin Chen's body, and a gaping mouth appeared at his feet. It seemed like it was going to swallow Xin Chen whole. Watching this scene, Dong Wuxuan smiled and shook his head. "Although you did well, it's not that simple. Let me see if you have any more surprises for us." Xin Chen didn't know how the judges evaluated his performance, and of course, he had no interest in considering what others thought of him. Behind him was a giant mouth about to swallow him, and Xin Chen's entire body erupted with pale ice attributes. Countless ice spikes protruded from all over his body, turning him into an ice porcupine. The suddenly erupted ice cone exploded the palm that bound its body. With a thought, a distant ice pillar rose, and the energy chain in hand was thrown and entwined around it. With a strong pull, he pulled himself out of the opponent's attack range and jumped onto the ice pillar. After eliminating his own crisis, Xinqing finally had time to turn around and take a look at what he was facing. At this moment, the sandy ground twisted, and a sandy yellow giant once again stood up from the ground, even larger than before. Roar! A terrifying roar shook the heart, and a sandstorm swept out of the giant's mouth, the fierce wind and sand causing Xinqing to squint his eyes. Is this thing immortal according to this meaning? Thinking to himself, he looked around the desert, observing the surrounding environment. He judged that this thing should have no physical form but could control a certain range of sand to form its body. However, within his line of sight, it seemed that all the sandy areas were writhing and surging, and the sky was filled with yellow sand, reducing visibility to a very low level. In just a few seconds, even the entire world became dim, and Xinqing could only see a shadow of the giant, unable to see its full appearance. Damn, this is getting a bit scary. Are all the things here at this level? Who is hunting whom in the end? Are the hunting operations targeting the students? Xinqing was well aware of his own strength. Among the examinees, he knew he was definitely one of the most powerful. If everything was judged based on Lu Peng's strength, these things seemed unbeatable. The others couldn't handle it at all. Just as he was speaking, without even looking, Xinqing slightly tilted his head, and several sand thorns attacked from behind, brushing past his hair. It looked extremely dangerous, and Xinqing was almost seriously injured, but he felt no panic. It seemed like a narrow escape, but he knew that it was actually a mile away. The voice of all things kept warning him, informing him of the dangers in his surroundings. Even though the sandstorm almost made it impossible for him to open his eyes, the biting sand hitting his face felt like knives. He could still dodge these attacks. He had not realized that the battle with the servant before had almost matured his combat experience like a catalyst. With that experience, he could now handle the situation so effortlessly, using the voice of all things so skillfully, without any confusion or panic. Large chunks of gravel, I've been telling you to aim for the weak points, why don't you listen? Do you really think you can confront it head-on? Listening to the voice in his ear, Xinqing struggled to look up one last time, continuing to dodge various attacks around him, while cursing in his heart, you keep saying to aim for the weak points, but where are they? Don't mess with me. Damn, I can't see anything at all now. The intensity of the sandstorm had reached a terrifying level, covering everything like a curtain, making it impossible to see anything. The huge sand giant could only be vaguely seen as a shadow. You've done well, very calm, Mo Chingu praised outside the secret realm, watching the battle. However, the prey in the secret realm also has its strengths and weaknesses, and you happen to be one of the very strong ones. This perception ability behind the head. TSK, it makes me envious, this kid is clearly at a disadvantage, but he's acting quite convincingly. Zhong Jing also laughed and teased. Watching Xinqing dodge like a dancing blade, not letting any sandthorn cause substantial harm to himself, he couldn't help but feel envious. This is definitely the ability of perception. If it relies solely on physical fitness and reaction, I'm afraid few people in this world can do it. He is quite calm during the battle, with a stable expression. He doesn't look like a newcomer who has never fought before. What did he do before? Did he often get into fights with people? Everyone looked at Xianchen at the center of the storm, all thinking about how he would escape from such a predicament. Dong Wuxuan, with very good eyesight, suddenly exclaimed softly, leaned forward, as if she had seen something interesting. Bringing her face closer to the screen, she finally confirmed her judgment and exclaimed in surprise, is this? Did he just close his eyes directly? Is he going to fight solely relying on his perception ability? That's right, Xianchen did indeed close his eyes at this moment. He decided to give it a try, relying on the sound of all things to fight. With this level of sandstorm, keeping his eyes open might not yield good results. Moreover, he had already figured out how to proceed next. His right index finger made an upward motion, and pale ice covered the ground, directly raising dozens of nearly 40-meter-high ice crystal pillars. Then the energy chains opened, 8 chains surrounded Xianchen, ready to tie to a pillar and pull him over at any time. With the swing of the energy chains, Xianchen turned the entire battlefield into a three-dimensional space, jumping around on dozens of ice pillars like a big spider. The giant made of sand swung its huge fists, but to no avail. Subsequently, numerous ice longswords were condensed, piercing the giant's huge body back and forth like a live target. And at a special position on the left chest of the opponent, each hit caused severe shaking, which was his vital point. In an instant, the situation reversed. The sand giant that had just suppressed Xianchen and was difficult to counterattack was now roaring wildly between dozens of ice pillars like a headless fly, unable to harm Xianchen. It seemed like it was already struggling. Damn! Can he actually find the weak points of the gods? Are these things so easy to deal with? Did he figure it out by trying a dense sword rain? Otherwise, does that mean he can also do it in reality? Xianchen had already brought too much shock to the examiners. In this short time, Zhong Jing had already lost count of how many times he had cursed. He was already calculating how to offer attractive rewards to attract Xianchen. Unlike the shock of others, Mo Chingu just looked down at his watch, checked the time, pursed his lips, and took a deep breath. This time, if he really kills alone now, it would probably be another record. The miracle did not happen in the end. Of course, this miracle was for the sand giant. At this point, it was riddled with holes by the sharp sword rain, and it could no longer reform, looking very weak, pitiful, and helpless. So when Xianchen saw how pitiful it was, he decided to deliver the final blow. With his safety assured, he no longer danced on the dozens of ice pillars but landed on the ground. With his back to the giant behind him, all the ice swords condensed, forming a huge ice sword in the sky. Boom! With a loud rumble, the giant sword fell from the sky, pierced through the giant's head, and diagonally penetrated its vital left chest, nailing the giant to the ground. The yellow sand dissipated, but this time, it could no longer reassemble into a physical form and stand up from the ground again. Xianchen did not look back throughout the process, quietly listening to the roaring sound behind him and the sound of bodies falling to the ground, bowing his head, his right hand supporting his forehead. A real man never looks back at an explosion. In simple terms, it's just cool. Overall, it's like the end credits of a movie, leaving the audience with an exceptionally cool pose. But the next second, his steps staggered, almost falling down, swaying like he had drunk fake alcohol. He continued to support his body with a white ice crystal cane in his left hand, preventing himself from falling. Seeing this scene, Junani and others who had been watching attentively in front of the screen all held their breath and watched quietly, not knowing what had happened. Is he injured? Didn't notice just now? Was there an energy shockwave? Or was the consumption too great? In the quiet gaze of everyone, Xianchen finally recovered, stood up straight, and said, "Oh my god, I'm so dizzy from spinning. Astronaut training is really tough." Where is this? With the cane supporting his body, he looked around in confusion like an old man, until he found the dead target behind him. Everyone, the judges who were originally worried about whether he was injured, were all dumbfounded at this moment. This kid, isn't he a bit too much? Only cool for 3 seconds, right? Junani looked at his swaying appearance and couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly suppressed his smile, secretly thinking, this guy, every time he's about to look cool, he suddenly does something funny. This performance made Mo Chingu and others glance sideways, and Zhong Jing was also acting indecently. At such an age, he was still gesturing towards Dong Wushuang, hinting at Junani. The meaning was obvious, it's confirmed, these two definitely have something going on. But Dong Wushuang ignored him, didn't even look at him, just turned to Mo Chingu and asked, "How's the time? Did he break the record?" He did. This kid is indeed quite fast. Xianchen walked to where the giant of sand had fallen and picked up the crystal core on the ground with a chain. The pale yellow crystal was flickering, giving off a somewhat warm feeling, but when Xianchen held it and weighed it in his hand, he frowned. Is this thing the target of this mission, called the God Core? But he didn't know if he was overthinking it, or perhaps his feeling was wrong. He always felt that the energy emanating from this thing was somewhat similar to the God embryo he had seen before. After some thought, Xianchen had a guess in his mind. With a little force, the God Core immediately split into several pieces, but there was no sign of any energy dissipating, obviously designed to make it easy for students to share the spoils. In fact, from the beginning of this assessment, there was no intention for students to defeat the things inside alone. Xianchen was one of the few exceptions every year. With a flip of his hand, the broken pieces of the God Core were stored in his bracelet. Looking up at the sky, it was already dark, and the entire desolate secret realm had become eerie. This marked one thing: the first 3 hours were about to end. The secret realm does not follow a day-night rhythm, but is divided into 3 hours of daylight and 3 hours of night, completing a cycle every 6 hours. This design is not only for students to keep track of time and have a sense of day and night, but also to increase the difficulty of the assessment. The sky is getting darker. The dark red color is as solid and heavy as if it were painted, without any lightness of the sky, very oppressive. In the first 3 hours, Xinxing was the only student who successfully killed, and he is currently the only one in this group who knows what the God Core is. And now, it's night again. Continuing the assessment in the dark is a very dangerous thing, so unless there are relevant abilities, many students will choose to rest temporarily in the dark situation. Especially in the first 6 hours, there is still time. Students who realize the difficulty of the assessment in the secret realm need to replan their actions, and some self-righteous individualists will also start seeking to team up. But obviously, Xinxing is not among them. He, who is accustomed to the voice of all things, as long as he controls the information he receives, there is not much difference between day and night for him. Although the 36-hour assessment is a heavy burden for the voice of all things, he does not want to waste time now. Promises must be kept. He is not someone who is eager to compete for rankings, but the slander incident today has changed his mind. His strength does not only represent himself, he knows that Junani must have also faced a lot of criticism in order to secure an E rank for him. So if he does not show his strength, it will definitely be a scene of pain for loved ones and joy for enemies. So this time, he will fight. With the help of the voice of all things, the heavy night did not stop him, and he quickly rushed towards the next target. Time passed quickly, and 9 hours had passed in the secret realm. At this moment, Xinxing was already in a battle with the fourth virtual deity, the Prey. Even the strongest and fastest teams at this moment had only managed to kill the second deity. Those terrifying beings in the eyes of other students were like cutting vegetables in front of Xinxing, quickly finding their weaknesses, then killing them, taking the God Core, and moving on to the next one. This outrageous lead gap made all the judges truly realize that among this year's freshmen, there was a genius among geniuses. It seems that this kid really has a great chance of being the first. Dong Wushuan looked satisfied at Xinxing's performance, then turned to Zhong Jing. Hey, looks like you're going to lose the bet with the Frost War God, huh? Zhong Jing, who had always seemed unserious, did not engage in banter with Dong Wushuang at this moment. He looked serious, with his elbows on the table, fingers interlocked, his eyes scanning the 126 screens. With narrowed eyes, he slowly said, I admit he is strong, exceptionally strong. I also said that our academy is determined to have him. But still, I don't think he will be the final first. Haven't you noticed? He has already been targeted? Before anyone else could ask, Zhong Jing explained proactively, this is actually a rule that occurs every year, isn't it? In the early stages of the assessment, everyone is hunting and collecting God cores with all their might. But our assessment is based on rankings. No matter how many God cores one obtains, students do not know their level compared to others. So suspicion arises, and in the later stages of the assessment, there will be a lot of infighting and looting among the students. Of course, all of this is part of the crazy design by old Mo, probably wanting to see what choices the students will make in such a situation. With that, Zhong Jing picked up the cup in front of him, took a sip, and gave Mo Chingu a sidelong glance. In his view, this kind of behavior that tests the evil in people's hearts is a very tasteless thing. However, Mo Chingu did not react at all to this. He sat there calmly, listening to Zhong Jing talk with a smile on his face. Seeing his reaction, Zhong Jing sneered and continued, but this time is different because of Xian Chen's presence, which has caused a very serious catfish effect. At the beginning of the assessment, he killed Lu Peng in front of everyone, sending a message to other candidates, this person is excessively strong, likely the strongest among all. So when the students hunt for divine cores, they will unconsciously realize a problem under normal circumstances, no one can possibly beat this guy. Therefore, those who consider themselves strong but feel inferior to Xian Chen will quickly realize that conventional methods won't defeat him and will soon start plundering. And those who feel their strength is insufficient will also quickly seek teams to avoid being robbed. Furthermore, many people will think, since that person is the biggest threat, why not join forces to get rid of him and take his divine core? In addition, there are already some students who dislike Xian Chen, inciting others. So I want to say, although the assessment has only just begun for 10 hours, he is already being targeted. At this point, Zhong Jing took the initiative to point at several screens, which were enlarged and flew in front of the judges. Here, two groups of people have already merged and are planning to plunder. And here, they are very close to Xian Chen's location, clearly having sensed his position. This student seems to have mental abilities. He formed a team from the beginning, not responsible for combat but for tracking, obviously also locking onto Xian Chen's position. A series of videos, all enlarged and placed in front, confirming Zhong Jing's words. The judges fell silent, knowing that Zhong Jing was right. Meanwhile, Li Chen, who had been staying here despite Xian Chen repeatedly proving her wrong, quietly clenched her fists. In her heart, she was ecstatic. She had been waiting for this moment, knowing that Xian Chen's strength would attract attacks, and she was here, anticipating Xian Chen's downfall. Raising her head, she glared fiercely at the figure on the screen, her eyes flashing with eager resentment. Watching Xian Chen dominate in the secret realm, swiftly harvesting divine cores, she eagerly awaited his downfall. After a moment of silence, Zhong Jing broke the quiet atmosphere, turning to Jun Ani, who now looked somewhat worried, and said, the Frost War God won't be able to take first place in this situation. But it's not his fault. Your confidence in him is very reasonable. If you want to blame someone, blame the dean of your academy for proposing this assessment rule. After speaking, he leaned back and said to Mo Chingu, in the future, superhumans will face terrifying existences. What is the positive significance of designing an assessment that tends towards mutual killing and intrigue? Facing Zhong Jing's questioning and accusations, Mo Chingu remained silent, calmly looking at the assessment screens and saying, look again. Look again. 12 hours have passed. The high-intensity battles have begun to wear down Xian Chen's stamina. Even for a superhuman, 12 hours of fighting and traveling is an extremely challenging task. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, as the sky began to brighten once again, Xian Chen sat down directly on the ground. The next 3 hours, he planned to use for rest. Under normal circumstances, the students take breaks in the evening, but he doesn't have to worry about that. He can rest whenever he feels tired. During this time, he can fully activate the voice of all things and gather information about the monsters in this secret realm. He had previously defeated many creatures similar to sand people on his own, but the combined rewards from the others did not match the initial sand person. It dawned on him that the initial creature was a powerful presence in this realm, offering the most rewards. So he thought, instead of running around aimlessly, he should find the biggest monster in this realm. Therefore, he decided to rest well and use his best condition to find that creature. Activating the voice of all things, filtering out all other useless information, he began searching for the most powerful being in the secret realm. Several hours later. Are you sure this is the place? In the distance, a team of 7 stopped in their tracks and arrived at a place littered with metal debris. This was where Xincheng had defeated his prey before. There are obvious signs of battle here, and the energy feels right, another student standing nearby said after picking up some soil and rubbing it between his fingers. The team leader, who spoke first, said again, damn it, is this guy a freak? We've already come across 2 scenes he handled alone on the way here. What is his underestimated ability level? How can a student have such combat power? This guy is too strong, completely disrupting the balance of the assessment. How many god cores does he have in his hands? He must have the most points now. I don't know, but I feel like the 7 of us combined are no match for him. This combat power. He's probably going to be the first in this assessment. As the members of the team discussed Xinqing's strength in shock, a woman with closed eyes, index finger pressed against her forehead, seemed to be seriously contemplating something. After a while, she suddenly spoke. He moved. He moved. The 6 people's gazes turned to the only team member whose ability was related to the mind. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked around at his teammates and asked, "What do you say? Should we continue following him?" The 7-person group fell silent collectively at this question. After a while, one of the members tentatively broke the silence. "Actually, should we still go after him?" This statement completely exposed everyone's intentions, as they had planned to target Xinqiang. But after encountering 2 such scenes along the way, they were already hesitant. The 7-person team had only hunted down 1 monster together, but following Xinqiang, they found that he had already dealt with 2 on his own. This was just what they discovered. There might be more they hadn't seen. They knew Xinqiang was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. They could hardly imagine what kind of battles had taken place in this area. Everywhere was covered in unthawed ice, resembling a post-battle site. They didn't understand, but they were greatly shocked. "I think maybe none of us 7 are necessarily his match." "What are you saying? How can we boost his morale and diminish our own prestige? After all, there are 7 of us, so we should be able to handle him. And maybe the creatures he encountered were weaker types." Several teammates were discussing quietly, but from the way they looked, it always felt like they lacked confidence. "Keep following." Finally, the temporary team leader spoke up. "It's okay, just observe from a distance for now. And I believe that there are more people following him than just us." After resting for several hours, Xinqiang finally set off at full speed once again. In front of him was a very abrupt lake. There were no grass or trees nearby, just red soil. It didn't look like a place where a lake should be. But it appeared nonetheless. After all, in this mysterious place, irrationality was a form of reason. "Lake, although I know you probably won't listen, I suggest you better not cause trouble with this guy." "Wind, this is it. Take him down. I believe in you, Xinqiang." Why are the voices of all things in my ears starting to quarrel with each other? But since he had already reached his destination, he no longer hesitated. He temporarily shut off the voices guiding him and began to observe the surrounding environment. It seemed that this lake was definitely problematic. Such an abrupt thing, it was somewhat unreasonable as a landscape. But could it be like the Sandman at the beginning, an elemental entity that would transform into a water monster and fight him? But if it was really the same as the Sandman, wouldn't the plot be too monotonous and boring? If this assessment were to be written in a book, this design would truly be a water monster. Just as he was lost in thought, the lake surface surged, and a figure leaped out of the water and onto the shore. After a series of previous battles, Xinqiang's fighting instinct was quite proficient. Almost without thinking, he leaped back and the energy chains fiercely struck out. Crack, crack, crack. Don't overthink it. The reason there were 3 sounds was simply because Xinqiang had struck out 3 chains at once. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a humanoid figure made of water, like a water ghost. The water ghost, which had just jumped out of the river without doing anything, stumbled as Xinqiang struck it hard. Water ghost? It turned its head and looked at Xinqiang. Although it had no facial features, Xinqiang felt like it was looking at him. Even from its body language, he could sense its innocence. It even gestured towards Xinqiang in a very human-like manner. Xinqiang. For a moment, he was a bit confused about the situation before him. Was this thing really a monster? It seemed quite weak. Just then, the voice of all things in his mind spoke up. "Water ghost, do you need anything? If not, should I go find a place to sit?" This was the first time something that looked like a monster in the secret realm had spoken to him. After some thought, Xinqiang replied, "I've been in prison before. I play top lane, and when the opponent picks a marksman, I basically lock them up early game." Water ghost? Not understanding Xinqiang's words, the water ghost limped away. But suddenly, it turned back and looked at the bracelet on Xinqiang's hand. The next moment, as if going crazy, its entire body exploded into countless parts and rushed towards Xinqiang from all directions, trying to grab the bracelet on his wrist. Swish! With a sound like hot oil being poured into cold water, Xinqiang's left hand pierced through the water ghost's body like lightning, completely freezing the watery form. Looking at the ice sculpture on his hand, Xinqiang casually twisted his neck. "I knew it. But if that's the case, things made of water, it seems like I'm very restrained against you. However, a cold water droplet slid off the ice sculpture, but instead of soaking into the ground, it bounced back into the lake. The next moment, the lake exploded. It was as if a bomb had been thrown in, countless water droplets splashed, then turned into soldiers drop by drop. Every drop of water turned into a water ghost, as if the gates of hell had opened in an instant, and thousands of water ghosts rushed towards Xinqing overwhelmingly. Damn! Look at that! In the distance, a team tracking Xinqing from a dozen miles away, one person with eyes emitting golden light had been using his abilities to watch Xinqing, but now he was frantically calling out to his teammates as if having a seizure. The person next to him impatiently said, "Keep it down, we don't have your abilities, how could we possibly see?" See. Halfway through, his tongue immediately got stuck, unable to speak clearly, because he saw it too. Countless transparent blue water figures scattered in the distance in one direction. They didn't know where these things came from, but they looked like countless celestial soldiers descending from the galaxy, making people's scalps tingle. Stop looking, let's go, this guy has definitely stirred up something terrifying. It's not something we can. Before finishing the sentence, he couldn't continue. In the distance, a burst of cold air erupted, like entering a distant ancient winter. The entire land was covered in a layer of frost. All those celestial soldiers were frozen, falling to the ground and shattering. Everyone, silence. Silence is the theme tonight. In places a dozen miles away, and even further, there was more than one team tracking and wanting to take action against Xinqiang. But at this moment, they were all silent, staring blankly at the situation at the target location. Countless water droplets in the sky gathered and expanded into water figures, which were frozen and shattered in the next second. Then more water figures surged out of the shattered ice. Xinqiang's ice age seemed to restrain these water ghosts, but water cannot be completely frozen. Whether condensation or infiltration, there will always be free water molecules on the ice surface. If you really want to freeze all the water, you have to crystallize all the water molecules in the space. But obviously, this requirement is absolutely impossible for the current Xinqiang. This led to a huge army of water ghosts, exponentially splitting and multiplying. The densely packed scene, even from a dozen miles away, was clear to see. All the students who had tracked Xinqiang here felt their scalps tingle. This scene was a bit beyond their comprehension. Or, maybe we should leave. This guy might be on drugs. We shouldn't be involved in this level of battle now, right? How do we fight this? Fight him? Seriously? Watching the terrifying battle scene in the distance, many teams were already in a state of turmoil, but most people still remained motionless, waiting for the right moment. Xinqiang in the distance and the most powerful monster in this secret realm were the two most terrifying beasts. The likely outcome of the beasts fighting each other would be mutual destruction. Xinqiang himself knew that his current battle was purely a stopgap measure. It was meaningless to continue killing these water ghosts as they multiplied. So he was now trying his best to listen to the voice of all things around him, trying to find the weakness of this thing. After fighting for so long, he didn't even know who he was facing. Was it these countless split water figures? Is it still this lake? The stealth ability just copied from Mo Chingu came in handy at this moment, and the whole body turned into a swimming fish, weaving through countless water ghosts. He has almost given up attacking the water ghosts, just evading their attacks. Because he knows that if he can't find a weakness, can't find a way to truly deal with this guy, his attacks are meaningless. Thousands of water ghosts surrounded Xinqiang, not only possessing the ability to stealth, but also extremely crowded. At this moment, his feeling was like being on a subway during Beijing's evening rush hour. He didn't even put on ice armor for himself because the ice he created was starting to be beyond his control, and even water figures condensed directly on the ice armor just now. Now the only thing he feels fortunate about is that his saliva, blood, and other liquids do not have this transformation tendency. Otherwise, if the opponent directly enters his body, there would be no point in playing. In this way, Xinqiang, barehanded, shuttled among the water ghosts, not releasing any superpowers, trying to dodge each impact with his own agility as much as possible. At the same time, he also had to expend a lot of energy to eliminate the noise of the voices of all things. Those are the voices of countless water ghosts. Water Ghost 1, give it to us, give us the energy. Water Ghost 2, stay. Water Ghost 3, come again. It's so cool. Xinqiang, in order to find the weakness of this, or these, things, and unable to directly shut off his voices of all things, could only try to block them as much as possible. That feeling was more than 100 times more annoying than the nagging of an elementary school teacher, as if everyone in a whole market was pointing fingers at you. So far, Xinqiang only knew one useful piece of information: he had to enter that lake. The weakness is inside the lake. Outside the secret realm, the assessment judges were also watching attentively, observing his every move. As designers, they knew that this was the most difficult and troublesome existence in the secret realm. In previous assessments, no students had ever dealt with this thing. Even if students encountered it, due to the limitations of the lake's activity range, they could not pursue it, and students always found a way to escape quickly. As for actively seeking out the opponent like Xinqing did, and even activating the opponent's maximum combat power, it was beyond the original idea of the assessment. However, in the silence of the judges, Mo Qingdu's expression seemed a bit off. For some reason, as he watched Xinqing weaving through numerous water ghosts and most likely avoiding being surrounded, he felt, why does he look so familiar? Is this kid up to something? His movements look so much like his own? Splash! The sound of falling into the water rang out. Xinqing brushed past the heavy encirclement and finally jumped into the lake. The entire lake surface was in a boiling state, countless water droplets splashed out and turned into water ghosts, but under the lake surface was exceptionally gentle, with a stark contrast. The gentle water flow enveloped Xinqing's body, even feeling quite comfortable. Holding his breath, Xinqing quickly dived to the bottom of the lake, preparing to find the weakness according to the guidance of the voices of all things. But listening to the sound of bubbles coming from his ears, he regretted it, feeling an impulse to get out quickly. The voices of all things had only one message: freeze him from the inside. Xinqing? Are you kidding me? I'm still inside. But as he raised his head and looked at the countless water ghost figures reflected on the water's surface, his mouth twitched. Water ghost, are you awake? Come out and play together. Let's go all out, take a gamble. Pressing his hands down on the lake bottom, white ice crystals began to condense, like a drop of ink falling on a beautiful scroll, slowly spreading. Soon, the entire lake was directly frozen from bottom to top, inside out, including Xinqing. At this moment, he still maintained that posture, like an amber in ice. A few seconds later, all the water spirits went into a terrifying frenzy, madly crashing against the frozen lake surface. Finally, a violent explosion sounded. Ice chips splattered, all the water spirits turned into water stains, then vaporized, never to appear again. The Academy's assessment's secret realm, a target that no one had solved for over a decade, was conquered for the first time by a student, and he did it alone. Xinqing didn't know what level of feat he had accomplished. At this moment, he was being pushed into the sky by the terrifying force of the explosion, experiencing the feeling of taking off. After a violent cough, a little red blood even overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Since entering the secret realm, it had always been injury-free killing, and this was the first time he was injured. Amazing! Zhong Jing outside the secret realm interlocked his fingers, watching Xinqing's figure flying in the sky, but this secret realm is not your solo show after all. Attack! In the distance, a squad leader, with a determined look in his eyes, waved his hand, signaling to move forward. He was also extremely shocked and admiring of the commotion Xinqing caused. But this was an assessment, this was competition. To be able to fight against and even defeat such an existence that one wouldn't dare to think of, now that Xinqing was in this state, it was definitely not good. Strike while the iron is hot. Although there was a certain amount of risk, he was absolutely sure that there were more than just his team watching here. He had already sensed that not far behind him, there were several familiar auras. Obviously, Xinqing, this special existence, was both a fierce tiger and a fat sheep. There were quite a few eyeing this fat sheep. Flying in the air, Xinqing felt uncomfortable in his internal organs, but it couldn't be considered a serious injury. Trying to adjust his body in the air, he realized he was at a height of about 3 stories. Why couldn't he fly even with superpowers? He couldn't help but complain in his mind. Xinqing once again used his usual method to create an ice pillar, wrapped it with an energy chain, and slowly landed after cushioning the impact. Cough. Covering his mouth, he coughed violently. Raising his hand, apart from some initial blood streaks, there wasn't too much blood. This was a good thing because if he had really coughed up blood, it would have meant obvious internal damage, which would have been troublesome. Although his current state was embarrassing, at least it wasn't a state of partial paralysis, just exhaustion. Holding his waist with both hands, he stretched forcefully and muttered to himself, "Oh, this feeling is like being emptied of energy. Why does it feel like entering the sage time even in a fight?" He chuckled lightly, took a step forward, and looked at the huge crater ahead. The original lake had disappeared, and now at the center lay a huge divine core. The divine core was unusually large, and unlike the one Xinqing had collected before, it was multicolored. Xinqing had sharp eyes and immediately noticed several thumb-sized, earth-yellow crystals on top. They were part of the divine core he had thrown out earlier to attract the water spirits, a part of the Sandman divine core. During the previous breakout, he realized that the water spirits didn't want his bracelet but the divine core on him, so he threw out a part as bait. Wow! So many, this color, it's probably gathered many other divine cores in this secret realm. With this, it should be stable. Thinking this, Xinqing was about to go forward to collect the spoils when a sudden change occurred. The complexion changed. Without even looking, the energy chain in his hand lit up, and it was instantly pulled down like a steel whip. Snap! The speed of the chain even caused a sonic boom, and Xianchen made this move without any reservation. Ah! Along with the sound of the whip, there was a painful howl, the ground wriggled, and a figure broke through the soil. His back was now rolled up, and Xianchen's blow almost knocked him out in pain, but he endured it and threw a ball of soil that quickly gathered and then retreated. Buzz! Bang! A frost giant shield instantly formed, and the flying earth ball shattered on the shield. Even though Xianchen had almost exhausted his abilities, this attack did not make him retreat even a step. But Xianchen's brow did not relax. The voice of all things told him that there were many people here. During the previous battle, he had focused all his energy on the lake, even trying to shield the voice of the water ghost, not realizing that there were people around him who wanted to harm him. Even when the battle had just ended, he had turned off his voice of all things. Tilting his head, he dodged a fireball, and the energy chain in his hand flickered again, binding the female student who had shot fireballs behind him and pulling her down. Before he could exert force, various attacks from all directions came at him, starting a comprehensive bombardment. Some dodged, some resisted with shields, and with a surge of cold energy in his hand, a would-be assassin student trying to get close was instantly frozen. Relying on his shadow clone, the assassin quickly jumped back, looking at the empty ice sculpture with a face full of fear, realizing that his sneak attack had almost cost him his life. Soon, the storm of attacks ended, leaving Xianchen exhausted and constantly dodging. As his figure stabilized, he looked up again, but the huge divine core had disappeared. Standing tens of meters in front of him were a large group of students, all using their abilities to the extreme, glaring at him. Xianchen's face was as calm as water, his eyes scanning each of them, his brow furrowed. The scene at this moment was like a pack of wolves surrounding a fierce tiger. 22 people, are you so united? We are not united, but because of your presence, we have decided to temporarily unite. A student in black clothes with a crew cut stared at Xianchen, speaking with caution. Xianchen looked at each person's face and suddenly felt absurd. So, in this place, is competition and rivalry like this? Is the meaning behind this assessment too dark? Is this really the kind of educational assessment an academy should have? From among them, he recognized a few acquaintances. Those who had initially targeted him while mingling with Lu Peng. They were there to take advantage of the situation, which he could understand. But looking at the other unfamiliar faces, he spoke. We don't seem to know each other, right? We don't have any conflicts? Despite his question, no one answered. Everyone remained silent, their eyes locked firmly on the surrounded Xianchen. Alright, let's not be polite, let's just get started. Xianchen also stopped talking, stomped his foot, and ice spread, a fierce frost battle armor covering his whole body. An ice staff appeared again, and 8 energy chains swayed behind him, emitting a terrifying energy aura. At this moment, this scene made him seem like the biggest boss in this mystery realm. However, the 22 students surrounding him all made the same reaction without any communication. Retreat! Everyone retreated quickly, scattering and fleeing in different directions, quickly disappearing from Xinqing's sight. Originally, they had gathered to take down Xinqing, but after a brief confrontation earlier, they truly realized Xinqing's combat strength. A tiger, even if wounded, is still a tiger. If they really fought desperately, Xinqing in this state might indeed be worn out, but they would also have many casualties. Their alliance was for their own interests, the team's cohesion was weak, and no one wanted to be a sacrifice. So, since they had already obtained the divine nucleus far beyond their expectations, they all made what they believed to be the most correct choice, to back off. Xinqing watched as the students took away his spoils and quickly fled, swaying as he slowly squatted down, lowering his head, looking despondent. But no one saw that there was no sense of despair or sadness on his face. Instead, there was a calm expression, as if he were contemplating something. Humph. All the judges looked silently at the seemingly despondent Xinqing on the screen, and suddenly someone's cold laughter broke the angry silence. Everyone's gaze shifted to the one who couldn't help but laugh. Li Qian looked at so many big shots looking at her and quickly covered her mouth, not daring to make any more noise. But at this moment, she was absolutely ecstatic. She had been suppressing herself for too long, staying here for over 10 hours, while many other judges had gone out for meals or other things, but Li Qian had stayed put. Although for a psychic, staying awake for over 10 hours was not a big deal, she not only did not rest but also endured psychological torment. After all, watching Xinqing break record after record, hearing the praises from various academies and organizations' top brass, made her feel uncomfortable. So in the end, she stayed here without the qualifications of a judge, as Xinqing's most loyal anti-fan, always hoping for his downfall. It must be said that sometimes anti-fans are the most loyal. Whether you are poor or rich, healthy or sick, in good times or bad, they will always follow you, never abandoning you. Even though she knew that Xinqing's current performance was already abnormal, even if he couldn't get first place in the assessment, being highly regarded and watched by so many top executives, he was bound to soar in the future. But seeing him being robbed of the divine nucleus he had worked so hard to obtain, she still felt a sense of satisfaction. Watching Jun Ani, who was now frowning in the judge's seat, her sense of pleasure increased. You said you could definitely be first? After guaranteeing it, haven't you achieved it yet? Good, good. It's really exciting. Zhong Jing looked coldly at Xinqing sitting on the ground motionless for a long time, clapping lightly, then turned to Emochingu and said, Is this also your design? Satisfied? Those students who resorted to robbery are not bad people originally, they may be good people in life, but under your rules, they have been forced to become villains who rely on sneak attacks to gain benefits. Xinqing was originally the most outstanding talent among this group of students. He is intelligent, calm, and powerful. But you want to make such an outstanding genius a target, a thorn in everyone's side, let him work hard to earn points, only to have them taken away by others? Among all the judges, Zhong Jing was now the most emotionally charged. Obviously, the specific details of this assessment should have been designed by Emochingu, and Zhong Jing had been dissatisfied with his design for a long time. After saying so much, he saw Emochingu still had no response. Unable to bear it any longer, he stood up directly, walked to Emochingu's side, and blocked his line of sight. Zhong Jing, calm down. Dong Wushuang couldn't help but speak, but Zhong Jing ignored him. Bang! With a forceful slam on the table, Emochingu was shaken by this. I'm asking you a question, President Mo. We are running an academy, a school, a place to nurture talents, not a place for schemers and ambitious individuals. Psychics in the future need to fight side by side, trust each other, entrust their lives to their teammates, and face strong enemies together. What is your educational philosophy? What kind of people do you want to nurture? Do you want to cultivate a group of people who scheme against each other, never trust those around them, and use any means, including ambushes and schemes, to benefit themselves? Is that right? Listening to Zhong Jing's aggressive voice, Emochingu's smile slowly disappeared from his face, turning into helplessness, and he remained silent for a while. Helplessly, he could only respond briefly, I also have my own considerations. What considerations? Zhong Jing slammed the table again, too lazy to say anything more, turned around and said, This assessment is the most uninteresting and malicious internal struggle in years. Xin Shen, or other students inside, may have experienced unfavorable changes in their mentality during this assessment. I will report to the Human Alliance to cancel the assessment for these sponsored students. If necessary, we will meet in the Human Alliance's court. With these words, Zhong Jing's emotions erupted, completely tearing off the facade, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Everyone present was usually prominent figures, and no one expected such an outburst. At that moment, everyone fell silent, and even the sound of breathing was clearly audible. Seeing this, Emochingu realized that no one's face looked good, and finally relaxed his brows and sighed deeply. Ah, Zhong Jing, since you want to discuss this, I will give you an explanation. Hearing Emochingu's unexpected response, Zhong Jing was also very surprised and turned his head again. Emochingu slowly stood up, his figure appearing somewhat older, and raised two fingers. I had two ideas when designing this assessment. First, you always talk about psychics fighting side by side in the future. Trust, integrity, bravery, these are indeed good qualities, but what is the reality? Emochingu looked quietly into Zhong Jing's eyes, the wrinkles brought by years making his eye sockets deep, giving a sense of profound depth. The fact is, betraying teammates in critical moments happens every year. The fact is, while psychics fight bloodily on the front lines, the higher-ups in the rear are thinking about how to profit. The fact is, countless geniuses have died for various ridiculous reasons. I just want the children to be more cautious. Idealistic individuals full of passion are admirable, but their demise is even more heartbreaking. Facing Emochingu's profound gaze, Zhong Jing gradually calmed down and said helplessly, I know all this, but our education for the next generation should be positive, changing the darkness, not making them adapt to it. I know. To Zhong Jing's surprise, Emochingu agreed with him and did not continue to argue. This approach has its pros and cons. In the long run, it may have disadvantages. So, I have a second reason. The time left for us may not be enough to consider long-term matters. When it comes to this, Emochingu's deep eyes turned to Xinqing's screen, looking meaningfully at Xinqing squatting on the ground. Due to my personal abilities, I'm afraid I understand better than you, better than anyone in this world, the terror of the gods. I can't say for sure, but I know its power that is completely unequal. The upper limit of the gods is likely to be outrageously high, but we have yet to see it. And superhumans have only emerged for 100 years. We are still plagued by all sorts of problems internally, unable to even unite. Faced with this situation, ordinary people, ordinary things, may not be enough. We need unconventional situations to arise. So I think, I want to wait for someone, preferably someone who can challenge the rules, break the norm, overturn past knowledge, do something different. Only then can we have more hope for the future. Breaking the norm is already necessary. Mo Chingu had never said these words to anyone before. As he spoke, he was no longer the old fox who showed no emotions, but instead a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It was as if he was thinking of something unpleasant. Zhong Jing frowned at him, and the people around were also looking at him, as if they had never seen this old man in such a state. Zhong Jing asked solemnly, "Are you anxious?" Mo Chingu did not reply, just remained silent. "Do you have any guesses? Why don't you want to discuss it with everyone?" "Because that topic may be taboo, and I'm not sure if my judgments are correct." Mo Chingu shook his head. "Some things, once said, regardless of right or wrong, or whether people listen or not, will bring trouble." For a moment, Zhong Jing was also a bit speechless. After hesitating for a while, he softened his tone and asked, "Then let's not talk about that for now. Regarding this assessment, what are your expectations for the students? What do you hope for?" "I actually don't know," Mo Chingu said. "Don't know?" Zhong Jing was stunned, finding it hard to understand. "You don't know, and you want the students to know? Are you dreaming? Starting to believe in miracles?" "Can't say I believe in miracles, just hoping for them," Mo Chingu replied. "After all, our world needs miracles." Finally, Mo Chingu sat down slowly, supporting himself on the armrest of the chair, smiling bitterly and shaking his head, as if he found himself ridiculous. "Well, if you want to report me to the Human Union, go ahead. Anyway, I'm not sure if I'm right or wrong." Mo Chingu calmed down a bit, and the smile once again appeared on his face, restoring his nonchalant demeanor. Zhong Jing didn't say anything more, just sat down calmly. The debate between the high-level executives ended temporarily in this way. Just then, a light and gentle female voice sounded, as if her emotions had never been affected by the previous argument. "He's standing up, and the situation seems to be okay." This was Jun Ani's voice. When Zhong Jing and Mo Chingu were arguing about their beliefs earlier, she basically didn't say a word. She just looked at Xinqing squatting there, frowned, trying to guess how serious his injuries were. Now, she could finally relax. This assessment is really troublesome, turned into this. But it's quite interesting, decided, let's give it a try. Xinqing, standing up, muttered to the vast and desolate desert in front of him. In the end, he even laughed heartily, sweeping away the previous sense of desolation, as if his emotions were not affected at all, leaving the judges staring blankly. Then people watched as he began to move his hands and feet in place, making various strange poses. "Is he having a mental problem?" Dong Wushwang speculated with a struggling expression. But in fact, what Xinqing is doing now is the top-level rehabilitation training that has never appeared in this world, at the level of the ceiling. The second set of National High School radio gymnastics. He had been squatting there with his head down before, partly thinking about what to do next, and partly giving himself some healing. He didn't have any medical means, so-called healing was actually just a simple ice pack. It seems that the internal injuries he suffered are not serious. Let's see if we can apply some cold compresses, get through this assessment first. Now standing up, he intends to move his body in all directions and see how it feels. After completing a set, it feels okay. Feeling the state of his body, Xinqing immediately set off, rushing quickly in one direction. He muttered to himself, "This laborious assessment, is it a simulation of the dark society? But, although I don't know how to satisfy everyone, I am very clear on how to make everyone dissatisfied." Watching Xinqing recover from the previous blow, Zhong Jing and others raised their eyebrows. But they had no idea what he was going to do. In this situation, there is still plenty of time. It seems he hasn't given up. Is he planning to snatch from others? Or continue to search for monsters in the secret realm? Regardless of which answer, Mo Chingu was not very interested. Because of what happened before, he sat there with a somewhat diminished interest. Xinqing has already proven his strength enough. In Mo Chingu's view, he no longer needs to prove his excellence with points. Watching Xinqing sprint all the way, Zhong Jing also seemed a bit impatient, directly adjusting the map video through the bald Lao Su again. He wanted to see directly who Xinqing's target was on this trip. But after watching for a long time, the blue dot on the screen passed many other blue and red markers along the way, but there was no stop. Straight to the exit. Looking at that route, he was heading straight for the exit. Zhong Jing really didn't understand his approach. Looking up at the clock on the wall, the assessment had not yet reached 20 hours. Although this time was long enough, there seemed to be plenty of time before the assessment ended. Do you want to come out directly to secure your points? That's understandable. It's also a very good choice. A judge who had already gone out for a nap and returned said. After all, with his current points, he is already at the top. Staying in the secret realm longer would be risky, especially since he is injured. Dong Wuxuan shrugged, non-committal, and began to pay more attention to other students. Of course, when Xinqing comes out, he will definitely talk to him about joining the War God Temple. After watching for a long time and confirming that Xinqing's path was straight to the exit, Zhong Jing gave a slight nod, waved his hand, and said, "That's it then. I'll go back and rest for a while. When the final recruitment of students begins, I'll come back. By the way, as for the Frost War God, remember you lost, blame your dean." With that, Zhong Jing left directly, not planning to watch anymore. But a few minutes later, just as everyone opened the secret realm exit and waited for Xinqing to come out, Xinqing stopped near the exit and didn't move. He even made a recliner out of ice on the spot, laid a blanket on it, and lay down. He seemed to be quite enjoying himself, rocking back and forth on it. Is he not coming out? What is he up to? The vice dean of Nanfang College, who has always been reticent, couldn't help but speak out at this moment. Is he trying to block the door? Just waiting here directly, trying to snatch a few unlucky ones who returned early? Pretty smart. It seems he might not necessarily lack the final points. As people had mixed opinions about Xinqing's choice, Dong Wuxuang suddenly widened his eyes, as if realizing something, his face full of shock, tightly clenched his fists. No! If he just wants to snatch a few students, based on his previous abilities, he could easily track down others. But now he's blocking the door here. Could it be that he wants to? Damn! Dong Wuxuang finally couldn't help but curse, forcefully squeezed his fists, making a cracking sound of joints. Xinqing's behavior made his blood boil. Good lad. That's what a man should be. This is going to be fun. When Zhong Jing finds out what he missed, he'll probably regret it. Dong Wuxuan forcefully patted his fist, then sat back down. Originally, he was planning to go out for a meal and take a break. But now, he decided not to leave, eagerly anticipating what was about to happen next. He never imagined that this young man he had always favored would still have new surprises waiting for him. In the current secret realm, almost no one was trying to unite to confront the prey and obtain the divine core. Everyone was competing against each other. Zhong Jing was right, the outbreak of problems in this assessment came earlier and more severe. The original assessment had completely changed, turning into a chaotic situation. Everyone was striving for the unknown points, former teammates quickly fell apart, even engaging in direct internal conflicts and fighting over each other. Including the 20-plus people who previously tried to snatch Xinqing, they also had disputes over the distribution of spoils, even leading to physical fights. Those who could still team up now were either evenly matched in strength or had a clear leader in charge. Points, something that originally had no meaning, now held significance, driving all candidates to madness. In this chaotic environment, many people were indeed inspired to unleash their potential and demonstrate remarkable strength. Some became adept at controlling their abilities, some showed extraordinary leadership skills, and some acted with extreme caution. Their performances were all observed by the judges, and leaders of various colleges were considering whether there were any students worth extending an olive branch to. 126 staff responsible for recording were all quickly typing on their keyboards. As the assessment entered a heated phase, they recorded the performances of the students they were responsible for. Of course, there was one staff member who had been slacking off. Lu Peng's recorder was idling around, happily slacking off on paid time. In the 22nd hour, all students in the assessment were already embroiled in this massive melee. On all screens, scenes of students competing and chasing each other were displayed. Some plotted to snatch, some worried about being snatched, and now no one could stay out of it. Of course, that's not entirely accurate, because one person's current state was completely different from everyone else. Xinqing sat in front of that dismal green door, swaying on his ice-made rocking chair. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the ring Jun Ani had given him from his bracelet and pulled out a bottle of soda. Blowing a breath of cold air onto it, chilling it, he hummed a song, enjoying the soda. It's as if he wasn't here to take the exam at all, but on vacation by the seaside. Among all the screens of the academies, his performance was the most outrageous. Among the judges, the most speechless about Xian Chen's behavior at this moment were those bald special ability holders who maintained the transformation, stability, and opening of the exit of the secret realm. According to the assessment rules, as long as a student appeared within 100 meters of the exit position, they had to open the passage of the secret realm to facilitate the student's entry and exit. However, Xin Shen was blocking the door at this moment. Even if he didn't come out, according to the rules, they had to keep the passage open, inadvertently adding a mental workload to them. The superpower known as Old Sue was starting to get annoyed. Can you block the door a little further away? If you block 100 meters away, I can save some energy. Of course, Xin Shen couldn't hear this worker's complaint, still lounging in his chair at the entrance of the secret realm as if he were asleep. Another few hours passed, and the contrasting scenes between Xin Shen and the other students brought a great sense of disconnection, as if they were in two different worlds. Finally, Xin Shen's movements changed slightly. The figure gently swaying the chair as if asleep suddenly stopped. As if sensing something, he opened his eyes. Around him on the ground were scattered all the god cores he had hunted in this assessment, along with a soda bottle. This was the bait he had left here. At this moment, he felt a slight vibration. Due to replicating Emochingu's stealth ability, he was also very sensitive to the sneaky actions of others. After a slight sensation, without a word, he raised his hand and threw out an energy chain. The sound of the chain breaking the wind rang out, and the air in the distance distorted for a moment, revealing the form of a person who had been invisible, directly bound. Xin Shen's move had no warning or delay, leaving the other party no time to resist. The person let out a long howl, radiating light and trying to pull Xin Shen up by tugging on the chain. Xin Shen frowned, his body transitioning from lying down to sitting up, the energy chain tightening as the two struggled. But Xin Shen just sat there, pulling on the chain with one hand, not giving the other party any advantage. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and it began to slowly move in Xin Shen's direction. The next moment, a figure clad in black armor burst out of the ground, accelerating in 2 stages, appearing in front of another figure as if teleporting, and with a strong blow, directly broke Xin Shen's energy chain. "You go out first." The figure in black armor roared at his companion's ear, then without hesitation, like a cannonball, charged towards Xin Shen. Seeing the other party's posture, Xin Shen raised an eyebrow, stood up from his seat, and struck out with a palm. Boom! The palm print landed on the chest of the black armor. A cold shockwave surged, instantly causing the black figure to fly back faster than before. As he flew back, cold air slowly enveloped his body, covering him in thick ice. After falling to the ground and becoming an ice sculpture, he temporarily lay still. Then Xin Shen threw out another chain, this time with the icy air of the Ice Age attached to the front end, binding the other person again, instantly freezing them. One-hit kill. This was a pure one-hit kill. After such a long rest and with the sugar replenishment from the soda, Xin Shen was in great shape now, completely in a different league of combat power in this secret realm. Gently pulling the 2 people in front of him with the chain, he realized that they were a man and a woman. At this moment, I couldn't help but curl my lips. Perhaps in this secret realm, only the damn love could make one of them say such selfless words like "you go out first." Removing the ice that covered everything except their heads, a kind smile appeared on the faces of the 2 people who were looking at each other with horror as if they were looking at monsters. "Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you." Catchphrase. "Let's discuss something, shall we? Can you give me all the god cores on you, okay?" The 2 people lying on the ground listened to Xinqing's voice and fell silent collectively. They knew Xinqing must be here to rob them, but this opening remark was something they had never expected. Robbery? Can there be negotiations? The student in a fierce black armor was secretly exerting force, trying to break free from Xinqing's ice restraints, while also speaking to delay. Negotiate? What if we say we won't give them to you? Is that okay? Of course, that's fine too, but in that case, I will just take them by force, Xinqing said. The man in black armor was dumbfounded, looking speechlessly at the calm face in front of him, not knowing what mindset led him to say such words. Helplessly, he said, "Is there any difference in this?" "Of course, there is a difference," Xinqing replied. "One is me forcing you, the other is you volunteering. It's more dignified if you do it voluntarily, right?" The man in black armor. He didn't know what to say, facing this overly strong lunatic in front of him. His thoughts seemed a bit hard to keep up with. "Alright, brother, stop struggling. I know what you're up to." Xinqing had already seen the man's movements, and with a forceful stomp, the ice on the man's body became thicker. This kick completely flattened the man, and he stopped struggling. At this moment, he also saw the numerous god cores under Xinqing's chair, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Did he rob all of these from others? This number. It seems he had definitely hit a brick wall, just casually throwing them on the ground. Why can't you obtain the god cores by yourself? Why do you have to use this method? At this moment, the girl who had been tied up and silent all along looked up at Xinqing. "You have so many here, I'm afraid you've robbed quite a few people already. Watching others fight and then snatching the results of their battles in this way is really despicable." The girl stared at Xinqing with resentment, daring to provoke him even when she was tied up like this was quite brave. But unexpectedly, Xinqing showed no anger at all, instead nodded deeply in agreement. Do you think so too? I also think it's quite despicable. The girl? Xinqing continued, these god cores were obtained by my own efforts. You are the first ones I've encountered, and I could have gotten more. You got them yourself? The girl was surprised. Then how did you? Alright, Xiaoyao, stop talking, this is allowed by the rules. The man in black armor stopped her from arguing with Xinqing, then negotiated with Xinqing. Brother, we admit defeat, we are just not as skilled. But taking everything is not good. The god cores of the two of us were obtained by cooperating to hunt the monsters here. We have not robbed anyone else. We wanted to leave early, to avoid conflicts with others, and didn't want to participate in this kind of competition. Our ranking this time was not going to be high anyway. Give us some face, we'll give you one, consider it as paying a toll. The man in black armor looked sincere, as if he was bargaining for a cheaper price while buying vegetables. No, I can't take all of yours, it's unfair to others. Xin Chen is a bit embarrassed. Moreover, you just said that based on the number of divine cores you have, your ranking won't be very high, right? It's okay, give them all to me. I can guarantee that your final ranking will definitely be much higher than it is now. With that said, without saying more, he directly swung out the chain, forcibly snatched the wristbands of the two opponents, and took out the few crystal stones inside. He didn't bother to put them away, just casually threw them, tossing the divine cores near the recliner, mixing them with his own pile. Ah, you! The man also didn't expect that the other party would give him no face at all, and he became anxious. But Xin Shen had no intention of continuing to talk to them. He just released the ice on them and directly swung the two people out with the chain. It's a complete difference in class. This kind of instant kill is so rare. The strength of the two opponents is actually considered above average among the students. Before, we only saw him hunting in the secret realm, and didn't think much of it, but now with this comparison, I estimate that when I was young, I didn't have this kind of strength. Do you even need to estimate? Have you no shame, old young? Outside the secret realm, witnessing the battle that ended in less than 5 seconds, the judges were all amazed and praised. In the gloomy green gate, a man and a woman staggered out from inside. At this moment, they also heard the voices of the judges and lowered their heads in shame. They knew that they had probably become the background for the geniuses. But what surprised them was that no one blamed them. Instead, someone gently applauded. Well done, we have seen your performance. You are both honest children. Would you like to come to our Southern Academy? There are scholarships available. Hey, it's against the rules to talk about enrollment at this time. Listening to the kind and caring words around them, rather than the expected criticism, the girl's eyes welled up with tears. Immediately, she bowed to the vice dean who had extended an olive branch to them earlier and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, but our points for this round. I'm afraid we will only be in last place." We were. The vice dean of the Southern Academy waved his hand, stopping her voice. "We have seen it all, there's nothing to be sad about. You are not the opponents of others, just work hard in the future. Let me ask you, what do you think of the strength of that young man just now?" Hearing this question, the black-armored boy smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Very strong. Strong enough to make me feel helpless. Dean, is he really our contemporary student?" At this point, he had begun to suspect that Xin Shen was sent in as an assessor. But the vice dean of the Southern Academy nodded, confirming Xin Shen's student status. "If you really think he's strong, then why not stay here and watch? Do you think you were last in this round? Not necessarily. It's very possible that your ranking this time is tied for second place." Ha! Both of them were puzzled, clearly not understanding what was meant. The vice dean smiled, didn't explain, just continued to look at Xin Shen's assessment screen. He knew that what was happening on that screen was the most terrifying plunder since the establishment of this assessment, one person robbing everyone. The two looked around and only then did they notice Xin Shen's screen, which had always been the largest and placed most prominently in the center. This proved that Xin Shen was also the most favored in the eyes of these judges. At this point, the two still didn't understand why they were told they could possibly be second. But they didn't leave either, found a place to sit down, and began to watch the others in the assessment together. At this moment, Mo Chingu, who seemed completely uninterested in the past, had disappeared and was now watching attentively, as if fascinated. Even Dong Wushuang's occasional teasing was completely ignored by him. He had a feeling the unconventional person he had been expecting had arrived. After experiencing the first battle, Xinqing was no longer resting but preparing for battle at any time. Now, the recliner beneath him had deformed, with ice condensing and reshaping into a huge chair. Xinqing, at this moment, sat on the chair like an ancient general before a battle, waiting quietly for future challengers. Various crystals were scattered on the ground beneath him, with a grim green door behind him, exuding an imposing aura of one man guarding the pass against 10,000. The previous couple was an exception, leaving relatively early. After waiting for more than 3 hours, Xinqing finally met the next person. The other party was also caught off guard, dodging left and right along the way, only to encounter an old sixth blocking the door. He had an impression of Xinqing, having seen him swiftly defeat Lu Peng at the beginning, knowing that his own strength might not be enough, so he wanted to hide and assess the situation first. However, how could Xinqing give him that chance? The chain instantly wrapped around him, and he was pulled in front of Xinqing like a wisp of smoke. Brother, leave a way out. We'll meet again in the future. Hey, wait. After being instantly defeated without suspense, the other party wanted to say a few more words, but Xinqing clearly did not give him that opportunity. After all, everyone's superpowers were different, and it wouldn't be good to be careless and capsize the boat. He forcefully removed the bracelet from the other's wrist and took out all the god cores, throwing them on the ground in front of the other's wide-eyed gaze, mixing them with the scattered ones from before. The whole process was smooth and seamless, a one-stop service. Seeing Xinqing's actions of complete disregard, the other party was furious. The things that everyone was scrambling to get were just thrown on the ground like that. Don't mind it, I ask you, does this thing have any practical value? Xinqing looked at him and used the chain to throw the other directly towards the grim green door. This thing is meaningless, its significance is given by people. Rest assured, don't worry too much about your ranking, I won't take your god cores. Before he could finish his sentence, the other's body had already disappeared into the grim green door. Click! The sound of footsteps landing, his body staggered involuntarily, and he found himself back in the original assessment hall. Looking at the seemingly unfamiliar environment in front of him, he felt like he was dreaming. After standing still for 2 seconds, the third lucky one finally accepted reality, wearing an expression of despair. After working hard for dozens of hours, maneuvering with all kinds of people, and competing with each other, he was directly eliminated with 0 points? Hey, did he snatch yours too? At this moment, a voice suddenly spoke, and he turned around to see a couple sitting there, each holding a drink, looking like bystanders. You were also snatched? Yeah, the couple replied in unison. Aren't you angry at all? Or do you hate him? What's the use of being angry? It's just a matter of skill. It's better to sit down and see who the next unlucky one is, it can be entertaining. The man in the couple said. The other party. So I'm the unlucky one in your eyes, right? So he also sat down, waiting for the arrival of the next unlucky one. And as time went on, the arrival of the unlucky ones became faster and faster. Because the assessment time was nearing its end, everyone began rushing towards the exit. And the few scattered superhumans had no resistance against Xinqing at all, and few could hold out for long. Among them, after seeing Xinqing blocking the door, Yi Zilwan didn't even bother to fight, directly threw all her crystals on the ground, leaving behind a chic figure in 2 sentences. Here, I'm not your match right now, so I won't fight you, but someday in the future, I will come challenge you. At first, there was one every hour, but later on, an unlucky one arrived at the door every few minutes, only to be robbed by Xinqing. Soon, dozens of people had been violently eliminated by Xinqing. No one expected that their assessment this time would end in such a ridiculous way. And the number of divine cores Xinqing had collected had reached a terrifying level, enough to ensure he was the first in this assessment. But he showed no intention of stopping, almost blatantly expressing his attitude. It had nothing to do with rankings, he was just here to stir up trouble. Sitting on a huge ice chair, the ground covered with various divine cores, his demeanor at this moment was like a dragon lying on a treasure trove, waiting for the next brave one to come forward. And now, the students who had come out dejected were also getting excited. After all, if everyone was unlucky together, it wouldn't be so hard on oneself. Even through the judges' descriptions, they knew what Xinqing was up to. This assessment was based on the number of points to determine the rankings, and rewards were distributed based on the rankings. And if Xinqing really managed to rob everyone, it meant they were all second in this assessment. This almost made everyone who had resented Xinqing, those who felt that Xinqing had nullified all their efforts, turn happy, even starting to watch Xinqing's battles intently, cheering loudly like fans. No one wanted to be bound by such assessment rules. If it wasn't for the rankings, no one wanted to engage in unnecessary scheming and plotting against others. If everyone had the same ranking, all being second, then who cared what divine cores were? In the assessment hall, as the students cheered and shouted, all the judges did not intervene, but instead smiled and tacitly approved. What should have been a serious assessment had turned into a carnival. In the vast hall, a bizarre scene unfolded. All those who were robbed were cheering for the robber. Click! The pale green door wriggled again, spitting out 2 students. Of course, these two were the latest ones thrown out by Xinqing, their faces looking very unpleasant, as if they had lost their souls. They were a pair of twins named Yin Yao and Yin Lei, who had been doing relatively well in the secret realm due to their tacit cooperation and absolute trust in each other. In the latter part of the assessment, they had collaborated to outsmart many people and extorted a lot of divine cores. They had thought that the two of them could be among the top, but when they came out, they had been outwitted. That brute blocking the door was really ruthless and despicable, simply inhuman. When the two of them were chasing after others to extort crystals, they only took a portion, but this guy unreasonably took everything, no negotiation. Truly inhumane. But just as the two were cursing in their hearts, they suddenly heard enthusiastic cheers and applause. Brother! Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations on completing the assessment. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can rest. It's so tiring to fight inside. Well done, you have done a great job, you have persisted longer than me. Come on, sit down and let's continue to look forward to his performance together? At first, the two listened to the cheers and applause, thinking it was mocking them. They gritted their teeth, their faces twisted in pain. But as they listened to the conversation, they felt something was off. After calming down, they thought about the divine core under Xinqing's body, which was as big as a small mountain. Tentatively, they looked at the crowd and asked, "Have many people been robbed by that lunatic?" "Many? No. We have all been robbed by him," everyone said in unison. By this time, the staff had set up the buffet, and many people were eating and drinking comfortably. Yen Yao Yen Lei? What does this mean? Is this a collective failure? Are they not concerned about the entrance exam scores? What does this mean? Why are the leaders of various schools still here? Thinking this, the two glanced at the faces of the school leaders from the corner of their eyes, but found that they showed no expression, as if tacitly approving. At this time, the eliminated group explained voluntarily, "It's okay, haven't you noticed his intention? He intends to rob everyone. If he succeeds, it will be historic, and we will all be tied for second place. Don't you want to see what he can achieve?" Yen Ya Yen Lei. Is this even possible? What kind of thinking is this? After being stunned for a while, they quickly joined the group of eaters and drinkers, and started to sit down to watch a movie. Mo Lao, looking at the state of these students, it seems that they are very dissatisfied with your assessment rules. Zhong Jing's words also make sense. Watching this joyful scene, which was different from previous years, Dong Wuxuan also felt very surprised and whispered to Mo Qinggu. But unexpectedly, Mo Qinggu at this moment seemed to be possessed, staring at the screen intently without even flinching. "Don't disturb me, I want to watch seriously." "Ha!" Dong Wuxuan chuckled and shook his head. It had been a long time since he had seen Mo Qinggu so interested and optimistic about a junior. The last person he had such high hopes for seemed to be Jun Ani. Thinking this, he turned to the girl who had been silent for a long time and found that she was also watching Xinqing's screen attentively, with a faint smile on her lips. Dong Wuxuan. Well, this kid must have some kind of magic. With Xinqing single-handedly eliminating dozens of people blocking the door, the situation had become tense. But at this moment, the screen on the other side fell silent, with no movement. Unlike before, where someone was thrown out every few minutes. In the assessment hall, the screens in front of the judges also showed fewer participants, with only those who had not come out yet remaining. From the screens of other candidates, it could be seen that they were not far from the exit. However, none of them were getting closer, and the number of people was slowly increasing. Everyone knew what was happening, including Xinqing. They were probably gathering. He should be able to win, after all, he has already eliminated so many of us. One of the students said with a hint of doubt. But he was also unsure, after all, Xinqing had been defeating them one by one. Ha! Can't do anything on your own, starting to believe in mythical stories? The combat power of superhumans is definitely not something one person can match. A slightly mocking voice caught the attention of the candidates. Looking over, everyone frowned. This person has been here for more than 30 hours, accompanying Xinqing's Li Qian day and night. After all, she didn't dare to say anything to the leaders, so she could only vent her anger on the students. Previously, even the few students she had instigated to target Xinqing had started to turn against him, cheering for Xinqing. She felt like an outsider sitting here, like a clown. Under a heart as cold as ashes, this was its only hope. Let Xinqing fail once. Just this once. Please. Seeing Li Qian's jealous and distorted face, the students ignored her. No one cares anymore whether Xinqing is still at E level, it's all in the past, they just want to see if Xinqing can win. In the secret realm. The last 3 hours, the sky gradually darkened, ushering in the final night in the secret realm. The whole world plunged into darkness, with only the faint glow of the divine core under Xinqing's seat. Xinqing knew that many people had gathered in the distance, But he didn't go after them. He didn't want anyone to escape due to negligence. Finally, as the world turned as dark as ink, Xinqing made his move. 8 chains supported Xinqing's body, lifting him into the air, suspended there. His body was covered in pale ice armor, fierce and chilling, with hundreds of ice swords condensed above his head, holding a cold ice stick in his hand, as if he were the last god in this secret realm. Behind him, icebergs rose from the ground, blocking the exit of the secret realm. Xinqing spoke, facing the vast and dense night ahead, saying loudly, "It's almost time, stop hiding, come out." "What do you say? Are you going to come up together to deal with me, or let me go deal with you?" After these rather arrogant words fell, after a moment, dots of light appeared in the distance, the radiance of abilities being released. The final large group of student coalition forces assembled, marching towards Xinqing in unison. No one spoke, the atmosphere in the air was so heavy it could almost drip water, both sides silently facing off. In this final night in the secret realm, an extremely uneven battle was about to erupt, on the brink of breaking out. 1 vs 38. There was no moon, no stars, no natural light sources available in the secret realm. With no one carrying a flashlight, the illumination depended on the glow emitted by each person's abilities and the divine core placed on the ground by Xinqing. The dark night made the impending battle feel airy and terrifying, like watching a horror movie. Su Feng, find a way to activate the infrared view. This brightness won't do. Emochingu, who had been silent for who knows how long, suddenly spoke up, turning to the bald man. Hearing this, old Su gave him a surprised glance, not expecting the old fox to say that. For people of their level, theoretically, this brightness should be clear enough to distinguish. Emochingu's words clearly indicated his desire to see every detail clearly. The bald old Su did not refuse or respond, and the next moment, the screen changed to a color-enhanced infrared view, allowing the students to clearly see every detail of the actions. And now, the momentum of both sides in the secret realm had reached its peak, or at least Xinqing's momentum had reached its peak. Although they outnumbered him, the student coalition forces did not feel at ease. Facing the floating Xinqing at this moment, they had already forgotten his identity, just like the monsters they had faced a dozen hours ago. At this moment, Xinqing felt no psychological pressure at all, but instead his playful side emerged. Suddenly, he wanted to pay tribute to the Pirate King, with his arms wide open, smiling and saying, "Want the God Core? I've put all the God Cores here, come and take them. No matter who ultimately gets it, they will definitely be the first." This kind of joking remark was not understood by the others present. After all, there was no Pirate King in this world, and the other students did not have Xinqing's playful mood at the moment. Continuing to fight is not beneficial to either of us. Instead of conflicting, let's stop grabbing from each other and leave the assessment together. You already have enough God Cores to support you becoming the first. Why do you still want to grab ours? Finally, someone from the Silent Student Alliance spoke up, and Xinqing recognized him. His name was Yun Fei, the one who had previously grabbed Xinqing's God Core and made a triumphant speech. At that time, he was ecstatic for snatching Xinqing's spoils, feeling like he had become the biggest dark horse in this assessment. And apparently, most of the 20-plus people who had been robbed before were now here. Unexpectedly, the tables turned so quickly, and Xinqing ended up robbing them here. It was truly karma coming back around. No, I can't act now. It's unfair to the people from before. What's unfair? The other party clearly didn't understand. But Xinqing didn't want to waste any more time. Regardless of whether the other party was ready or not, he was already prepared. After a long whistle, the energy chain directly threw him into the air. Then, with a strong swing of his right hand, the ice-cold long stick smashed down towards the crowd below like a cannonball. With a loud bang, Junfei quickly lowered his head, the ice-cold long stick almost grazing his scalp as it passed by. The 2-meter-long stick had already penetrated half into the ground. Gravel splattered, the ground was full of cracks, showing the power of this blow. Realizing how dangerous it had just been, cold sweat instantly soaked Yunfei's back. Although no one would really die in the secret realm, the scare of brushing shoulders with the Grim Reaper was enough to give him nightmares. Looking up with a stern expression, Yunfei said to Xinqing in disbelief, "You dare to attack? Do you really think you can defeat over 30 of us alone?" "I think I can." Xinqing, in midair, flicked his finger, and the ice-cold long stick instantly exploded, ice spikes shooting out like steel needles towards the surrounding students. Dong Wuxuan, who had been watching Xinqing, turned to Jun Ani and asked, "Did you teach him the ice burst technique?" "No," Jun Ani replied. Hearing the answer, Dong Wuxuan couldn't help but nod. He hadn't even started school yet, hadn't learned any martial arts, and yet he had developed a move similar in power to a martial art technique. Talent was indeed superior. In the secret realm, Yunfei was right next to the stick. As the first to be hit, he was the most severely affected, not only being knocked down by the impact, but also covered in blood from the ice spikes. Just as he was about to say something, a big hand suddenly slapped him in the face, flipping him over from behind. If you don't have the guts, just roll aside. One of the few acquaintances of Xinqing, Qihong, stood up at this moment and scolded Yunfei angrily. Then, he looked at Xinqing. Brother, we've met now. I have no ill will towards you, but I want to test my skills against you. As he spoke, his voice became rougher and rougher, until it turned into a beastly growl. His whole body instantly swelled, muscles bulging all over, and his granite-like muscles directly burst his entire combat suit, his height soaring to 2 meters 5 in an instant. A dark character appeared on his forehead, with only the specially made elastic pants he was wearing left on his body, so as not to let him directly reveal his big asterisk at this moment. This is the peak A-level ability of Qihong, the body of the beast god. Roar! After a resounding tiger roar that shook the universe, he stomped on the ground with force, instantly creating a large pit under his feet. The recoil force made him soar high into the air like ascending, heading straight towards Xinqing. Xinqing, of course, was impossible to avoid at this moment. Instead of dodging, he was ready to confront him head-on. Seeing this, Qihong smiled knowingly, let out a terrifying roar once again, his momentum even stronger. The next second, the two bodies collided in midair like meteors, fist against fist. Boom! With dazzling light and a huge rumble, the unrestrained blow from the two was no longer like any movement a human body could make. At the same time, the sound of cracking swords rang out, signaling the start of a great battle between the two, with all the students unleashing their abilities to resist Xinqing's flying swords. At the same time, attacks of various colored beams also began to bombard Xinqing in the air. Just then, as all the students and judges outside were watching intently and silently, a voice rang out. He, truly extraordinary. It seems that after hiding my identity for so many years, I can no longer do so because of this child. I judge that this child is worthy. So, I will use my pen to write the spring and autumn annals. A judge suddenly spoke out of the blue, and as his words fell, a bright light shone before him. I will use my pen to write the spring and autumn annals. Zhongli Wu blurted out a sentence, and in an instant, a very heavy and ancient book appeared before him. The book was shining with golden light, but the words on it were unclear, only emitting light. Zhongli Wu was one of the judges brought by Zhong Jing, with a low official position who had never spoken a word during the assessment process before. In a sense, he was Zhong Jing's assistant, but his unexpected move stunned everyone. Dong Wushuang, Mo Qinggu, and others all looked at him in shock, as if they were re-evaluating the person before them. Zhongli Wu, are you from the Spring and Autumn organization? Dong Wushuang had already shifted his gaze away from the screen, looking at the elegant middle-aged man with a large ancient book floating before him. Does Zhong Jing know? Spring and Autumn is an organization. No one knows who the members of this organization are, where their base is, or when it was established. The members of the organization have various identities, perhaps high-level superpower organization members, students, or even lone rangers. In any case, when nothing is happening, you have no idea who the people of Spring and Autumn are. But what is miraculous is that whenever a major event occurs in the world, one of the people from Spring and Autumn will always be present to record the event. It is precisely because of this mysterious occurrence that many people speculate that Spring and Autumn is an organization of terrifying scale, with members spread all over the world. The organization Spring and Autumn has a motto: history is written by the victors, like a little girl who lets anyone dress her up, with little credibility, but there is always some truth that needs to be recorded. Generally speaking, even if members of Spring and Autumn appear, they rarely record history in front of others. Therefore, the confirmed members of the Spring and Autumn organization in the world are very few. Today's Zhongli Wu clearly couldn't hide it anymore, he was an exception. Sorry, I haven't told you all along, it's my fault for hiding this little secret, I hope you don't mind. With a friendly smile towards Dong Wushuang, Zhongli Wu nodded gently. Then, he became serious, took out a huge brush, and started moving it on the pages as if recording something. Dong Wushuang's shock at this moment was beyond words. He never expected that this old friend in front of him was actually a member of a mysterious organization. So, have you also hidden your strength? The pen is like a knife. Recording the truth will always bring trouble to oneself, so according to rumors, the members of the Spring and Autumn period are all top experts. Just left a little trick, nothing worth mentioning, Zhongli Wu said. Alright, I'm going to start recording seriously now. With that, he stopped talking and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the book. Dong Wushuan was half-mouthed, he had so much to ask and say, but it all got stuck in his throat. Even though Xinqing is indeed outstanding and rare in 10 years, how could he provoke the people of the Spring and Autumn period in a small assessment? In other words, would Zheng Liwu consider this matter as a major event that should be recorded in history? Impossible. Alright, don't be surprised, Xingtian War God. Mo Chingu, who came out of surprise, also smiled. This seemingly ordinary assessment is destined to be extraordinary. This big episode did not affect Xinqing's performance. At this moment, he was fighting with 38 students. After a collision like a comet hitting the earth, the two separated. Xinqing flew back several meters, the icy fist gloves shattered in his hands, and there were many cracks in the ice armor on his body. While Qihong fell like a meteor, deeply embedded in the ground, his right hand completely frozen, with a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. But this slight injury only made him more mad. He slammed his right hand on the ground, shattering the ice, shook his hand vigorously, feeling fine, and then went up again. Xinqing was fighting with various people at this time, but basically, as long as he got close, most of them were killed instantly. The students' combat power was still too weak. They couldn't compare with the previous divine servants at all. Although the divine servants may not necessarily be stronger than them, they were fearless, crazy, and coordinated closely. On the contrary, these students were a motley crew. No one really wanted to fight Xinqing to the death. They were all for their own benefit. They didn't have a formal alliance at all, and even at this moment, they had to beware of others stabbing them in the back. The 8 energy chains were like 8 legs, pushing Xinqing through the crowd. Almost every time he struck, someone would be sent flying, covered in ice all over. It was thought to be a battle between wolves and tigers, but it turned out to be a tiger among sheep. There were not many people with enough combat power. And Xinqing was actually a vengeful person. Those who had robbed him before, he clearly went harder on them. Like Yin Fei now, he had been beaten up by the energy chains, making it difficult for him to stand up. But Xinqing still passed by from time to kick him, ensuring that he lost his combat power. The scene can be said to be heartbreaking for those who see it, and tears for those who hear it. Now, some people have even had their wristbands taken by Xinqing and thrown out of the secret realm. People like Qihong, who are among the top few, can give Xinqing quite a bit of trouble. His huge body of 2.5 meters brought huge shocks to Xinqing every time he charged, even wearing armor, giving him the feeling of being hit by a car. In his own ice age, the temperature was still not enough. In a short period of ice sealing, Qihong's abnormal physical fitness completely broke free. To completely subdue him, it was necessary to focus, just like the way he dealt with Lu Peng at the beginning. But the current Xinqing clearly couldn't spare his hands, so he can only push him back every time and deal with others first. But even with the existence of Qihong, the Allied forces were still retreating step by step. There were already more than a dozen people lying on the ground, completely powerless to fight back. Those with keen eyes could see that this time, Xinqing would definitely be annihilated. Perfect performance. Dong Wuxuan was already shocked to the point of being a little numb. She was about to applaud when she was suddenly interrupted by someone. Impossible. Impossible. How could he possess such strength? I demand an investigation. It must be investigated. He's cheating. He might be a human spy. He must have used some external force. He has a problem. He definitely has a problem. Li Qian was already mentally collapsing. 36 hours of anticipation and waiting. Xinqing's perfect performance left her no chance. In a completely explosive state of mind, she seemed to have gone crazy. She no longer cared about anything now, not the leaders, not the dean. She was completely in a frenzied state. Zhong Liwu, who was recording with a pen, slightly frowned and said, "Quiet." Then he extended a finger and pointed quietly at the crazy Li Qian. With a finger pointed, it seemed like nothing happened, no light, no release of any kind of beam energy, but Li Qian really became quiet. Her mouth was still opening and closing frantically, but no sound came out, as if her vocal cords had lost the ability to vibrate. After realizing that she was speaking without sound, she was first puzzled, then her expression turned to horror. She immediately grabbed her neck, incredulously opened her mouth, trying to make a sound. After finding it useless, she directly inserted her fingers deeply into her throat, trying to pull something out, causing dry heaves. To be honest, she didn't insert too deeply before dry heaving. It seems she was also lax in exercise in her daily life. However, no matter what she did at this point, it was already useless. She had been silenced by Zhong Liwu. The fear in her eyes intensified, and Li Chen began to grab her hair as if she had gone mad, suddenly feeling that the whole world was against her these 2 days. Alright, stop being willful, it's me who spoiled you. At this moment, a long sigh sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared behind Li Qian. Mo Qinggu gently raised his hand and placed it on Li Qian's head. A soft milky white light flickered, Li Qian quieted down, and then fell into a deep sleep. In fact, if anyone was really using connections, it was her all along. The reason why the judges here didn't directly drive her away was mostly due to Mo Qinggu's face. She was brought into the Eastern Academy by Chingu when she was very young, and for some reason, Chingu had always treated her like a daughter. I'm sorry, everyone. Chingu slightly bowed and apologized to everyone, but no one responded to him. Thus, the farce committed by Li Qian in this assessment ended in complete failure. However, at this moment, Chingu remembered something inside softly. Everything Li Qian wanted was not achieved, only adding to the ridicule. She didn't know that because of today's incident, the senior members of the superhumans had changed their view of her from ignoring to disgust. It was like trying to steal a chicken but losing everything, even the underpants. Letting her sleep at this moment was actually a way of protecting her by Chingu. After all, if she waited for her to see Xinqing emerge victorious from the secret realm, she might just die of anger on the spot, or maybe not. Xinqing's battle was also nearing its end at this moment. There was no twist, no surprise, just pure crushing strength. This battle, with a huge difference in numbers, was coming to an end with an even greater disparity. Finally, in the dark night, Xinqing stood with a person lying in front of him, Qihong. Scattered around him on the ground were all the students who had lost their fighting ability by now. Qihong's massive body had evolved once again during the battle, reaching nearly 3 meters in height, resembling the image of a giant from myth. But at this moment, he was gasping heavily, his chest heaving violently like a bellows, emitting heavy breathing. He couldn't stand up anymore, covered in wounds, lying on the ground in a shape. Despite the fierce battle, he was the last one to fall. Among the 30-plus people, he was the most ferocious, responsible for almost all of the few wounds on Xinqing's body. His fighting skills were obviously unmatched by the other students, showing signs of having fought fiercely in the streets before. Xinqing stared at the tough man lying in front of him, finally speaking, "You were strong, so I couldn't hold back in dealing with you, I went all out." Qihong lay on the ground, gasping heavily, before responding after a while, "You win, I lose. You stand, I lie down. You say I'm strong, making me lose face, ha ha." Amidst his hearty laughter, he couldn't help but cough up some blood. But he showed no intention of holding back, laughing freely, even if it meant spitting blood. While he could be shrewd in life, in his heart, fighting was pure. "Since the first day I saw you, I've been thinking about whether I could beat you, but now it seems I can't." "Hey, I have something to ask you," Qihong said. "Why the hell do you always want to shake hands with me when you see me?" "That's a secret." Xinqing smiled, not satisfying Qihong's curiosity. He forcefully took out all the divine cores from his bracelet and handed them to Xinqing, saying, "Take them, you've won." "You want to take everything from everyone, impressing the judges, to be honest, that's really awesome. Also, I'll take a nap. I'm not dead. I'm just really tired and want to sleep." After saying that, Qihong slowly closed his eyes, his body began to shrink and transform back to his original size. Thus, the assessment ended. Outside the door leading out of the secret realm, Xinqing squatted down alone, quietly watching the flickering light in front of him. These were all the divine cores collected by the 126 students in this assessment. They were all here. Countless points of light converged into a colorful light blanket, a glory that belonged to him. Xinqing now sat in the center of this light blanket, looking around at the divine cores, breathing gently. These geniuses who had been sent in the past were now piled in front of Xinqing like a small mountain, attracting everyone's attention. After a while, he stood up straight, stretched lazily. Having been in this world for so long, this was the first time he had been so tired doing something, staying awake for a full 36 hours without sleeping or playing games. All for the sake of this ranking in the assessment. It was truly speechless. Then, to the surprise of all the students and judges, Xinqing made a move that no one had expected. He bent down, picked up the smallest piece of divine core from the ground, only the size of a fingernail. Afterward, he threw the scattered divine cores on the ground and walked out of the secret realm. He had told the other students that he wouldn't take their divine cores, and he kept his word. This small piece was part of the divine core he had obtained when he defeated the Sandman initially. As he left, he even kicked the divine cores on the road as if they were debris, treating them like a pile of garbage. Stepping out, Xinqing finally returned to the real world, and his body couldn't help but sway slightly. Immediately, more than 100 pairs of eyes swept over him, everyone staring at Xinqing without saying a word. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Xinqing took the small piece of divine core in his hand and walked straight to Junani. Tapping the small pale yellow crystal lightly on the table, he said, "I'm first." Junani, looking at the man in front of her who far exceeded expectations and surprised everyone, maintained her previous cold expression. Throughout the 36 hours, she had mostly worn this expression, and all the students who came out had learned from the judges' conversations about her reputation as the Frost War god. No one dared to speak up. But finally, after 3 seconds, she couldn't hold back anymore and no longer maintained her image in front of everyone. She smiled and said, "Impressive, first place, but the lead over the second doesn't seem that significant." Jun Ani pointed at the fingernail-sized crystal in Xinqing's hand, clearly teasing him. Xinqing shrugged and said, "It's enough, anyway, it's just for the ranking." At this moment, Jun Ani unabashedly stared at Xinqing's face, watching him return to his usual lazy and carefree demeanor, devoid of the decisiveness and dominance he had in the secret realm. She couldn't help but nod in approval. "I didn't expect you to be this strong. But I never doubted that you would be first." Clap, clap, clap. After speaking, Jun Ani leaned back in her chair, lightly clapping her hands, the slow and crisp applause echoing in the silent hall. This applause was like a fuse, instantly igniting the entire hall. The people who had been watching Xinqing walk out with just a small piece of divine core, looking stunned, were awakened by the applause. All the students were cheering, applauding desperately, as if they had won a great battle together. First place. Victory. E rank is awesome. I didn't realize, maybe E rank is the most awesome talent level. Wow, bro, saying you won't take our divine cores, and you really didn't, you left them all in the secret realm. Thanks to the bro for letting me rise to second place. The people who had just besieged Xinqing, only to be killed by him, were still confused, not knowing what had happened. When did this guy become so popular? Wasn't he being targeted by everyone when he first entered the assessment? After a simple understanding with the people around him, they learned what had happened. Xinqing used this extreme method to block everyone, including those who had robbed him, ensuring that everyone scored 0. He was in first place, but in terms of ranking, they were all now in second place. Almost none of the students present dared to say that they had expected to achieve such good results as second place. So, in a sense, Xinqing helped each of them reach a position they had almost no hope of reaching. This approach was challenging the rules with absolute strength. The students knew that Xinqing was not only unhappy with those who had taken his spoils of war but also dissatisfied with the rules of this assessment. If the students who ambushed him, like Yunfei, are knives, then this rule is an invisible hand controlling the knives. So at this moment, everyone is very happy, and there is no discordant voice. Even Yunfei, who still has some bruises and swelling despite receiving treatment, is applauding along with everyone else. Alright, everyone quiet down. After the assessment, Mo Chingu quickly resumed his amiable smile. After saying it several times in a row, the crowd quieted down again. Alright, I know that when you were suspicious of each other in the secret realm, dragging your tired bodies, thinking about how to snatch others' belongings and protect your own, you must have cursed this assessment to some extent. I am the one who proposed this rule. If you want to curse someone, you can curse me, Mo Chingu said with a smile, openly addressing the students. This extremely lawless survival of the fittest is also meant to challenge all of you. Of course, due to a certain X factor, there was a small accident in this assessment. Every year, those who rank high in points will receive many rewards. But this year, there are so many second places that it's a bit overwhelming in terms of resources, so. At this point, Mo Chingu paused, his eyes scanning each person's face. So I've decided to dig into my own pocket and make up for the rewards that weren't prepared in advance. This time, all of you have achieved second place in the assessment of all sponsored students. Of course, there is also someone who challenged the rules and got first place. Upon hearing this, the students were stunned for 2 seconds, then erupted into thunderous cheers once again. Everyone was very happy, appearing harmonious and joyful. Mo Chingu looked at their happy faces with a mix of relief and reluctance. They were all young heroes in their prime. But in a while, they would have to face some truths hidden from the public. Let them celebrate a little longer. Just as everyone was cheering, a person walked in slowly at the door, looking dejected. He was Lu Peng, who had been killed by Xin Chen at the beginning of the assessment and had struggled through the day and a half since then. He had thought a lot about his last place shame and the likely ridicule he would face after enrolling, making it impossible for him to sleep. If only I hadn't tried to please Li Chen, why did I provoke that lunatic? Upon entering and seeing everyone cheering, Lu Peng felt even more miserable about his performance. Suddenly, someone he knew ran over and said to him, "Lu Peng, you got second place. Thanks to Xin Chen, shouldn't you apologize to him? You were targeting him before." Lu Peng? What? What are you talking about? How did I get second place? Why can't I understand? The person who knew Lu Peng then explained the whole story to him. As he listened to the explanation, Lu Peng's eyes became increasingly unfocused, as if he were in a trance. Why did he try to please Li Chen? Why did he target Xin Chen? Wasn't it all to get a good ranking, more resources, and opportunities after enrolling? And now, was he dreaming? Did his sincerity move the heavens? In a twist of fate, he became the luckiest person in the room, having not participated in the assessment that consumed high physical and mental energy for 36 hours, yet still receiving all the rewards. At that moment, he looked up dazedly at Xin Chen, and their eyes met in the air. Just two young people striving hard for their future, with no major grudges between them. Xin Chen shrugged and decided not to say anything to him. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Peng immediately made a move that he never expected, almost popping his eyeballs out in shock. With a swift step, Lu Peng rushed to his side and tightly held his hand. "Dad, I will be your dog from now on." Xinqing? Xinqing was stunned. "What the hell are you talking about? This doesn't seem like a good thing to say. Isn't this basically calling yourself a dog too? Is this person out of their mind?" Xian quickly shook off this person, not letting him grab his hand. "Hey, don't be so disgusting. Where did you get this kind of attitude? Are you sick? Don't grab me." Lu Peng was shaken off in a daze and continued, "I really appreciate you. I won't lick that woman in the future. I'll lick you, bro." Looking at Lu Peng's sudden change of attitude, Xinqing really didn't expect him to be this kind of person and said with disdain, "Be normal, watch your words a bit, don't keep talking about licking or not, it's a bit disgusting. If you really want to thank me, then kneel down and kowtow to me right now." "No problem." Lu Peng didn't hesitate and was about to kneel down, but Xinqing used his energy chain to pull him up from the ground. "Xinqing, I give up." Watching this guy's masochistic behavior, he didn't know what to say. People are really not what they seem. When they first met, he never had this kind of feeling. How can he have such low standards? To be honest, you should go back to being normal. I liked you better before, when you were unruly. After saying that, Xinqing quickly walked away from him and went to the other side. Lu Peng's eyes glazed over for a moment as he began to ponder. What does it mean to be unruly? Junani walked over from the other side and stood next to Xinqing, asking, "How was it? Feeling popular, isn't it nice?" Xinqing glanced at this beautiful woman speechlessly and said, "Do you call this being popular? Is this the kind of welcome you want?" He then pointed to Lu Peng, who was practicing being unruly. Junani covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, saying, "Fanatic believer, that's how it is." The two chatted aimlessly, and at that moment, a person swaggered in through the door. Zhongjing had gone back to rest for a while, looked around, and immediately locked onto Xinqing and Junani standing together. "Seems like everyone is pretty happy. What's going on? Every time after the exam, everyone looks like they've been drained." Speaking loudly, he walked over to Xinqing. "You're out? So, what place did you get?" "Oh, because of you, your family's Frost War God lost to me and made a request." Xinqing looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, whom he didn't recognize at all, feeling a bit puzzled. Who is this person? He doesn't seem to know him at all. Who are you? And who is the Frost War God? And what do you mean by my family? Xinqing asked in confusion. "Oh, you don't know?" Zhongjing pointed to Junani. "She is the newly appointed 8th War God of the War God Temple, the Frost War God?" Hearing this, Xinqing couldn't help but take a step back, looking surprised as he looked Junani up and down. "You, the beautiful female examiner he met that day turned out to be a female war god." Junani coughed lightly, blushing slightly, and said to Zhongjing, "What are you talking about? Your family. Nothing has been decided yet. Besides, you overestimated it. You lost the bet with me, he indeed is the first." Then, Junani recounted all the previous events to Zhongjing. Watching Zhongjing's gradually surprised expression, there was a kind of inexplicable sense of pride in his heart. Zhongjing was stunned for 2 seconds, then turned around and walked directly towards Emochingu, without mentioning anything about betting with Junani. "Female war god? What did you bet on?" Just as he was about to speak, Emochingu's voice rang out, echoing in the hall. Perhaps not wanting to argue with Zhongjing about those useless matters, he directly moved on to the next segment. "Alright, classmates, after a while, you can go back and enjoy yourselves. Now we are going to proceed to the next segment." After such a long time, the excitement in the students' hearts had subsided a bit. They all closed their mouths and looked up at Emochingu, waiting for him to speak. "I know, Xinqing's strength in this assessment exceeded your expectations. Of course, it also exceeded ours. So, do you want to know why you are not his opponents, and why so many people are not his opponents?" After saying that, he looked at each student. But no one spoke. What other reason could there be? He's just strong, with high talent. I know many of you may think that he has high talent and a high level of ability development. Of course, all of that is true, but there is another very important reason that you have overlooked. He possesses combat experience stronger than all of you. He is more ruthless than all of you, and knows better how to fight for his life. The world of superhumans is cruel. There are many things that the authorities have not disclosed to everyone, but starting today, you will learn many desperate and painful truths. I hope you are prepared. Now, I will show you all a short film to warm you up. After that, with a raise of his hand, a screen appeared in front of everyone. The screen twisted and shook, revealing an image under the dim streetlights, Xinqing walked forward in the dark. Xinqing. This was his own video from when he went to find those human traffickers, or rather, the servants of the gods. He knew Jun Ani had reported this matter, but he didn't expect Emochingu to expose it at this time. What is he trying to do? And he doesn't remember there being surveillance footage there. The other students did not know what Xinqing was doing on the screen, nor why this video was being shown. They watched as Xinqing walked with his eyes closed without any obstacles, and arrived at a fitness equipment square. They watched as he lightly tapped the equipment, making various sounds, then the space twisted and entered another world. Everyone whispered in amazement at Xinqing's actions. But soon, they couldn't speak, the whole room fell silent. Those standing closer to Xinqing slowly moved away, not daring to get too close to him, because they saw what happened next in the video, that bloody and cruel scene. The video continued playing, and the students watched Xinqing's battle from 5 days ago. They saw the mysterious and terrifying ritual, saw the two children lying on the ground in pain and misery. The young people's spirits made them unable to contain their anger, but soon, their anger was replaced by fear. They watched as Xinqing easily dodged the opponent's attacks and saved the children. They watched as Xinqing forcefully used an ice-cold long stick to shatter a person's chest, piercing him through and throwing him away. Fighting against various fanatical and fearless zealots, ruthless in their actions, every move deadly. Finally caught the obvious leader of the other party, pinched his neck and lifted him up, using frost to erode his life bit by bit. All the students watched in horror as the man in Xinqing's hand screamed in fear, and Xinqing's indifferent and calm expression. Then, they witnessed a scene that made their hearts tremble. Xinqing's eyes were cold, his pupils reflecting a cruel and ruthless light, looking at the ice sculptures on the ground. In the next second, the camera turned, all the ice sculptures shattered, limbs scattered all over the ground, telling of what had happened here. At this moment, within a radius of 10 meters around Xinqing, there was no one left, only Jun Ani standing with him. The eyes of all the students were filled with fear, but none of them dared to look at Xinqing. It was as if they were afraid to meet his gaze. Several female students even started to retch frantically after watching the video. This impact was too great for them. They had thought that Xinqing was just like them, a student with exceptional talent. But now they realized that they were completely different. The other party had actually killed someone. After watching this video, they began to fear and even regret daring to fight Xinqing in the secret realm. He was a heartless madman, a ruthless killer who didn't blink an eye. Do you know why none of you, 38 people, are his match? It's not because your strength is lacking, but because you have not experienced such battles. You lack the psychological fortitude. Looking at the students filled with horror and fear, Emochingu shook his head in disappointment, his voice becoming stern. Xinqing stood in the empty space in the crowd, listening to Emochingu speak confidently. His original intention was to conceal this matter as much as possible, and if it couldn't be hidden, it was best to downplay it. Because he didn't know the values of this world, nor the relevant laws. Although the other party had clearly come to kill him in their battle, he was the ultimate killer. He didn't know if he would have to bear any responsibility. But now that things had come to this, so be it, there was nothing to hide even if exposed. You all saw it, Xinqing had blood on his hands even before you entered the assessment. Without any surprises, from the moment he entered the assessment, you had already lost. What do you think of his actions in killing these people? Still, no one answered. Who would dare to answer? At this point, some students with weaker mental fortitude had even begun to feel weak in the legs. Alright, since none of you will speak, I will. I think he did a great job. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the students, even Xinqing himself furrowed his brows. Everything I have said, including this video, is just a prelude to what I am about to say next. About the truth of the world of superhumans, Old Su left the shielding stance. At this point, he said something to Old Su. In the next second, an invisible curtain enveloped everyone, making all the students shudder. Welcome, everyone, to the real world of superhumans, also known as the inner world beneath the surface world. This light screen is a prohibition on your subconscious, preventing you from disclosing any related information to any ordinary person who is unaware of this matter. Alright, let's have a little chat. Let me ask you a question. What do you think is the purpose of the existence of superhumans? And why does the world vigorously develop superhumans? After the topic shift, the psychological state of the students improved a bit. Yi Zilwan, who had a relatively good mental quality, replied, to solve the crimes of superhumans, as well as some special meteorological disasters that occurred after the revival of spiritual energy. Emochingu smiled at her and nodded, saying, you said it well, but this is just a cover-up given by the authorities. These things do exist, but they are rare. Most of it is just to deceive the public, to avoid causing panic among the people. The real reason is only one: the gods are 3 feet above your head. The students stared curiously at Emochingu, quietly waiting for him to continue. This is the truth that the superhumans have buried together. The gods want to kill us. The targets you encountered in your assessment have all appeared in this world before. They are the so-called gods. At the same time, the servants of the gods were also born. Just as everyone was listening intently, Emochingu was about to continue speaking when a voice suddenly interrupted him. Xianchen raised his hand and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have something I want to ask." Xianchen was different from the other students. He knew some things. Through battles with the servants of the gods, he knew terms like god servants and deities. So he was puzzled. Emochingu didn't speak, but gestured with his eyes that he could ask. "I want to know, why are the gods called gods? This seems like a very unreasonable thing. If they are harmful to humans, and look as strange as those beings in the secret realm, why don't we call them monsters? Instead, we give them the title of gods?" Emochingu was taken aback, obviously not expecting such a question. After a moment of thought, he raised a thumbs up and replied, "Good question. It seems like I've never heard anyone ask that before. But there is indeed a reason for this. One of the reasons, and the main reason, is that 100 years ago, when the revival of spiritual energy had just begun, there was a person who appeared. Now, that person is known as the father of superhumans. He was the first superhuman in the human race, a legend. He did so many things, laying the foundation for the development of superhumans in the following 100 years. Established the hierarchy of superhumans, determined the way superhumans cultivate, introduced various concepts, and named the gods as gods. It sounds quite domineering, doesn't it? With that, Emochingu's face showed a hint of a smile, seemingly proud of that ancient god. Oh, there's also an interesting story about the father of superhumans. He once issued a code to the world, wanting to find someone who could match it, but so far, no one has matched it. Someone asked subconsciously, "What code?" Let me think. The first half of the code seems to be called odd change, even no change? A strange and meaningless phrase. Xianchen, who had been thinking with his head down, suddenly raised his head at the sound of this phrase. Odd change, even no change, symbols look like quadrants? This mathematical formula that all high school students in the country are familiar with, Xianchen had long memorized it by heart. He just never thought that after crossing over, he would never hear this playful rhyme again in his life. Unexpectedly, here. This means that the great man from 100 years ago, the former father of superhumans, was a crosser. He was a crosser just like himself. Before him, there was a person who came to this world. I am not a lost traveler in a different world. Before me, there was another predecessor who experienced the same thing. Is he still alive? 100 years have passed. What did he go through? How did he overcome the sense of unfamiliarity and loneliness in this world? He spent his whole life without finding another traveler. Did he die alone? In the end, no one knew the deepest secret hidden in his heart. Xianchen felt as if he had fallen into icy water at this moment, losing all senses, his mind completely filled with these things, unable to hear anything. Emochingu noticed his strangeness, but he couldn't just ignore all the other students because of him. So he could only temporarily ignore his dull expression and continue to speak. Of course, to you, this kind of thing may just be an interesting story. Another main reason is spiritual contamination. The gods can easily seduce others in various ways. Those with weak wills may become servants of the gods, while others may directly fall into madness. This ability to directly interfere with human spiritual beliefs is also why they are called gods. They can easily inspire a sense of submissive faith in people. So the true superhumans are actually godslayers. After saying these things, Emochingu returned to the topic and continued to tell the students about the most important issues that superhumans will face in the future. The main issue is only one: the killing of the gods' servants and preventing the descent of the gods. 3 feet above the head, there are gods, but the gods are not in this world, and no one knows where they are. However, after years of training by superhumans, one thing is clear: the gods' servants can use various bizarre and evil rituals to bring the gods down to earth. A god who has not descended is just a god embryo, and the impact it can have on the world is minimal. But once a successful descent occurs, even the weakest god can cause catastrophic disasters. Every year, many superhumans die at the hands of the gods and their servants, countless ordinary people are slaughtered, and there are countless material losses. That's why I want to tell you why the real world of superhumans is cruel. From today on, you already know the truth about all this, which means you will have to face this painful reality in the future bloodshed. And now, there are more and more god descent rituals happening around the world, and the sacrificial methods for the god descent are becoming more and more terrifying, even leading to sacrificial methods like city massacres. Therefore, the world will become more and more unstable, and one day in the future, you will all face life and death. I hope that the sense of powerlessness you face in this assessment will not be felt again on the battlefield in the future. After speaking, Mo Chingu looked at the expressions of each student, feeling somewhat melancholic in his heart. On these young and naive faces, there was fear, excitement, unease, and anger towards the God's servants and gods. Of course, there was also Xin Chen's dullness, wondering what this kid was thinking. But Mo Chingu dared not think about how many of these people would die in battle with the gods in 10 years, or how many would die in the intrigues of their own people. With great power comes great responsibility, although it is not fair. Under the calm and peaceful appearance of the world today, the storm that is about to engulf the world has already begun to brew. Everyone is slowly digesting what Mo Chingu said before, and the reality of this situation has brought them a huge shock. This reality is something they had never imagined. After they secured the reserved spots, they returned home immediately to celebrate extravagantly, convinced of their bright future ahead, believing that they were destined for the pinnacle of life. However, they never expected that after undergoing a hellish assessment, they would be faced with such a terrifying world situation. At present, each of them is contemplating on their own. And amidst these immense mental shocks and unclear thoughts about the future situation, Xinqing felt nothing at all. Because he simply did not listen, his mind still echoing that phrase. Odd change or even change. Odd change or even change. Hey, what's wrong with you? Junani had long noticed that Xinqing was acting strange, lightly nudging him with her elbow. But Xinqing seemed to be in a daze, motionless, and only after she nudged him several times did he raise his head in a daze. Junani was extremely puzzled because in her impression, Xinqing was a person with an explosive psychological quality, able to remain indifferent to everything with a detached attitude. Although the truth about superhumans is cruel and hard to accept, she did not think this news would crush Xinqing. After all, facing 12 god servants without any experience, Xinqing remained expressionless and ruthless. How could such a big change in attitude occur because of this matter? Junani, do you know about the father of that superhuman? What's his name? Is he still alive? Junani furrowed her brows slightly and said, that was a long time ago, I'm not too sure either. I've collected a lot of information, but the authenticity of the information passed down is also questionable. As for whether he is still alive, no one is certain, he just suddenly disappeared from the world. Oh. Xinqing nodded, then resumed his thoughtful look. Mo Chingu finished speaking and asked all the students to go back and rest. After all, 36 hours of high-intensity combat was very exhausting. After a day, they would come back to distribute rewards and carry out the mutual selection between students and the academy. On his way back to his dormitory, Xinqing was followed by Junani from behind. This time, when Junani approached, Xinqing voluntarily slowed down, turned around, and looked at her. You said you've collected information about the father of the superhuman, can you give it all to me? Hearing Xinqing ask this right away, Junani also realized that Xinqing seemed to be indifferent to the so-called truth of the superhuman world. He seemed inexplicably interested in that existence from 100 years ago. So she nodded and said, I can, but you have to promise me one thing. What's the request? Join the Eastern Academy. Okay. After saying that, Xinqing gestured to walk and talk, then continued forward. His response was very straightforward, without any inquiries, and he didn't care about topics like future development. In his view, such trivial matters were irrelevant, he just wanted to understand what the mysterious father of the superhuman had done. Seeing Xinqing's straightforward answer, Junani was also very surprised. Many excuses and words she had prepared were all kept in her heart. After all, it was impossible to say directly that she hoped to be in the same academy as him. Xinqing didn't ask further, which was also a good thing. They walked in silence, and Xinqing quickly reached his room door. Then he opened the apartment door and gestured, saying, please come in? Junani. This was different from the last time they were alone in a room. After all, it was broad daylight, and she felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. After looking around and seeing no one, she stopped being hesitant and walked straight in. Sitting on the sofa without even exchanging pleasantries, Xinqing's eyes, filled with anticipation, were already looking over. It was evident that he really wanted to know about the father of that superpower, without any ulterior motives. Inviting the beauty to his room purely to listen to the story. It could be said to be pure and somewhat terrifying. Seeing this, Junani understood the meaning and did not engage in much small talk. She took out her phone directly and started searching on it. Don't worry, let me look it up. I was also very interested in that great man at the time and collected a lot of information about him. Of course, I'm not sure about the accuracy of this information. Xinqing didn't interrupt and skillfully took out 2 bottles of drinks from the fridge and placed them on the table. After a while, it seemed like she found it, Junani said. His real name is currently unverifiable, but it is said that he roamed the world in the past, living without a wife or children, often referring to himself as The traveler? Seeing this, Jun Ani's pupils suddenly contracted, and she hesitated for a moment. Although she had not yet confessed her identity as an online friend to Xincheng, she clearly remembered Xincheng's online alias, which seemed to be the traveler too. Was it a coincidence? And then? Xincheng asked as she paused, prompting her to continue. Oh, it is said that he was incredibly powerful, the first superpower among humans, and probably the strongest one, single-handedly initiating the revival of spiritual energy and ushering in the era of superpowers. Many people believe that he is a deity living in this world. Some even considered him their faith at one point. It is said that the best description of him is about 10 facts about the traveler, father of superpowers. After saying this, Jun Ani suddenly frowned, looking a bit strange, as if she couldn't continue. It seemed like she doubted what she saw, picking up her phone and looking through it repeatedly. Prompted by Xincheng, she reluctantly continued with a stiff expression. First, when the traveler was 10 years old, he decided to live on his own, so his parents had to move to another house. Second, when the traveler visits your home, you are the guest. Third, the traveler never lies. If there is a problem, it means the facts are wrong. Fourth, oxygen needs the traveler to survive. Fifth, in school, teachers need to raise their hands to talk to the traveler. Sixth, if the traveler is late for school, other students will be punished for arriving too early. Seventh, when the traveler looks in the mirror, he sees nothing because there is only one traveler in the world. Eighth, the traveler does not consider himself a god, but gods consider themselves the traveler. Jun Ani's lively voice echoed in the room, leaving Xincheng sitting on the sofa dumbfounded. What? What is all this nonsense? Is this the information about him? Ridiculous. Sitting there dumbfounded, Xincheng, who originally wanted to know some information about the senior time traveler, was now stunned. After a long pause, he subconsciously said, then, what about the last two? The last two were not recorded. It is said that the traveler does not allow the world to know everything about him. After Jun Ani finished speaking, she also covered her forehead speechlessly. She never expected this kind of spoof situation. Xincheng continued speechlessly, is there anything else? Jun Ani, no. Xincheng, I asked a lonely question. He once issued a code to the world that no one could match. Is there any way to find out about this? Is there any other way to give a secret code? Jun Ani looked at Xianchen in surprise and said, do you really want to try it? Do you believe it? I guess that code, like these 10 facts, is a kind of teasing with a malicious nature, nothing more. Seeing Jun Ani say this, Xianchen just chuckled and passed it off. After all, he knew very well that the secret code was definitely not made up. Seeing Xianchen become stunned after learning this news, looking like he didn't want to talk, Jun Ani helplessly spoke up. What are you planning to do? Me? Play games. I haven't played with my online friends for 2 days, don't know if she's looking for me. Jun Ani. Forgot about this, can't, have to quickly go back and log in to hide my identity. Immediately stood up and said, I have something to do, you go ahead and play. Together? 3-player game is fine. Xianchen politely said. No, remember what you promised, join the Eastern Academy. Jun Ani, like fleeing, quickly left. A comfortable day quickly passed, and soon it was time for the students to choose their own academy. Xianchen played games all day, but others did not. Each student weighed the pros and cons of each academy during this day, and each academy also prepared various preferential conditions to attract students who stood out in the assessment. Of course, everyone knew that Xianchen was definitely a target for all 8 academies to compete for. Mo Qinggu still had that mature and dignified look. Zhong Jing sat in his chair, looking confident. The other academies were also prepared. However, during this process, something very unusual happened. Mo Qinggu, for some reason, paid special attention to security work today and sent out almost all accompanying personnel. And the scope was extremely large, almost all the combat personnel brought were sent out for patrols. Hey, old Mo, you seem a bit off today, don't you? Although necessary security work is essential, there's no need for this, right? Do you have a premonition? Zhong Jing, sitting in his chair, asked Mo Qinggu next to him with some doubt. The leaders of the 8 academies were present at this time, but only Mo Qinggu held the position of dean, while the others were vice deans. One reason was that the assessment rules were set by Mo Qinggu, and the other reason was that he was a bit of an old child. Although very powerful, he didn't really take care of things, and the affairs of the Eastern Academy were actually managed by the vice deans, so he was not very useful. Better safe than sorry, and this time, the situation is indeed special. Thanks to Xianchen a few days ago, he killed those servants and stopped the ritual of the gods' descent. Otherwise, at that time, we wouldn't have been here, and if the gods really descended, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhong Jing nodded, thinking it made sense. But he still felt a bit useless and said, "But now, we're here, right? Those brats dare to provoke us?" "That's not necessarily the case," Mo Chingu said. As they were talking, many students came in. The few of them also became serious, preparing for the students who might come to them. The rule for selecting academies is that students can freely choose to enter any academy they want. This is a recognition and respect for their talents. The leaders of each academy also brought assistants to promote the facilities of their respective academies and attract students. The last situation is when a student is highly valued by the leadership during the assessment and is considered to have special talent. The college will offer various additional favorable conditions to actively attract the student. Obviously, this year, the most suitable person for this clause is Xincheng. Coincidentally, Xincheng has already entered the hall at this moment. Seeing that familiar lazy figure, Zhong Jing immediately straightened up, as did the other college leaders. After learning about what Xincheng did yesterday, he regretted not continuing to watch. At the same time, he was ecstatic and more determined to win over Xincheng. Although he lost the bet to Junani, if he could win over Xincheng, these things would be completely irrelevant. Xincheng did not look at the surrounding students or the assistants introducing the various colleges. He walked straight to the leaders and smiled at Zhong Jing, wanting to say something. "Hello, President Mo, I want to join the Eastern College." "Okay, you are very welcome." Mo Chingu stood up, as if he had expected it, and said, "Zhong Jing, do I seem a bit redundant here?" Seeing that the two were about to shake hands, Zhong Jing quickly stood up and stopped them. "Wait a minute." Startled by this shout, Xincheng looked puzzled at the middle-aged man who seemed very serious in front of him. "Young man, you may not know the rules very well. You are different from others. You have performed very well. Generally, each college will offer you various favorable treatments, and then you can choose one, just like our Western college. Come to us, and you can negotiate the terms." Zhong Jing quickly finished speaking as if afraid that Xincheng would run away. "Ah, I see, thank you, but I promised Junani that I would join the Eastern College." "So hasty?" Hearing this reason, Zhong Jing almost bit his tongue. Just because of a woman? Well, although this woman is indeed extraordinary. Zhong Jing's brain quickly turned, stood up, and walked to Xincheng's side. "You may not understand yet, our Western College really has abundant resources." Moreover, as he spoke, he hugged Xincheng's neck and whispered like a good brother, "And this old man is very stingy. Let me tell you, if you join the Eastern College directly, he will definitely give you fewer benefits." Xincheng didn't expect this situation. Just as he was about to speak, Mo Chingu also stood up and pulled Zhong Jing away. "Don't speak ill of others behind their backs. I will also give you preferential treatment. I will provide you with 300 hours of simulated training environment and 100 pure energy crystal stones. What do you think?" Xincheng didn't really listen to Mo Chingu yesterday, basically just listening to the heavenly book. He asked, "What are those?" Mo Chingu: "Nothing, you can understand it as materials for enhancing the abilities of superhumans." "Is that all? Are you embarrassed to ask for it?" Zhong Jing jumped out again. "I will give you double. In addition to his conditions, you can also make other requests." Xincheng turned his head and looked at Mo Chingu. Although he had already decided to join the Eastern College, he wanted to get more benefits if possible. Mo Chingu had no choice but to say, "I can also offer you double, and you can come to me anytime if you need help." "Give money? What?" Mo Chingu didn't quite understand. "Money? Are there any rewards? What about the things from before when I stopped the descent of the gods? Wasn't there a reward promised? Where are they?" Xianshen said very straightforwardly, without any hesitation. Mo Chingu was a bit at a loss for being put in this situation, took a moment to react before saying, "For matters like this, we need to report to the Human Alliance to reward you. As for money, how much do you want?" 300,000. Deal. After saying that, the hands of the old and the young were clasped together. Zhong Jing had a lot more to say, but at this moment, everything was stuck in his throat, and he could only shake his head helplessly. It was over. In the end, he still couldn't outsmart this old fox. And he also realized that Xianshen, this kid, probably had made up his mind to go to the Eastern Academy. Xianshen held the rough big hand and directly activated his ability again. Even though he had already copied it, he still felt that Mo Chingu's ability was problematic, so even if it meant wasting a day's opportunity, he had to try. Ding! Replication successful. A voice sounded in his mind, and at the same time, "President Mo, prepare to evacuate quickly." "Ah!" A desperate roar came, and a figure covered in blood rushed in from outside the door. Replication successful, obtained B-level talent, rapid self-healing. Talent automatically upgrading. Talent level upgraded, talent evolved, demigod body, rapid self-healing from injuries, immune to divine breath, immune to toxins. Indeed, Mo Chingu was definitely suspicious. The abilities he possessed were not just one. He was a superhuman with multiple abilities. But now, Xianchen didn't have time to see what abilities he had gained, as the person rushing in at the door caught his attention. Mo Chingu quickly let go of Xianchen and rushed to the side of the heavily injured person, reaching out to help him up from the ground. Golden light shimmered in his hands, healing the injuries on the person's body, pulling him back from the hands of death. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present, and everyone stopped their work. The students didn't know what was happening, looking in horror at the bloody man on the ground. Zhong Jing and others, including Jun Ani who had just come in, all gathered around. Go! Quickly organize the students to evacuate. They are coming. Servants of the gods? How dare those brats come at this time? It seems they are tired of living. Dong Wushuang's body was shimmering with purple light, the bursting killing intent surging throughout his body, the terrifying destructive power of the god of war, all on display. Are there any divine fetuses this time? How many divine fetuses did they bring? How many people are there? Mo Chingu's eyes were cold, but he still suppressed the killing intent in his heart, asking calmly. Many, so many that we don't even know how many people there are. There are already people dead in the east, some haven't returned. President, quickly evacuate the new students. We also need the support of strong individuals here. Even under Mo Chingu's treatment, the man was still coughing up blood as he spoke. How is this possible, such a grand display? Where did they come from? There were no signs at all in the past few days. Zhong Jing suddenly stood up from the ground, looking worriedly at the confused students in the hall. Xianchen frowned as he watched the scene unfold. He suddenly remembered the envelope he had handed over initially. The contents inside seemed to be similar to many of the opponent's plans. Did Mo Chingu arrange for so many people to patrol today because of this reason? Because he had seen the contents of the envelope? But this scene seemed to be a bit beyond expectations. Have the servants of the gods arrived? Is the situation very serious? I remember the servants of the gods seemed quite weak. Xianchen frowned, looking at Jun Ani, who was also exuding a murderous aura. Jun Ani sighed and said, "It's different. What you encountered before was a sacrificial servant. Their only role is to hold the ceremony of divine descent, often sacrificing themselves, and their combat power is not very strong. And those who come today are probably many chosen servants of the gods, each with impressive strength. But I wonder, what scale are they, and how many divine fetuses are there?" Xinqing looked around at the turbulent situation resembling a battlefield, closed his eyes slightly, and cleared his mind. The voice of all things opened, covering an area, the entire stadium within a radius of 10 miles. Xinqing has not officially become a superpower student in these days, but has been experiencing various battles. And these battles have also trained him well, allowing him to integrate his abilities without formal training. Otherwise, his voice of all things at this moment would not have covered such a large area, bringing so much information. Quietly listening to the relevant information around him. He knows the appearance of the divine servants and the divine fetuses, so his reception of information is quite purposeful, and soon he has a certain sense. Flowers, plants, trees, everything around him tells him that there are many of them, and they are very dangerous. Their number is even more than the students and leaders present. Humans and divine fetuses mixed together, scattered within a radius of 10 miles of the Black Horse Stadium. Many sacrificed divine servants are mixed in, and there are even more powerful beings, exerting strong pressure on the surrounding aura. The more Xinqing listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. This time things are probably really big. Whoever they are, I will go deal with them, you stay here. Dong Wushuang roared angrily and was about to leave. The purpose is clear, to kill. Wait. At this moment, Xinqing's voice suddenly stopped him. The situation is indeed unusual. I sensed at least 8 divine fetuses. And the number of divine servants is a bit outrageous. There are hundreds of them. What? Dong Wushuang exclaimed. Are you sure? When did the gods become so worthless? Not necessarily, there may also be projections of the gods, but even the projections would be catastrophic. Mo Chingu clenched his teeth and said helplessly, 8 divine fetuses. We must act quickly, let's set off. Zhong Jing couldn't sit still after hearing the description of the 8 divine fetuses. He had seen Xinqing's assessment and knew about Xinqing's magical and powerful tracking ability, so he had no doubt about Xinqing's words. Although there are many strong people here, when it comes to perception ability, Xinqing is undoubtedly an authority. Let's split up. Have a few people take the students and evacuate separately, and the rest go together. Zhong Jing said urgently. No. Mo Chingu shook his head, looking a bit pained. Xinqing gave me an envelope some time ago, which hinted at something, but I didn't expect it to be like this. And once they take action, the one leading them is Xinqian. An old opponent. His chosen ability is a marking symbol. We have all been marked, and we will definitely be hunted down by them and the gods. In the past, this was nothing. It could attract attention and distract the gods, but this time, none of us should try to protect the students. It's better to stay away. Emo Chingu knelt helplessly on the ground, his tone very low. What should we do? Even if we can block possible gods and high-level experts like Ing Qingshan, if the remaining divine servants find these students, then it's over. Zhong Jing was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently, and he was so anxious that he even stomped his feet. He was afraid that these young seedlings who had not yet grown would perish like this. The premature death of a genius is the most heartbreaking thing in this world. So, the students can't leave, they can only hide in the basement. The rest of us need to leave quickly, no one can stay behind. We all need to deal with the matter of the divine fetus. And we need an exception to block the possible arrival of the divine servants. He has to be a newcomer, someone who hasn't had any specific contact with those people. But he can't be a complete newcomer, because he needs to be powerful, at least at the fourth realm. He needs to have strong control abilities, to limit the actions of others. He needs combat experience, good mental resilience, able to take on multiple opponents. Emo Chingu quietly listed various strict and fantastical requirements. At the same time, he raised his eyes, tinged with bloodshot, and looked at Xinqing standing there. If only you, to face the possible numerous divine servants. Can you handle it? I disagree. Before Xinqing could speak, Jun Ani had already spoken out. Like a mother hen, she stood in front of Xinqing, shielding him behind her. He hasn't received formal training yet, he doesn't even know the possible abilities the other side might have. It's really too much to confront the chosen divine servants. Let me do it, I'm also a newcomer. It's better for me to stay and ensure everyone's safety. Emo Chingu looked at Jun Ani's figure and sighed helplessly. If it were before, Shui, you would indeed be the most suitable candidate. But now, things have changed, you are no longer the genius who went unnoticed by the other side. Since that battle, since you officially joined the Temple of War and became the 8th War God, the Frost War God, you are just like us now. You are also a marked target, and today, only Xinqing is suitable. Jun Ani was momentarily speechless at these words. She knew there was no problem with what was said, but she was still thinking, hoping for a more secure method. She didn't want Xinqing to be in such a dangerous situation. Listening to Emo Chingu's voice, the examiners like Zhong Jing also fell silent. Do you have confidence? Are you willing to try? Emo Chingu asked again with some difficulty. I don't know if I can do it, and why should I agree to something so strenuous and dangerous? Xinqing shrugged slightly, not giving a direct answer. Hearing Xinqing's words, Emo Chingu was first stunned, as if he hadn't expected such a response, but he quickly understood. Yes, Xinqing is just a student, he doesn't have this obligation. And with his talent and strength, even in such a dangerous situation, if he just wants to protect himself, it probably wouldn't be too difficult. Avoiding danger is also a smart choice, there's nothing to blame. This is the responsibility of an old man like himself. But Xinqing looked at the anxious and helpless faces of the crowd, then spoke up. If you pay me enough, I can give it a try. The people gathered around the injured person lying on the ground all turned back, looking at Xinqing with surprise and a hint of complexity. This is a tacit agreement? They hoped Xinqing would step forward, but at the same time, they were conflicted and didn't want him to. They hoped because currently, this seemed like the best possible solution. But they didn't want to, because if something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. This could very well be one of the most tragic premature deaths of a genius in human history, something that would definitely be recorded in the annals. Not only will they lose Xinqing, the most special genius in history, but the other 125 students are also the most promising and worthy group to be nurtured this year. If something really happens to all of them, Emo Chingu doesn't dare to think about it. Thank you, Zhong Jing looked at Xinqing with slightly red eyes. This time, it's us old guys who owe you. This time, as long as you don't have any accidents, I will give you one of my personal gold cards. You can enjoy all services for free in the industries of all Western academies worldwide. After saying that, Zhong Jing seemed to be unwilling to stay any longer and rushed out directly. Dong Wuxuan also walked over and patted Xinqing's shoulder with his strong hand. Well done. Then he followed in Zhong Jing's footsteps and rushed out. Watching them all being so emotional and passionate, Xinqing couldn't help but shrug and say, isn't it about money? Don't just be moved. Also, how long do you want me to hold on? Emo Chingu saw that he was still in the mood to joke at this time, but he himself had no mood for jokes at all. He asked, 3 hours. Is it possible? Okay, then. I want 3 million. Xinqing saw that no one was talking about business, so he directly stated his demand. But he didn't expect Emochingu to stride over, grab his shoulder, and say, "Remember, as long as you really hold on for 3 hours this time, not to mention 3 million, I can give you 30 million. After that, he looked deeply at Shinshin, then began to organize the students to gather. During this process, several figures covered in blood rushed in at the door. Almost all of them came to deliver urgent reports. The situation outside was already very urgent. The students had never seen such a scene before, so they were very obedient and quickly gathered together, heading towards the underground arena. However, a few people led by Yi Zilwan and Shi Hong were unwilling, expressing that they did not want to hide behind Shinshin and wanted to deal with the enemy together. But in such extraordinary times, Emochingu could not encourage their brave but dragging actions, so he directly scolded them and forcefully closed all 125 people. Then he walked in front of Shinshin again, looking at him with a solemn and apologetic expression. "It's a troublesome autumn. It's my negligence to entrust such a matter to a student. Hold on for 3 hours, you are a hero of humanity. Don't flatter me, I'm just doing business for money." Shinshin impatiently waved his hand, watching the other person turn around, watching Emochingu lead the remaining people out, and watching Junani look back 3 times. His eyes were calm and indifferent. For some reason, he really disliked bearing the title of a hero, feeling that it was a burden and a kind of honor kidnapping. What's good about being a hero? Once you become a hero, you probably won't make money. But in the end, as if suddenly remembering something, he said to Emochingu's departing figure, "Hey, old man Emo, I remember my enrollment reward. You promised me 30,000, right? If something happens, just give it to Junani, I owe her 30,000. Hearing this, Junani couldn't help it anymore, took a deep breath, ignored her slightly red eyes, turned around, and rushed to Shinshin. Clenching her teeth, she couldn't speak for a while, and it took a long time before she said, "No accidents. I don't allow accidents, you can't have any problems. You owe me money, I want you to give it to me personally. I don't think anything will happen to me either. I'm just saying in case, I think it's best to think of the worst in everything. There won't be any accidents." When Shinshin hadn't finished speaking, Junani impatiently interrupted, then his voice softened. "If something really happens to you, someone will be very sad. Me? Actually, I'm fine. I don't have any relatives or friends in this world. I'm single and carefree. I dare to agree also for this reason." Shinshin replied with a smile, although it was indeed dangerous, he didn't want to make the atmosphere as solemn as a farewell. "As for being sad? Who would be sad for me? It seems like I'm not likable either." Junani looked at him, still lazy and casual, lips trembling slightly, eyes shifting, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Finally, she lowered her head and said softly, "You said you have an online friend who always plays games with you. If you can't play games with her, she should be very sad, right?" Shinshin didn't expect her to suddenly say this, looking slightly surprised. But he still smiled and shook his head without responding. "Promise me again, promise that you'll be fine, like you promised me during the assessment." Junani stared into Shinshin's eyes, waiting for his response. Shinshin was afraid she would delay the mission by not leaving, hesitated for 2 seconds, then said, "Okay, I promise. You should leave quickly. I'm actually fine here. After all, it seems like you will face a stronger opponent. You're still young, don't get into trouble." Junani nodded firmly as she received his assurance. "Okay, 3 hours, I promise to come back. Just 3 hours. After saying this, she turned into a streak of ice blue light and flew out of the door. Now, everyone had left. The seriously injured and the students hid in the underground arena, while Emochingu and others headed towards the brutal battlefield. The entire sports hall was empty, with only Shinshin standing alone. Shinshin took a few deep breaths and walked around the court casually. Although he seemed indifferent, he knew that he was likely to face the most difficult battle since coming to this world. 3 hours. Endure for 3 hours, earn 3 million, hourly wage of 1 million. Where else can you find such a good job? As long as I hold on, it's almost like retiring directly, not worrying about finding a job after graduation. If I'm lucky, maybe no one will come to me. Shinshin joked to himself while holding a basketball. In the meantime, he began to explore the newly upgraded abilities he had just copied. In the vast empty sports arena, only his voice echoed in the enclosed venue, lingering. Of course, encountering such a good opportunity to earn 3 million in 3 hours was impossible for Shinshin. At this moment, hundreds of servants were in action, and it was hard to imagine how they organized such a large-scale operation. Many of those not responsible for the descent of the gods were rushing towards the vicinity of the sports hall. Their goal was simple: Operation Eradicate Seedlings. Extinguish the seedlings. Those who have not grown up are no different from trash, and they really came for those students. The Black Horse Sports Arena is a large venue with many complex underground passages for the convenience of visitors and vehicles. And now, in these passages, there were the sneaky figures of the servants. A small team of 7 or 8 people was swiftly moving through, each person silent, emanating a strong smell of blood. Among them, a scar-faced man suddenly spoke, "Boss, are we really going to charge in like this, without worrying about encountering Emochingu and his people?" "Humph. Don't worry, those people, they dare not be with the students," the leader said coldly. "After the arrival of the Lord, they will be directly targeted. If they dare to stay by the students' side, the aftermath of the Lord's battle is enough to kill that group of rookies. So, what do you think? How will they handle these students?" Scarface fell silent for a moment and then spoke. "I estimate they will make them hide in various places, hoping to come back and save them after confronting the Lord." "Humph. Our goal is to kill those brats as quickly as possible. With their heads, we will welcome the great birth of the Lord." After saying this, the smell of blood on him became stronger, and he rushed forward. They continued on without speaking, only focusing on the road ahead filled with killing intent. Soon, they entered the Black Horse Sports Stadium and arrived at the central venue. A quick scan revealed that the venue was empty, which they had anticipated. Therefore, the leader was about to give orders to search separately. But before he could speak, the chief servant suddenly froze, completely still, rubbing his eyes, as if doubting what he saw. There was not no one here, but instead, there was someone who completely ignored them. The person was wearing a hooded sweatshirt. Students could wear their own clothes on this day, with a black base color and gold stripes, the hood covering his face, giving off a mysterious vibe. He was sitting there, not lifting his head, focused on his own task, juggling a ball. Thud, thud, thud. Holding a table tennis paddle, he kept juggling a ping-pong ball, the yellow ball bouncing up and down, making a crisp sound, which seemed eerie in this environment. Seeing this scene, the team of servants quickly gathered, wary as if facing a formidable enemy, all eyes wary of the figure sitting there. Unusual occurrences indicate something sinister. Who is this person? What is he doing? Are there any ambushes nearby? For a moment, no servant dared to act rashly, all focused on the figure juggling the ball, Shinshin. The tense atmosphere lasted for 2 minutes before being broken. With a slip of his hand, the ping-pong ball fell to the ground. Thud, 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 thud. "Oh, almost reached 200, what a pity," Shinshin said as he put down the paddle, took off his hat, and looked up at the servants. Seeing such a young and unfamiliar face, the leader of the servants was first stunned, then seemed embarrassed by his previous fear, and roared aggressively, "Stop the nonsense! Who the hell are you, punk?" I'm just a student who hasn't officially enrolled yet. But I know what you guys are here for. But sorry, today I'm here, paid for it, so this way is blocked." As the words fell, a chill surged. A cold wave surged. Shinshin remained the same, with ice armor on his body and an ice stick in hand, surrounded by a cold aura, freezing the entire platform beneath him instantly. The voice of all things had already informed him of the general situation of the people in front of him. He knew that although there weren't many of them this time, they were not easy to deal with. "Kid, you're a student? Haven't enrolled this year? Ha ha ha, just you? Trying to stop us? You have no idea how insignificant you are. Here's the deal, you lead the way, take us to find the others, we're in a good mood, we might let you be the last one to die. Ha, if you also want to serve the Lord, maybe there's a chance for you too." A few people such as Scarface listened as Shinshin unexpectedly revealed his identity, saying that he was just a new student who had not yet enrolled. At that moment, they burst into laughter, all the previous fears and apprehensions swept away, and they began to mock loudly. They treated Shinshin as the kind of hot-blooded teenager who was ignorant and foolishly trying to be a hero. They liked this kind of person, enjoying crushing and tormenting them, then watching their dark and desolate expressions. One by one, they exchanged remarks without rushing to take action, as if playing with a mouse like a cat. Shinshin watched the performance of the few people, not getting angry but continuously infusing energy into the armor on his body. It didn't matter if they trash-talked, if they could argue for 3 hours, then his task would be completed. "How much money does God give you in a month? Judging by your passive and lazy appearance, I guess it's not much," he said. "How about this? Let's slack off together. After 3 hours, I won't stop you either, deal?" Seeing Shinshin's fearless expression and hearing him say some incomprehensible things, Scarface and others instantly felt embarrassed. "Money? How dare you use such a vulgar human creation to tarnish the glory of the Lord?" The leader of the divine servants snorted coldly, clasped his hands together, and a golden sword emitting a sacred aura appeared in his hand. Although Shinshin didn't know what it was, his intuition told him that it wasn't a superpower. "See, this is the reward from the Lord to me. This is the most direct, originating from the power of the Lord, completely different from you second-rate goods. Speaking some incomprehensible words to Xinxing, the leader of the divine servants kept trying to pressure him psychologically. Listening to his words, Xinxing furrowed his brow slowly. He hadn't systematically studied and wasn't clear on how realms were divided, but he remembered clearly that whether it was Emochingu or Junani, or even the group of divine servants he had encountered before, they had all been shocked by his fourth realm strength. So, were there 3 people on the other side with strength similar to his? Disdainfully curling his lips, Xinxing said, "God chose you crooked melons and cracked dates. It seems even God isn't that great." This remark completely enraged everyone on the other side, and they all released their abilities in anger. "You ungrateful brat! You're asking for death. We won't let you die too easily." The leader of the divine servants transformed into a black lightning bolt, holding the golden holy sword, and charged towards Xinxing. His whole body quickly split in mid-air, turning into 8 figures rushing towards Xinxing. Xinxing had long been prepared, tightening his right hand and focusing on the figures shooting through the air. "Wind, this one here seems to be a bit heavier." A reminder from the voice of all things quickly came to his ears, indicating that among the 8 figures, only one was real. His body quickly changed, twisting his right hand and forcefully thrusting towards the figure coming from the upper left, trying to stab it. However, the opponent was not like the ones he had faced before. In midair, the body made an unaccelerated sharp turn, a reversal, dodging Xinxing's blow, while the golden long sword also came down. This time, Xinxing reacted, but not fast enough to completely avoid it. Asterisk crack. Boom! Asterisk in an instant, the ice crystals shattered, blood splattered. A 2-inch-long wound was drawn on the right side of Xinxing's face. At the first encounter, he was already in trouble. "Hee, your perception is quite accurate, kid. It seems you have some confidence. But, it seems like your speed is not enough." Mocking for a few words, slowly turned his head, with a fierce smile on his face. But that smile quickly froze on his face. Because he saw that the wound on Xinxing's face was rapidly wriggling and healing at a fast pace, the injury quickly recovered, and the smooth skin seemed as if nothing had happened. A demigod's body. This newly copied ability may not be offensive, but it is definitely a freakish life-saving ability. "You!" The leader of the divine servants shouted in horror, then couldn't say a word. "Ice-based superpowers, and the ability to heal the body? Your speed is quite fast, and you have some confidence, but it seems like your damage is not enough." Using the same words, Xinxing returned them to the opponent. As soon as the words fell, all the chosen divine servants moved towards Xinxing, abandoning their contempt and starting to attack. Glacial era. Xinxing was already prepared, all energy unleashed. The terrifying glaciers surged outwards from him like a river, engulfing those small figures one by one. What? The chosen divine servants were shocked, not expecting Xinxing to unleash such an attack. The figures charging forward quickly retreated. In an instant, 2 third-level divine servants couldn't avoid it, their abilities unable to resist, turning into ice sculptures. Ha! Exhaling a cold breath, Xinxing followed the staff's movement, rushing out as well. "It's time to get serious." The chosen divine servants also advanced simultaneously, the golden longsword clashing with the pale ice staff, emitting a harsh friction sound. The scar-faced figure's residual images changed, various blood-colored lights covering Xinxing's body. And every eruption of Xinxing's glacial era would freeze at least 1 third-level divine servant, even those at the 4th level would be affected. And on the scene, there was a very strange thing. Xinxing's fighting style was extremely crazy and reckless. Relying on the abnormal regenerative power of the demigod's body, Xinxing's current fighting style was terrifying. Exchanging injury for injury, risking life for life. If there were people who didn't know what was happening, they would surely be curious about which side was the divine servant. After all, Xinxing's fighting style was too terrifying, more like a fanatic than the opponent. Because he was very clear that this battle was different from the past, he did not have the overwhelming advantage over the opponent. In this situation, he had to fight desperately, as those who fear death often die in front of those who do not fear death. His behavior greatly puzzled the chosen divine servants. Each weapon clash, each supernatural impact, brought them considerable shock, and now, all of them had more or less been injured. But Xinxing, who logically should have been more severely injured than them, seemed fine at the moment, his wounds quickly healing as if nothing had happened. Apart from some tattered clothes, he seemed to be unharmed. "Damn, this kid is a bit weird." The scar-faced man covered his right hand, gritted his teeth and flew backward, leaving 2 marks on the ground with his feet. He had previously risked being hit by Xinxing's staff to give Xinxing a blow, but now, his right arm was fractured, while Xinxing's injury had almost healed. They were now very suspicious whether Xinxing had lied to them before. This is his damn student? Is this how students usually fight? Doesn't the school teach anything good? The crazy momentum of this battle even made him feel a little chill. Ah! At this moment, in the battlefield in front of him, a dazzling pale and golden light burst out, accompanied by two roars. The golden long sword in the hands of the servant leader had already pierced through Xinqing's front and back, and blood gushed out instantly. At the same time, the long stick in Xinqing's hand also turned into a long spear, directly piercing through the opponent's chest. Xinqing knew he couldn't delay, the commotion on his side might attract more people, so he had to act quickly. Trading wounds for life was a profitable choice. Cough. Wow! The pierced servant leader coughed up a mouthful of blood, even bringing out some visceral fragments. Kid, who are you? The servant leader said laboriously before dying. Xinqing fiercely pulled out the long spear. With disheveled hair and tattered clothes, he should have looked extremely embarrassed, but at this moment he appeared exceptionally fierce and ruthless. His eyes seemed to have only two kinds, one was lazy and full of life, and the other was almost like a wolf daring to fight a tiger for food. Me? Just a person who does things for money. In the last 2 seconds before his life ended, the servant leader sneered. Hee, doing things for money, is it worth fighting so hard? Kid, want to be a hero? Can you stop us, stop thousands of troops and horses? After saying the last words, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground, instantly turning into an ice sculpture. Outside the stadium, it was already like an ignited powder keg. Without any exercises, the war had already begun. Explosions were happening everywhere, superhumans and servants were fighting under the broad daylight. Remember, the Black Horse Stadium is only 10 kilometers away from residential areas. Dong Wushwang and the others were completely bloodshot at this point. With 8 god fetuses, if something really went wrong, the whole city would turn into a hell on earth. In addition, on Xinqing's side, they didn't know what was happening, they could only temporarily trust him and hope that the students would be safe. Junani was extremely irritable at this time, killing all the way, searching for the traces of the god fetuses with Emochingu. Xiaoyi, if something really happens on Xinqing's side, will you blame me? Emochingu was now acting together with Junani, the two of them basically encountered no decent resistance, and had been silent all along. And now, Emochingu finally spoke. Yes. Junani replied expressionlessly, his hand transforming a long bow made of ice, shooting out deadly arrows frantically. Emochingu looked bitter. He knew that Junani's concern for Xinqing probably exceeded that of the average student. He rarely saw Junani so out of control emotionally. Along the way, Junani had been much more ruthless than usual. Faster, after solving the problem, I have to go back within 3 hours. He's still so young. 3 hours. I don't know what he's going to go through. Junani was exceptionally irritable at this time, speaking without the politeness and respect of the past. You're young too, your peers, don't push yourself too hard. Emochingu, who had always been like an old fox, felt a little guilty at this moment, speaking with a lack of confidence. Junani suddenly turned around and said, I started training at the age of 14, accepting various resources and privileges that society gave me, so it is only natural for me to protect the people and fight hard. But Xinqing is different, he has never received any extra privileges from this world, he has not even enrolled, nor enjoyed the resources and treatment that a genius of his level should enjoy. Would you think that he really stepped forward just for the money? He just had the determination in his heart not to back down. He realized that if he didn't step forward, his classmates around him would die. Not letting us drop our guard and come out to fight, the city might turn into a river of blood. Just like when he went to save those 2 children back then. There was a 2-second silence between the two, and Emochingu didn't know how to continue. Also, Dean, I remember that envelope from Xinqing. Didn't I give it to you a long time ago? Why is there still such a chaotic situation happening? Hearing this question, Emochingu felt a bit ashamed and lowered his head, as if he had touched on his sore spot, making him very embarrassed. I have my reasons. I will give an explanation. Alright, let's solve the problem quickly. I have sensed the aura in this area, I will take care of it. Split up, you go elsewhere, try to suppress today's events as quickly as possible. After saying that, Junani rushed out without looking back. 1 hour and 45 minutes passed. The sports field at this time looked calm, but if you walk in, you will see that it has completely turned into a frozen hell. Thick ice covered the entire sports field, the pale ice making this place seem like it had truly entered the Ice Age. On the ground, there were ice sculptures everywhere, with bloodstains and severed limbs. In the center of this icy hell, there was a figure covered in blood, slowly pulling out the weapons embedded in his body, shivering in pain. Damn it! This is the 3rd wave. It's not easy to make money. It's not enough. More money. We need more money. Supporting his painful body, Xinqing sat directly on a large piece of ice, feeling the chill coming from under his buttocks, breathing heavily. Sitting here and reflecting, he began to feel a wave of fear. If it weren't for his good luck today, copying the demigod body from the old man Emochingu in advance, he definitely wouldn't dare to fight so desperately, otherwise, he would probably be in big trouble by now. Now, although the wounds on his body still caused him pain, thanks to adrenaline, he wasn't in danger of passing out from the pain. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, the self-healing ability of the demigod body would keep him unbeatable. Many people think that human growth and change are gradual processes, but it's not true. It's a very brief process. Sometimes it only takes a moment. Beneath the peaceful appearance of this world lies countless bloodshed and violence. Xinqing, who had only been in this world for half a month, quickly integrated into all of this through battle after battle. So much so that he himself didn't realize the change in his mindset when facing the life and death struggle with the servants of the gods. He didn't panic at all. Let me see. There's still over an hour. 3 hours, you should be able to make it back. If someone from the so-called fifth realm comes to me, you might not be able to beat them. Xinqing muttered to himself, shifting his attention so that the pain on his body wasn't so obvious. The wounds that pierced through him were still quite terrifying at this moment. Just then, Xinqing inadvertently saw the steps leading to the underground gate. The entrance, which had long been covered with thick ice, was very quiet at this time. Xinqing had always been worried that if someone suddenly ran out to help him fight, should he care about their life or death? If they really rushed out, with the current strength of these students, it would almost be suicidal. The gap was too big. Fortunately, the students who could be sent were clear-headed and hadn't done anything irrational like that yet. Between the wild thoughts, the injuries on the body have basically recovered, and Xinqing also sensed the latest wave of enemies. It seems that it's not easy to resist in this last hour. With a straight body, he jumped onto a huge ice throne, various weapons made of frost floating around him, waiting for the latest wave of enemies. Stretching his body forcefully, feeling the condition of his body, Xinqing suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. It's really like a movie. I never thought I could look so cool. It's a pity no one is here to see it. Then the glacier rolled under his feet, carrying his body directly towards the incoming person. Boom! In the square near the artificial river, a giant sculpture 5 meters tall glowed red and moved, smashing heavily towards a superhuman who was already seriously injured. Swish! A strong breaking wind sound rang out, Junani's figure flashed, and the ice sword in his hand directly shattered the giant, saving the superhuman. Junani grabbed the superhuman by the collar and jumped to a relatively flat ground. Lord of War, don't mind us for now, stop the descent of the gods first. The superhuman warrior coughed up blood with force, and when he saw who saved him, he quickly spoke. Junani said nothing, just put him aside and looked up. The already shattered stones on the ground reassembled, emitting a crimson light, controlled by several divine servants. In the distance, a group of sacrificing divine servants were performing a descent ritual, just as Xinqing had seen before. At this moment, in order to speed up the progress, many black-robed sacrificing divine servants had started self-sacrificing to forcibly accelerate the descent ritual. Take care of yourself. If you can still move, try to run as much as possible. Your life comes first. Junani instructed him, but she knew very well that this was not very realistic. In the visible range, there were superhumans and divine servants lying on the ground with serious injuries everywhere. It was hard to imagine how many of them would survive. Today, there were indeed a large number of divine servants, and their side seemed a bit stretched in manpower. The battles between superhumans and divine servants usually did not involve many people. After all, once the descent of the gods succeeded, low-level superhumans would be sacrificed. With both hands pushing forward, a surging cold air overwhelmed everything, and the overwhelming ice instantly shattered all the stone giants controlled by the divine servants, then rolled over those divine servants. Junani's ice age truly had an unstoppable momentum. The several chosen divine servants in front of him were instantly killed, unable to even block for a second. However, just as the unstoppable glacier was about to engulf the descent ritual, it seemed to hit an invisible wall and scattered away. 2 figures emitting a bronze-colored light stood in front of the glacier, both spitting out blood but not retreating, allowing the descent ritual to continue. The 2 of them were divine servants of the fifth realm. Although Junani, at the peak of the fifth realm, had overwhelming strength, he had no way to deal with them in the short term if they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Suddenly, the 2 of them raised their heads, revealing a strange smile, and a golden light emerged from their mouths and noses, flying towards the sky. Then they collapsed on the ground. In the sky, a golden phantom slowly appeared, a figure with the head of a bull and wings on its back, exuding a sacred and chilling aura. Several neighborhoods near here could see this terrifying and sacred phantom at this moment. All the people who accidentally saw this figure were shocked at the first time. Their eyes were scattered, as if they were dazed. What's more, some of them had already started kneeling on both knees, worshipping with lifeless eyes. Dong Wushuang, Zhong Jing, Zhong Liwu, Emochingu. Every top superpower who was currently fighting here discovered the problem. The 8 divine fetuses, the first god, has descended. Shao Yi, has the god descended on your side? Do you need reinforcements? Emochingu's anxious voice came through the earpiece. The scene they feared the most finally happened. It's okay, it's not a formal god descent, they are not prepared enough, it's just a divine shadow. I can handle it, you guys try to stop the descent of other gods. After saying that, Jun Ani directly exerted force with 2 fingers and crushed the earpiece. She slowly rose into the air, frost gathering under her feet, a huge frost dragon carrying her body emerged. She picked up a watch and checked the time. 2 hours and 20 minutes have passed. The man I have my eyes on is still in the dark at this moment. The time I promised is coming. I don't care what kind of god you are. Go to hell. Jun Ani at this moment stared directly at the god in front of her, without any avoidance. Do not look directly at the god, is a phrase that every new superpower student often hears. The reason is that gods have a certain power of belief which can easily cause mental pollution to people. If one's will is not exceptionally firm, some mental problems may occur, even a sense of submission. Superpowers are gods' layers, going against the heavens. If they have a sense of submission, how can they confront the gods? Therefore, even many high-level superpowers, when battling against gods, try not to stare at them for too long, but rather look elsewhere. But Jun Ani at this moment is different. She stared directly at the bull-headed god opposite her, even continuously gazing at his face glowing with golden light, as if wanting to have a staring contest. Her heart is now completely filled with rage, unaffected by the opponent's mental interference. As for a sense of submission, she only wants to twist off this god's head now. Her belief in slaying gods has never been so firm. What she is thinking now is only the bodies of the superpowers she has seen in these 2 hours, and the situation of Xinqing, who knows nothing. There are too many god servants who came today. Although she knows that powerful god servants must be focusing on the descent of the gods, those who are looking for Xinqing should not be too strong. But what if something really happened to Xinqing? 3 hours of fighting alone, no reinforcements, no teammates, no retreat. In her many years of life, she has encountered such an interesting soul by some fortuitous coincidence. If she really went back a minute later because of this god, or even a second later, she would go crazy. Thinking of this, she suddenly let out a loud roar in anger, and the frost dragon beneath her seemed to sense something, roaring towards the sky. Roar! Under this awe-inspiring sound, Jun Ani raised her hands as if trying to lift the entire world, and the artificial river beside her exploded. All the river water turned into solid ice, the ice exploded and cracked, and huge frost warriors jumped out from it. Each one was about 20 meters tall, a total of 18, holding various weapons such as knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, clubs, whips, hammers, and claws, a total of 18 types of weapons. This is Jun Ani's self-created martial skill, and also her signature move, the 18 Frost Magic Generals. Under full power, her eyes had completely turned ice blue, with veins bulging around them, adding a touch of fierceness and ferocity to her beautiful face. An angry woman is not to be trifled with, and an angry female war god is even more so. At this moment, the entire space was filled with elements of ice, even overshadowing the sacred aura, making it difficult for people to distinguish who the true god on earth was. Within half an hour, you will die. The ice frost dragon beneath her roared, carrying this female war god on its back, flying towards the minotaur-like deity. The deity had just manifested and, seeing the momentum, took a step back in a more human-like manner. But immediately, 18 ice frost demons swarmed in, surrounding him in the middle, wielding 18 different weapons and striking him all over. The next moment, the ice frost dragon arrived. Boom! With a loud explosion, the deity collided with the dragon, like the collision of 2 planets. A deafening sound. Within a radius of 10 miles, everyone felt a ringing in their ears, and those with weaker physical constitutions even felt dizzy. The next moment, accompanied by a blue light and a sacred golden light, the ice frost goddess burst out on the square, shining brightly. In a daze, near the artificial river at the Black Horse Stadium, it seemed as if another sun had appeared. Ice crystals sparkled, golden light shone, and Jun Ani, with the upper hand, mercilessly thrust her 5-meter-long ice spear towards the deity. The surrounding ice frost demons all attacked recklessly, their 20-meter-tall bodies surrounding the deity in the center, beating him wildly. The scene was simply bullying the deity. In the completely unrestrained frenzy of output, Jun Ani also clearly felt that she had found the barrier in her heart that she couldn't touch. In this battle of killing gods, she broke through. Ice Frost War God, entering the 6th realm, truly entering the ranks of the world's top experts. And today, 17 days remain until her 20th birthday. Zhongli slapped away a godling in front of him, drifting back with a frown, looking towards the distant sky. The golden pages in his hand flickered, and the spring and autumn pen recorded a line of text on it. In the new century of the 109th year, on the 5th day of March, the Ice Frost War god Junani set a new record as the youngest to reach the 6th realm. The commotion here was also sensed by Xincheng. The keenness of the voice of all things made it impossible for him not to feel the strong energy fluctuations outside, especially those related to his Ice Age abilities. At this moment, he was dealing with the 5th wave of divine servants alone, facing 8 of them. It seemed that since coming to this world, every battle was him against a group, as if he were meant to be a lone wolf. Damn, is this power development so violent? This is the real deal. If I could develop to this level, I should be able to kill them instantly. Junani, you're awesome. As he spoke, ice surged through his body, the color of his pupils replaced by paleness, and under the eruption of his power, several divine servants rushing towards him were frozen in midair, unable to advance. With a flash, he arrived in front of a person about to break free from the ice, mercilessly plunging his long knife into the person's neck, his eyes filled with madness. 20 minutes left. I said, within 3 hours, this path is blocked. From the first wave of inserting the staff into the chest of the 4th realm divine servant to now, he had lost count of how many divine servants he had dealt with. The taunt of the leader of the divine servants still seemed to echo in his ears. Can you stop us? Can you stop 1,000 troops and horses? Xincheng now, with strength and facts, answered him, he could stop them. He promised to be able to block, then he can block. He alone is worth 1,000 troops. Click. Boom. The giant axe fell, a huge bull's head dropped from the sky to the ground. This deity, after shining with endless oppression from the very beginning, ended in a very hasty manner. The ruthless ice battle axe fell, cutting off his head and also cutting off the dignity of the deity. Although it was just a projection, although it was not yet the true body, it was still a deity. The Frost War god Junani took 37 minutes to kill the god. But there was no joy or relaxation on her face, only at the first moment, she took out a watch from her storage space. 2 hours 58 minutes. She turned into a blue lightning bolt and rushed back in a direction. Ignoring the god cores on the ground and the energy debris, these valuable items worth a fortune in the world of superhumans were left there. In her mind, she had more important things to do. With a hint of blood at the corner of her mouth, the golden light burned her pupils, making her eyes look blue and golden, very beautiful. Her goal was clear, the Black Horse Sports Stadium. 3 hours from the agreed time, all the god embryos had been found, and some had been destroyed directly. Before those god embryos that could truly descend, there were top experts like Imo Chingu guarding them, so there was no need to worry about bringing the battle to the academy. Even if all these protective measures were not in place, Junani would still go to see Xincheng now. It was she who secured the spot for him, she who brought him to the Eastern Academy. So she absolutely could not accept any mishap with Xincheng. If an accident really happened, she would feel responsible for bringing Xincheng into such a situation. So, from the artificial river to the stadium over 2,000 meters away, she took less than 30 seconds at her speed. But when she reached the entrance, even her steps seemed a bit trembling. Please, nothing must happen. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and entered the stadium. Inside, it was a completely different world. It was like an ice palace here. Xincheng's ice was different from Junani's ice blue, it was a pale color, but it seemed even colder and more indifferent. There were no modern facilities visible on the ceiling, only ice prisms hanging down, like an ice cave. The surrounding venues, basketball hoops, badminton nets, were all covered in ice and snow, completely unrecognizable from their original state. The ground was littered with bodies, everywhere were ice sculptures. The faces of the servants in the ice sculptures still retained their former ferocity and cruelty, but were forever frozen under the merciless ice. The scene here now was like a palace coup in an ice and snow kingdom. Her eyes scanned the chaos, and Junani finally found Xincheng's figure. In the main wall that was bearing weight, there was a large pit, and there was a figure impaled on the wall with a long spear, with countless fallen figures in front of him. Xincheng! Junani exclaimed. In that moment it was as if her heart skipped a beat, her body flashed, and she instantly rushed to Xincheng's side. So much so that she didn't even realize she had shattered an ice servant sculpture in the process. Don't scare me! What happened to you? She abruptly lifted the blood-stained face. Junani's voice instantly panicked, even with a hint of crying. In that moment, she forgot she was the Frost War god. She felt like she had gone back 5 years, back to that first time entering the academy, knowing nothing, feeling lonely and a little scared little girl. The brain went blank for a moment. The worst outcome happened, leaving her momentarily unsure of what to do. SSS. Don't touch me, it hurts, is it time? Xincheng opened his eyes, looking at the familiar woman in front of him, and quickly spoke. In fact, he was fine, just resting here without moving was purely exhausting. He just wanted to take a break, not at the brink of death yet. Besides, he already knew Junani was coming, so he was relaxed at the moment, no need to force himself to face the next wave of strong enemies. With this relaxation, the tension in his chest dissipated, and he appeared unusually listless. "You're not dead yet?" Junani exclaimed in surprise. "Xingqing, this woman seems to have never been good at talking." "Not yet. We agreed on 3 hours, but only you came back. Old Mo is not trustworthy. Gotta pay more." "I didn't expect it to be so bad before I acted. It hurts like hell." "Damn." Junani's gaze shifted downward, only then did he see the long spear in Xingqing's chest. Due to the ice seal, there was no more bleeding, but it still shimmered with a golden light, obviously a weapon imbued with divine power, still infecting that horrific wound. To her, this wound was completely lethal. Hearing Xingqing still in the mood to say these things, Junani became anxious. "You still have the mood to say these things? Don't move, I'll go out and find a superhuman with medical abilities for you." But as she turned around, Xingqing stopped her. "No need, be careful, help me slowly pull out this spear, just be careful not to hurt the heart. How's the situation outside? If it's not good, you better go first. I'm actually fine here." Junani turned back in shock, even suspecting that Xingqing was going crazy. "Pull it out? Pulling it out directly will cause secondary damage, too much blood loss, it can't be pulled out." Listening to Junani's concern, Xingqing raised his hand and touched his nose. "I don't know if you'll believe me when I say this, my ability. Well, mutated again. This time it greatly enhanced my physical body, with strong recovery ability. If you pull it out, I'll be fine soon. Haven't you noticed I have almost no wounds on my body?" Junani? Mutated again. Too hasty. What is this? In the future, the energy lock directly is the strongest ability, can mutate into a reverse function at will. Walking to Xingqing's side, she looked closely and saw that although his clothes were torn apart, covered in bloodstains, besides the penetrating wound in his chest, surprisingly there were no other wounds. After careful examination, Junani blinked in shock. The man in front of her was truly creating surprises at all times. So, gently supporting the wall next to Xingqing with one hand, controlling the force with the other hand, she slowly and steadily pulled out the long spear. "When I came back, I had already greeted the others. Director Mo and the others knew I was here, so I didn't come back, continued to fight the enemy." Operating while speaking, Junani explained, also to divert Xingqing's attention. "Ha, it's good that you came back alone. It's just right not to let them see me in my current state. I must look very embarrassed now, my image is too disgraceful." Xingqing endured the intense pain but still smiled. After all, with tattered clothes, covered in blood and mud, disheveled hair, he remembered that a few strands of hair on the right side of his head had been shaved off. After all, even with a demigod's body being so abnormal that as long as he didn't die, he could continuously repair his body, he still couldn't grow his hair back quickly. "No!" Upon hearing this, Junani suddenly said seriously. Looking directly at Xingqing, the two's eyes met in the air. Junani said very seriously, "It's not like that. It's not indecent. You're not ugly now, you are super handsome. I can only say that the website's recommendation is quite tragic for me. The results are also quite tragic. I hope to see friends who like it here to give some free gifts." Emoticon, the two's eyes met in the air for a full 5 seconds, and finally Xingqing tried to break the atmosphere. Don't stop halfway, you're making me feel awkward." Hearing Xingqing's words, Junani reacted and quickly focused on the task at hand. A blush rose on his cheeks, feeling hot. He lowered his head forcefully, not wanting Xingqing to see the flush on his face. The emotions just now made the atmosphere particularly ambiguous and awkward. Fortunately, this is a battlefield, with various bodies lying around, which prevented the atmosphere from becoming too pink. But at this moment, Junani was also dissatisfied with Xingqing's straight male speech. How come this guy seems to have no reaction at all? Just as he was thinking, suddenly, several servants rushed in at the door. "Get out!" Without looking back, Junani swung his right hand back, and a surge of frost rushed in. The incoming team of servants didn't even say a word and were frozen into ice debris. Having just advanced to the 6th realm, Junani's abilities had taken another step up, making it very easy to defeat these 3rd and 4th realm opponents. Xingqing looked at this scene in silence. Although he hadn't let anyone step into the thunder pool for 3 hours, he had also gone through a hard battle. How could it be so simple? Puff! With a muffled sound, the gun finally pulled out from Xingqing's chest. It was as if all of Xingqing's strength had been taken away, his legs weakened, and he fell down. 3 hours without being killed, but he was almost exhausted. But in the next moment, he found himself lying in a soft embrace, hearing Junani's slightly anxious voice. "Didn't you say you could heal yourself? What's wrong?" As he spoke, Junani knelt down, letting Xinqing lean against his thigh, with his head on his abdomen. But looking at the terrifying wound on his chest, which was rapidly healing, Junani finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not. I'm just too tired. I feel like my health bar hasn't changed much now, but my mana bar is completely empty. I don't have a drop left. Xinqing pouted, and as he moved his head slightly, he suddenly felt a soft round touch. What's this? Smack! Junani slapped Xinqing's head heavily, blushing slightly, and said, "Don't move." At this moment, several superhumans with injuries rushed in at the door, their footsteps urgent. Junani turned around abruptly and saw that they were allies, so he put down his attacking hand and asked, "How did you get in? What's going on? Is the situation outside under control?" The group stopped and said, "The situation is roughly under control, thanks to your successful killing of a god, which greatly hit their morale." But, just as he was speaking, his gaze suddenly stopped, noticing the scene in front of him, his eyes almost popping out. Why was there a man lying in the arms of the Frost War god? And his head was resting on. But what? Go on. Junani frowned and said, "He is Xinqing, who has been guarding here for 3 hours and got injured." The superpower across almost blurted out, "Actually, I got injured too." But after some thought, decided against it and quickly continued, "However, we need to evacuate the personnel quickly. The divine fetus has all been destroyed, and there was another divine projection before, but it was jointly killed by the sky-holding war god and deputy Dean Zhongjing. But now, a madness-level deity has descended, although it is also a projection, this projection is very real." Junani immediately turned serious upon hearing this and said, "Madness level? Are you sure? It was Director Mo who said so." "Alright, you guys quickly go underground, bring the students out, and start organizing the evacuation." Several people responded and quickly ran towards the underground. "Madness level? What level is that? It seems to be a term I haven't heard of before," Xinqing asked. "This is a classification made by the father of superpowers at that time for deities, divided into evil, fierce, madness, disaster, annihilation, 5 levels. Oh, even gods have levels, but madness is only the 3rd level? Is it easy to deal with? It's very difficult. The power of deities is different from what you imagine. If the true body descends, madness would already be a world-class disaster. Fortunately, it's just a projection. With Director Mo here, it should not be a big problem." After explaining a bit, seeing that the wound had already healed, Xinqing gestured for Junani to help him stand up. Looking around, checking his achievements, he was quite satisfied. Xinqing's steps were a bit unsteady, and he said, "Take me out, Junani, let me see outside. In our hometown, gods are invisible and intangible beings. Coming here. Let me see and understand what real gods are like." "All right." Junani did not refuse and naturally took Xinqing's arm. "I'll take you, your condition may not be too good right now." With that, he took off directly, carrying Xinqing outside. Not long after, Xinqing was mesmerized by the sight before him. The entire sky was golden. This is not an exaggeration, nor a rhetorical device, the whole sky was golden. In the sky, Missouri Chingu quietly floated there, his clothes fluttering without wind, as if he were immersed in a golden sea. In front of him was a golden light cluster, shapeless, just a golden light. On the ground, superpowers were standing everywhere, but everyone kept their heads down, quickly moving away from the golden light. This is the might of the gods. When the gods appear, the people retreat. Is this a god? Xinqing looked at the golden light, somewhat dazed. But before he could finish, a hand covered his eyes. "Do not look directly at the god. It's your first time, it's not allowed. It could potentially cause trauma to your soul," Junani said in his ear. "Does this affect you? If not, bring me closer, I'm fine, my self-healing ability is not afraid of these." Junani? In the end, he couldn't resist, and brought him closer, watching the battle between Imochingu and the golden light, ready to cover his eyes at any moment. But now, Junani turned his head and looked in amazement at Xinqing's expression at that moment. In fact, for many superpowers, seeing the divine for the first time is a hurdle. The intense spiritual contamination can easily destroy their invincible hearts in an instant, leaving them with shadows for life, unable to fully unleash their potential. Even for talented individuals with firm beliefs, they often involuntarily tremble the first time they see it. In short, whether it's firmness, fear, indignation, negativity, all are normal emotions. But Xinqing didn't. In his eyes reflecting the golden light, there was an excitement in the calmness. Like a fish swimming upstream, full of rebellion, as if saying, "Do not look directly at the gods? I will look directly." Junani was very conflicted now, wondering whether he should cover Xinqing's eyes. Looking at this appearance, he seemed to have a sense of obsession, staring at the gods with an addictive feeling, which was not a good thing. It was a sign of being tempted. But Xinqing's eyes were clear, without any sense of distraction. Jun Ani couldn't help but speak in the end. Are you okay? If not, close your eyes, don't force yourself. I'm fine, my body can withstand it, not afraid of the spiritual influence of the gods. Xinqing said, still staring intently, both pupils already burning with that divine power, emitting golden smoke, his demigod body rapidly repairing. But he kept looking, as if trying to see every detail clearly. What are you thinking? Why do you seem so obsessed with this god? Jun Ani couldn't help but ask. Have you ever experienced the days without superhumans before the revival of spiritual energy? Xinqing asked back. Jun Ani rolled his eyes. The spiritual energy has been revived for 100 years. I'm 19, what do you think? Xinqing chuckled and shook his head. In my hometown, people often worship some elusive but supremely powerful gods. But those things have never appeared in the world. Most of them are made into statues and worshipped. And now, such beings have appeared before my eyes for real. Perhaps you can't understand how I feel. At this moment, shining in Xinqing's eyes was something called ambition, a sense of rebellion of a young man towards supreme authority. Of course, this feeling was clearly incomprehensible to Jun Ani, who was born in the era of superhumans and accustomed to all sorts of strange abilities. Where is your hometown? Jun Ani asked curiously. It's a pretty place. Let me continue watching. By now, Mo Chingu and the Golden Light had reached a white-hot stage of battle. The two's battle was very strange, completely different from what people imagined a battle to be. The entire sky had turned into a golden sea, with each attack causing the sea to churn, as if the whole world was swaying with their battle. Xinqing couldn't tell what ability Mo Chingu was using now, but he could see that this old man was completely different from his usual self. His eyes were fierce, his beard standing like steel needles, and a huge shadow behind him, its features indiscernible. With a strike, the entire space rolled forward, engulfing the golden light. Each flicker of the golden light would completely envelop Mo Chingu in the waves of the golden sea. At this point, the scene here was no longer like two individuals fighting, but rather like the entire world being divided into two parts, squeezing and colliding with each other. Xinqing found it hard to imagine the energy fluctuations there, but looking at all the buildings beneath them, they had all lost their solid properties, twisting and flowing like fluids. This was the true power of the gods. No, it's a bit too intense here, we need to retreat a bit. Jun Ani whispered in Xinqing's ear, then took him back swiftly without hesitation. In fact, just now, Jun Ani had been using his own energy force field to help him resist the overflowing energy. Director Mo is very different from usual. What level of superhuman is he? Can he handle it? Aren't you going to help him? Xin Chen did not persist. He knew that with his current state, he probably couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the battle. He just said with a hint of curiosity. Jun Ani raised his head and looked at the battle in the distance, shaking his head gently. He should be able to, even if he can't, we can't help much. Director Mo, do you think he is usually a particularly unreliable person, with strange thoughts and actions, not at all like a leader? Xin Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right. He is a very unreliable person. The affairs of Dongfang Academy are all handled by the vice president. The reason he became the president is very simple, because he is strong. He is the strongest of the 8 core academies, recognized by the world as the strongest in the 7th realm. Superhumans are divided into 9 realms. The 4th and 5th realms are a watershed, the 7th and 8th realms are a watershed, the 5th realm transcends the mundane, and the 8th realm transcends the extraordinary. After the 8th realm, a person's power becomes so strong that it is unlike that of a human. They can have the title of a marquis, and in the 9th realm, they are sanctified. Director Mo once said, under the title of marquis, I am invincible. At this point, Jun Yi's eyes also began to shimmer with longing. Although countless people believe that her future achievements will surely surpass Mo Chingu, at this moment, she still yearns for that kind of power. The battle there has now entered the final life and death stage. Jun Yi held Xin Chen's hand, which had now turned into holding his waist, making it easier to retreat with him. It's just that this posture makes the two of them look like they have reversed genders. However, she did not notice that Xin Chen beside her was in a very wrong state at this moment. Unlike most people in this world, Xin Chen had just mastered superpowers half a month ago. Just as he had mastered powers different from ordinary people, he crazily forced out his potential and now directly saw the radiance of the gods. The whole process was too tight and fast, resulting in some qualitative changes. As Xin Chen watched, he suddenly felt a certain unbreakable barrier in his heart tremble. And then, he knew nothing, and fell into a coma. Jun Yi? He was fine just now, why did he suddenly pass out? After noticing this phenomenon, she quickly took Xin Chen and fled rapidly. Then she took out her special communication device and shouted into the microphone, "Is there any superhuman with medical abilities? Come to me quickly. Hurry!" Several minutes later, those who had finished their tasks hurried over. A few minutes later, Zhong Jing, Dong Wuxuan, and others also gathered around. Everyone's face was solemn as they looked at Xian Shen lying on the ground. Zhong Jing squatted down to check his condition. After a while, Zhong Jing stood up, frowning. "How is it?" Jun and Yi's heart trembled and she hurriedly asked. "From my investigation, all his physical indicators are perfect, not even a minor injury." Zhong Jing continued to frown. "The energy in his body is also very stable, not at all like something is wrong. Why don't you try artificial respiration?" Zhong Jing looked at Jun and Yi and said. When Zhong Jing said this, there was obviously a hint of teasing. Jun and Yi angrily said, "What time is it, and you still have the mood to joke?" Zhong Jing shrugged and said, "Just relax a little, after all, in my investigation, he is really fine, breathing steadily, in good physical condition, he looks like he's just asleep." "You said he suddenly fainted? What did he do just now?" Upon hearing Zhong Jing's question, Jun and Yi quickly recounted what had happened when Xian faced the gods and battled with Mo. At this moment, the bald old Su who had maintained the stability of the assessment's secret realm also arrived. Upon hearing this, he squatted down, his right hand touching Xinqing's head, seemingly sensing something under the radiance. After a while, he spoke, mentally, "It seems fine, not contaminated or bewitched by the gods. If I have to say, I suspect he may have broken through." Broken through? What kind of breakthrough? Zhong Jing did not understand. "The first watershed, the fifth realm, transcending the mortal world." Old Su said briefly, then couldn't help but sigh, "This is already the fifth realm, and I'm only at the fifth realm now. People really can't be compared." Upon hearing this conclusion, Zhong Jing and the others were stunned. Zhong Jing suddenly grabbed the other's arm and said, "Old Su, are you serious? The fifth realm? He's already at the fifth realm, and he hasn't even enrolled yet." It's no wonder Zhong Jing was so surprised. The fifth realm and the fourth realm are two completely different domains. From the first realm to the fourth realm, it's basically the process of accumulating energy and developing one's own abilities. As long as one's talent is not too poor, many people can step up one level at a time. However, starting from the fifth realm, each breakthrough is a hurdle that requires a fortuitous encounter, sufficient accumulation of abilities, evolution of character, and external stimuli to achieve. Just like this time with Junani, extreme anger led him to completely regard the gods as sacrificial animals, allowing him to step from the peak of the fifth realm to the sixth realm. Thus, the 8 war gods of the War God Temple have all reached a level above the sixth realm. Junani before was a special case. And if Xinqing's situation is true, in this battle, Junani ascended to the sixth realm while he reached the fifth realm. It can be said that it was quite a harvest. It's not for you to say, Old Su. Are you sure? Zhong Jing continued to shake Old Su, showing no leadership composure. I'm not sure either, probably. Old Su was impatient. He's always been a genius, with the strength of the fourth realm. These past few days of assessment and this incident probably completely brought out his potential. Oh my god. Such a talent has gone to the Eastern Academy again. How did I break through back then? I was 29, I remember. How old is he? Zhong Jing held his head weakly, looking frustrated, but from his expression, he was clearly very happy. To produce such a talent is also considered fortunate for humanity. On the other hand, I'm more curious about. Dong Wuxuang suddenly spoke from the side. He defended the venue for so long, nearly 3 hours, in constant battle. Doesn't he have a single injury? Did his strength crush the opponent? After Junani knew Xinqing was fine, he had already let go of his inner tension and casually said, not really, he suffered many injuries, even some severe ones. But it seems like his abilities have mutated again, apparently evolving a self-healing ability, and his injuries have all healed. The crowd. Zhong Jing's raised hand froze in place. Dong Wuxuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Old Su awkwardly adjusted his bald head, which was shining brightly. The crowd fell silent for a few seconds, and everyone involuntarily changed the subject. There was no way, it was too discouraging. While others were trying to develop their abilities, what were you doing? Just idling around. But a ringing sound resounded, and golden waves rolled in the sky, soon followed by a rain of golden light dots falling from the sky. Boom! A muscular figure with a golden angry face, resembling a muscle-bound Santa Claus, landed heavily beside the crowd. Covered in golden scars, Mo finally completed his own battle. What's wrong with this child? Looking at Xinqing lying on the ground, Mo said in a stern voice. After hearing the truth, he visibly breathed a sigh of relief. His whole demeanor slowly dissipated, becoming tired and listless, like an ordinary old man. Has the specific situation of this battle been compiled? With drooping eyelids, Mo Chingu asked somewhat weakly. The playful expression on Zhong Jing's face disappeared, and he sighed as he looked at the now unrecognizable Black Horse Stadium. Casualties are still being counted. As for property damage, don't dwell on it, focus on rebuilding. This place has been completely destroyed. As for how to deceive the public, that's still a problem. Fortunately, the strongest deity projection this time was of the madness level, otherwise, Zhong Jing said, his face showing a hint of fear. Mo Chingu let out a long sigh, his back appearing more stooped, his cloudy eyes filled with worry, and he whispered softly, the world is about to become unsettled. With the increasing activities of the divine servants and the rising spiritual energy concentration in the world, we need to make some preparations. In fact, he didn't dare to speak too seriously. In his perception, a storm was gathering, and the world was on the brink of a huge change. Whether this is humanity's path to the future or its demise, will depend on these young people. Thinking of this, Mo Chingu couldn't help but glance at Xinqing lying on the ground. Alright, let's clean up and go home. On the white bed, Xinqing slowly opened his eyes. It was as if he had just had a long dream. The sunlight outside was dazzling, and the sounds of insects and birds conveyed a sense of peaceful time passing. Am I dreaming? Xinqing suddenly sat up on the bed and looked at the unfamiliar scene outside the window. Could it all have been a dream? I didn't travel through time? No superpowers? Everything was just a fantasy? Great! I'm back! Just then, with a creak, the door opened. Jun Ani walked in from outside, holding a bottle in his hand. Seeing Xinqing awake, he said in surprise, "Oh, you're finally awake? Why is it you?" Xinqing couldn't help but sound a little disappointed. It seemed that everything was not a dream. Jun Ani? What does that mean? Not welcoming me? During the days you were unconscious, I was the one injecting the nutrient solution for you. No, thank you very much, I was just a bit out of sorts. Xinqing adjusted his mood and accepted reality. Where is this? Jun Ani shrugged and placed the nutrient solution in his hand on the table. This is the Eastern Academy. Since you're awake, the opening ceremony should start soon. Then, Jun Ani looked at Xinqing and gave a meaningful smile. Do you know how famous and important you are now? The opening ceremony of the Eastern Academy was delayed for 2 days just to wait for you. Your name, Xinqing, is now the talk of the Academy. Do you want to know how it's being talked about now? Because of my delay? Why the delay? I've always tried to avoid things like the freshman ceremony. Xinqing rubbed his slightly throbbing head, sat up from the bed, and removed the needle injecting the nutrient solution into himself. After the needle was removed from his body, the puncture wound quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that he was in good condition, Jun Ani naturally sat down on his bed. After the previous battle and time spent together, the relationship between the two had also grown closer. Why? Because you're the top freshman. And now the Vice Dean really wants to see you. Because of you, the Eastern Academy can be said to have had a bumper harvest this year. All the students who were recommended, more than a quarter of them, joined Dongfang Academy because of you. After all, you can be considered as saving them. Oh, quite a few female students have been wanting to come and see you these days. Of course, I stopped them all to avoid disturbing your rest. At this point, Jun Ani's tone had a hint of sourness, but Xinqing didn't notice. Chief of the new students? What is that? Does that mean I have to go? Forget it. It's a waste of time. Not only do you have to go, but you also have to give a speech as the chief student, inspiring your classmates and all. What? Can I not go? No, everyone has to go. The whole school is waiting for you specifically, and your reward will also be given to you by President Mo at the new student ceremony. Xinqing. Oh, that's fine. In fact, all the other words are useless. The only reason Xinqing decided to participate is because of the reward he will receive at the new student ceremony. Very practical. You seem to have no feelings about this kind of scene at all. Being the chief of the new students, isn't it exciting to be the most outstanding new student of the year, attracting everyone's attention? What's good about it? Are you willing? Xinqing replied speechlessly. Jun Ani was taken aback by his response, then awkwardly coughed twice. She seemed quite willing to stand out. Oh no, revealing her true character. By the way, how did I faint? Was I attacked? Hearing Xinqing change the subject, Jun Ani quickly told him about the speculations of Lao Su and the others. The fifth realm? Xinqing sat on the bed, lowered his head blankly, looked at his hands, and clenched his fists tightly. The fifth realm, is there anything special about it? I don't seem to feel anything myself. Jun Ani shook her head. No, the fifth realm is actually a qualitative change. You were able to reach it without even enrolling, which is quite extraordinary. You have officially entered the higher levels perspective. What about you? You didn't reach it back then? I was a special admission, didn't need to enroll. It's different from you, Junani said matter-of-factly. Xing. Alright, enough about that. Superpowers come in many types: energy projection, physical enhancement, mental abilities, and so on. For those like us with energy projection abilities, the fifth realm has a very obvious manifestation: flying. What? Xing instantly became interested. I can fly? How do I do it? This is something that can't be taught. It's like an instinctive behavior, similar to how you learned to crawl when you were a child. You have to feel it yourself. Don't rush, give it a week or two to adapt, and you should be as proficient as walking. Rest up. During the enrollment ceremony, the senior students will also come to watch, and in the final segment, there will be a challenge between the senior students and the new student chief. Of course, it's all in good spirit. One is to show the students that through the academy's specialized training, their strength can be greatly improved. On the other hand, it's to remind the new student chief to be humble, improve their strength, and not be complacent. But well, at this point, Junani's expression became very expectant. I think no one will be able to beat you. You rest up, I'll go now, to inform the president that you've woken up, and to arrange the ceremony. With that, Junani got up from the bed and walked out the door. Okay, thanks for these days. Xing picked up the nutrient solution on the table and said to her back. Then, he began to feel the surging energy in his body, wanting to see how he could fly. It was a strange feeling, controlling the energy but not releasing it, slowly lifting his body. Before long, Xing had already started bumping around the room, hitting his head on the LED light tube above and cracking it. It seems that control is necessary. On the open square of Dongfang Academy, the freshmen had already taken their seats one after another, while the large stands on both sides were filled with senior students who had already enrolled. The noise was unusually loud, with most of the senior students coming for one purpose only: to see if they could find a girlfriend or boyfriend among the new freshmen. In theory, the ceremony should have started by now, with Emochingu already standing on the platform. But they just stood there, not announcing anything, allowing the students below to interact freely. And now, among the freshmen, the topic of discussion has always been Xing. Hey, have you heard? Our new freshman leader this time is different from the previous ones. They say he's super awesome. I heard recently during meals, they say the E-rank mutants now have S-rank abilities, able to communicate with heaven and earth, omniscient. I also heard that all the big shots who were recommended this time are the leader's little brothers. Many people are here to seek refuge with the leader. They say some time ago, he single-handedly fought against thousands of gods and didn't fall behind. I also heard that he is actually a god, the incarnation of the sun in the human world. They say Dongfang Academy is actually his industry. In short, there are all kinds of rumors, and in just a few days, the messages have spread to a terrifying extent, with some even saying Xing is an ancient monster who has lived for thousands of years. However, the academy itself would definitely not care about such rumors. As the time for the ceremony to begin had already exceeded by more than 10 minutes, the discussions in the crowd gradually quieted down, watching President Emochingu on the stage to see if he was angry. Looking at the eyes of the many students, Emochingu smiled and his loud voice rang out. Students, please be patient, there's a small problem. For this opening ceremony, our new freshman leader has not arrived yet. This statement caused a commotion throughout the venue. No one expected that an event as significant as the freshman ceremony would actually be delayed because one person hadn't shown up. At that moment, the freshmen didn't feel much, but the seniors were clearly not very happy. Damn, daring to be late on the first day, this new freshman leader is quite arrogant. Who is this? If it's not possible, just start early, this is too unruly. I've heard about him, they say this freshman ceremony was delayed for 2 days, seems to be related to him, don't know which big shot is coming. On the surrounding stands, the senior students were all venting their frustrations. Many times, when the old face the new, there always seems to be a condescending feeling. In a shady corner, a few senior students were sitting there, and one of them calmly said, he's got skills, you know, during the assessment a few days ago, there was a divine descent, and they say he participated and made great contributions. Beside him, a guy wearing flip-flops also spoke up. I've heard too, they say this kid's story is quite mysterious, all sorts of versions, completely unsure of what's true or false. The new freshman leader, of course, is a genius. With strength comes arrogance, it's the same every year. But every year, the new freshman leader ends up being humiliated in the challenge matches, right? At this point, the guy in flip-flops laughed out loud, recalling the scene when he first enrolled and thought he was so strong, only to be humbled. The inevitable path. Who didn't think they were a genius back then? What, for this final challenge, are you going to teach the new chief of this year's freshmen a lesson? The classmates beside also laughed along. Alright, this time I'll teach him a lesson. I've been in school for 3 years, it's a bit of bullying. As the students whispered to each other, Mo Chingu also felt a bit numb in his heart. Why is he not giving face? In the impression, Xinqing is not this kind of person. What happened? Using his own ability, he made his voice ring in Jun Ani's ears. What's wrong with him? Didn't he respond? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Jun Ani sat in a corner on the sidelines, also couldn't help but support his forehead. She didn't know what was going on. She couldn't contact Xinqing now. She didn't know what the other party was doing. And at this moment, in the distance on the horizon, a figure suddenly appeared, flying rapidly towards here. All the students looked serious, some even stood up. They all knew that unless their own abilities included flying, similar to Yi Zilwan, otherwise the ability to fly like this was exclusive to those above the 5th realm. The 5th realm is already rare in this world. It is already the level of academy teachers, or specialized high-level combat personnel. And the flying path of that figure was crooked, forming a zigzag, sometimes up in the sky, sometimes down to the ground, like drinking fake alcohol. People rationally speculated that in this situation, he must be injured and have important matters to report to the dean. Something happened at the Eastern Academy. Many people knew that the world might not be peaceful recently, but they didn't expect it to come so soon. In a daze, it seemed like you could still hear the person shouting something, but it was unclear. When he flew closer, they could finally hear more clearly. Make way, make way. I can't control it. Can someone help? Give me a hand, I'm afraid of hitting you guys. Since Xinqing found out yesterday that he could fly, he couldn't stop practicing, almost practicing every moment. Although Jun Ani told him that he could master it in 1 or 2 weeks, he couldn't wait. The feeling in the sky is completely different from on the ground, as if his range of activities has shifted from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. Today was no exception. He flew out, disappeared, forgot about time, and the way back was too far. This led to the current scene. Boom! He fell to the ground with a bang, directly hitting the rostrum, raising a cloud of smoke. This place was relatively spacious, so he didn't hit anyone else. All the students stared nervously at him, wanting to know what had happened. When the dust settled, Mo Chingu walked up with a smile, facing the students and said, "Alright, everyone is finally here, remember to have some sense of time next time. Since the new chief of the freshmen has arrived, then our freshman ceremony this time officially begins." Is this a student? Isn't he a combatant? He is the new chief of the freshmen? Is he still just a freshman now? A freshman at the 5th realm? Are you kidding me? Why bother entering a school? Just go directly to the organization of superhumans. Xinqing apologized to Mo Chingu, turned around and found a chair to sit down, and the freshman ceremony began. But the surrounding older students who were watching seemed a bit flustered. This new chief of the freshmen seems to be a bit too much. How about this, you go teach him a lesson later? One of the people who chatted earlier said to the senior student. Forget it, I was just kidding. The freshman celebration proceeded in an orderly manner, mainly hosted by Mo Chingu, who talked about the situation of the college, as well as expectations for the future of the students. Soon after, one by one, the outstanding students who performed well in the assessment were called on stage to receive their rewards. Soon, it was Xinqing's turn. When the terrifying amount of his reward was announced, everyone in the audience gasped in shock. This freshman chief must be the college's favorite to receive so much. But when they thought about his terrifying 5th-level strength, the students had nothing to say, not even a hint of jealousy. There was just too big of a gap. Alright, it's time for our freshman chief to give a speech. Just as Xinqing was about to walk away with his reward, Mo Chingu grabbed him and stopped him, asking him to say a few words. When the microphone was handed to Xinqing, he had no choice but to speak a bit awkwardly. Hello everyone, I don't have much to share, to be honest. Everyone has their own pace of cultivation, and I often rely on luck. I came here today mainly because President Mo told me that I could only receive my freshman reward here. If I didn't come. Cough cough. Mo Chingu stood aside, coughing harshly twice, then gave Xinqing a fierce glare. Could he say these things here? Xinqing quickly changed the subject. Actually, everyone should really work on improving their abilities and not waste their talents. After all, when your abilities are stronger, you will be more valuable, making money will be easier, and also, cough cough cough. At this point, Mo Chingu was coughing non-stop, as if he had contracted tuberculosis. But Xinqing seemed to have gotten carried away, entering an uncontrollable state, and continued, and also, a while ago, I took on a job, and it was agreed that I would be paid 3 million. President Mo even said that if I did well, 30 million wouldn't be a problem. But it seems like I haven't received the money yet, so I just wanted to ask about it. Listening to this unconventional chief speech, the students and teachers in the audience were dumbfounded. Could he say that? Was he that bold? Saying it directly on stage like that? But for some reason, Xinqing's very down-to-earth expression actually improved the students' impression of him. Every year at the opening ceremony, they would listen to the freshman chief reading from a script. Even though they were young, they insisted on being so official, giving a lecturing feeling. These students were already tired of it, so having someone come up asking for money today felt quite refreshing. But Imo Chingu obviously didn't think so. Let's not talk about the 30 million thing for now, the 3 million. Before he could finish his sentence, a nimble old man rushed to Xinqing's side, snatched the microphone from his hand, and held it himself. Hee, Xinqing, you're still so humorous, always joking around. Seeing that Xinqing wanted to say something, he quickly whispered in Xinqing's ear, Junani told me to give you a card. It's yours, I'll transfer the money to that card. It's the opening ceremony. Show some face, okay. After that, the old and the young exchanged glances for a while, and Xinqing finally agreed. Imo Chingu didn't dare to let Xinqing give any more speeches. He could tell that this kid was really unpredictable and a bit difficult to handle. So, he quickly proceeded with the final item. Alright, today's freshman ceremony has come to a successful conclusion. I hope everyone can hone their abilities in the days to come, strive to contribute to safeguarding the peace of this world as soon as possible. Next, it's time for the challenge session. Does anyone want to spar with the new chief freshman? Of course, if the new chief freshman feels the gap is too big, they can refuse. This kind of sparring is basically meaningless, more like a performance match. However, since they are all young people, no one wants to lose face, so the previous sessions usually have a few matches. But Imo Chingu has also seen clearly during this time that Xinqing absolutely does not care about these things. If he wants to refuse, he really doesn't care about any face issues. So at this moment, Imo Chingu quickly whispered in Xinqing's ear again. Give me some face, brother. I can add money. I'll give you an extra 100,000 in the money I'll transfer to you later. It can be seen that Imo Chingu is indeed not serious, very casual, even calling each other brothers despite the 50-year age gap. Xinqing remained non-committal, but ultimately stayed on the scene and did not directly walk away. However, this time, there was a significant difference compared to previous years. In the past, at this time, the older students on both sides of the stands would start cheering wildly, mocking and provoking, with many wanting to come up and show dominance. But today, it was a bit different. The stands on both sides were unusually quiet, with no one speaking, creating an awkward atmosphere. Of course, no one dares to casually step up. At the beginning, Xinqing flew directly over, shocking everyone around with his strength at the fifth realm, making no one willing to challenge him. In the Eastern Academy, there were no students at the fifth realm. Even among the very outstanding senior students about to graduate, there were geniuses like him. But they were already less interested in such excitement, starting to sign contracts with major psychic organizations and taking on heavy responsibilities. So for a while, the scene became very awkward. In the vast arena, Xinqing stood alone, with no one to challenge him. Finally, after waiting for about 4 to 5 minutes, a male student jumped down from the stands. Wearing a green long robe, he was also very handsome, walking slowly to Xinqing and clasping his fists, saying, "Hello, junior brother. Achieving the fifth realm at such a young age really makes me feel ashamed, as I have yet to break through to the fifth realm at the peak of the fourth realm. I am Lin Ruoyan, currently at the peak of the fourth realm. I have not been able to break through to the fifth realm yet, but judging from the trajectory of your flight earlier, you may have just entered the fifth realm. After all, I have undergone extensive training in the academy, mastered many martial skills, while you have just entered the school and lack practical combat experience, so we may be evenly matched. Let me challenge you, the new chief freshman." Lin Ruoyan gave a very cultivated impression, speaking politely, but his words made Jun Ani sitting below the stage unable to help twitching his mouth. Lack of practical combat experience? This statement may be appropriate for other students, but for Xinqing? The number of people who died at his hands is countless. After all, the 3 hours 2 days ago, the piles of servants lying at his feet were not an exaggeration. But obviously, Lin Ruoyan was unaware of these details. Alright, let's begin now. Let this old man be the referee for you. Don't worry, I can stop it at any time if there is any danger. Seeing someone finally stepping forward and not letting the atmosphere remain cold, Imo Chingu also looked approvingly at Lin Ruoyan. In the past, it was the older students who intimidated the new students, so why is it the other way around this time? The two of them took a few steps back, a green energy armor attached to Lin Ruoyan's body, and a simple bronze long sword appeared in his hand. This is my sequence weapon, B107, an ancient bronze sword. You've just started school, you may not know what a sequence weapon is yet. In this regard, I might have to take some advantage. Lin Ruoyan said with a smile, looking a bit embarrassed. It's okay, come on. Then, be careful. Blooming flowers, falling leaves sword. Without further ado, with a loud shout, his whole body moved with the sword, throwing a beautiful sword flower towards Xincheng. He was obviously using a sword technique, his whole body floating in the air, like a falling leaf, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xincheng. Xincheng stood still, without any movement, looking as if he was dumbfounded. But in his eyes, there was a different light shining, rational and cold. With a sword cry, the bronze-long sword had already stabbed towards Xincheng's abdomen. It seemed that this sparring match was about to end. But the next second, a pale cold light suddenly burst out, ice enveloped the arena, a chain of energy shot out from his hand, wrapping around Lin Ruoyan's waist, pulling him towards himself. Xincheng completely ignored the long sword stabbing towards his abdomen. Instead, a fist blade appeared in his hand, stabbing towards Lin Ruoyan's neck. Xincheng had entered a state of battle. He forgot that this was just a sparring match. The boiling blood in the battle made him feel as if he was back in the meat grinder battlefield 2 days ago. He had never learned any martial arts. From that battle, he only learned one thing: to exchange injury for life is a good deal. To strike was like an instinctive killer move. For a moment, perhaps only a fraction of a second, Lin Ruoyan's shocked eyes met Xincheng's. What kind of eyes were those? They were calm with a hint of ferocity, and an indifference towards his own and the enemy's life. Why didn't he dodge? Why didn't he block? Why was his first reaction to take the sword head-on, and then counterstab himself? He had been in school for over 3 years, he had fought with servants before, but even when facing those crazy fanatics, they were not like Xincheng. He couldn't stop himself. The chain around his waist forcefully pulled him towards Xincheng, as if the sword was not meant for him to stab, but for Xincheng to make him stab. Stop, halt! In a flash, Mo Chingu quickly called off the match. The space distorted for a moment. Lin Ruoyan's sword and Xincheng's fist blade froze in midair, unable to move an inch. But the situation on the scene was already very clear. A bronze-long sword stopped at Xincheng's abdomen, and the fist blade was just a hair's breadth away from Lin Ruoyan's neck. If Mo Chingu had been half a second late, there would have been blood splattered on the spot, 1 injured and 1 dead. Xincheng wins. Mo Chingu announced the result. Lin Ruoyan stood stiff on the arena, not daring to move, his whole body soaked in cold sweat, staring in horror at the fist blade in front of his neck. It was so close, just so close. After years of hard training, endless trials, watching himself grow stronger day by day, thinking that one day he could also become a guardian of the world. But just now, he realized that he was only seconds away from death. Too dangerous. Hearing Mo Chingu's voice, Xincheng's eyes slowly regained clarity, returning to their usual state. Sorry, I got into the zone just now, couldn't hold back. Taking back his fist blade, he showed a slightly apologetic smile towards Lin Ruoyan. It was like a war aftermath. Once he entered the state of battle, he was completely in the state of guarding the sports field alone at that time. There was no talk of sparring. The 3-hour battle experience back then was already engraved in his blood and bones. Lin Ruoyan watched as Xincheng returned to his lazy and friendly demeanor in a split second, feeling embarrassed and putting on a very unnatural and forced smile. It's nothing. I'm not as skilled as you. You're amazing. After saying that, he naturally took a few steps back, creating distance between himself and Xincheng, as if he felt it was dangerous to stand too close to him. Seeing Xincheng's lazy appearance now, compared to the cold and fierce eyes he had seen during the previous battle, he couldn't help but suspect that Xincheng was suffering from a split personality. The only thought in his mind now was, this kid is too ruthless, do not provoke him in the future. The battle was long in description but actually happened in a short amount of time. To the students in the audience, Xincheng and Lin Ruoyan exchanged a few polite words, and in the blink of an eye, the battle was over. Many people didn't see clearly what happened, but the result was already announced, making it seem uninteresting. They had hoped to see an intense clash of abilities, with a spectacular display of colors, but it ended too quickly, leaving them somewhat disappointed. However, it was clear that there were still discerning individuals present. On the viewing platform, many senior students clearly witnessed the process of the two's battle and felt a chill down their spines. This kid, the new student leader? Seriously, such a startling killing intent. Where did Dean Mo find such a monster? Is he really a student? I'd believe it if you said he's a maniac. Don't provoke him. Absolutely don't. Who knows what kind of creature they brought in this year. On the viewing platform, all the senior students fell into silence. From now on, they officially engraved Xincheng's lazy face in their minds. This is definitely a smiling tiger. The crowd slowly dispersed, and this year's freshman celebration ended in a very eerie manner. The final match was recorded by many students, and in the following days, it would spread like wildfire on the campus forum. Xincheng, the new student leader, firmly secured his position, and at this moment, Shihong also approached him, exchanged a few words, and shook hands with Xincheng. Of course, there was also Lu Peng, the odd one, who followed along. Brother, you saved me that day. Wow, I'm so grateful. Please feel free to ask me for help in the future. Lu Peng held onto Xinqing's hand, tears and snot streaming down his face as he spoke. Xinqing, I hope you can act more normal, and stop calling me brother. Lu Peng, okay, boss, is there anything you need me to do? Xinqing, just stay wherever you feel comfortable. Lu Peng, but boss, it's really hot outside now, the only way to cool down is to go back inside and turn on the air conditioning. Xinqing, then go back inside. Lu Peng, got it. Boss, do you need me to bring you breakfast tomorrow? And there's that tormentor. Meanwhile, Vice Dean Tang Genie grabbed Mo Chingu's sleeve, looking serious as he held onto him. What's the matter with this child? What has he been through before? He's still so young? How could he have such a strong killing intent? You said he achieved great feats a few days ago. What feats were those? Mo Chingu fell silent for a few seconds and replied, due to special circumstances, he had to guard a place alone and fought against the divine servants for over 3 hours. In the end, there were at least over 100 intact bodies. That battle allowed him to break through to the 5th realm. I didn't expect him to perform so perfectly. Hearing this absurd number, Tang Genie exclaimed, gritting his teeth, how could this happen? He's still a child, his mental development is not complete, how could you? There was no other choice, at that time, none of us could stay there. That's not going to work, you. Just as she was speaking, Mo Chingu suddenly glanced at the crowd of students and quickly broke free from Tang Genie's hand. Wait, I need to find someone first. I'm worried that he might go astray. After saying that, Tang Genie disappeared in front of her. Gradually moving away from the bustling playground, Yi Zilwan walked alone to the bottom of the dormitory building. In a dark corner, she clenched her fist. She pressed her right fist hard against the wall, so hard that it drew a trace of blood that she didn't even feel. That day when she was hiding in the basement, she had been sticking to the ceiling, listening to Xinqing's fighting sounds all the way. Today, sitting in the front row, watching Xinqing's indifferent gaze, completely suppressing the seniors of Dongfang Academy. For some reason, she felt that she was getting further and further away from her goal. Now, recalling what she thought and said when she first met Xinqing, she felt extremely uncomfortable, feeling like a clown. What should she do? Why is it so difficult to catch up? How can she surpass him? She clearly wanted to surpass him, but why did she still need his protection when facing danger? Since the assessment, she had spent 24 hours a day, allocating 6 hours for sleep, 1 hour for meals, and using all the remaining time to develop her abilities and cultivate herself. But why did she feel the gap getting wider and wider? Is it impossible for a B rank to catch up with those geniuses? She was not just an ordinary B rank. Moreover, he was only an E rank at the beginning. Thinking of this, Yi Zilwan hammered the wall heavily, but the pain in her hand was nothing compared to the anxiety and hardship in her heart, tears slowly gathering in her eyes. At that moment, a voice sounded behind her. Child, what are you thinking about? Is your hand hurting? Don't be anxious. Hearing this voice, Yi Zilwan couldn't help but be surprised, feeling like her vulnerability had been seen by someone else. She quickly wiped away her tears and turned around. Seeing the somewhat familiar white-bearded old man, she said somewhat flustered, Principal, hello. What's wrong? Child, are you crying? Looking at Yi Zilwan's reddened eyes, Mo Chingu seemed to have anticipated it. No, I didn't sleep well last night, and I got up early today to attend the freshman ceremony. I plan to go back and rest later. Yi Zilwan rubbed her eyes forcefully, not admitting it. Mo Chingu didn't deliberately expose her, but instead asked, your mother is Jiang Yueru, an S-rank Fire Phoenix ability user at the peak of the 6th realm, currently serving in the Human Alliance, right? Yi Zilwan remained silent, nodding in agreement. Let me guess, you often look at Xinqing, wanting to make him your goal for cultivation, right? Growing up with your mother, do you also hope to become someone like her one day? But you find that you seem unable to do it? Although everyone around you says you are a genius, you always feel that the distance to your inner goal is very far. So much so that, the harder you try, the wider the gap becomes. At this moment, Mo Chingu seemed like a devil who could see through people's hearts, his words cutting into Yi Zilwan's heart like a knife. She remained silent, expressionless, and said, no, there's nothing to compare. I'm not feeling well. If you have nothing else, I'd like to go back first. After speaking, she turned and headed towards the apartment building. However, Mo Chingu seemed to have no intention of letting her go, and continued, Xinshen was only at E level at the beginning. You initially thought he shouldn't have qualified for a recommendation, but in just a few days, he has reached a level beyond your imagination. Your mother, with an S-level supernatural talent, has only been rated at B level here. You must have heard since childhood, although not as good as her mother, her talent is already very good, right? In these past few days, Xinshen's news has been spreading widely. You must be the first opponent he defeated, which should have become a long-lasting joke by now. In the recent battle, you were protected by the person you wanted to surpass. It must have been difficult for you. For so many years, living in the shadow of your mother, you must be unwilling, right? One sentence followed by another. In the end, Mo Chingu successfully broke through Yi Zilwan's defenses. Stopping in his tracks, his slightly thin figure trembled slightly, tears finally welled up and uncontrollably rolled down to the ground. Mo Chingu's words made her think of many things, and her emotions were momentarily out of control. Do you want to surpass them? Mo Chingu asked while the iron was hot. I do. What did you say? I said I do. I will surpass them one day, even if my talent is not high enough. Just wait and see. Yi Zilwan suddenly turned around, almost roaring, her tear-streaked face no longer showing its usual beauty, but rather a hint of ferocity. Seeing that this child could no longer contain herself and began to vent her emotions, Mo Chingu finally stopped, a smile appearing on his face. Then, with a raise of his hand, a special space enveloped the two, with two chairs placed facing each other. What if I told you that your talent is not inferior to anyone in this world? Do you believe it? Yi Zilwan looked around the space, realizing that this might not be the real world. She calmed down slightly, sat gently on the chair, and shook her head in disappointment. In the supernatural ability named Phoenix, I'm probably the weakest. No. Mo Chingu firmly shook his head, looking at the other with red, teary eyes, and said, there is no Phoenix in this world. Yi Zilwan raised her head in confusion, not understanding. If there must be one, you are very likely the only one. The Phoenix is meant to be reborn from the ashes. Remember, God gave you a lower starting point than others to write a story of turning the tables. Do you believe me? Are you willing to accept me as your teacher? Become the third direct disciple of this incompetent teacher. Yi Zilwan sat dumbfounded on the chair, looking as if she had just been on a roller coaster. She never expected that President Mo would come to her and say such things. Actually, I have noticed you a long time ago. Your personality is very similar to a little girl from the past. Who? Yi Zilwan asked. Li Qian. Now, when you look at Xian Chen, you resemble her when she looked at Jun Ani back then. The thirst for power, the spirit of not wanting to be inferior to others, can drive people forward, but sometimes it can also drag them into the abyss. That's why I urgently came to find you today. Li Qian is my second direct disciple, whom I treated like my daughter, but she may have already taken the wrong path. When it came to Li Qian, Mo Chingu's expression became somewhat desolate and painful. He would always unconsciously think of that red envelope. I may be an incompetent teacher. Would you like to hear a story from me? Just as Mo Chingu was pulling Yi Zilwan into the space to start counseling her, Jun Ani had already brought Xian Chen to an office. Xian Chen looked up at the sign above, Dean's office. You said you were coming to reassess my supernatural ability level. Is it Vice Dean who will do it for me? Xian Chen asked. No, it's the Vice Dean who will do it for you. Xian Chen's mouth twitched. Did they even give the Vice Dean direct access to the Dean's office? As he opened the door and walked in, he saw a person sitting on the sofa shaking his leg, and as soon as he saw someone coming in, he stood up immediately. Oh, isn't this Lord War God? Hello, the chief of the freshmen? I've heard so much about you. Hello, Junior, I'm Zhang Xiaojin, you can call me Xiaojin, or you can call me Jiangu. This person was very familiar, with a wild mane of long hair, similar in height to Xian Chen, and he reached out to shake hands right away. Xian Chen didn't know what he had heard about him, but he felt like he had stolen his catchphrase. Before Xian Chen could say anything, the other person continued on his own. I am the head of the Public Relations Department. Let me tell you that our Public Relations Department is very good. After you join our Public Relations Department, it's very easy to accumulate credits. There are few activities, very relaxed. How can there be such a good thing? Let me tell you. Xian Chen. Wait, did I ever say I wanted to join the Public Relations Department? Wait a minute, this. Jingu, I don't think I said I wanted to join the Public Relations Department. What is the Public Relations Department? Xian Chen discreetly let go of the other person's hand. He had just copied something by the way and it failed. What bad luck. But Zhang Xiaojian seemed completely unaware of the awkwardness, still talking to himself. The Public Relations Department is very good. Why not join? You will definitely want to join. To graduate from school, you need to accumulate 120 contribution credits. Apart from the tasks issued independently by the school, there are only 6 clubs in the whole school that have the power to distribute credits. Our Public Relations Department is one of them. Junani stood aside, obviously knowing this Zhang Xiaojian, and said a little helplessly, Xiaojian, it's not allowed to recruit people now. It will be a few days before all the major clubs start recruiting students. Hey, senior sister, it's not like that. There is a saying that goes, Fate brings people together from afar. Xin Chen wants to join our public relations department, I have to introduce him. Xin Chen? Hey, isn't it? When did I agree to join? I said, brother, you. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Xiaojian suddenly strode up to Xin Chen and whispered in his ear, let me tell you, the other 5 of our 6 clubs are all labor-intensive, tiring, dangerous fights, and you can't earn many credits. But we are very leisurely, just meet the people, actually just deceive them, say it's a terrorist attack by the gods, draw some water and it's done. Sometimes we don't even need to prepare anything, just go to the scene and play games, and you'll have credits. Sometimes you can even earn some extra money from the TV station, and sometimes people even give out red envelopes. Zhang Xiaojian said, then smirked, rubbed his fingers lightly, made a money-counting gesture. Xin Chen. Jian Gu, hello. From today on, I am a member of the Public Relations Department. Hey, that's right. Take out your phone. I'll install this for you. This is the internal software of the 6 major special clubs. If the school has any emergencies or important matters, they will be posted on it. You take the job, and you'll have credits. Let them handle the fighting. We'll just grab some simple ones. Quick hands get credits. Xin Chen listened on the side, nodding repeatedly. Then, the 2 of them hit it off, emitting a sly laugh, as if 2 lazy people had found a kindred spirit. Junani stood outside the door, slapped his forehead, thinking, oh no, how did I run into Zhang Xiaojian? In fact, the Public Relations Department was originally a department that was not very good, considered a backdoor for students with not very good talents or not very suitable for combat, to allow them to also earn credits through some civilian jobs. So generally speaking, many students are unwilling to join the Public Relations Department, thinking that it is a relatively weak and unmanly department. Its minister, Zhang Xiaojian, is even more despicable, using all means for credits, often making people from other departments angry. There are even rumors that when he is on a mission outside, he often accepts bribes such as red envelopes. As a result, this year, the Public Relations Department easily recruited the strongest new student in history. And it seems that Xinqing and the other party hit it off, seeming to get along well. June Ani. Creak. Finally, the door opened, and a beautiful woman walked in from outside, who was Vice Dean Tang Jini. She looked at the people in the room and smiled, saying, you 2 are the ones who are going to undergo reassessment, right? Okay, follow me. And Tang, if I don't do it, I'm just a D-level Esper, there's no need to test me again, right? Zhang Xiaojian approached with a smug face and said. Tang Jini looked at him gently, smiled, and said, no. Follow me. Zhang Xiaojian. When they arrived at an open space on the rooftop, Tang Jini introduced, when we test new abilities, we do it by simulating divine power. Starting from F level, gradually moving up, you just need to keep your spirits normal, resist the temptation of divine power on you, and finally test out your Esper talent. Are you ready, children? Wait. Zhang Xiaojian quickly spoke up. Then, he changed his posture, lying on the ground, and said, okay, I think this posture is more comfortable. Xinqing, do you want to try? Xinqing. Tang Jini. Ignoring Zhang Xiaojian lying on the ground fooling around, Tang Jini glanced at Xinqing, confirming once again if he was ready. Seeing Xinqing nod, she pressed a button in her hand, and in an instant, the entire space on the rooftop became distorted. Xinqing clearly felt a slight dizziness, as if something was speaking in his mind, similar to the feeling when he commanded all things. But for now, it was bearable. Zhang Xiaojian lying on the ground suddenly said, has it started, Aunt Tang? It has started. Hearing the reply, Zhang Xiaojian instantly kicked his legs, his whole body started convulsing, his tongue sticking out, twisting and turning on the ground like a salted fish in a frying pan. This scene directly scared Xinqing silly, staring dumbfounded at Zhang Xiaojian on the ground, not knowing what was happening. Is this power so strong? What kind of operation is this, seriously? But when he raised his head and looked at Jun Ani and Tang Jini, it seemed that both of them were accustomed to it, completely ignoring Zhang Xiaojian lying on the ground. Is this guy so powerless? Seeing him looking like he was about to pass out, Xinqing couldn't help but speak up. Vice Dean, don't you need to check on him? He seems to be in trouble. Tang Jini smiled and shook her head, deliberately saying loudly, it's okay, no need to worry about him. This time our test will be gradual, increasing intensity bit by bit, the estimated time won't be short. Hearing her say this, Xinqing could only keep quiet, looking at Zhang Xiaojian on the ground with some pity. I hope this brother is okay. But slowly, Xinqing began to realize that something was wrong. 5 minutes passed, Zhang Xiaojian was still convulsing there, showing no signs of stopping. 10 minutes passed, Zhang Xiaojian was still convulsing there. 15 minutes passed. The entire floor of the rooftop was almost cleaned by him, but there was not a single drop of sweat on his forehead. The seductive whisper in Zinchen's mind was getting louder and louder, but Zhang Xiaojian remained the same as he was at the beginning. He started convulsing from the F-level pressure and continued until the B-level. Moreover, he was convulsing steadily and constantly. This person seems extraordinary. Weisstein, what is the sign that indicates the end of the assessment? Zinchen's finally realized the peculiarity of Zhang Xiaojian and couldn't help but ask the Weisstein. This person seemed absolutely extraordinary, convulsing on the ground for so long, not to mention his physical strength was top-notch. And Zinchen's now also came to his senses. When the divine power began to release at first, he instantly heard the deep voice in his mind. But Zhang Xiaojian seemed oblivious, still confirming with the Weisstein if it had started, then instantly convulsing. This performance, it must be said, had a slightly exaggerated touch of acting. Tang Jini looked at the divine pressure that had already reached the B-level beside him, then at Zinchen's who was unaffected, and Zhang Xiaojian rolling on the ground, feeling helpless for a moment. After some thought, he transmitted his voice with energy and said in Zinchen's ear, in the past, convulsions indicated the inability to control the body, even at the limit. But now, we have adjusted the intensity a bit. The current limit is losing consciousness, the whole person becomes stiff as if possessed, as if their mind is being invaded. Hearing this explanation, Zinchen's nodded in deep understanding. No wonder whether it was Jun Ani or Weisstein Tang Jini, they completely ignored him, as if they didn't care about his life or death. So, this guy was pretending? In other words, this guy must have high talent, so what was he pretending to be? Puzzled, Zinchen's glanced at Zhang Xiaojian and suddenly realized that he had stopped convulsing. He stood up from the ground, his posture stiff and his eyes quickly becoming dull and empty. Perhaps by coincidence, he was facing Tang Jini at that moment. Tang Jini remained silent for a few seconds, not knowing exactly how he was, and ultimately, to ensure safety, he used energy to push him out. Then he said, "All right, he's out of range now." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaojian immediately returned to normal. With a shiver running through his body, his eyes quickly regained clarity, like a sage. Oh my god, that was so terrifying just now. My goodness. I felt like I was about to leave this world, I almost mentally collapsed. And Tang, I never want to go through this kind of test again. It's too terrifying. While exaggerating and babbling non-stop, he patted the dirt off himself, then turned to look at Zinchen's who was still standing there, amazed, and said, "Wow. Brother, you're so talented, you could hold on for so long, you're much stronger than me. The future of humanity really depends on geniuses like you, I can't compare." Xinchen. He could now be sure of one thing, this Zhang Xiaojian was definitely not simple, but he didn't understand why he wanted to hide himself. Just as he was thinking, Tang Jini suddenly said, "Alright, based on the results of this test, you are temporarily at the B-level, so you no longer have a safety net in the future." What? Zhang Xiaojian was stunned, then immediately started crying and begging, "No, you're taking my life, I don't want to live. I'm really only at the D level. I don't have a B, I don't have a B." Looking at his mournful appearance, Xinqing showed a puzzled look, and Junini explained to him on the side what this safety net was. In the Eastern Academy, the duration of the mimicry practice room is a very precious resource, where superhumans can set up a virtual environment most suitable for their practice. This duration has to be earned by completing various tasks or performing well on campus, as the mimicry practice room is still in short supply. In order to take care of students with lower talents, for students below D level, as long as they work hard in their practice and meet the established assessment goals, they will be given a fixed number of hours each month as an encouragement. This is called a safety net. Zhang Xiaojian was on the verge of crying and clinging to Tang Jini's thigh, but obviously, Tang Jini ignored him. She actually felt quite resentful towards Zhang Xiaojian, who, despite being a genius, always seemed to be involved in useless things. After knowing what this safety net was, Xinqing finally understood why he had pretended. At that moment, there was a moment of speechlessness. This person is really peculiar. Returning to the main story, after kicking away the crying Zhang Xiaojian, Tang Jini began to observe Xinqing's situation seriously. Seeing that the pressure had reached a level, Tang Jini softly asked, "Child, are you feeling okay? Can you handle it?" Xinqing felt the voice in his mind and realized that it was not as good as when he first used the voice of all things, so he calmly shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He replied, "It's nothing, I'm quite used to this feeling." However, Tang Jini clearly misunderstood his words. She thought that Xinqing had been fighting with the gods and their servants in the gym battles before, so he was mentally prepared for this divine pressure. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel some pity and comforted him. "Child, you've been through a lot recently, bearing too many responsibilities that have nothing to do with you. In the future, when you come to the Eastern Academy, relax a bit, grow at your own pace, And don't listen to the nonsense of that old man Emochingu. If you have any troubles, you can come to me anytime. Shincheng? What's going on? Why is she suddenly saying these things? It feels a bit strange. But he also sensed the kindness in her words, so he nodded in understanding. Zhang Xiaojian sneered on the side, saying sourly, "Why has Aunt Tang never been so kind to me? It's unfair, unfair." In the end, the test of the divine power machine was already full, but it was evident that Xinqing only had a sweaty forehead, and his expression was still normal. Tang Jini nodded approvingly and relieved, stopped the test, and said to Junani beside her, "His talent is on par with yours, both are top-notch. It seems that the Eastern Academy has found another treasure this year." Saying that, she walked to Xinqing's side and handed him a brand new superpower card. Xinqing looked down and saw that his superhuman level had already reached the 5th realm, and the talent ability section was marked with a red S. That's not right. When he copied Juninyi's system, it was clearly stated as an SSS level ability. Looking at this level assessment, Xinqing didn't think much about it for a moment and blurted out, I only have an S level? Shocking words. When this was said, both Tang Jini and Juninyi were stunned, and Zhang Xiaojian beside them was almost dropping his jaw in surprise. What do you mean by only have an S level? Is that something a human would say? Brother, you're quite bold. Just S level, this makes me, a D level, feel so inadequate. Zhang Xiaojian started to show off again, almost like a mascot. After Tang Jini was slightly stunned, she immediately smiled and happily said, "You seem quite confident, only S-level talent? Do you know how many people in this world are willing to exchange half of their lifespan for an S-level talent? But well, your confidence does make sense, you are not just an S-level talent. This red S means S+, representing your talent, above S-level, truly the top of human beings." Although the father of espers once set the talent levels of SS and SSS, but after him, the future generations of humans could not distinguish these levels of talent specifically. So universally, all talents exceeding S-level are referred to with a red S. Tang Jini explained with a smile, then jokingly said to Xinqing, "So, what do you think your talent level should be? Confident in the SSS level? It is said that those with SSS level abilities have the power to destroy the world when developed to the extreme." Xinqing listened to this beautiful woman's joke, smiled a bit awkwardly, and didn't say much. The system had clearly told him that the Ice Age was of SSS level, destroy the world. It seems that neither he nor Jun Ani have fully developed this ability yet. After the test, except for Zhang Xiaojian, who looked like he had been crying and had a face as long as a donkey, everyone else was very happy. When leaving, Tang Jini, like an elder in the family, held Xinqing and talked about many family matters, asking various questions about life. Xinqing didn't know that she had learned a lot about him from Memochingu, so this sudden warmth and care made him quite uncomfortable. Playing games online? It's okay to relax, but don't get addicted. Do you often play with online friends? Let me tell you, there are all kinds of people online, and there are many with ulterior motives. You must not get too close to them. Remember, absolutely no online romance. The waters are deep, and you can't control them. This was Tang Jini's advice to Xinqing when he finally left. Jun Ani, standing behind Tang Jini, her fists were clenched. Is this what it feels like to be stabbed in the face? In the end, Xinqing and Zhang Xiaojian left together, while Jun Ani still had some work to do with the vice dean. On the way back, Xinqing asked Zhang Xiaojian, "Your talent should be very high, right? Just for a safety net, you made yourself look so miserable?" Zhang Xiaojian's face changed drastically, and he replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? I only have D level, don't slander me." Xinqing, "Alright, it's already beyond hope." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaojian revealed a smile as if he saw through the world, and said, "Why work so hard all the time? What responsibilities of espers? It's none of my business. If the sky falls, let the tall ones hold it up. If they can't, then we'll all die together. Face? Honor? Status? People who care about these things, in my opinion, haven't evolved well. Real benefits are right in front of you. If you don't want them, someone else will. Anyway, I'm quite comfortable in the public relations department, regardless of those noble and upright things." After saying that, Zhang Xiaojian yawned widely, stretched vigorously towards the setting sun in the sky. "Alright, the safety net is gone, really unlucky, but I recruited a good member, it's fine. I'm going back to play, good buddy, contact me if you need anything." After that, he ran off in a flash. Xinqing watched his back for a long time, frowned, and said nothing. This person, it's hard to describe the feeling, giving off a shameless and natural vibe that makes it seem like nothing is wrong. In any case, he's a strange person. Just arrived at Dongfang College, Xinqing decided to take a walk in this large college that was like a community. Taking out his phone, he he habitually wanted to send a message to the yogurt stick. But suddenly, the software installed by Zhang Xiaojian for him rang at this moment, with a red dot lit up. Suddenly, someone posted a message asking for help, which seemed very abrupt. Xinqing knew from his previous chat with Zhang Xiaojian that these practical credits were very difficult to obtain, 120 of them, quite difficult to accumulate. Many times, it even required participating in some very dangerous tasks. So when he saw this message, coupled with Zhang Xiaojian's previous words, "Those who act fast will benefit," Xinqing quickly clicked on it to secure his spot. Then, he began to read the description inside. It turned out that the place he was in was on the outskirts of Dongfang College, where something dangerous was happening in a certain area on the periphery. The specifics were not clear, it only mentioned that the people there were bewitched, falling into madness and difficult to handle. They urgently needed support, preferably from people above the fourth realm to help. After Xinqing finished reading, he scratched his head, a bit puzzled about the steps. The fourth realm, he was already in the fifth realm, so there should be no problem. But wasn't the credit supposed to be given for the time spent in the mimicry practice room? Why didn't it mention anything about that? Thinking about it, he tentatively replied, "Are there credits and time spent? How do we go about this?" On the outskirts of Dongfang College, on a sparsely populated street, a girl stood in front of a group of people with a serious expression. She was from the inspection department and was in charge of this area today. The people were drooling, their eyes filled with chaos, possessing immense strength. Some could even shoot energy bullets from their hands. The girl held 2 energy pistols but was retreating step by step, her clothes in disarray. These people were not servants of the gods or deities, they were just bewitched by related energies, losing consciousness. In a situation that was already difficult to deal with, she couldn't resort to lethal force, making the situation very troublesome. Ding ding. Suddenly, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the distress signal she sent out was replied to so quickly. What luck! So, filled with joy, she opened her phone and saw Xinqing's reply. She was momentarily breathless, almost spitting blood. Who is this? What the hell is wrong with him? Who are you? This is not a time for jokes, it's urgent. Hurry and find a teacher or someone from the operations department to send reinforcements. After sending it, the message was quickly returned. I understand, it's very urgent, don't worry, but are there credits or something? How is this calculated? This sentence directly angered her, thinking how could someone be so ignorant of the severity of the situation. She picked up her phone, not bothering to type, and roared directly, "Yes, we have it all. Credits, time spent, rewards, everything is fine, send reinforcements quickly. You will be held responsible even if you delay any further." Xinqing received this message, thinking it was settled, and decided to try how these credits worked this time. Immediately, he replied, "You wait, I'll be at the battlefield soon." After saying that, he flew off the ground and headed towards the marked address. Notify some superhumans who can control without harming lives. I suspect. Fan Mei from the inspection department was dealing with the continuously attacking crowd while shouting into her phone. But after talking for a while, Xinqing didn't reply at all, leaving her feeling uncertain about the situation on the other side. Damn it! I might have to call for reinforcements quickly, you better hurry. After muttering to herself, Fan Mei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, raised her hand and fired a precise shot at a person's toe. However, this kind of warning threat is really not very useful. Fan Mei's ability is precise shooting. This ability is highly lethal in long-range combat or assassination. But this time is different. She is facing ordinary people who are just bewitched by the power of the gods, so she not only has to stop these people's actions but also cannot harm them. This restriction has tied her hands and feet, forcing her to retreat step by step. Click! Bang! A crisp explosion, blood splattered. A bewitched civilian directly grabbed a roadside street lamp and fiercely bit into it. Then, several teeth were shattered. But he, being bewitched, had no pain or reason at all. He forcefully hugged the street lamp and swung it, actually breaking the 20-centimeter diameter street lamp alive. Ah ah ah! In the frantic shouting, blood and saliva sprayed from his mouth. He lifted the lamp post and swung it towards Fan Mei. A real 20 centimeters thick steel pipe. Fan Mei quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding it, but a large pit appeared on the ground where she stood. Then, the bewitched civilian began wildly swinging the steel pipe like a windmill, using it to smash around. Other civilians instinctively followed suit, pulling up street lamps from the ground as weapons and indiscriminately smashing them towards Fan Mei. In the deserted street, a pile of 7 to 8 meters long, 20-centimeter thick street lamps crazily smashed towards Fan Mei, making it difficult for her to cope and evade. Finally, after a dodge, a street lamp came straight at her, heavily smashing into her chest. This blow could only be described as adding insult to injury to her already not well-endowed chest. Boom! After a loud bang, Fan Mei was sent flying backward, embedding directly into the wall. Wow! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, ignoring the burning pain in her internal organs, she already saw the next street lamp coming. Another bang, the second street lamp slammed into Fan Mei, shattering the wall behind her and sending her flying out. After landing, she struggled to lift her head, tightly gripping her twin guns, constantly reminding herself not to kill. These are ordinary people, they are all innocent, they are people whose minds and actions are uncontrollable after being contaminated by the gods. They are also victims, and with treatment in the future, they can recover to normal. Do not kill! Do not kill! The belief and perseverance in her heart held back her guns, otherwise, with her ability, shooting each one in the head would not be impossible. But in that case, the power of the gods might still control their bodies to continue fighting, but they themselves would truly be dead. At this moment, the third lamppost was already smashing down head-on. Clenching her teeth, raising her arms, closing her eyes, she wanted to resist. But at this moment, a gust of wind flashed by her side, lifting her up like a cloud, then landing on her feet. Opening her eyes, the lamppost shattered not far in front of her, and beside her stood a tall and shaky young man. Xin Chen's speed was fast enough, he had arrived. You finally came, Fan Mei said with difficulty and surprise, then looked around and asked in confusion, where are the others? You came alone? Be careful. Just as she said that, Fan Mei saw the huge lamppost behind Xin Chen come crashing down again, but Xin Chen seemed to have no reaction at all. With a very agile sidestep, moving out a meter, the steel pipe behind him heavily smashed near Xin Chen's feet, as if by luck. Just me, what's wrong? You should be fine, right? Are these servants of the gods so difficult to deal with? These are not servants of the gods, they are ordinary people, you cannot harm them. Fan Mei quickly added, then asked, classmate, which department are you from? Me? I'm from the Public Relations Department. Fan Mei's face of relief after a disaster visibly froze on her face, then turned into anger. She grabbed Xin Chen's arm, pulled him aside, and stepped out of the circle. Then she angrily shouted, are you crazy? You dare to come alone from the Public Relations Department? You're asking for trouble. You better leave first, these people have lost their minds, it's dangerous to stay here, this is no joke. Go back and call for help, I can hold on for a while, remember to control the superhumans. After saying that, she forcefully pushed Xin Chen back and picked up her guns to move forward. Seeing this, Xin Chen couldn't help but touch his nose. It seems that the students in the academy don't have a good impression of the Public Relations Department. But thinking of Minister Zhang Shaojian's appearance, it seems quite reasonable. You said you want to control them, but it's best not to harm them, right? Xin Chen, of course, couldn't leave knowing it was a misunderstanding, so he stepped forward again and said, you better leave. I can't protect you, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Fan Mei couldn't continue. In the blink of an eye, she didn't know what had happened, her vision completely covered in white frost. The madness still on their faces hadn't dissipated, they had turned into a ground of ice sculptures, even the lampposts in their hands had a touch of artistic beauty. I've tried to control the temperature as much as possible, they might have some frostbite, but it shouldn't be fatal. This is all I can do with my control. Xin Chen shrugged and explained. But Fan Mei had no reaction at all, and only after a long time did she mutter, since when did the Public Relations Department have this kind of combat power? Am I dreaming? And at that moment, while Xin Chen was about to ask about credits, his phone received many messages. Many were distress signals from others, and one was from Sour Yogurt Stick. Sour Yogurt Stick, have you heard? Something happened near the Eastern Academy, with a large number of people being influenced by the gods. It's suspected to be another organized operation, with the god's servants behind it. But this time, don't go out looking for it on your own again. If necessary, work with the people from the academy, this situation is obviously suspicious. Xin Chen frowned as he read the message. To be honest, he had long suspected the identity of Sour Yogurt Stick. I've always wanted to ask, what is your identity? You should also be a superhuman, and your level should not be low. You seem to know a lot of things very timely, more than I do, and faster. Are you in some special department for superhumans? Xin Chen typed quickly, sending the message. And when Junini received the message, she was standing under the student dormitory building, feeling a sudden tightness in her heart. Oh no, was she too obvious? Just now, she received reports of widespread anomalies around the academy. Her keen sense as a superhuman for many years made her feel that this was not simple. Not only had the entire world of superhumans become turbulent recently, but it also seemed that there was some kind of power targeting the Eastern Academy. So, she was worried that if Xin Chen acted alone again like he did when catching the human traffickers, there would be problems. So she glanced at the student dormitory, knowing Xin Chen wasn't there. She used sour yogurt stick to send a message, but who could have thought that showing concern would lead to chaos? This reminder was too conspicuous, making it hard not to suspect. Staring blankly at the information on her phone, Junani didn't know how to reply for a long time. And then, the information from Xinqing came again. What? Can't talk right now? What's the problem? Looking at this message, Junani suddenly woke up and quickly replied, "My identity is indeed special, I am a superpower. I don't want to hide anything related to you, but my identity is a bit off. Can we talk about this later? I will tell you why." Xinqing looked at the explanation sent by the yogurt stick, shrugged slightly, and didn't think much about it. In his opinion, all of this was normal. There must be some secret departments in this world. Just in his impression, the yogurt stick should be a very quirky, slightly funny and energetic girl. I didn't expect that such a person would be in a secret department. There is still a big difference between a person's appearance and their inner self. Let's talk about this later. It seems like there are more urgent matters at hand. Are you really from the public relations department? Quit. How about joining our inspection department? Just as he was thinking with his head down, a female voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Fan Mei suddenly approached and said seriously. Xinqing certainly did not agree, but emphasized several times that the promised credits should not be reduced, and then he flew back directly to the academy. Watching the departing figure, Fan Mei was stunned, half opened her red lips, not because of lipstick, but because she had spat blood before, looking incredulous. The fifth realm. Xiao Mei, are you okay? At this point, the other members of the inspection department finally arrived at the scene, looking at the ice sculptures all over the ground and Fan Mei sitting on the ground. Has someone come to help you? Is it that senior student? Or the Frost War God? With the help of her teammates, Fan Mei slowly stood up, her eyes still looking dazed as if in a dream. No, neither of them. The one who came to help me is someone from the public relations department. What? Hearing Fan Mei's answer, her teammates were dumbfounded. Several tens of minutes passed, and the sky gradually darkened. On the playground of Dongfang Academy, more than a dozen people gathered here. Among them were the heads of the 6 special departments of the academy, Vice Dean Tang Jini, Junani, and some teachers. Normally, the people from the public relations department would not be here, but this time, Xinqing became an exception. Just joined the public relations department and became the face of the department. Everyone's faces were very solemn. They all knew that with such a large scope, this matter could not be simple. Specifically choosing the evening, it's really troublesome. If this matter is not handled well, the social impact may be terrifying. The new students have just enrolled, there are many things to deal with, and then this incident happened. Quickly arrange for department personnel to go to various places. There have already been casualties in the inspection department. We must try not to harm ordinary people as much as possible. The heads of various departments spoke, and here, their words carried a lot of weight. For superpowers, the relationship between teachers and students is somewhat different from the common perception. Just like Junani, she hasn't officially graduated yet, but her strength already surpasses most of the teachers at Dongfang Academy. The heads of these special departments are the same. They have more authority over the matters they are responsible for than the teachers of the academy. Here, it is truly a case where disciples are not necessarily inferior to their masters, and masters are not necessarily wiser than their disciples. Then what are we waiting for? Let's act quickly. We can't discuss this any further. We still don't know where they are distributed. If we delay, more accidents will happen. The head of the Special Operations Department appeared very impatient at this moment and said angrily. Then, he looked at Xinqing, who had been standing aside with his eyes closed and not speaking, and said discontentedly, "A person from the Public Relations Department? Why haven't I seen you before? Isn't the Public Relations Department all about doing the dirty work? What do you have to say here? Don't disturb him." Junani took the initiative to speak, leaving the Minister of Special Operations stunned. After a few seconds of silence, with everyone looking at Xinqing, who had his eyes closed and brows furrowed, just as the other ministers were about to speak again and give orders to their own department's students, Xinqing suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, "Map." His gaze shifted to Tang Jini, the aerial map of the entire school, and also, "I need a pen." Tang Jini, puzzled, quickly took out a map and handed it to Xinqing. The map was spread out on the ground, and without saying a word, Xinqing quickly began circling areas on it, soon giving the whole map a densely packed feeling. These places are what I sensed, where there are people being influenced. Send people to these places, quickly. As he drew, Xinqing spoke, his words attracting everyone's attention as they all gathered around to look down and were shocked to find that he had already circled over 100 locations in red. Originally like headless flies, they were now given direction, and they had never expected there to be so many. It was almost like having human satellites. Brother, are you sure? Are you from the mental department? Ignoring him, Xinqing stood up. I have a question. The Eastern Academy should have high-level mental superhumans, right? Yes. Seeing his serious expression, Tang Genie also gave a brief answer. Then the question is, there's something very interesting. If I guess correctly, tonight, these people are all not here, right? When Xinqing said this, his eyes met Tang Genie's deeply, as if implying something. Hearing this, Tang Genie was momentarily at a loss, as she had not thought about this question in detail before. The emergency situation had just occurred, and she had only just received the message and hurried out of the room. It was already evening, and many students and teachers had already rested. The emergency calls had just been made, and many people had not yet woken up, so she hadn't paid much attention, thinking that even in an emergency, personnel mobilization would take time. But with Xinqing's serious question, she quickly ran through a few names in her mind, her expression becoming increasingly stiff. Su Yuanshan. After the last assessment for the sponsored students, he took a plane to hand over the video to the Human Alliance and hasn't returned yet. Yan Jin. The Western Academy's opening ceremony is short of people, and special activities require mental superhumans. He just took a plane 2 days ago. Chen Xiong, during the last battle with the servants, his mental consumption was too great, and he is still recuperating in bed. Yi Yang. She doesn't seem to be here either. There were already few superhumans related to mental abilities, and even fewer at a high level, so it was quite simple to recall a few familiar names. Then Tang Genie was astonished to find that these high-level mental superhumans who could potentially do the same things as Xinqing were actually all absent. But this should just be a coincidence, or an accident. I know, of course, I know this is a coincidence. If this were a situation created by someone, then it would be too terrifying, and I'm afraid everything from top to bottom would be in chaos. Xinqing replied. However, when I sensed it just now, I also heard many other things. If I were to make a bold guess, I might have to say something that you all may not want to hear. Within the Eastern Academy, or among the superhumans, there is likely a mole, and the position is probably not low. The ministers around had already started arranging the relevant combat members and were rushing towards the location pointed out by Xinqing. Suddenly, upon hearing this sentence, they all couldn't help but raise their heads and look at Xinqing. The words spoken made the atmosphere on the scene slightly subtle. The traitor is always the sharpest topic in an organization. Moreover, the status is not low. How not low? Among the people present, in terms of status, none could be considered too low. Everyone fell silent, quietly looking at Xinqing, while also using the corner of their eyes to glance at the others around. In the end, it was Tang Genie who quickly spoke up and stabilized the situation. Now that something has happened, let's not talk about these uncertain matters anymore. I believe everyone is fine. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. Xinqing had already had this idea in mind long ago. After all, when he received that red envelope, the voice of all things had reminded him about the matter of the traitor. At that time, he thought it had nothing to do with him and left it to the person in charge, but it seemed that there was no further news afterwards, as if it had sunk without a trace. Today, taking advantage of this opportunity, he directly brought up this matter. If no one mentioned it, who knows what big problems might arise in the future. But if Xinqing was the one to directly expose the wound, Tang Genie was the one to quickly stop the bleeding. Whether what Xinqing said was right or wrong, it would have to be investigated later. At this time, if the backbone of the Academy's internal members suspected each other because of this matter, it would not be worth it. Yes. Several people nodded at the Vice Dean in unison, their expressions serious, ready to head to the scene of the disturbance. This matter was troublesome and not good for the future, but the danger was relatively low. No matter how swayed the people were, they were unlikely to be opponents of these people. Wait! Just as several people were about to set off, Xinqing suddenly called out to stop them. For some reason, upon hearing Xinqing's words, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Clearly, they had done nothing wrong, but they felt afraid that Xinqing might say something earth-shattering. Unexplainably, they had forgotten Xinqing's identity in public relations and were a bit afraid of him instead. This matter is not so simple. There are indeed divine servants pushing behind the scenes. These places. Xinqing then used a pen to draw a few more circles on the map where circles were already marked. In these places, I heard the presence of divine servants. They are likely to be mixed among the ordinary swayed people, taking advantage of the restrictions that you cannot harm ordinary people, waiting for the right moment to act. So remember to tell everyone to be careful. If the situation is special, I think no matter what, prioritize your own safety. Also, the places I haven't marked may not necessarily be safe. In any case, be extra careful. After listening to Xinqing, all the ministers frowned, standing in place with serious expressions. If that was the case, the seriousness of the matter had escalated, and the danger had increased significantly. "Brother, what's your name?" The minister who had previously been biased against the public relations department walked over and asked. "Xinqing. Okay, I remember. Thanks to you today, we can't delay any longer. We'll leave first." Patting Xinqing on the shoulder, he turned into a stream of light and flew in a direction. Obviously, he was also a player above the fifth realm. The others also nodded at Xinqing and flew away one after another. Tang Jini also began to give orders to various combat teachers, and the personnel orderly headed towards the academy. Watching everyone leave, Vice Dean Tang Jini also went to organize the mobilization of personnel. Xinqing hesitated for a moment and looked at Jun Ani standing beside him. "I think I can trust you. When I gave you the envelope initially, you handed it directly to the dean. Did he say anything?" Jun Ani thought for a moment and shook his head lightly. Xin Chen asked again, "So now, with this incident at the academy, where is he?" Generally speaking, if it's not a major crisis that requires the dean's intervention, many other sudden situations are handled by the student clubs themselves. That's why the members of the 6 core departments in the academy are already mature supernaturals. In more serious situations, it's only the vice dean who steps in. Hearing this answer, Xin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. This doesn't seem like casual indifference anymore, it's downright irresponsible. Xin Chen furrowed his brows, unable to make sense of it all. The voice of all things gave him an exceptional ability to perceive various information, but at the same time, it also enhanced his sixth sense. When you receive enough information, sometimes your brain may not process it well, but your subconscious will help you. This is often the origin of intuition. Just like when Xin Chen decided to accept the 3-hour mission, he knew it was dangerous, but subconsciously he was confident that he wouldn't die. But now, his intuition feels off. There aren't particularly powerful enemies, but this inexplicable sense of oppression and crisis, he doesn't know where it's coming from. As he was lost in thought, Junani suddenly spoke beside him. "This time, you didn't mention anything about money, did you volunteer?" Xin Chen paused for a few seconds at these words, looked at Junani's somewhat smiling face, and shrugged. "But there are credits, right?" Junani nodded, didn't continue on that topic, and slowly floated up, saying, "Well, let's leave it at that. I'll go check it out first. If there's anything, contact me anytime." Xin Chen? "You never added my contact information, how will you contact me?" Junani's heart skipped a beat, his brain working frantically, and quickly said, "I mean, through the group of that core department, I can also use that channel." "Oh." Watching Junani quickly leave, Xin Chen walked towards the outskirts. The vast Eastern Academy was now surrounded by frenzied crowds from all directions. Everywhere, there were lifeless people, like zombies, conflicting with the teachers and students of the Eastern Academy. And the injuries were more severe on the side of the Eastern Academy. Unconscious people could attack wildly, but the Academy had to take care of their safety, whether teachers or students. This kind of battle, even experienced supernaturals had never experienced before. In the past, facing the godlike apparitions, the easily devastating energy attacks, the terrifying presence that covered the sky, they had never feared, never retreated. Those who dared to challenge the gods, how could they fear death? But this time, they were retreating step by step. What was pressing them back wasn't sharp swords or destructive energy, but their sense of responsibility and bottom line. This was a completely unequal battle. Boom! Amidst the booming sound, several senior students from the Special Operations Department flew back together. The leader among them had the strength of the fourth realm. Isn't it strange how terrifying the gods' temptation and amplification of human beings are? Simply bandaging their wounds, the group felt a heavy weight on their hearts. They tried several times to subdue each other as gently as possible without hurting each other, but they couldn't do it at all. In the process, they ended up getting hurt instead. Suddenly, a meteor fell from the sky, landing in the middle of them and the crowd, making a dull sound upon impact. Xin Chen raised his hand, and ice surged as he swiftly appeared in front of a person, a long knife suddenly appearing in his hand. Covering the other person's mouth, without hesitation, he swiftly slashed his neck. Then, without looking back, he flicked his wrist, sending the knife backward, piercing through the chest. The two of them were almost unable to make any effective resistance before being taken down directly. If Xin Chen gained anything from the previous battles, it was that he understood that combat was not about exchanging moves but about using any means necessary to strike decisively. It was as if he had a natural talent for it, becoming more proficient with each battle. Now, if he were to fight someone, he probably wouldn't even know how to make a move. Taking out the two with swift efficiency, the shocked voices of the opposing students finally rang out. "Stop! Before the words were spoken, the two bodies had already fallen, leaving them dumbfounded. They had thought a fifth realm expert had come to help, but instead, a killer had arrived. What are you doing? They are ordinary civilians, they have been misled and can be saved. Xianchen was surrounded by a burst of frost, freezing everyone else in place as he spoke. The others might be, but these two are not. They are servants of the gods, hiding among the people. If you hesitate to act, you'll soon be outmaneuvered by them. What? The fourth realm student exclaimed. How did you figure that out? Don't be foolish. Who said servants of the gods had to dress conspicuously? At that moment, another student approached a frozen figure and asked Xianchen, is it okay to freeze them like this? Ordinary people can't handle it, right? I've controlled the temperature, injuries may be unavoidable, but it shouldn't be life-threatening, Xianchen replied. Compared to these trivial matters, your life is more important. While it's good that you want to protect the people, this time there are servants of the gods among them, ready to attack you at any moment. So you better be careful. When it's time to act, I think it's best to take care of yourself first, then worry about the rest. Leaving these words behind, Xianchen flew off in another direction. Since he joined the battle, the servants of the gods suddenly found the situation much more difficult. Previously, they could freely attack the superhumans of the Eastern Academy while mingling among ordinary people. Watching those superhumans, who were originally stronger than them, being attacked because they hesitated to harm the civilians, they felt ecstatic. But at some point, a god of death would descend from the sky and without a word, start killing. The voice of all things clearly told Xianchen who the servants of the gods were, and with precise strikes, he single-handedly turned the battle into a bloody and ruthless affair. Furthermore, the ministers who had received Xianchen's warning began to change their battle plans and started warning their subordinates. Act when necessary without causing fatalities. Your life comes first. Due to this shift, the servants of the gods began to manipulate the ordinary people, gathering them together. They seemed to have lost interest in the act and directly attacked using the surrounding civilians. At this time, Mochingu, the dean of the Eastern Academy, still hadn't shown himself. By now, he had spent several hours in the space he had created with Yi Zilwan. Quite irresponsible. At this moment, Mochingu was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, a phantom book slowly taking shape in his hands, becoming solid and heavy. His eyes were tightly closed, his back hunched, feeling unable to sit up straight, sweat dripping from his forehead. Yi Zilwan sat across from him, quietly watching this old man in front of her. The first person under the title of Marquis, at this moment, did not have the heroic spirit to fight alone against the mad-level gods, but instead felt somewhat aged. And Yi Zilwan's gaze towards him, from initial vigilance and awe, became familiar, even carrying a hint of pity. Although Yi Zilwan had limited contact with this dean, the simple acquaintance was of a powerful and cunning fox. However, in these few hours, he did not offer any words of comfort, nor did he teach Yi Zilwan any secrets to enhance her abilities as a superhuman, nor did he say anything about brainwashing. Instead, he was like a lonely old man, chatting about trivial matters and old stories that no one usually listened to. Yet Yi Zilwan never interrupted, quietly listening to all his stories. Mochingu was nearly 70 years old. In his era, he was the most outstanding person, and his abilities were the most unique in human history. He was considered to be the first superhuman to reach the 9th realm in human history. But it seemed like fate played a joke on him. At his peak, due to the retaliation of divine servants, he lost his wife and daughter. However, despite this drastic change in his temperament, he did not falter. He became ruthless and his strength grew rapidly. Finally, after becoming the youngest superhuman in the 7th realm, he took on his first disciple. Towards this disciple, he was generous in imparting knowledge but also extremely strict. The tragic death of his wife and daughter always reminded him, in this world, without strength, one cannot even control their own life and death. So nothing else mattered, strength was paramount. Even though he was very satisfied in caring towards this disciple, he tried to maintain a stern demeanor. He feared that his affection would make the disciple complacent, so even though he praised his disciple in front of others, he never praised him directly. Under his strict and extreme guidance, the disciple's strength quickly surpassed his peers, but he also became paranoid, easily angered, and felt that his teammates were not strong enough. Of course, such a personality was easily targeted by the Divine Servant organization. In the end, under the siege of 2 projections of mad-level gods, not even a trace of him was left. Since then, Mochingu secluded himself from the world. When he reappeared a few years later, he had transformed into a white-bearded, smiling Santa Claus-like figure. His strength remained at the 7th realm, with no further progress. After becoming the dean of the Eastern Academy, he brought back an exceptionally talented young girl, his second direct disciple, Li Qian. The girl was an abandoned infant, lacking love from a young age, while Emochingu had lost all his loved ones to fate. The two supported each other emotionally, like a father and daughter. Emochingu had let go of all his past obsessions, advising her to practice diligently but never forcing her, only hoping she could grow up normally and healthily. But it seemed that fate still did not comply with human wishes. Yi Zielwan, considered his closed-door disciple, was seen as a form of redemption in his own heart. Alright, here you go. Finally, as the light dissipated from his hands, a book had taken shape. Emochingu smiled, as if a few more wrinkles had appeared on his face. I am a failure, unable to protect my wife and children when I was young, unable to protect my disciples in middle age, and when I am old, I won't be able to educate children. For so many years, I have been mediocre, not good at being a person, and my strength has not improved. So, I am actually afraid to teach you, afraid of leading others astray. At this point, his face visibly turned bitter, and Yi Zielwan's nose twitched slightly, not knowing how to comfort him. But there is no way, in this world, perhaps no one can teach you, your true ability. I call it the 9 revolutions elemental phoenix. 9 times reborn in the fire. 9 times nirvana. Only then will you become the only phoenix in this world. I am afraid I cannot give you any successful experiences, but I do have many lessons from failures, which I have already told you. Remember, you must break through yourself, but do not endlessly crave power, as that often leads to no good results, as it was for me and your senior sister. Take this book, there is nothing in it, 1,000 people will see 1,000 different things, what is recorded inside will be your inner self. After saying all these words, Emochingu seemed to have let go of something, relaxed a lot, and smiled again, asking, Child, do you know? 50 years ago, there was not even one superhuman at the 9th realm in this world, guess how many there are now? I don't know, Yi Zielwan hesitated. But then, Emochingu's words surprised her. Now, there is still not even one. In this world, no one has ever been sanctified. 9 is the ultimate number, but it has also blocked everyone in the world. Youngmi was considered the most likely to break through, but I became a waste, and now, I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. Emochingu showed a big smile to Yi Zielwan. I believe in you, you are very strong. Thank you, but there is one thing I disagree with. Yi Zielwan replied with her head down, I don't think you are a waste, or a failure. I don't blame you for those things. Teacher. Hearing Yi Zielwan's words, Emochingu was stunned. When that last word teacher came out, his long dormant and gloomy heart seemed to brighten up a bit instantly. Ha ha ha, good, thank you. In the end, there is someone willing to listen to this old man's ramblings and comfort him. Ah, it's a pity, I am indeed a failure. I have not protected anyone in my life. And now, even my own academy is not guarded properly. Look, these brats are coming to annoy me again. With that, Emochingu opened up space and returned to the real world. His whole demeanor changed, no longer as listless as before, a powerful aura swirling around him, like giant dragons enveloping his entire body. Then, before Yi Zielwan could react, he soared into the sky. A huge golden canopy spread out from his body at the speed of light, instantly covering the entire Eastern Academy. With hands raised to the sky, he supported the golden canopy that enveloped the entire Eastern Academy, exuding a terrifying energy, as if it were divine might. Servant brats. I may be a failure, but I am not dead yet. Before I am buried, you better stay away from the Eastern Academy. As his words fell, the golden light curtain expanded rapidly once again, passing at the speed of light through everyone's bodies. Xianchen was still running around, pulling out one servant after another, and then directly stabbing them with an ice spear. But now, there was a somewhat tricky situation. The servants had realized that he could find out who the real servants were, so they had directly revealed themselves. When they realized that they were not opponents of Xinqing, the people who had been driven and used before now became the flesh shields of the servants of the gods, bound in front of them to be used as threats. Xinqing was originally impossible to be threatened by this, intending to take action directly, but the other superhumans around him were obviously afraid that he might hurt them, so they sternly stopped him this time. He unexpectedly planned to negotiate with the servants of the gods. This behavior seemed incomprehensible to Xinqing, so he could only watch on the side and look for an opportunity to strike. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a jump in his heart, and the voices of all things in his ears began to roar violently. This panicked feeling was just like when he faced the servants of the gods for the first time in his rookie stage. What's going on? Suddenly, he looked up and then quickly shouted, "Be careful!" After that, he didn't care about the others and quickly protected his vital points. Even with a demigod body, he still felt unsafe. The warning from the voices of all things was truly pitiful. The next moment, a terrifying golden energy barrier pierced through his body, exuding a frightening power. However, nothing happened. Xinqing. Slowly raising his head, he looked around his body. I'm fine? He was already prepared to endure some serious injuries, but he didn't receive any at all? Thunderous but little raindrops, right? It felt like boasting confidently, but then it ended in a few seconds, making him very uncomfortable. However, when he looked up, he found that the students and people around him were in a similar situation, standing there confused. However, those servants were already stuck on the golden barrier, retreating outward. Their whole bodies were emitting black smoke, twitching and rolling incessantly, seemingly enduring endless pain. Yet, amidst the dazzling golden light, they opened their mouths wide but couldn't make a sound, silently accepting such torture. Soon, their bodies were completely burned, turning into wisps of black smoke dissipated, like resentful ghosts. Such incidents were happening all around the Eastern Academy. The people and students were unharmed, but once the golden barrier touched the servants, it immediately revealed its terrifying and ferocious side, harvesting their lives. The barrier was gentle towards its own people but extremely brutal towards enemies. Xinqing raised his head, squinted slightly, and looked towards the golden figure in the sky, resembling a giant Buddha. There were only two things he wanted to say now. First, how many abilities does this guy have? Why does he seem like a treasure trove? Second, why didn't this dean use this ability earlier? Wasting time playing games. After silently complaining for a while, Xinqing looked at the crowd that had already stabilized, then flew towards Emochingu's position. Emochingu floated in midair, raising his hand with two dead god fetuses in front of him. He forcefully squeezed them, and the god fetuses instantly exploded, turning into light and dissipating in the world. The next moment, a group of superhumans who could fly flew over and stopped in front of them. Hello everyone, you've all worked hard tonight. Worked hard my ass, if you had come out earlier, we would have all gone home to sleep. Xinqing pursed his lips, complaining in his heart. But it didn't matter, at least he earned some credits for himself. Where did you go just now? Is this ability something new you created? I've never seen it before. Vice Dean Tang Genie didn't ask much about why he didn't come earlier, probably because he was used to it. Upon hearing Tang Genie's words, Xinqing couldn't help but be surprised. If that was the case, it meant that the dean's abilities had become so diverse that even those who fought alongside him didn't fully understand. Emochingu casually responded and changed the topic, saying, yes, I just chatted with someone and took on a disciple. Who? Tang Genie asked in surprise. She probably knew some of Emochingu's experiences and never expected him to take on another disciple. I won't say who it is. It's something only she and I know. I can't teach her anything either. Don't let her face any other troubles because of me. Emochingu said with a smile, then quickly arranged for everyone to return. After all, the formal teaching courses at Dongfang Academy would start tomorrow, so they shouldn't delay their rest. As for the issue of the public's bewitchment, the military had been notified, and there would definitely be trouble, but that was a matter for the future. In this way, Emochingu swiftly resolved the unusually troublesome recurrence with a thunderous approach. The crowd nodded at Emochingu and dispersed, leaving only a few people. Xinqing, however, remained floating there, without any movement or intention to leave. Vice Dean Tang Genie noticed him and asked, "Child, do you have something to discuss?" I just want to have a few words with the dean, just casual questions," Xinqing replied with a smile. The remaining people looked at him in surprise, not understanding, but they all left, leaving the two of them space to communicate. Kid, what do you want to consult me about? Let me tell you, I know quite a bit." Emochingu flew closer, patted Xinqing's shoulder, and said with a smile. Xinqing immediately put on a professional fake smile and said, "Oh, it's nothing really, just wanted to ask you something. Didn't I give you a red envelope before? What was written inside?" Emochingu's expression stiffened. Hasn't that matter passed? It was about the possible organization of a divine descent. But I didn't expect them to be so large in scale and bring so many people. It was my negligence, and I apologize to you. You really worked hard last time. Then he quickly mentioned what Xinqing liked, saying, "The reward is being reviewed by the Human Alliance, rest assured, you will definitely not be left out." However, Xinqing was not implying that this time. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. "Is that all? Nothing else?" "Yes, there's nothing else," Emochingu replied affirmatively. Xinqing and Emochingu exchanged friendly smiles for a few seconds before Xinqing immediately said, Okay then, I was just curious. Goodbye, Dean Emo." Then he turned around and flew towards his apartment building. His mind was a bit confused now, not understanding why Emochingu said that. Clearly, the voice of all things reminded him that there was information about a traitor inside. He didn't want to speculate on what exactly was going on, so he decided to leave quickly. Boldly guessing, if Emochingu himself was the traitor, then there was no point in playing anymore, everyone would be doomed. So tonight, many people couldn't sleep. Emochingu returned to his room, sat on the recliner, looked up at the photos on the wall, which recorded the affection and softness he once had. Without turning on the light, he sat there quietly, the image of Shinshin coming to him just now appearing in his mind. Both of them had polite smiles on their faces, but it was a rare moment of anxiety in his life. That child, does he know something? Yi Zilwan was lying on the bed at this time, holding the book Emochingu gave him in her hands. She still remembered the last few words Emochingu said. Let's keep our teacher-student relationship just between the two of us. I want to help you, but I'm afraid of delaying you one day, sigh. Yi Zilwan lay on the bed, chewing on these words repeatedly. The teacher-student relationship between the two of them this time was really confusing. The apprenticeship was very informal, and the teacher seemed to have a lot on his mind. Clearly, he was taking on an apprentice, but it felt like he owed the apprentice something. To confront him, not to confront him, to confront him. Junani was sitting on the edge of the bed at this time, playing with a ballpoint pen and a game of dots. She was caught in endless confusion. She had worried about the difference between her online and offline personas leading to her social death, but now it was becoming more and more awkward. Xinshen had come to school and started to connect and communicate with various people, even exchanging contact information with Zheng Xiaojian. But as the person who knew him first, she didn't even have a way to contact him, because they had already connected as online friends. To confront him. After the last dot was connected, the conclusion was still to confront him, but she really hadn't figured out how to say it. Frustrated, she buried her head in the pillow, as if she wanted to be a turtle for a few minutes. Phew! She let out a breath, her face slightly flushed from lack of oxygen, and rolled over on the bed. Speaking of which, thinking about Xinshen's words, he seemed different today. With his almost prophetic sensitivity, saying there might be a traitor, he must have been holding it in for a long time. So who does he suspect? Does he even suspect me? What did he say to Dean Mo in private? He must be conflicted now. As she pondered, she picked up her phone and happened to see a message from Xinshen. Traveler, are you there? Junani frowned, looking at his message. She instinctively felt that he probably had something to say. She had just told him that her identity was not ordinary, so maybe he wanted to ask her something. Immediately, she sat up, leaning against the headboard, her expression becoming more serious. Yogurt stick, I'm here. Soon, the message came back. Traveler, are you online? Traveler, new characters are out. June Ani. Looking at this message, her expression froze, and her emotions became disjointed. Weren't we supposed to be serious and talk business? How did we jump straight to online gaming? This twist is too much. I can only say, you deserve it. After Xinshen returned, he didn't seem as conflicted and agitated as others thought. He just ignored it and started playing games. Whether there's a traitor or not, he still needs to play a game. To be honest, he was already doing voluntary work tonight. Punctuation, killing, these things basically didn't bring any benefits. Now thinking about it, it's a big loss. Although there are credits, he saw the vice dean and all the responsible people looking harried, so he didn't bother to say more. So, compared to his usual thoughts, today's work was obviously way beyond the norm, making him feel like he was obligated to work overtime. Anyway, he already mentioned the traitor. If the higher-ups don't take it seriously, that's their irresponsibility. He's just a student, why should he worry about that? In this regard, we have to look at Zheng Xiaojian. As one of the 6 core student departments, he didn't even show up tonight, just slacking off. After estimating that he would go to sleep directly after enjoying life, it must be comfortable for him to live. In the end, after staring blankly at Shinshin's message for a few seconds, Junani also smiled helplessly, agreed, and stayed up all night with him. If no one is willing to voluntarily distribute rewards for his contributions, at least someone should accompany him to play games. Of course, this also led to the next day. During the first class of the new semester at Dongfang Academy, Xinqing was obviously not in good spirits. 56 students stood on the open space of the playground. They were the students who were guaranteed admission this year, plus some top-performing freshmen with superpowers. If described by the students, they would be considered as the rocket class or experimental class. Xinqing stood among the crowd, yawned, wondering what the Superpower Academy was going to teach, why the first class was held outdoors. Physical education class? Many students here were quite familiar. Yi Zilwan, Shi Hong, and others were here, of course, including Lu Peng. At this moment, he decisively approached, very sycophantically saying, "Boss, you're here." He. Xinqing. I came when I came, what's with your he, acting like a lackey? He glanced at his watch. There was about a minute left until the agreed class time, but the teacher had not arrived yet. The first class of the semester, the teacher is late? Just as he was thinking, suddenly a black dot appeared above his head, and the next second, a tall giant man descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing in front of everyone. A loud rumble interrupted all the students' conversations, and they all turned to look at the towering 2-meter-tall black-faced giant. This person looked fierce, with no resemblance to a teacher at all. Instead, he looked more like a black boss who had just escaped from prison. Looking around, his eyes swept over each student's face, nodding. 56 people, all present, not bad. It seems I won't need the whip I prepared for now. With that, he firmly planted the huge black whip, 3 meters long, in the ground, making a buzzing sound. Silence. A quiet atmosphere enveloped everyone. This peculiar entrance successfully made everyone twitch their mouths. Is this a teacher? Did he walk onto the wrong set? Then, the student's eyes shifted to the ground, where the huge iron whip was still buzzing. By now, the thing had deeply sunk into the ground, cracking the surrounding area. A whip? Is this thing what he meant? This thing could kill someone. Watching the silent crowd, the black-faced giant nodded. My name is Nyojingyu. I am your teacher for the first class of the new semester. Of course, I can't be considered a teacher entirely. Seeing you all nodding obediently, I'm a bit unhappy. I actually hope someone with a bit of a rebellious spirit would appear to challenge me. But it's fine this way. I don't think you really believe you are just ordinary students, right? This is a place to train warriors. Warriors who will fight against the gods. If you don't want to be the first one to fall in the future, I advise you to stop fooling around every day at the academy. After saying that, Nyojingyu took a step forward, his tall figure giving off an even more oppressive feeling. However, during each opening ceremony, the seniors could always bully the freshmen a bit. After a year of training in the academy, most students' abilities would greatly improve. Since no one is coming out to challenge me, I won't need my whip for now. Let's start today's lesson directly. First question, guess what kind of teacher I am to you? The question fell, and no one responded. The intimidation brought by Nyojingyu was really powerful. Almost no student present thought that this guy who looked like a murderer was a teacher. At the moment, not a single person dared to speak up. Nyojingyu seemed to have expected this early on, not surprised at all. With a casual gesture, he pointed to Yi Zilwan standing in the front row. You, what do you think I am as a teacher? I think, maybe you are a teacher who teaches us practical combat, Yi Zilwan replied directly without hesitation. It is foolish to judge a person based solely on appearance, but it is also normal. However, you guessed wrong. I am your psychology teacher, here to provide you with psychological counseling. With that, Nyojingyu revealed an exceptionally sinister smile. What you will do later is to try to straighten your legs as much as possible and then tighten your sphincter muscles. Avoid making a fool of yourselves. As he spoke, a beautiful woman with glasses came up behind him and stood quietly. Let me introduce her to you. This is the assistant, you can call her Teacher Shui. Her main responsibility is to protect you later, so that you don't become idiots. After all, I respect you a lot, so I won't show any mercy. Listening to his continuous scary words, the students couldn't help but tense their muscles. What is this going to be? What is he talking about? But Nyojingyu didn't care at all whether he was causing any psychological harm to the students, and continued to speak to himself. I think you all have had an experience, encountering something, like during exams, saying things like God bless or hope God protects me, and so on. But starting today, such things are no longer relevant to you. Because what you will have to deal with in the future is what you once prayed for protection from. From now on, you are all condemned by heaven. Nothing will protect you. From today onwards, you must be your own masters. Alright, psychological counseling begins. As his words fell, without giving the students any preparation time, Nyojingyu's eyes widened. A terrifying aura of pressure enveloped everyone. In that instant, the air seemed to turn into liquid, even solid, making it difficult to breathe. Everyone's legs slightly bent, as if carrying a mountain on their backs. Their pupils dilated, filled with only one thing: fear. The kind of fear that seemed to come from nowhere, without any actual projection of reality, just a shivering sensation from the depths of the heart. In that moment, they seemed to see the vast sea, the abyss, and the endless starry sky. In the pitch-black sea, there were unfathomable giant creatures. The abyss resembled a bottomless giant mouth devouring all living beings, and above the starry sky, it seemed like countless crimson eyes were watching them. The great terror originating from the soul engulfed everyone, and each person seemed to hear their own intense heartbeat clearly. Watching the students' overwhelmed expressions, Nyojingyu remained expressionless, walking in circles, continuing to speak. The most crucial ability of a superhuman is not muscles, nor superpowers, but your inner self. As you are now, if you were to truly face a deity, you might not even resist being swayed. That kind of oppression from the depths of the soul can trigger a person's servility, making them unable to help but kneel and worship. A superhuman must have an invincible heart, even if it means arrogance and conceit. It is better than being timid and weak. But in the face of a deity, a truly high-level deity, everyone is insignificant. So, this creates an unsolvable paradox. You must, in the process of continuous failure, cultivate an invincible heart. As he walked, he kept saying that he didn't care about the students, but Nyo Jingyu had been paying attention to the state of each student, carefully observing their changes. Suddenly, a student hugged his head and squatted down, trembling like a helpless child, incoherently saying, "I dare not. I dare not, please, I was wrong." Nyo Jingyu sighed, a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but quickly disappeared, mocking loudly, "The first one to fall is actually a boy, what a waste." But now no one was looking at who had fallen, everyone was preoccupied. Chi Hong suddenly roared, his body rising to 2.5 meters, his crimson tiger eyes staring at Nyo Jingyu. Nyo Jingyu looked at him, nodded slightly satisfied, but still had nothing good to say, using abilities to resist, not bad, but also ruthless. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed someone who was obviously not quite right. He actually yawned. Was he seeing things? Who was this person? And why hadn't he noticed him before? Xian Shen's demigod body had resistance to this kind of pressure, and he had also seen gods up close, so obviously he was not as strained as others. And he knew he was the most special existence in the whole world, originally possessing a strong, invincible heart. In order not to attract too much attention, he had been using his stealth ability to keep Nyo Jingyu from noticing him. But now, his slightly tired yawn left Nyo Jingyu dumbfounded. Blinking, confirming he wasn't mistaken, Nyo Jingyu stared at Xian Shen, who seemed completely unconcerned. Something seemed off about this person, even if he had resistance. Wasn't yawning a bit disrespectful? You couldn't have been up all night playing games, could you? Glancing at Xian Shen a few more times, he immediately looked away, continuing to focus on other students. In just 10 minutes, many people had already collapsed. The beautiful assistant in black stockings quickly stepped forward, taking them aside to prevent them from becoming idiots. Those who could still stand here were basically the top students, all scholarship athletes. Among them, Lu Peng was still holding on. By now, he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of Xian Shen beside him out of the corner of his eye. He happened to see Xian Shen drooping his eyelids, looking bored and yawning. "Lu Peng? This is a bit too much. We're all about to pass out and you're fine?" This shocking feeling even diluted some of the trembling in his heart. Lu Peng helplessly muttered, "Boss, are you really so carefree, nothing bothers you?" Xian Shen turned around, looking at Lu Peng, who seemed a bit out of sorts, and whispered, "Actually, I don't really understand why you guys are so honest. Wouldn't it be fine if you just lay on the ground and pretended to be unconscious?" Lu Peng? Hearing this, his pupils instantly contracted, his eyes widened. "You can do that? Why is your lazy approach always so unconventional? Is this really possible?" After thinking for a moment, Lu Peng decided to take his advice and lay down flat on the ground, almost knocking his nose crooked. However, after waiting for a few seconds, he did not receive any help. The reason was simple. Nyo Jingyu had heard Xian Shen's words. "Don't mind him, let him lie there." With that instruction, he continued to observe others, leaving the assistant beside him to cast a pitying glance at Lu Peng on the ground. "Lu Peng, why is no one helping me?" After a few more minutes, Lu Peng's body and mental state were really starting to give in, but still, no one came to check on him. "Boss, you got me, and you and #%at." Muttering meaningless notes in his mouth, Lu Peng finally passed out. Nyo Jingyu instantly moved to his side, picked him up like a drowning dog, and threw him outside. "Humph, taking advantage of the situation, do you think you're awesome just because others are? Alright, this is the first time, let's stop here." With a loud roar, the terrifying pressure on everyone disappeared in an instant, and everyone fell to the ground in unison, like a gust of wind blowing down a field of wheat. The feeling just now was like drowning and like a nightmare, but suddenly relaxing. Everyone felt exhausted, panting heavily as if lacking oxygen. Xian Shen, the only student standing in the crowd, was a bit speechless for a few seconds, then sat down cross-legged very tactfully, blending into the crowd. But Nyo Jingyu took the initiative to walk up to him and gestured for him to stand up. "Kid, what's your name?" "Quite resilient. Xian Shen." But you dare to yawn in my class, a bit disrespectful, give me a reason, why?" Nyo Jingyu showed his standard fierce smile, obviously using his old trick to scare children. Sorry, didn't rest well because I stayed up all night playing games," Xian Shen replied. Nyo Jingyu was dumbfounded, even his fierce expression began to falter. Should I praise your honesty?" No need, teacher." "Nyo Jingyu, what's your ability? Telepathic?" "Me? I have energy lock. Nyo Jingyu. Nyo Jingyu didn't want to say another word, turned around like a sulking child, and came to the front of the line, looking at the resting students on the ground. Just a few minutes of rest, Nyo Jingyu stood up and shouted for everyone to stand up. There were a few wails in the crowd. They were not mentally prepared for this intensity. This was not like going to school, it was more like the military than the military. Stand up, don't act like a bunch of sissies. Nyo Jingyu shouted, forcing everyone to stand up with an angry tone. You are superhumans, do you know that? You are here to protect the world, not to let others protect you. Last night, while you little bunnies were sleeping, do you know what happened? The Eastern Academy was suddenly attacked. It was your seniors, teachers, and the dean who shielded you from these things, allowing you to sleep peacefully, and playing games all night. Humph, dare to say that out loud? At this point, he specifically glanced at Xin Chen. Xin Chen, do you think you have a lot of time left? The world is undergoing drastic changes, the human union meets every day, and when the critical moment comes, you are not students anymore, but soldiers. Do you think I'm pushing you too hard? Giving you devil training for quick results? No! This is basic training. Everything we are doing now has only one purpose, to make you stand firm when facing the gods, not to just lie down on the ground. Listening to Nyo Jingyu's stern voice, all the students stood up straight, no longer daring to complain or act lazily, becoming much more disciplined and serious than when they first arrived. Nyo Jingyu nodded. The academy wanted him to be this villain to quickly wash away the students' delicate airs. You can be delicate at home, but on the battlefield and serving the gods, you won't be allowed to be delicate. The following content may seem quite severe and cruel, but this is something that each and every one of you will have to face in the future. You will eventually have to shed blood. But just now, I happened to catch a thorn, that one called Xinqing. Come here. As the voice fell, all the freshmen turned their heads in unison to look at Xinqing standing in the crowd. Nyo Jingyu, in order to treat all students equally, never bothered to learn about each student's situation in advance, but the students had already heard of Xinqing's name. Xinqing walked up to Nyo Jingyu and said, Actually, I wasn't just playing games yesterday. Alright, we'll talk about it later, I have a question for you. Nyo Jingyu suddenly interrupted, his eyes locking with Xinqing's, with a hint of red in them. In an instant, Xinqing felt as if he was in a sea of corpses and blood, even able to smell a hint of blood. A voice came in his ear, Have you killed anyone? This terrifying killing intent instantly put Xinqing in a state of battle, his eyes turning bloodshot, emitting a strong killing intent. His hands moved momentarily, but his eyes quickly regained clarity, immediately stopping his hand from reaching out. He slightly turned his head, avoiding Nyo Jingyu's gaze. But this simple turn of the head surprised Nyo Jingyu. How is this possible? Being able to avoid his gaze means that the other party's will and killing intent are definitely not simple. Strength can be cultivated, but killing intent can only be nurtured through actual bloodshed. And just now, for a moment, he clearly felt a chill under his ribs, at his heart and neck. It was a sense of crisis, a feeling of being targeted by the enemy. Illusion, he thought, just as Xinqing's calm voice came in his ear. I have. Ha! Hearing this, Nyo Jingyu couldn't help but glance sideways. Are you trying to open my eyes? His previous question was clearly just a scare tactic, and the upcoming psychological counseling was related to bloodshed. After all, superhumans cannot always be good and righteous, servants of gods, various terrorist organizations and opposition groups. Battles are something that must be experienced. So this training is also to prepare students for the possibility of shedding blood in the future. How many have you killed? Probably over 100, I didn't count that day, but it should be quite a few. Xinqing slightly frowned, tilting his head. The previous eye contact clearly stirred his emotions, making him a bit annoyed now. But what he said was truly shocking. Nyo Jingyu was left speechless, turning directly to his female assistant and asking, Who is this kid? Have you checked his background? Could it be that a criminal has come? Who is this person? Only then did the female assistant hurriedly come over, whispering a few words in Nyo Jingyu's ear, giving him a brief overview of Xinqing's identity. It is said that on the day of the escorted trainee assessment, he participated in a battle with the servants of gods and made significant contributions. Listening to the words of the female assistant, Nyo Jingyu furrowed his brows, looking at Xinqing. Looks can be deceiving. This kid is actually a tough guy? Killing over 100 servants in a day? Is this something a student would do? This kid looks harmless, sleepy-eyed, almost nodding off standing there all morning. Is he actually a sleeping tiger? But the problem is, he has delicate skin and tender flesh, not a single scar on his body. Does he look like someone who has experienced fierce battles? After much contemplation, Nyo Jingyu's expression turned serious, asking Xinqing, It seems like you are not a rookie, but, do you think your psychological development is firm enough? Are you prepared for fearless battles, even heroic sacrifices? No, Xinqing answered decisively. Why should I sacrifice? If someone has to die, it's better for my enemies to die instead. Niu Jingyu couldn't help but pause. At this passionate age, such an answer actually made him feel quite unique. But what if your enemy's strength far exceeds yours? Then I'll run. Niu Jingyu's eyes widened. But what if you have a mission and people to protect? Would you disregard their safety? So my life doesn't matter? Disregarding my own life is also a form of irresponsibility, isn't it? Niu Jingyu was at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Why did he suddenly feel like this guy was making sense? After calming down, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Having character is a good thing among superhumans, as it makes them less susceptible to divine influence. But, after some thought, he flipped his wrist and 2 dark daggers appeared in his hands, both without edges. You lad, want to spar? Niu Jingyu handed one to Xinqing and kept one for himself. No superpowers, just relying on physical abilities and combat instincts. Let me see what you've got. Xinqing looked down at the dagger in his hand, recalling a scene from the initiation ceremony where he almost slit his opponent's throat, and shook his head slightly. I might not be up for sparring right now. I understand what you mean, kid. You don't have to worry about those issues with me. Let's just go all out. After saying that, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes, intensifying the killing intent released earlier by tenfold, enveloping Xinqing. Xinqing, without any courtesy, also let out a fierce aura, entering a state of readiness. Almost simultaneously, both of them thrust their daggers towards each other's throats at lightning speed. Xinqing furrowed his brows. He was used to trading injuries for life, but this Niu Jingyu was clearly different from the others before. Unable to resist head-on, he twisted his hand to block the attack and then swiftly stabbed towards the left side of the heart. Niu Jingyu and Xinqing's movements were almost identical, both finding each other's fatal points instantly and striking without mercy. And so, the two of them quickly engaged in a storm of combat, like 2 whirlwinds colliding furiously. Neck, groin, temple, chest, back of the head, spine. Every target of the two was lethal. The students watched intently, most of them not fully understanding but feeling the intense coolness of the scene and taking the opportunity to rest. However, the black-clad assistant beside them was not as relaxed, sweating profusely in her palms. These two were really going all out. Although the swords were not edged, at this speed, if something went wrong, the two fought faster and faster, Xinqing's eyes filled with ferocity, while Niu Jingyu remained cold, both treating each other as mortal enemies. Finally, a move was miscalculated, and they stopped. Niu Jingyu's left hand tightly held the sword Xinqing thrust, while the short sword in his right hand was already at Xinqing's throat. A smile finally appeared on his face as Niu Jingyu said, "You were a fraction of a second too slow, and you misjudged the length of the weapon. But to be able to fight me to this extent, you're also..." "I don't think so." Xinqing interrupted Niu Jingyu, leaving him stunned. Looking down, he realized that the dagger had a layer of ice on it, extending 10 centimeters, poking directly at his heart. "Niu Jingyu, you're cheating. I said no using superpowers. But those were your rules, I never agreed to them," Xinqing replied. Niu Jingyu looked into Xian Chen's eyes. At this moment, he had not completely withdrawn from that violent state, still retaining a hint of fierceness. The two of them held their knives at each other's vital points, and after a few seconds, Niu Jingyu broke the deadlock with a laugh. Pressing down the hands holding the knives, he spoke, "In all my years of teaching, you are the most stubborn, and of course, the most unique. Indeed, you didn't lose this round. To reach this level at such a young age, I even suspect you were specially trained since childhood, similar to Junani. What battles have you experienced before? How were you allowed to participate in combat?" As he spoke, a strong curiosity flashed in Niu Jingyu's eyes. Although Xian Chen's moves were not yet mature and lacked a systematic approach, this kind of instinctive fighting ability, like that of a wild beast, must have been honed in the midst of dead bodies. Although he was strict with his students, it was to increase their survival rate, not to send them to their deaths. If it were up to him, he would never have allowed Xian Chen to participate in combat before enrolling. Listening to Niu Jingyu's questions, Xian Chen took a long time to emerge from his violent combat state and began to roughly recount his previous combat experiences to Niu Jingyu. Listening to his calm and somewhat mocking tone, but speaking words that were exceptionally shocking, Niu Jingyu's expression gradually became serious, with a hint of respect in his eyes. Speaking seriously, he said, "You haven't even enrolled yet, just completed the assessment, and you actually experienced that kind of battle to protect your classmates? No wonder you have such power. Wait, how did you twist my words?" "That's not right," Xian Chen quickly interrupted, waving his hand. "When did I say I did it to protect my classmates? I want compensation." It's not right to use morality to exploit me into working for free. Right, although Director Mo had the final say last night, I also contributed. Doesn't the school have anyone overseeing this? There should be various credits and rewards, right? But Nyo Jingyu raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, wait, you said you were in combat last night? Yes. But didn't you say earlier that you played games all night yesterday? Yes, after the fight yesterday, I played games all night. Nyo Jingyu. Logically sound, I'm speechless. Well, in that case, although he found this young man quite peculiar, Nyo Jingyu suddenly became serious. Suddenly, he straightened his feet, stood up straight, and formally saluted. From this perspective alone, you deserve my respect, and I apologize for what I said earlier. Seeing his sudden change in attitude, Xin Chen was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but take a step back. There's no need to be so serious. Just give what needs to be given. No, Nyo Jingyu shook his head seriously. When I said earlier how could you dare to play games, it was because I felt you were letting down other espers who were protecting you, wasting time while others fought for you. But now, you are also one of the protectors, so I have no right to blame you. Turning around, Nyo Jingyu's gaze swept over the faces of the students with different expressions. I teach my students skills to survive in the future, so if you slack off, I won't spare you. But you are different. From the perspective of your participation in combat, we are comrades. Thank you for all your efforts. After saying that, without waiting for Xin Chen to respond, he loudly addressed all the students, remember, if you want respect, honor, recognition, or anything you desire, let your strength speak for itself. Have you rested enough? Then let's continue. As the voice fell, a different sense of oppression once again descended upon everyone's heads, bloody and cruel scenes appearing before everyone's eyes. Many people's faces turned pale, and some even began to tremble uncontrollably. But this time, no one fell so quickly. Xinxing walked too fast, making it difficult for them to see his figure clearly, but no one wanted to be inferior. Seeing Xinxing actually able to fight against the instructor without falling behind greatly stimulated the hearts of every student, even Lu Peng, who had long considered himself a lackey. I can't be too bad either. In Yi Zilwan's mind, Mo Chingu's words from yesterday kept echoing, along with the words Nyo Jingyu had just said. To get what you want, exchange it with strength. Hold on. Xinxing looked at everyone's performance, then felt a little, as if he had no feelings at all. Do I not need this part? It's not very meaningful to you, but you still have other things to do. Nyo Jingyu turned around, indicating for Xinxing to come over alone. Have you noticed that once you enter that kind of killing state, your mind is actually problematic, lacking rationality, and becoming abnormally violent? Xinxing listened to these words in silence and nodded. He had actually discovered this a long time ago, but every time he fought, he would unconsciously enter that state. Being manic in battle is not a bad thing. It can make you brave and fearless, but it can also make you blind, imprecise, just like earlier. Xinxing listened quietly, knowing that in this respect, Nyo Jingyu was truly the expert, so he didn't say much. Seeing that Xinxing was not arrogant about his talents, but rather humble in this respect, Nyo Jingyu also nodded. So next, my training for you will be an upgraded version for them, also specialized training, aimed at correcting this issue of yours, allowing you to control yourself well. Kid, you should be able to endure hardship, right? Xinxing nodded seriously, knowing that if no one taught him this kind of thing, it would be difficult to solve it on his own. No problem, teacher Nyo. Nyo Jingyu nodded at the words, thinking that this was more like it. But teacher, if possible, I hope you can help me with the credits for participating in the battle yesterday. Nyo Jingyu. Next, there were rounds of training, pushing each student to their psychological limits until dusk. In the end, everyone looked as if they had been soaked in water, almost dehydrated. The girls' clothes clung tightly to their bodies, outlining graceful curves, exuding a youthful aura. Unfortunately, the male students around them had no thoughts of appreciation left, each looking as if they had been drained. As the sun set in the west, under a distant big tree sat a slender figure. With her jade hand supporting her chin, she smiled as she watched the crowd, focusing on a certain person. Junani had actually been here for a while, obviously not disturbing the teaching, quietly watching from under the tree in the distance. Her age was actually similar to this year's students. If she hadn't met Director Mo back then and been specially recruited into the academy, she might have entered this year as well, standing with these people at this moment. But in that case, would she have the strength she has today? Would she have met Xinxing? It's probably all unknown, the capriciousness of fate guiding each person down different paths, with no logic to explain. Watching Xinxing stand out in the crowd, she couldn't help but wonder, what would she be like if she had entered this year? Humph, I will definitely not be worse than you. By then, your limelight will be mine, hee hee. But now, I may never have such a youthful experience again, which is actually not bad. Fantasizing in my mind, devil instructor Nyo Jingyu finally completed the torment of the students and ended today's training. The ecstatic students no longer had the strength to cheer, and at this point, there were hardly any left standing. How do you feel? Is it okay? Nyo Jingyu stood beside Xin Chen and asked. After a day of psychology class, everyone was physically exhausted. Xin Chen was also not feeling well at this moment. Nyo Jingyu no longer treated him as a student and showed no mercy in his training. It had been a long time since Nyo Jingyu had encountered a student as enduring as Xin Chen, giving him a sense of competition. Xin Chen nodded, feeling satisfied with the day's gains. Okay, let's continue tomorrow. But can we increase the intensity tomorrow? Nyo Jingyu suddenly stiffened, his smile freezing on his face. This kid, is he complaining that the intensity is not enough? Junani stood up and began to walk towards Xin Chen. She had some things to say after thinking about it yesterday. However, after taking just a few steps, she suddenly froze. She noticed a girl staggering towards Xin Chen. Junani? Shouldn't their relationship be tense? When did they become so friendly? If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have given her the guaranteed spot. Feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis, she slowly started to move her feet, circling around. And the person who walked up to Xin Chen at this moment was Yi Zilwan. She had read the book given to her by Mo Chingu yesterday, but only the first page could be opened, with the rest under some kind of restriction. On the first page, there were only 2 sentences written: break to rebuild. Embrace everything you once resisted. The power to be reborn lies within the things that defeated you. In this situation, she didn't know what it meant. Break herself? But how? As for the things she resisted, she decided to pluck up her courage and approach Xin Chen today. Hello, I would like to ask you, how do you train yourself and schedule your daily training time? Xin Chen looked at her unexpectedly and replied after some thought. Training? I usually practice reaction speed and combat skills at night. What? Yi Zilwan didn't understand. In simple terms, I play games and usually play as a top laner. Yi Zilwan. I'm serious, I just want your training plan, and I can pay you for it. Xin Chen said. It's good to get paid, but no pain, no gain. I really don't have a training plan. I don't believe you. You don't believe me? Are you Lu Yu? At this point, Yi Zilwan seemed a bit persistent, insisting on getting some information. Xin Chen, feeling annoyed, suddenly turned around and mysteriously said to her, I don't have one myself, but in our hometown, there is a very powerful training method. When you reach a high level of proficiency, you can split the earth with a punch. One punch man? What? Yi Zilwan was shocked and quickly took out a notebook. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run. Don't be fooled by its simplicity. If you persist, you will be invincible. Someone in my hometown has achieved it, and they are unbeatable in the universe. Although Yi Zilwan was confused and thought such simple training was not very effective, she quickly took notes. Both of you, when did your relationship become so good? At this moment, a hand suddenly rested on Xinqing's shoulder, and Junani's face appeared from behind him. The eyes of the 2 women met for a moment, then quickly looked away. Yi Zilwan lowered her head and said, Thank you, I won't disturb you. Also, I will transfer money to you. After saying that, she turned and walked away, looking like she was in a hurry to go back to shower and train. With a gentle tug on his collar, Xinqing uncontrollably turned around and met Junani's gaze. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, Xinqing said, Hey, why are you here? Aren't you the god of war? Me? I'm probably the most idle one among the 8 war gods. Another moment of silence. Just now, when the 2 were chatting endlessly, Junani couldn't help but come over quickly. But now, she was a bit unsure of what to say. Are you here to find me? Is there something? Junani looked at his face and couldn't help but speak. If there's nothing, can't I come to see you? Aren't we friends now? Oh, of course we are. I was just asking. Xinqing smiled awkwardly, feeling that something was off. That's good. Junani turned her head. I don't have many friends at the academy either. Most of my time was spent on training before, and people seem to think I'm not very talkative. She calmly stated, for the first time, Junani opened up to someone in real life. So I have nothing to do, just wanted to chat with you. By the way, what do you do every day? Still playing games with that online friend? Yeah, I played with her for a long time last night and gained a lot of points. Xinqing said. She's really nice, willing to sacrifice her sleep time to accompany you. Junani praised naturally. By the way, I have a friend who's going through some things, I wanted to ask you about it. If someone has 2 different personas in real life and online, would you think they are deceiving you? Or do you think they are being fake? When June Ani asked this question, her mood was extremely tense, tilting her head to keep her emotions in check. Ha! Xinqing scratched his head. You have a friend? But didn't you just say you don't have many friends? Before she could continue, Xinqing suddenly smiled mysteriously and whispered, You said I have a friend? Is that friend actually yourself? June Ani. He knows it's me? But he never told me? Her brain instantly went into overdrive, every word she said replayed in her mind, trying to figure out where she slipped up. The embarrassment of being caught in a lie enveloped her, her face turning red in an instant, wishing she could turn around and run away. Xinqing suddenly laughed. Ha ha, you might not understand, this is a joke from my hometown. It's like when someone feels embarrassed about something they did, so when they ask others about it, they pretend to be an informant and say it was their friend's experience. Too bad. This joke doesn't seem to be understood here. As he laughed, Xinqing couldn't help but turn it into a bitter smile. This was one of the downsides of being in a different world, encountering these heartbreaking little things from time to time. Sometimes he himself didn't know if he kept telling jokes from Earth out of habit or for remembrance. But at this moment, June Ani didn't pay attention to Xinqing's anomaly, she just felt relieved and her heart was racing. Xinqing's unintentional words had inadvertently revealed the truth. Scared to death, Xianchen continued, as for the difference between online and reality, isn't it normal? Most people, separated by an internet connection, will reveal some aspects of their nature. As for good or bad, it all depends on what that nature is. If someone is meek in real life but a foul-mouthed troll online, that's indeed something. Other than that, I think everything is quite normal. What about you? Did your friend accidentally reveal some traits? June Ani didn't reply, just comparing in her mind slowly. I rarely curse when playing games myself. So, it should be nothing, right? Hey! Xianchen, seeing her silent for a while, couldn't help but remind her. Oh, nothing, June Ani evaded. Didn't you tell me before that you only had one contact in your phone? Do you have any plans to meet her in person? June Ani asked again, seemingly casually. Xianchen replied, It's not just one now, there are two. Didn't I add Zhang Xiaojian a few days ago? June Ani. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of discomfort being lumped together with Zhang Xiaojian on some level. But since it's like this, it seems meeting up is still possible. The rest, she'll leave it to the yogurt stick to handle. After asking what she wanted to ask, June Ani didn't plan to stay for another minute, making up an excuse and leaving directly. The War God Temple is still busy, I need to hurry back. Xianchen. She clearly said she was free when she came. Watching her departing figure, Xianchen suddenly felt like she was being treated like a tool, skipping even the pleasantries after asking questions and quickly slipping away. And what were those questions about? In the following days, the training at Dongfang Academy proceeded as usual. However, on the second day, there was theoretical teaching in the morning, explaining some basic things about superhumans, followed by physical fitness training in the afternoon. By noon, when everyone returned to the playground, most students were taken aback, because they all saw that face that seemed quite devilish to them. Niu Jingyu. Teacher Niu, isn't this afternoon supposed to be physical training? For you? Shi Hong asked cautiously, with a forced smile. Part-time, is that not allowed? Niu Jingyu grinned, showing a wide mouth, then narrowed his eyes. Everyone in Class 1, stand properly and quickly. The students who were walking lazily immediately stood up straight obediently. After all, the psychological shadow cast by this fierce teacher was too significant. Then, Niu Jingyu's next words sent chills down everyone's spine. I have many part-time roles, such as practical combat, physical fitness, disguise, psychology, and so on, all related to your future battlefield experiences, all under my supervision. However, Xianchen didn't feel much. He actually had a good impression of this teacher. Although he looked fierce, he was quite responsible. When he taught him yesterday, he was very serious in explaining every detail that needed attention. So he didn't reject it, but suddenly he noticed a few familiar figures approaching from a distance. There were June Ani, Zhang Xiaojian, and the knight he enrolled, Fan Mei, whom he saved, and a few other unfamiliar people. The group walked straight towards Niu Jingyu. Lord War God? Are you here to find me, Niu, for something? Niu Jingyu raised an eyebrow and asked. You don't have to call me that. June Ani nodded slightly at Niu Jingyu, and Zhang Xiaojian suddenly rushed out from behind her. Teacher Niu, we're here to find Xianchen. The academy has a task that requires Xinqing to go out for a trip, at most 1 or 2 days, it won't take too long. Niu Jingyu glanced at him, snorted, and nodded towards Xinqing to indicate that he could go out. Then, he loudly said to the other students, the most powerful among you is going out to have fun, make good use of these 2 days to practice well. When he slackens, it's your chance to surpass him. Xingqing. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was clearly directed at himself. Is there something wrong? Why did the school assign a task specifically to me? Xingqing walked up to a few people and asked Junani. Well, this time it's a public relations task. It's about the incident where the people near the Eastern Academy were bewitched that night. The Academy wants to find some relevant personnel involved in it to handle this matter and appease the people. Xingqing nodded in understanding, then looked at Zheng Xiaojian. What about you? Didn't you just not come that day? Me? But I'm the head of the public relations department. Of course, I have to come, Zheng Xiaojian said very matter-of-factly. You rookies have no experience in this kind of thing. You can't do it without me. This operation mainly depends on me. Got it? Of course, except for Lord Wargod, hee. Hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes at his shamelessness. Xingqing ignored him and walked up to Fan Mei, extending his hand. Hello, nice to meet you. Seeing the hand extended to her, Fan Mei couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing this scene from afar, Shi Hong couldn't help but slap his forehead hard, thinking of the times he had been controlled. In the past, Xingqing almost wanted to shake hands with him every day, not knowing what it meant. Now it seems he has a new target? But Fan Mei didn't know all this. She was impressed by Xingqing. Only later did she find out that this fifth realm expert was just a newcomer. And now, with 7 or 8 people coming together, why did he come to find her alone? Could it be? Thinking about it in her mind, she slightly lowered her head, did not refuse, and reached out to shake hands. Hello! C-level talent, precise shooting replication successful. Evolved into A-level lock-on hang. Lock-on hang, all thrown and shot items will accurately hit the opponent's head. Note, the laws of physics have no effect here. Newton can't control the actions of superhumans. The two hands separated as one. Xingqing felt the symbol of successful replication appearing in his mind, nodding in satisfaction. Finally, another success. It seems that lower-level talents have a higher success rate. After thanking Fan Mei, Xingqing walked over to Junani and Zhang Xiaojian to get a more detailed understanding of the public relations situation this time. Fan Mei? Ha? What does this mean? She was a bit shy at first, but instantly became confused. What's with this operation? What about exchanging contact information? What about the encounter? What about the conversation? What about the follow-up? You're just leaving like this? In her confused eyes, several people had already boarded a bus. Zheng Xiaojian specifically sat with Xingqing. Now they were chatting with their arms around each other, leaning on each other's shoulders. Let me tell you, the public relations department is good in this aspect. There's not much danger in earning credits, but when we get there, you guys must listen to me. Let me tell you, if I don't show up, some of those business people are really not easy to deal with. Xingqing. He now regretted sitting with Zheng Xiaojian. He talks too much. Boasting all the way. As they got off the bus, a slightly chubby middle-aged man nodded slightly at them, squinting his eyes, looking at them as if through his nostrils. You're here? A little late, hurry up, the press conference is about to start. Along the way, Zhang Xiaojian has been preparing Xingqing. Don't think that you are a superpower, but you are too young, and superpowers are responsible for a different system from ordinary people, and others may not necessarily respect you. Many people, even because they know you are a student, know you are easy to talk to, will deliberately show you a bad attitude. What? You have superpowers, and you dare to fight in public? Do you think the law is a joke? You are not invincible. When Xingqing got off the car, he looked at the fat man in charge in front of him and probably knew what Zheng Xiaojian meant. The performance of this person in front of him simply wrote the words vulgar on his face. But it doesn't matter, it's just 2 or 3 days, get some credits and leave. However, at this moment, Zheng Xiaojian next to him suddenly spoke. Is this where you want us to stay? No, change to a 5-star hotel, or we'll go back. Xingqing glanced sideways, only to see Zheng Xiaojian standing with his feet turned out, his mouth crooked, looking like a spoiled son of a wealthy family. The fat man in charge was a little stunned, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had never seen such a posture of a superpower, so his tone softened slightly. This hotel is already one of the best nearby. 6 stars. Change to a 6-star hotel. Say more and I'll leave, got it? Zheng Xiaojian grinned, continuing. Organizer. But we are about to start. Why are you starting? You didn't discuss it with us. 7 stars. At this moment, Fan Mei beside them couldn't bear it anymore. She whispered, why don't we go first? We can talk about the accommodation later. Zheng Xiaojian suddenly turned his head, staring at her with his eyes, and Xingqing suddenly felt a sense of seriousness from him for the first time. Surprisingly, quite intimidating. In the end, the group arrived at the press conference venue. Zhang Xiaojian did not follow, saying that he had to check the hotel facilities. Wow, superpowers, living superpowers. I heard they all participated in that operation that day. Let's ask later. They have to give an explanation. Shinshin and the others sat in a row in front of the microphone, listening to the noisy voices of the people below. Soon, the questioning began, but it was mostly Junani answering, especially Shinshin, who had no experience in this matter. Shinshin glanced sideways, watching Junani's calm and cold expression, handling it with ease. The core idea was to cover up the servants and gods, saying that those people were controlled by a terrorist organization of superpowers using special methods, and the rest was answered truthfully. It's not bad to bide your time. Shinshin propped his chin, sitting quietly there. Ah, give me back my son, give me back my son. At this moment, an elderly woman suddenly broke through the crowd, pushing aside the police officers. Cameras, reporters, give me justice. The woman shouted, jumping around vigorously on the ground, crying with snot and tears. The reporters were immediately interested in turning the cameras towards her for such a big news. They used violence. My son was originally a victim, and they hurt him again. All of my son's teeth were knocked out. He was subjected to inhuman abuse, covered in bruises. You superpowers, once you have abilities, you are no longer human. You are all cold-blooded animals. Listening to her cries, Fan Mei suddenly thought of the scene where those people bit the power pole to attack themselves. The man hurriedly stood up and explained, Auntie, please calm down. They lost control at that time and often harmed themselves. We will never use violence. As she spoke, she wanted to help the woman up. However, as soon as her hand touched the woman, she immediately fell to the ground, screaming in pain and clutching her hand. Hidden force. Ah, she used her ability to fracture my bones. I demand compensation. Superhumans cannot act recklessly. Compensation. Compensation. With that, she began to cry and roll on the ground in a tantrum. The reporters, fearing that chaos would ensue, quickly turned their cameras towards Xianchen and his group and started filming. Xianchen furrowed his brows, not expecting to encounter false accusations here. Fan Mei was so frightened by the situation that she didn't know what to do, and Junani was also at a loss. Ha! What's going on? Suddenly, a figure pushed through the crowd, and Zhang Xiaojian arrived next to the woman. The woman's flailing hand accidentally touched his neck. Zhang Xiaojian exaggeratedly flipped in the air, fell heavily to the ground, and convulsed as if he had hit a switch. His performance far exceeded that of the elderly woman by 2 levels. Foaming at the mouth, he trembled and said, Quick, everyone, move away quickly. There's something wrong with her. There's something about her that makes people lose control. I suspect she's a problem. No, everyone move away quickly. I can't take it anymore. Ordinary people might be in danger. In the end, blood even overflowed from his mouth, his eyes turned white, and his face turned pale. This scene frightened Junani and the others, who suddenly stood up from their seats. However, Xianchen felt that something was wrong at this moment. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Xiaojian's convulsions during the ability test. Looking up, he saw the crowd receding like a tide, even some people trying to run away. The reporters' cameras no longer focused on Xianchen and the others, and the scene was quite chaotic. Then, Xianchen suddenly saw Zhang Xiaojian lying on the ground, seemingly signaling to him. Soon, a team of soldiers in combat gear rushed over, holding batons and shields, standing there as if facing a major enemy. In the eyes of ordinary people, even superhumans who were almost invincible had become like this. What could they do? Ah, what are you doing? I didn't even touch him. He's slandering me. The woman who had been causing trouble all along was now dumbfounded, looking like she couldn't continue the act. She had played with eagles all her life, never expecting to be pecked in the eye by one today. This young man, damn, he can act better than me. With snot and tears on her face, she gestured and danced, but no one believed her at this point. After all, no one would believe that a bright, high-ranking, young and exceptionally talented superhuman would do such a despicable and outrageous thing. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaojian was just that outrageous. Be careful, don't get too close to her, watch your safety. Zhang Xiaojian lay on the ground, looking almost dead, but after all this time, he was still alive and even instructing the nearby armed police on what to do. In the meantime, he kept winking and gesturing to Xianchen. Later, the fully armed soldiers used riot steel forks to firmly pin the woman to the ground, keeping her under control. She was used to throwing tantrums in life, relying on the humanitarianism of the law to gain benefits by throwing tantrums every time. But this time, no one showed her any mercy for her tantrums and cursing. The explosion-proof steel fork firmly fixed her in place, struggling and splashing. The shrew was covered in a layer of soil all over her body, her teeth in her mouth directly knocked on the ground. Already with poor dental health, now a few teeth were knocked out directly. Waving her struggling limbs were frantically struck by the rubber rollers, leaving behind bruises. After all, the vivid scene just now was still fresh in their minds. Zheng Xiaojian, this superpower, was considered to be in life-threatening danger just from a slight touch. So no one was careless, each one of them went all out and beat her half to death. In the end, she really dared not move anymore, enduring the intense pain, lying on the ground and being dragged away. Fan Mei and the others were already dumbfounded. They had participated in many battles, but this scene was the first time they had seen it. Xian Chen's heart moved, as if he also understood something, quickly walked to Zheng Xiaojian's side and squatted down. Quick, benefits, Zheng Xiaojian whispered. What? Xian Chen didn't understand. You idiot! Make a deal. Ask for benefits. Zheng Xiaojian scolded, frustrated that Xian Chen didn't catch on, his convulsions becoming more pronounced. Xian Chen? After locking eyes for a moment, Xian Chen showed respect. This is called professionalism, understood. In an instant, he squatted down, grabbed Zheng Xiaojian's arm, and said loudly, Jin Gu, what's wrong with you? Hang in there, the medical team will be here soon. You just passed the graduation assessment of the academy, you can soon repay your parents and give back to society. How did you accept an activity from the organizer? You are still young, think about your parents, your loved ones, hang in there, Jin Gu. Xian Chen had never studied acting, but at this moment, his acting skills exploded, speaking loudly as if afraid that the people around him couldn't hear. It was so tragic, heartbreaking to hear, listeners would shed tears, as if Zheng Xiaojian would breathe his last breath the next second. Zheng Xiaojian's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction, and his convulsions became even more intense. Watching this scene, as well as the reporters broadcasting live around them, the organizer and the others were sweating profusely. Junani and the others standing aside were all dumbfounded, staring blankly at the two of them, not knowing what to do. Although it looked quite critical, but why was it so dramatic? 1 hour later, in the Crown Hotel, the only 7-star hotel in this city, Xian Chen and his group were all seated here. The organizer spent a lot of money to book several presidential suites here. Zheng Xiaojian's clothes were all dirty and ruined, just took a shower, now wrapped in a huge bathrobe, opened a bottle of red wine, and sat on a lounge chair swaying. Ah, this is more like it, coming out for a mission, it's meant to be enjoyed, this kind of treatment is appropriate. Zheng Xiaojian took a sip of red wine, saying contentedly. In front of him stood Xian Chen, Junani, and the others. At this moment, the eyes of these people looking at Zheng Xiaojian were full of complexity, obviously different from when they arrived. Thank you for today's incident. Junani thought for a moment and took the initiative to speak. Oh, this is a piece of cake for me. Zheng Xiaojian waved his hand. You guys should have listened to me earlier. If you had listened to me, this kind of thing might not have happened. Do you think the organizer has no responsibility for this matter? If it weren't for them trying to attract attention for ratings, hastily organizing such an event, even the security wasn't handled properly. How could someone rush in like that? But forget it, anyway, the benefits and treatment have all been received. The people around remained silent, no one spoke, although Zheng Xiaojian still had that contemptuous look. The others' view of him had clearly changed significantly. Hey, that girl, what's your name? What's wrong with you? Following Zheng Xiaojian's voice, everyone turned their gaze to Fan Mei sitting quietly, her eyes reddened, with a hint of sobbing. I didn't use any violence at all. Their teeth were broken by biting the electric pole themselves. When I tried to stop them, I didn't dare to touch them at all. I absolutely did not enforce violence. They kept hitting me with the street lamp, and I didn't dare to fight back. At this point, Fan Mei looked very wronged, with tears in her eyes. I was clearly trying my best to protect the people, why would she do this? Sigh. Zheng Xiaojian stood up from the recliner and took a few steps forward. The world is not simply black and white, who can clearly distinguish between good and bad? Who says that just because you selflessly save others, they must be grateful? Ha! Fan Mei looked up, looking confused. Zheng Xiaojian shook the wine glass in his hand and laughed. In my days at the Public Relations Department, I've seen a lot of these things. Facing servants of gods, deities, you have the courage, dare to take the lead, dare to fight with your life, because you know very well, they are the enemy. But in this world, many times you don't know if the other party is an enemy. Dealing with rogues and scoundrels, those shameless beings who throw tantrums and act shamelessly, it takes someone even more shameless like me to deal with them. Zheng Xiaojian walked to the huge French window of the suite, looking at the view of the 108th floor outside. Of course, if the world were full of people like me, it would be doomed. It's better to be destroyed together. This world still needs heroes, needs good people. With that, he turned around, the huge setting sun shining behind him, casting a long shadow and outlining his entire figure in a golden silhouette. Looking at Xian Chen and the others, Zhang Xiaojian's mouth curled up, revealing his iconic smirk. Of course, heroes, it's naturally up to you. I'll take care of it. Finally, showing off his coolness, Zhang Xiaojian collapsed completely. He turned around in place, walked to his recliner, lay down, and nestled in. Alright, the counseling session ends here. Little girl, if you understand, then good, if you don't, just cry a little, crying will make you feel better. I'm in a good mood today, consider those words above as my gift to you, I won't ask you for money. If there's nothing else, take a break and relax, the press conference will probably be postponed. With that, he lay on the chair, looking like he didn't want to move. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out, the door opened, and the chubby organizer walked in, holding a card with a flattering smile on his face. Nodding and bowing, he walked up to Zhang Xiaojian. Hello, this is a small compensation from us, a small spiritual damage fee. 50,000, you must accept it. Zhang Xiaojian glanced at him, didn't say anything, made a sound of agreement, and nodded. The organizer smiled flatteringly, placed the card on the table, and then left. Zhang Xiaojian picked up the card from the table, rubbed it, and said, well, this is one of the benefits of being shameless. Of course, this money is mine alone, it's considered a service fee for my acting skills, you shouldn't have any objections, right? I object. Xin Shen suddenly spoke up. I think I should get a share too, even though you are the lead actor, I also participated in it. Zhang Xiaojian. Upon hearing this, he suddenly became spirited, sat up straight, and stared directly at Xin Shen. Good kid. Praying mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? In the past, he had never seen a student who wanted to share money with him. This new recruit is a bit tricky. Want to pluck feathers from a live rooster? Dream on. How about we split it 50-50? Xin Shen suggested. You must be dreaming. Thinking beautifully, are you still at a disadvantage? Zhang Xiaojian exploded, I'll give you at most 10,000. Consider yourself cooperating with me, don't think about more. Then, the two of them started arguing about the money-splitting project. Junani stood on the side, and the somewhat low emotions he had were a bit disrupted. How did this sudden change in style happen? What were we just discussing? Can you two not be so much like two bandits dividing the loot? Finally, after half an hour of negotiation, it was agreed to split the money 70-30, with Xinqing taking 100,000, but because of the smaller share, Zhang Xiaojian owed Xinqing a favor. Alright, favors can be owed casually, but don't think about taking a single penny from me again. Zhang Xiaojian protected the card, and his voice trembled with pain as he spoke. The farce ended, the sun set, and everyone returned to their rooms. Junani sat on a chair, silent and staring out the window. What are you thinking? It seems like your emotions have not been quite right. Xinqing leaned against the doorframe and asked. Oh, nothing. Junani lightly brushed the hair at his temple with his hand, slightly coming back to his senses. It's just that, in fact, I haven't experienced much of this kind of thing. I have always thought that humans are on the same side, whether superhumans or ordinary people, all are the same, maintaining the normal operation of the world, resisting the gods. But today I realized, it seems not to be the case. The public may have always had opinions about superhumans, thinking that we are a privileged class, thinking that we are abusing our power. Normally, there was no one who could make Junani say these things. But today Xinqing came, and she unconsciously opened her heart and started talking. Xinqing looked at her slightly tired face and eyes, his brow furrowed. He rarely saw Junani show such vulnerability. In his impression, she was still the female war god who fought against the gods. It's also normal, after all, we have never made public the matters of serving the gods, and the public does not know about these things. And, for an ordinary person without any power, superhumans are definitely the objects of their envy. If it weren't for the gods, I actually think that the biggest conflict in the world today should be between superhumans and ordinary people. Leaning against the wall, Xinqing quietly expressed his views. Junani nodded, sighed, and tried not to think about these things. Then she turned to Xinqing, revealing an unusually bright smile. Thank you, are you here specifically to comfort me? Ah, this. Xinqing smiled slightly embarrassedly. I was actually just planning to go downstairs to buy food. Do you want anything to eat? The two lived next door, and during Xinqing's process of going downstairs to eat, he inadvertently saw her looking lost. After knowing each other for so long, he just asked casually. Junani, the atmosphere breaker is you, isn't it? Junani turned away angrily and said, do you want to help me buy it? I'm not eating, I want to eat yogurt. She suddenly covered her mouth halfway through, realizing something was wrong. Her favorite snack was yogurt sticks, so her online nickname was also Yogurt Stick. She almost blurted it out, nearly revealing it directly. Yogurt? You only eat yogurt? Xinqing asked. Yes. I'm on a diet, only eating yogurt. Jun Ani quickly nodded in agreement. Xinqing said, you talk as if eating yogurt won't make you gain weight. Jun Ani. Under Jun Ani's murderous gaze, Xinqing quickly took the elevator downstairs. In an old residential area, a blind spot in surveillance, gathered 5 or 6 people. A servant in red stood in front of them, hands raised high, enjoying the fervent gaze of everyone. Are you ready? Are you ready to offer your loyalty to the Lord? One of the people trembled and said, as long as we are loyal, we can gain power, right? Like the power to fly and disappear like those superhumans. Yes. As long as you are loyal to the Lord, offering everything, soul, body, you will. Bang! A stone suddenly hit him on the head, interrupting his words, almost causing him to stumble. Who is it? The servant looked around in panic, but saw nothing. What's going on? In front of him, the fervent crowd watched this strange scene and also froze. This spokesperson for the so-called Lord seems a bit strange. It's nothing. Let's continue. The servant rubbed the lump on his head, suspecting whether the stone falling from the roof, and continued with his task. The Lord is omnipotent, the Lord is. Bang! 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 3 stones flew from different directions, hitting him on the head. It made him sit on the ground, his originally mysterious and eerie image turning into something comical. Crimson blood covered his body, and he took out a stick over a meter long, which seemed to be a weapon, but it was so crudely made. Painfully holding his head, he looked around. When he took his hand away, he saw that blood was already seeping from his head. In this day and age, getting a head injury from a stone? Attacked from 3 directions? Thinking this, he immediately took out his phone and put it to his ear. Bang! Another stone hit, piercing through the phone and hitting him squarely on the forehead. The sound was very crisp. Does it sound good? A good head is what matters. Finally, a figure slowly emerged from the gap in the building. Xinqing held a large box in his left hand, with a lunchbox on top, and held a stone in his right hand, flipping it back and forth. Inside the box were a lot of yogurt bars. It was a coincidence that the yogurt in the store was sold out, leaving only these yogurt bars as the last dairy product. So Xinqing bought this, feeling that it should be a decent substitute. I actually thought about it for a long time just now, and I still think that since I have already enrolled, is it not appropriate to pretend not to see such things? What do you think? Listening to Xinqing's words, the golden stick in the servant's hand was raised, and he coldly snorted, is it you? You know me? Xinqing asked in confusion, realizing that he wasn't particularly famous outside. Today, at that press conference, I saw you, not bad acting, kid. The servant on the opposite side smiled sinisterly. So, was that woman also arranged by you? Xinqing asked. No, we hadn't made a move yet, and she rushed up, to be honest, disrupting our plan, the servant in the red robe scolded with the stick in hand. Just as he finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth, his eyes glazed over for a moment, muttering softly, oops, should I not have told you about this? Xinqing. This person doesn't seem very smart? Oh no, those stones from earlier seem to have had an effect. Looks like they've scrambled his brains. Enough nonsense, where are the rest of you? The servant looked around and saw only Xinqing coming out alone, asking. After all, 3 stones flew from 3 different directions earlier, so there should be at least 3 people. He was alone, and his phone was damaged by this kid. However, they are just students, so there shouldn't be a big problem. Forget it, it's just me, no one else. As he spoke, Xinqing threw another stone. The stone hit the nearby power pole heavily, causing a sharp turn and bouncing towards the red-robed servant of the gods. Judging by the speed of the trajectory, this rebound seemed to have no loss of kinetic energy. The servant of the gods reacted quickly, wielding a short stick and striking the stone forcefully. Kid, don't tell me your ability is just throwing stones? This is truly the most tasteless thing I've ever seen. Bang! The hard stick instantly shattered the stone, but before the mocking words could be finished, the servant of the gods was dumbfounded. The stone was smashed into several pieces, flying around and hitting the servant's face in complete violation of the laws of physics. Ah! The servant cried out in pain, covering his face. The damage caused by the shattered stones was even greater than the stones themselves. Wow, this lock-on effect is really good. Xinqing rubbed the stone in his hand, surprised by the good effect. Then, the stone in his hand was covered with a layer of frost and began to crazily pelt the servant of the gods. Xinqing was not sure what to do now. Normally, he could directly kill the servant of the gods, but the one in front of him clearly had no ability to fight back. Should he take him back or something? Thinking about it, he shouted loudly to the crowd, you all move back or stand behind me. Xinqing was also worried. If the servants suddenly attacked these ordinary people, he might not be able to save them in time. However, something completely unexpected happened. None of the people listened to him. They all began to retreat, slowly moving towards the servant of the gods, looking at Xinqing with hostility in their eyes. Bang! The last stone flew out and hit the servant of the gods on the head. Xinqing slowly stopped, looking at the people standing in front of him. Humph, kid, your ability is really disgusting, but it seems like the power is not enough. The servant of the gods rubbed his head and said with a sneer. And, it seems like no one wants to listen to you. Xinqing fell silent for a few seconds, looking at the hostile eyes of the crowd, and slowly said, I don't know what he told you, brainwashing you, but you better be rational. Staying on his side won't end well. If he attacks you later, you may lose your mind at best, or die at worst. However, no one moved after hearing Xinqing's words. After a while, a middle-aged man with red eyes said bitterly, but, we can gain power. We can also have superpowers. We can have everything you have. With these words, a wave of unrest swept through the crowd. Exactly. Why should you have everything? We want to become superhumans too. We want to do as we please. We want power too. Xinqing frowned at the commotion in the crowd and asked, when did superhumans become so unruly? Humph. If I were a superhuman and lost a bet, my wife wouldn't dare leave me. But it's just a little money lost, and that bitch actually dares to call the police. If I could fly and disappear, would they dare to catch me? Xinqing. Wow, he just realized what kind of people were in front of him. It turned out they were all gambling addicts who had caused their families to fall apart and showed no remorse. Being a gambling addict is your own problem, don't blame it on superhumans, Xinqing said helplessly. Seeing the angry crowd around him, the servant of the gods knew there was no need to delay any longer. Alright, prepare to offer everything to the Lord, and the Lord will give you everything you want. With a raise of his hand, the short rod in his hand emitted a bright light, enveloping all the people. Xinqiang raised his eyebrows, about to step forward, but immediately stopped in his tracks, because he heard a sentence. Under the light's cover, everyone's faces were filled with pain, but they did not waver at all. One person with a ferocious expression cursed, "Get lost! Stay away from us, don't hinder us from gaining power." That's right, go away! When your young master with superpowers leaves, we will also become superpowered. Once I become a superpowered, I'll be the first to beat you up, making you look like a savior. Who asked you to interfere? Ha ha ha. Listening to the voices of the crowd, Xinqiang really stopped in his tracks and stood there motionless. He was different from Fan Mei, the righteous paladin. He never thought of himself as a truly good person. Since the others had already said so, he couldn't insist on helping them. His decision, his responsibility. The divine servant stood in front of all the people, seemingly trying to prevent Xinqiang's rescue. Kid, you must respect the people's freedom of choice. And with me here, don't even think about interfering with the conversion ceremony. Xinqiang. Looking at the divine servant in front of him, who was covered in a headscarf and had a lot of tricks, he couldn't be bothered to speak. Who said he was going to save them? The doctor treats the illness, and the Buddha saves those with affinity. He had already made it clear, so it was not his responsibility. Haven't you heard that the Buddha doesn't save idiots? Even if he wanted to stop this ceremony, he didn't know how. He didn't even know what was going on. With nothing to do at the moment, he opened the box in his hand, took out a yogurt stick, and started eating it. Looking like a bystander, the divine servant stood there, thinking he had stopped Xinqiang, and proudly said, "This ceremony is a special evolutionary ceremony, not just a spiritual assimilation, but quite complicated. Fortunately, they are determined. If this group of losers didn't go crazy wanting to gain power, I wouldn't have been able to complete everything so easily. Let's see how many of them can withstand the blessing of the gods. Maybe some of them can become like me." After speaking, the divine servant proudly puffed out his chest, looking very pleased with himself. Xinqiang. While eating the yogurt stick, he listened to the person in front of him rambling on. What was this person blabbering about? Who asked you? Did I ever say I was interested in knowing all this? Ridiculous. Seeing him silent and not attacking, the divine servant turned around and looked at the people behind him. All the gamblers had gone mad by now. The feeling of power surging into their bodies made them feel as if they were on drugs, extremely comfortable. Ha ha, I'm about to have superpowers soon, and then I'll be a god. He, those cops still dare to arrest me? Just wait. I'll go to that place tomorrow and kill those little bastards who cheated me. If they dare to beat me, they must be cheating. He. A few days ago on East Street, I saw a young girl, a primary school teacher. I went up to talk to her and she dared to look down on me. When I have the power, I'll show you what a real man is. Several people in a semi-mad state began to indulge in fantasies. Even though their bodies were in great pain, thinking of the beautiful scenes in their minds, they all smiled ferociously. Listening to what they were saying, Xinqiang frowned. These people, none of them seem like good guys. Superpowers are simply tools for them to satisfy their desires. It seems that abilities are neither good nor bad, the key is still to see who wields the power. At this moment, a sudden mutation occurred. A middle-aged man suddenly widened his eyes, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, and fell to the ground instantly. His whole body twisted, contorting like a twist, seemingly unable to survive. "Humph, it seems you are not loyal enough to the master." The servant glanced back at him, coldly saying, we are loyal to the master." The others were already frightened, quickly speaking up. "Loyalty or not, it's not for you to decide, but for the master to decide." The servant cruelly smiled, devoid of the previous pretense of kindness. At this moment, the middle-aged man with red eyes shouted again, "It's fine, he's dead, he couldn't make it, one less person to share our power." Upon hearing this, the others began to ignore the pitiful sight of the dead man on the ground, focusing on themselves. After all, what does someone else's life or death have to do with oneself? However, one after another, people kept dying in agony, lying on the ground contorted. The feeling of fear surged through everyone's minds, and the fear of death finally awakened their rationality. Finally, a person, with eyes wide open, crawled to Shinshin's feet. "Quick, save me. I regret it." However, Shinshin took a step back, holding a yogurt stick, blew a cold breath on it, turning it into an ice stick, and started licking it. He didn't even look at the person on the ground. Isn't it the duty of superhumans to protect the people and guard the world?" The middle-aged man shouted in shock and anger, blood already seeping from his mouth. Shinshin leisurely ate the yogurt stick, saying, "Look at what you just said. Actually, if it were someone else here, like Fan Mei and the others, they might have saved you. But I'm not that kind of person, unfortunately, you're not so lucky." Middle-aged man. With a bang, the corpse fell to the ground. None of the gambling dogs who participated in this evolution ceremony successfully became slaves of the gods, all transformations failed. It seems this batch is not up to par, we'll have to find another one in the future. The servant looked coldly at the bodies on the ground, saying gloomily. Shinshin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this batch is not very capable. The servant. Are you really a superhuman? Are you the antagonist or am I the antagonist? Looking at Shinshin, he suddenly said, "Hee, students of the Superhuman Academy, not saving the people in need, isn't that a bad influence?" I didn't ignore them, they insisted on doing so. Shinshin said while eating the yogurt stick, and these people brought it upon themselves and even cursed me. It's outrageous. No one will care about these details. Once it spreads, it will be seen as you being indifferent and not saving lives. This incident is enough to make the Eastern Academy drink a pot, right? Shinshin listened to him talking incessantly, finishing the yogurt stick in confusion. He was actually quite puzzled. Why was this person in front of him so weak, yet dared to keep talking in front of him? Was he always this brave? Ice armor enveloped his whole body, 8 chains appeared floating behind him, whether for a serious battle or to use this state more conveniently. Exhaling a cold breath, Shinshin slowly said, "Is that so? What are you talking about? This matter, currently only the 2 of us know. But, it can also be known by only one person. Kid, you, a rookie who hasn't left the academy yet, have quite the attitude, wanting to keep me? I see you are." Before he could finish his sentence, Shinshin had already moved, his body flying close to the opponent as if gliding on the ground. The long spear of cold ice in hand flashed, piercing through the chest of the servant of the gods like poking through a block of tofu, instantly. Even the box of yogurt bars was held steadily in the left hand, without any shaking, not even a single one fell out. Since coming to this world, this was almost the simplest battle that Shinshin had encountered. Of course, if the battle with Yi Zilwan was also counted, it might be the second simplest. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets, and this servant who acted alone had just begun to feel pain. The 5th realm. How could a student running public relations possibly have the strength of the 5th realm? It was useless to say anything now. The strange short stick in hand was swung towards Shinshin's head. "Northwest wind, from a rational perspective, I suggest you dodge this one, your head probably isn't as tough as it." Shinshin. He tilted his head to the side, even though he had an ice-made helmet on top, he still followed the advice of the voice of all things. Boom! The short stick, so light and airy, directly shattered the wall 10 meters behind Shinshin, even the debris splashed onto Shinshin. Shinshin frowned slightly, a chain whipped out and instantly snatched the short stick away. After observing it in his hand for a moment, this strange thing about a meter long, with interfaces at both ends, seemed like a part of some object. After experiencing many battles before, he already understood that those who wore this kind of clothing were servants who had not surpassed the 4th realm. The attack just now could not have been made by him. In other words, this was likely the power of the weapon itself. But now, this thing didn't seem to be any different. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing up blood heavily, the servant stood there, the vitality in his eyes rapidly dissipating. Your vitality is quite tenacious, Xinqing said, holding the long spear in his hand. The theoretical classes at the Academy for Espers had emphasized countless times that one must not hold back against the servants. A slight carelessness could mean one's own death. Under his merciless blow, the opponent could still stand firm without falling, which was quite impressive. Hee, that's right. If you don't directly crush my heart, I could probably survive for another hour or two in this state, believe it or not? The red-robed servant was almost dying, but his mouth was still stubborn, showing no sign of surrender. Perhaps facing death, the servant also had no intention of resisting, disdainfully looked at the bodies on the ground, and said, I used to be one of them, but now, I'm still not as good as you, the pride of the heavens. Kid, you look quite tender. Guess why the human authorities dare not reveal the existence of gods and use all sorts of excuses to conceal it from the public? Xinqing. Afraid of causing public panic, Xinqing replied after some thought. No, it's not. It's not public panic, it's you espers who are panicking. It's the higher-ups who are panicking. Let me ask you, what's wrong with becoming a believer of a god, or a slave? Xinqing firmly grasped the long spear in his hand, not directly killing him. Sometimes, getting information from the enemy could be more comprehensive. What's wrong with it? Xinqing said, looking at the miserable corpses on the ground. With things ending up like this, do I need to ask? But what if, it doesn't have to be this way? If there's no need for any risks, as long as you become a slave of a god, you can gain power? Give up your illusory dignity, become a slave, and you'll have power. Dignity or power, which do you think people will choose? When it came to this, the red-robed servant suddenly revealed a big smile, showing his blood-soaked teeth and laughing wantonly. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Xinqing looked at him laughing wildly, fell silent for a few seconds, then twisted his wrist forcefully, shattering the ice within the other person's body, taking away the last trace of vitality. Looking at the fallen body, Xinqing remained silent for a long time. The servant he encountered today, although not very powerful, for some reason, seemed different from any he had encountered before. His behavior and mental state were unlike any servant he had ever encountered. There was no fanaticism, as if he were just an ordinary person. For some reason, looking at his body, Xinqing suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Clearing his mind of distractions, Xinqing hugged a box of yogurt bars in his hand and ran back to his residence. Junani was standing at the window on the 108th floor of the hotel, looking at the bustling streets below. Why hasn't this guy come back after being out for so long? Could something have happened to him? Thinking back on this period of time, Xinqing seemed to have activated a taunt skill against the whole world, encountering danger at every turn. I hope nothing serious has happened. If something troublesome has befallen Xinqing, who is at the 5th realm, then this city might. Thinking this, Junani couldn't sit still and decided to go downstairs to find Xinqing. As she turned around suddenly, her beautiful eyes met Xinqing's. It was a coincidence that Xinqing had just come up from downstairs and arrived at her room door. So at this moment, the two of them seemed to have a telepathic connection, looking at each other. Sorry for coming back late and making you hungry. It's okay, as long as you're safe. After sizing up Xinqing, Junani felt relieved that he didn't seem injured. Fortunately, the worst hadn't happened. Then, she took 2 steps forward and saw the box of yogurt bars in Xinqing's hands. In an instant, she was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place. How could he have bought yogurt bars? Xinqing put down what he was holding and said, by the way, I need to report something to you. Please help me report to the higher-ups. On the way back just now, Junani, with slightly trembling eyes, looked at the yogurt bars in Xinqing's hands, not hearing what he said at all. Her face visibly turned red. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, When did you find out? Xinqing? What did you say? When did you realize that I am? Junani pointed at the box of yogurt bars and said softly. She had already planned to use the identity of the yogurt bars online to probe around these days. In about 10 days, it would be her birthday, and she planned to reveal her identity to Xinqing using the online persona and meet up with him. After all, as superhumans from the same academy, they would have to work together for a long time, and keeping it a secret wouldn't work. Who knew that such a thing would happen today, disrupting almost all of her plans? Oh, are you talking about this? There's no yogurt left there, only yogurt bars. Can this be used as a substitute? What? Junani was shocked. Was it just for this reason? With mixed feelings in her heart, she didn't know if she was relieved or a bit disappointed. For some reason, she suddenly felt that it might be better to just reveal this matter now and get it over with. Taking the box of yogurt sticks from Xinqing's hand, she sat on the bed with her head down. No, you didn't buy the wrong thing. Actually, my favorite thing to eat is yogurt sticks. When she said this, there was actually a hint of implication in it, wondering if Xinqing would react. However, Xinqing did not respond at all, just nodded. After all, he was still anxious to talk to Junani about what had just happened. Seeing no response from him, Junani was also impatient, realizing that she had to handle this matter herself. So she spoke up, "Alright, what's the matter? Sit down and tell me." Xinqing looked around and said, there are no chairs here, should I make one out of ice myself? Sit on the bed, Junani said, moving slightly to the side. But my clothes may not be very clean. Then you can take them off. Junani almost blurted out those words, but realizing this was not the right place, she restrained herself. Finally, Xinqing sat down next to Junani on a blanket and briefly recounted what had just happened. In addition, she took out the short stick she had confiscated. After listening, Junani cleared her cluttered mind and said, "Only one servant of the gods? Servants of the gods rarely act alone, right? He said before that their actions were disrupted? Anyway, thank you for your trouble. I will report this matter and send someone to deal with the scene quickly." With that, Junani took out her phone and skillfully reported to various forces. Having been in the world of superhumans for so long and recently becoming the war god of the War God Temple, she was quite adept at handling such matters. Fortunately, she had known Junani from the beginning. Otherwise, dealing with these aftermath details would probably have driven Xinqing crazy. After handling everything, Junani took the strange-looking short stick from Xinqing's hand. After examining it, feeling it in her hand, she returned it to Xinqing. It should also be an enchanted weapon of the gods, but it probably hasn't reached the level of a sequence weapon yet. What is a sequence weapon? Xinqing furrowed his brows slightly and asked. He had heard this term before, vaguely remembering the person he sparred with at the beginning of the school ceremony, holding a sword. At that time, he said it was a kind of sequence weapon, but he still didn't know what it was. Junani thought for a moment, realizing that Xinqing had only been in school for a few days before being pulled out to participate in a mission, so she explained, "A sequence weapon is an object endowed with power by the gods, possessing special abilities and strength. Depending on the abilities, they are also numbered, ranging from S001 to F999. However, sequence weapons are easily mentally corrupting to people due to the power or curse imposed by the gods. But if one can conquer and control a sequence weapon, it can greatly enhance the strength of a superhuman. However, due to the dangers of sequence weapons, if a superhuman wants to use one, they must report to the Human Alliance." Junani explained in detail to Xinqing, then picked up the short stick again. Objects like this have too little energy, and it seems to be damaged, so it probably doesn't qualify as a sequence weapon. Listening to Junani's explanation, Xinqing looked somewhat puzzled at the object in his hand. But he clearly felt that this thing, in the hands of the other person, delivered quite a powerful blow. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea and poured out a pile of objects from his storage ring. "Would you mind helping me check if these items are of high enough level to qualify as sequence weapons?" These items were all obtained by Ling Chen from the bodies of the human traffickers and servants he killed at the Black Horse sports field. "I originally thought they were just some gold and silver items, thinking of when to sell them," said Xin Chen. Junani looked at the dozen or so items on hand and said to Xin Chen, "Luckily you haven't sold them yet. If there is a sequence weapon among them, it would be extraordinary." Xin Chen nodded. "Yes, if there is a sequence weapon, it should be even more valuable, right?" Junani. She gave Xin Chen a blank look and didn't want to say anything about his thought process anymore. She lowered her head to inspect the items on hand, eliminating them one by one. "This one is not it. This one also doesn't meet the level, it's far off. This. What is this?" Junani suddenly pointed to the pure silver scepter, the one that looks a bit strange, and said somewhat speechlessly. Even the gods didn't know what was wrong with it, insisting on enchanting such an item. In the end, after counting for a long time, not even one of them turned out to be a sequence weapon. Well, it's normal. How could low-level servants possibly have sequence weapons? Remember to cleanse these items of the contamination when you return to the academy. If you want to sell them, go ahead. Just as Junani finished speaking, suddenly, the dozen or so items placed on the ground emitted some invisible energy, slowly entering the short rod in Xin Chen's hand. Although the energy was invisible, for Xin Chen and Junani, this fluctuation was too obvious, almost visible to the naked eye. Junani looked at the short rod in Xin Chen's hand, suddenly as if she had figured something out. Her pupils shrank suddenly, her surprised mouth slightly agape, even her sitting posture changed. She suddenly thought of a possibility, one that had almost never appeared in the world. This short rod might be a growable sequence weapon. If this thing can absorb energy, I might have underestimated it. Saying this, Jun Ani naturally took the short rod from Xian Chen's hand and felt the energy within it. Sure enough, the energy fluctuation of this thing was significantly different from before. This thing is likely a growable sequence weapon. Growable, meaning this thing can be upgraded, right? Xian Chen was not stupid, he already had some guesses about this item. Yes, Jun Ani nodded, a sequence weapon that can grow on its own, only existing in legends. I have never seen one before. Moreover, this thing is clearly in a damaged state, likely a part of something else. Its potential is immeasurable. Jun Ani said, unable to help but envy as she repeatedly looked at the damaged short rod in front of her. After all, when he was willing to lend him 300,000 directly at that time, he didn't even blink, as if he didn't care at all. It seemed that the value of this thing was obviously at a jackpot level. But how does this thing grow? What energy did it just absorb? Xian Chen asked. The energy it just absorbed was the contaminating power of the gods on objects. Now those things should just be ordinary gold and silver items, without any special abilities. Because that kind of power can corrode a person's spirit, we call it the power of faith. It's just that we don't know if this thing has any use for the faith of ordinary people. As she explained to Xian Chen, she returned the short rod, but as she spoke, a look of confusion suddenly appeared on Jun Ani's face. After a long time, he sighed and seemed to have made up his mind, saying, with your strength, this thing basically can't cause any harm to you now. As for how it will grow in the future, you need to see for yourself. If you feel you can't control it, then don't continue to enhance it. Now, take it, remember, don't tell anyone that you got this thing. Xingqing took the strange short stick, held it in his hand for a moment, and then realized what Jun Ani meant. This thing was obviously of high value, and she was worried that if she reported it, it would be confiscated from above. Then it would be taken away directly, exchanged for a banner, which would not be worth it. But what he didn't expect was that Jun Ani would say such words. Slightly puzzled, he narrowed his eyes and said, you are an official person, isn't it inappropriate to say that? What's inappropriate? You didn't tell me about this thing today. Jun Ani lowered his head to pick a yogurt stick. Xingqing looked at her appearance, couldn't help but smile, and put the short stick back into his spatial ring. After all, Jun Ani was willing to disregard her official identity and make such a helpful but unreasonable act, which was really a great favor. It always feels comfortable when someone is willing to stand by your side. Thank you, I will remember your favor. It's nothing. Jun Ani tore open the package, wrinkled her nose, and had a playful feeling. Thank you for buying me something I love to eat. Xingqing didn't stay any longer and left Jun Ani's room. Just as he stepped out, he saw a swaggering figure coming towards him. Zheng Xiaojian wore headphones on his head, a large pair of sunglasses, a loose bathrobe, slippers on his feet, walking towards his room. Seeing Xingqing coming out, he nodded in acknowledgement, then suddenly paused, took off his sunglasses, and looked at the room number in disbelief. Then, his mouth opened wide in shock, pointing at Xingqing. Oh my. Bro, you're amazing. So, it's you too? I won't be the head of the public relations department anymore in the future, you take over, bro. When did you get it? Didn't you just start school? Hearing his voice getting louder, Xingqing quickly covered Zheng Xiaojian's mouth, considering Jun Ani's terrifying hearing. Don't talk nonsense, I'm reporting something to her. Xingqing briefly explained the matter of the divine servant to Zheng Xiaojian. He also reminded, isn't there another press conference the day after tomorrow? There might be trouble then, the divine servant might have a plan. But who could have thought that Zheng Xiaojian waved it off nonchalantly and said, it's nothing, you know, in every clarification event of superhumans, isn't there always a divine servant causing trouble? It's just about inciting the public, questioning the superhumans, and trying to create a divide between ordinary people and superhumans. Rest assured, let me handle it. Also, because of the battle you just fought, the security measures tomorrow will definitely be better, so I have to thank you. Xingqing frowned slightly, then relaxed. It didn't matter much, anyway, Zheng Xiaojian was in charge, and he could just go with the flow. Bro, I have to say, you're really awesome. How did you meet the Frost War God? Zheng Xiaojian, serious for not even 2 seconds, immediately became gossipy again. Xingqing. I just reported this matter to her, we didn't. Don't be silly, bro, Zheng Xiaojian patted his shoulder hard. Believe it or not, she would never let me into her room. When did the Frost War God ever share a room with the opposite sex? Even if it's for business, it must be in a public place. It's a good thing to get close to rich women. After saying that, Zheng Xiaojian left with a pig-like expression, leaving Xingqing alone. Xingqing listened to what he said and didn't feel anything wrong because he often discussed matters with Jun Ani in a room. If Zheng Xiaojian knew that a long time ago Jun Ani had helped Xingqing, who was half naked, heal his wounds late at night, the shock would have been even greater. After staying at this hotel for a few days on vacation, it was finally time for the press conference, and this time, the organizers showed more respect to them. Zhang Xiaojian sat in the front, facing everyone's verbal attacks, speaking very skillfully and without leaking any information. But Xinqing clearly felt that the onlookers and questioners were not in the right state. Most of the questions were pointing to one thing: whether the superhumans were hiding something, some way to gain superpowers after birth. Obviously, the servants didn't know how, but they had spread some rumors in the past 2 days. Xinqing sat with half-open eyelids in the corner, watching Zhang Xiaojian talk confidently. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy in the crowd coming towards him. This kind of energy seemed to emanate from many people, slowly converging towards him, very weak but in large numbers. At first, he thought it was some kind of attack and tensed his nerves, but later found out it wasn't. With a thought, he took out the short stick from his ring. Instantly, all the energy found an outlet and rushed into the stick. Under the table, Xinqing carefully took out the stick, and in an instant, all the energy floating towards him entered the stick. After entering, like a mud cow into the sea, it disappeared without a trace, without causing any ripples. Xinqing felt everything happening in his hand, suddenly looked up at the crowd. The power of faith. The pursuit of power, not content with just the expectations of ordinary people, is this also a kind of power of faith? Moreover, they were obviously also interfered by many divine powers, arousing this state of mind. At this moment, every citizen's face was filled with anger, as if they had been deceived. Zhang Xiaojian's answers were official and watertight, but they also aroused this sense of anger. Can you answer our questions directly? Is there really a way to gain superpowers after birth? Even if it's harmful, we should have the right to know. Are you worried that your privileged status as superhumans is being challenged? Xinqing manipulated his short stick, feeling the surging energy. The more extreme the crowd, the more power they contributed. Wave after wave of invisible energy surged towards Xinqing's short stick, enhancing its power. And Xinqing was surprised to find that under his indiscriminate absorption, the emotions of the crowd seemed to stabilize a bit. The emotions of the crowd were like waves, one wave after another, constantly crashing towards Zhang Xiaojian and others, but every time the emotions were about to reach a riotous climax, they would immediately dissipate. Even Zhang Xiaojian was a little surprised. Why did this situation feel so much simpler this time? Xinqing looked down at the short stick in his hand, and at this moment, he could feel that there was a connection between himself and this thing. It was as if he was born to use this thing in front of him. The power contained within was not an explosive force, but a stirring and tempting force. He could feel that as long as he wanted, he could immediately make the group of people in front of him become fanatical and crazy. This power. In a sense, it's a bit too terrifying. When used in the right place, it can unite everyone, but if used in the wrong way, it could make everyone go crazy. Xian Chen muttered to himself, his hand holding the short stick tightened a bit. As long as there is a spark of hope in your heart, under the influence of this thing, it will have the potential to spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, at a distance from the press conference, a few sneaky servants crouched on the stone steps at the street corner, holding a bronze incense burner in their hands. All of them frowned. One of them even reached out and patted the bronze incense burner in his hand in confusion. What's going on? Is this thing broken? How dare you? One of the servants holding the incense burner next to him glared angrily at the person speaking. Are you questioning the power of the master? How could the artifact bestowed upon us by the master be broken? Nonsense! Am I questioning the master? I'm questioning you. How come you can't make it work at all? Listening to his teammate's rebuttal, the servant holding the incense burner also felt helpless. This incense burner, in terms of power, was also a sequence weapon. Bringing this thing over was meant to incite people's hearts, cause a commotion, and preferably create some chaos, a whole big news. However, they found that it had no effect at all. The expected commotion never occurred. Every time they looked on, the disturbance that was about to happen would quickly settle down, as if nothing had happened, leaving them feeling numb. How could it be that when things were about to reach a climax, they could just hold back? This is unreasonable. Damn it! Why are these ignorant people not making a single sound? Stamping his foot in impotent rage, he cursed under his breath and turned to the person next to him, saying, "What should we do? Should we do something ourselves? Are you crazy? Haven't you seen that among the leaders this time, there is a war god? And, there's that bastard, that guy looks like a retard, but he's also very sinister." The servant who said this cast a fierce glance at Zhang Xiaojian, who was smiling and joking on stage. Moreover, this matter is strange. Among this group of people, there should be a master who has stopped our actions, just don't know who it is. Saying this, the servant put away the incense burner and scanned his eyes over Xian Chen and his group. However, when he saw Xian Chen, his eyes almost didn't stop at all, they just passed over. A guy who could lie down on the table at a press conference and almost fall asleep must be a student who's out and about, nothing interesting to see. If even such a person could stop their actions, then they might as well take a brick and hit themselves to death. So what should we do? Retreat? Let's retreat. There's no point in staying here. In the end, Xin Chen played the role of a behind-the-scenes manipulator in the final press conference. Neither the servants nor Zhang Xiaojian had any idea what had happened, and this press conference ended normally. Clearly, a storm was already brewing, waiting to erupt at any moment, but Xin Chen curled up in a corner as if asleep, disrupting the storm and bringing everything to a close. And he made a fortune in silence, allowing this seemingly powerless shortstick to absorb a huge amount of faith power. Just this wave alone raised the power of this sequence weapon to a new level. At this moment, holding this thing, Xin Chen seemed to have gained a new ability, possessing the power to manipulate people's emotions. After the event was over, the organizers hurriedly dispatched the best fleet of cars to send Xinqing and his group back to Dongfang Academy. There wasn't any other reason, mainly because they really didn't want to see Zhang Xiaojian's face again. Xinqing quickly returned to Dongfang Academy. With perfect timing, he still had time to go to the cafeteria for lunch. After all, the school meals were free. Thinking it was just a leisurely task, but it turned out to be troublesome. Coming back, he should be able to make some adjustments. However, he couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but he felt like he was becoming more famous, as if students nearby were often pointing at him. Clang! A large iron plate was placed heavily next to Xinqing, filled with food. Niu Jingyu's huge figure sat directly next to Xinqing. His terrifying appearance, like a murderer, instantly made everyone around empty, and no one dared to sit nearby. Brat, dropped out of school right after enrolling? Why were you gone for so many days? There was a sudden matter, delayed the task, Xinqing explained. Humph. Niu Jingyu snorted, make up for what you missed, I won't take care of you. By the way, I have something to ask you. At this point, Niu Jingyu's expression twisted, seeming somewhat embarrassed and conflicted. That. The Xinqing training method that's been circulating in the academy recently, is it true? That training, does it really have such terrifying effects? How did you know about it? Xinqing, what? Xinqing didn't quite understand what Niu Jingyu was talking about, feeling a bit confused, and asked, what training method? What terrifying effects? I don't remember teaching any training method. You don't know? Niu Jingyu furrowed his brow, is it a rumor? But recently, this thing has been widely spread within the academy. It's said that it's like doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, plus a 10 kilometers run. It's said that after training, one can split the air with a punch, and even kill gods easily. Listening to Niu Jingyu's words, Xinqing froze, spoon in hand about to drink porridge. He suddenly remembered what Yi Ziluan had said to him before going on this mission. He had jokingly mentioned a one-punch man training method, and it had actually been spread around? How did such a simple training method spread within the academy? Could it be that someone actually believed it? Xinqing lowered his head to take a sip of porridge, pretending to be calm. I didn't believe it at first, but then things got out of hand. Niu Jingyu continued to eat heartily, saying, the day you left, rumors started spreading within our class, but no one believed it, except for a girl who kept doing extra training. However, people noticed that the girl made rapid progress in martial arts learning, so they began to speculate whether the training was effective. So, starting from our class, it quickly spread to the entire freshman year, and now it's expanding to the whole school. Xinqing, this is really unexpected. Haven't you noticed? Hurry up and eat, I'll take you to see it later. Seeing Xinqing's stunned expression, Niu Jingyu began to lower his head and sweep away the food in front of him like a whirlwind. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 times the amount of food on Xinqing's plate was swept clean. After urging Xinqing for a while, he finally dragged him to the public training ground. When they arrived, Xinqing was truly amazed. He had never imagined encountering such a spectacle. Almost everyone is running fast around the playground, while some people are doing squats and push-ups on the open space. On the entire outdoor campus, there are almost no people strolling around, everyone is crazily exercising. Niu Jingyu looked at the playground and nodded. Well, the situation is even more serious today. Originally, when Yi Ziluan started training, no one believed it. However, when people around saw Yi Ziluan training, as well as Xin Chen, the powerful new student spokesperson, they couldn't help but feel nervous. But, what if this thing really works? So the whole class was forced to join in and start this extra training every day. The abnormal actions of one class quickly caught the attention of students from other classes. When other new students saw that the strongest class was doing this, they thought, if they didn't work hard, wouldn't it be over for them? So, up to now, no one has really explored what this training method is for, and everyone is practicing it in a daze. Even many senior students in the academy, after understanding the cause and effect, were speechless. This thing, isn't it just internal competition? A seemingly useless training method, everyone is doing it, what will you do? If everyone is doing it and you're not, you'll definitely feel anxious. But if everyone is doing it and everyone feels it's useless, no one dares to stop. If I said I was just joking and talking nonsense at the beginning, would you believe me? Xin Chen helplessly said to Niu Jingyu beside him. Niu Jingyu's mouth twitched. If this was your doing, I can totally understand. Xin Chen. But, actually, it's not bad, is it? Niu Jingyu suddenly smiled. Heaven is 3 feet above your head, and the gods are like a mountain pressing down on all superhumans. But humans have been too comfortable for too long. The scar hasn't hurt for too long. It seems like everyone thinks that survival is a matter of course. At least they all show a desire to become stronger. This training cannot be ineffective. There will be further benefits with further progress, so let it be. You don't need to clarify anything, Niu Jingyu said, staring at the people on the playground without turning his eyes away. Xin Chen saw a hint of relief on his face for the first time. Although due to his innate appearance, even the most relieved expression looked fierce and intimidating. But his expectations for the students were clear. He reached out a big hand and placed it on Xin Chen's shoulder. Although Xin Chen was over 1.8 meters tall, in front of Niu Jingyu who was over 2 meters tall, he still looked like a child. You really have a way, just a few words and they all start training. If it were me, I'd probably have to use a whip to scold these lazy brats. Xin Chen, oh, in that case, does the academy plan to give me any royalties or something? Niu Jingyu was stunned, and after a while, a hashtag symbol slowly appeared on his forehead. The emotions he had finally stirred up were all interrupted by Xin Chen. He had originally wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with this kid, but now he just wanted to beat him up. Veins bulged on his hand as he grabbed Xin Chen's shoulder and threatened. Kid, what did you just say? Xin Chen. If you don't want to give money, then don't. There's no need to hit someone. What kind of thing is it for a teacher to bully a student? Humph, Niu Jingyu snorted. Bullying you? I don't see anyone in this academy who can bully you now. After that, he couldn't be bothered to talk to Xin Chen anymore. When the conversation doesn't go well, even half a sentence is too much. In just 2 minutes of chatting with Xin Chen, he was already infuriated. From his storage bracelet, he took out several books emitting a blue light. Here, in these few days, many students in our class have learned martial arts. These 2 books were specially chosen for you. One is the Ice Storm technique, and the other is the Forming technique, more suitable for you. Hurry back and learn them well. You're already at the 5th realm, not knowing any martial arts won't do. After saying this, Niu Jingyu threw the books towards Xin Chen and turned to leave. Despite saying earlier that he didn't care about Xin Chen's missed classes these days, he still specially picked suitable martial arts for Xin Chen. A person who speaks harshly but means well, that could be the most fitting description for him. You. Xin Chen took the 2 books, glanced at them, and couldn't help but speak to Niu Jingyu's back. Alright, stop with the pleasantries, go back and practice quickly. Niu Jingyu didn't even turn his head and left with big strides. Xin Chen. In reality, he just wanted to ask how to read these 2 books that seemed to be completely sealed shut like wooden planks. Holding the 2 books, he looked them over repeatedly. These 2 books looked like books but had no pages, making them impossible to open. When touched, there was a noticeable energy fluctuation. Judging from this, Niu Jingyu probably wasn't joking with him. These special books must have a unique way of reading. It seemed he needed to ask someone about it. As for who to ask, after considering a few options, the first people that came to mind were Jun Ani and Sour Yogurt Stick. Jun Ani had disappeared after returning, and he didn't know where she went, so he could only ask online friends. Sour Yogurt Stick's identity was unknown, but she was quite well informed. During this period, she had shared various kinds of information with him, so she should have no problem with this kind of thing. Thinking this, he walked back to his room with the books in hand. As for Jun Ani, at this moment, she wasn't handling any official business but had flown to a quite distant place alone. This location was probably more than 10 kilometers away from the Eastern Academy. It was basically far from the urban area, almost entering the mountains, and looking further, it was a villa area among the mountains. Taking a deep breath here, the air was somewhat chilly, and inhaling deeply gave a refreshing feeling throughout the nasal cavity, because in front of her eyes was an endless expanse of frost. This was currently the world's largest ice skating rink. Inside were various ice and snow facilities, said to be able to accommodate tens of thousands of people playing together. However, in reality, there had never been so many people here. Those who could come here were either rich or noble. It was like a kingdom of ice and snow, filled with a dreamlike feeling. Every year, countless wealthy children would choose to propose or even hold weddings here. Jun-Ani nodded, thinking to herself, let's consider this place as our meeting spot. It's quite meaningful. Taking a deep breath, she put on her duckbill cap and walked straight through the crowd to a small villa on the mountainside. She lightly knocked on the door, waited a few seconds, then pushed the door and walked in. As soon as she entered, her brows couldn't help but furrow. A middle-aged man reeking of smoke was embracing two heavily made-up women, sinking into the sofa. "Tisk, online reservations and payments, what are you doing here?" Seeing his good time being interrupted, the manager at the door frowned and asked displeased. "I'm here to discuss booking the venue. I want to know, how much does it cost to book this place for a day?" Jun-Ani said as she walked forward. "You want to book the venue?" Upon hearing this, the manager quickly straightened up, looking Jun-Ani up and down. However, Jun-Ani usually wears clothes that are easy to move in, which is quite different from the glamorous ladies who come here every time, looking not very rich. The manager shook his head in disappointment and leaned back again. After all, the young girl in front of him didn't look wealthy at all. Strictly speaking, there has never been a full booking here, and even if there is, it's just a small number. "You? Forget it." With that, he started to embrace two women intimately as if no one was around. Jun-Ani walked closer, took off his hat, his eyes flashing with a chilling blue light, staring at the manager. "Has the service attitude here always been like this? Why did Lei Hong come to find someone like you to be the manager?" Hearing the person in front of him directly call out his boss's name, the manager finally became serious and looked up. Then he saw clearly, after taking off the duckbill cap, it was Jun-Ani's face. He suddenly felt that the person in front of him looked familiar, having seen him unintentionally following Lei Hong before. At that time, his boss had warned him that they were not afraid of superhumans, but this place was very close to the Eastern Academy, so he should be careful not to provoke certain people. Now, he recognized him. The lust that had risen suddenly subsided, and he quickly stood up and said, "June, it's you? I'm sorry, I drank a little too much just now, my mind is not clear." As he spoke, he immediately smiled and hurriedly pushed the two women beside him upstairs, not letting them stay here any longer. Jun-Ani frowned, his originally somewhat hopeful mood disrupted by more than half, and said in a not-so-friendly tone, "Hurry up, on March 22nd, no one should have booked a wedding or anything. If not, I'll book it for that day." The manager quickly served tea and water, trying to please in various ways. Originally, there was no fixed price for a full booking, and basically, one could ask for a sky-high price. But after recognizing Jun-Ani, he didn't dare to act on his own and quickly called his boss Lei Hong. In the end, with a cost price of 1 million, he reserved that day for Jun-Ani. On that day, all ticket sales would be stopped, and outsiders would not be allowed to enter at will. What are you going to do then? Do you need us to prepare anything in advance for you?" In the end, as the manager sent Jun-Ani out, he asked more pleasingly. "Nothing, you don't need to prepare anything," Jun-Ani replied. On the way back, Xinqing's message had just arrived. After Jun-Ani looked at it, he learned that Xinqing had missed the teaching of martial arts training methods these 2 days while he was out. Immediately, teacher Jun went online and gave Xinqing a lesson. Books on superhumans are not for browsing. Martial arts are techniques for using various abilities and energy, which can only be understood but not explained in words, making it impossible to form text. Spiritual energy had only just recovered for 100 years, and all martial arts were techniques discovered by predecessors, using their own thoughts to condense energy and put it into a book. Those who want to learn it later also use their thoughts to directly sense and read the contents of the book. Basically, superhumans with high talent and good comprehension can quickly learn it. It is a kind of inheritance, ensuring that superhumans are generally stronger from one generation to the next. After understanding this, Xinqing replied, "Traveler, thank you, there are many troubles in studying here, the teacher is irresponsible every day, always running around, and most of the theoretical knowledge you taught me. Traveler, in this way, your level as a superpower is not low, right? Traveler, also, if you need to keep secrets while working in the confidential department, is it not good to tell me too much information usually? Actually, if you need to avoid suspicion, you can just tell me directly." On the other side, news quickly spread. "Yogurt stick, hee, it's nothing, very normal. I heard about your news, your potential and strength are very strong now, and there are many things you are qualified to know. Yogurt stick, by the way, we have known each other for so long, the world of superpowers is very small, and we will inevitably have to work together in the future, or let's meet. Yogurt stick, the time is March 22nd, the place is the world's largest ice rink, can you come then?" After sending it, Jun-Ani began to wait quietly. She suddenly felt a little worried about being rejected. In her heart, although they only knew each other online, the significance of Xinqing was by no means just a gaming friend. But she was not too sure. What if he just sees her as an ordinary online friend? It shouldn't be. After all, before Zhang Xiaojian, she seemed to be the only contact in his phone. After receiving the message, Xinqing basically planned to agree directly. For him, the first person he was familiar with in this different world always felt special. The only thing he hesitated about was that meeting an unfamiliar person of the opposite sex suddenly would be very awkward. Traveler, okay, I should have no problem, I will be there on time. Traveler, also, does this date have any special meaning? Yogurt stick, well, it doesn't have any special meaning, we'll see when the time comes. Yogurt stick, should we log in now? Xinqing looked at the message and felt a little dazed. Now, under his unremitting influence, Yogurt Stick's online language has basically been assimilated. The term login has become very familiar to the other party. In this different world with a completely different internet subculture, this kind of language is like a unique jargon between the two, giving a sense of belonging. So, the excited Xinqing completely put aside the ice storm technique and the forming technique, not even looking at them. This led to the next day. In the morning, before everyone had arrived, Niu Jingyu had already arrived and saw Xinqing at a glance, walking straight towards him. He reached out a big hand and patted Xinqing on the back, saying, "Kid, how did you feel when you went back? With your talent, you should have mastered it, but this is just the most basic ice-type superpower martial skill, don't be arrogant. Show me, let me see how powerful you are now." Xinqing, I had something urgent yesterday and didn't have time to go see. Niu Jingyu, what urgent matter? As he spoke, Xinqing could clearly feel Niu Jingyu's fist starting to harden. Sharing experiences and insights on battles with online friends. What is that? Gaining points in games. Niu Jingyu's blood pressure rose for a moment, then he directly shut up, throwing a straight punch at Xinqing's face. Seeing the bulging veins on his fist and the terrifying energy enveloping it, it was obvious that he did not hold back with this punch. A howling gust of wind came from the side. Xinqing dodged with a flash, jumping 3 meters away to avoid the punch. However, Niu Jingyu did not stop at all, continuing to lunge forward, his whole person bringing a gust of black wind, pouncing towards Xinqing. The surrounding students were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene before them. What's going on? They were chatting just fine, in a harmonious scene. How did they suddenly start fighting? In the distance, other new classes began to look in this direction. Did the teacher and students really start fighting? Amidst everyone's shock, before anyone could react, two figures collided. One threw a punch, and powerful waves of energy burst out between them, scattering the remnants of the battle in all directions, nearly knocking down several nearby students. As the fist separated, Xinqing's figure flew backward, while Niu Jingyu swiftly advanced. In all his time fighting others, Xinqing felt for the first time that he was completely at a disadvantage, as if his entire rhythm was being led by the opponent. Unconsciously, both activated their abilities, with Xinqing raising an ice shield in front of himself for defense. The two began to clash at a speed invisible to the surrounding students, their energies colliding and compressing in the air. Their movements were precise yet carried a violent beauty, more akin to a fight to the death than a mere sparring match. The other teachers watching were on edge, ready to intervene at any moment. Boom! Finally, after a loud rumble, Xinqing, holding the ice shield, slid back more than 10 meters, leaving 2 deep furrows in the ground. When he stopped, the ice shield instantly shattered into specks of light, disappearing into the air. It was clear to all observers that Xinqing was at a disadvantage in this battle. However, the students around him looked at Xinqing with admiration and awe. The first day's tentative exchange between Xinqing and Niu Jingyu was dangerous, but many couldn't comprehend it. This time, however, was truly magnificent. It was like an art of battle. Close combat was the most exhilarating form of fighting, with fluid and explosive attacks, devoid of superpowers, just raw close-quarter combat. At this moment, all the students realized the vast gap between themselves and Xinqing. Even disregarding the gap in superpower quality, none of the students present had the confidence to last 10 seconds in such an intense battle. This was a combat experience built on the battlefield, on bloodshed, and the fierce momentum of the fight made many students tremble. Wow, really? You didn't have to hit me so hard without warning. Xinqing covered his chest, feeling suffocated, and coughed a few times. Niu Jingyu, who was now serious, truly lived up to his muscular physique. His strength was indeed formidable. The relentless storm of attacks made it challenging even for Xinqing. Humph. Niu Jingyu slowly retracted his fist and stood upright. Do you think you're exceptionally talented, so you can afford to be complacent? The higher your talent, the more you should be vigilant. A genius who dies prematurely is not a genius, and potential that perishes is not potential. Stop playing games with your online friends and quickly master those 2 martial arts techniques. After speaking, he clenched his fist tightly, making a cracking sound. Today's brief battle with Xinsheng was his reminder and concern for him. Arrogance is a common flaw among geniuses, and he didn't want Xinsheng to waste his talent by living in comfort. Unfortunately, this kid was indeed powerful, and even he couldn't exert much pressure on him. Thinking helplessly, he lined up with the other students to explain the collective test schedules for tomorrow. So, tomorrow. Halfway through, Niu Jingyu began to feel a surge of anger again, clenched his fists, and shouted at Xianchen and the team, "Hey, kid, what are you doing? Listen to me, do you still want to continue fighting?" At this moment, Xianchen was engrossed in reading the ice storm technique, seemingly completely ignoring what was just said. Ha! Xianchen's body trembled slightly, as if coming out of a certain state of emptiness. Looking up somewhat dazed, he saw a black iron tower standing in front of him. Niu Jingyu angrily said, "Now you're not even pretending, why aren't you listening to me?" Xianchen picked up the ice storm technique in his hand, shook it, and said, "Didn't you just say you wanted me to learn these two martial arts as quickly as possible? I thought you wanted me to learn it right now." Niu Jingyu was speechless, his lips trembling for a long time, unable to speak. "Are you serious about what you just said? My mother tongue is speechless." Suppressing his violent temper, Niu Jingyu spoke loudly, "What I meant was for you to go back and learn quickly, not stand here in line watching. And can't you think about it? Can you grasp it here? How can you comprehend it with so much noise and so little time? Is that so? Is there such a thing?" Xianchen, slightly puzzled, touched his nose. "But I've learned it." "You learned it? What did you say?" Niu Jingyu suddenly widened his eyes, feeling like he misheard. "You learned it, in less than a minute just now?" "Yes." Xianchen said matter-of-factly, "Is it difficult? Isn't it said that as long as the ability is compatible, you can learn it quickly with just a glance?" Niu Jingyu. Surrounding students. Basic martial arts are indeed relatively easy to grasp, but it still takes time. Especially for newcomers who have not had proper contact with martial arts, familiarity is needed. Yi Zilwan mastered the first basic martial art in just over 2 hours, the shortest time in the class. It was precisely because of this record that she was suspected of having some kind of miraculous effect with the Xianchen training method. So how long did Xianchen take? Niu Jingyu said speechlessly, "Who told you that you can learn basic martial arts with just a glance?" "It's that friend I play games with, she's also a superpower." Niu Jingyu thought to himself, "Who is this friend of yours? Why is she so good at bragging? This guy is making you crazy." Then, Niu Jingyu casually flipped through his storage ring and took out a large piece of cement brick. "Demonstrate the ice storm technique you just learned." Xianchen looked at the square brick on the ground and asked speechlessly, "Can I ask why you carry bricks with you?" Niu Jingyu. "Don't worry about these unimportant details, just give it a try." Xianchen nodded, gathering frost on his fingertips, forming an ice needle that instantly shot into the brick. The next second, his right hand clenched into a fist, and the entire brick exploded into powder in an instant. "I put in too much energy, I can only say that I'm still not very familiar with it." Waving his hand at the powder in front of him, Xianchen said. Niu Jingyu looked at the scene in front of him, reluctantly accepting this painful reality. This beast in front of him really couldn't be judged by common sense. After Niu Jingyu remained silent for a long time, Xianchen asked, "Is there a problem with this? Did I make a mistake in my operation?" "No problem, this is too." "No problem at all," Niu Jingyu said. "Alright, you stand here, do whatever you want, as long as you don't suddenly go crazy and start stripping or dancing, affecting my teaching, everything else is fine. Also, looking at you makes my blood pressure a bit high, don't talk to me." "Xincheng?" After Niu Jingyu finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the front of the team, trying to calm himself down. Not only him, but many other students also needed to calm themselves down. People die for comparison, goods are thrown away for comparison. Now they all have an extremely firm belief in their hearts that Xincheng's training method is definitely effective. In the future, they must practice well and must not delay. In the end, almost all the students in the class were holding their breath and listening attentively to Niu Jingyu's narration. "Tomorrow is the first small test for our class. Although someone may already be used to it, considering that most students have not experienced what real superhumans have to do, everyone should go back and prepare well. During this time, think about everything you have learned in the academy, martial arts, physical training, combat skills, and your mental resilience. Completing a task is actually a comprehensive assessment, allowing you to integrate your knowledge in real combat." After speaking, Niu Jingyu did not torture the students of the class anymore today and let them off early. He only left Xinsheng behind, informing him of the location of the school library where there are many basic martial arts techniques to learn. Additionally, he reminded him not to slack off, then turned and left. He really didn't want to see Xinqing's face anymore, he was getting annoyed by it. Xinqing. One day passed quickly, and the 50 students in the class boarded the bus. Everyone was given a walkie-talkie that couldn't be monitored or easily blocked, used for communication and seeking help. Except for Xinqing, this kind of collective assessment task was a first for the students, making them excited and nervous at the same time. Only Xinqing sat at the back feeling bored. This task sounded like a beginner's tutorial, much simpler compared to what he had encountered before. It was just a situation where a large area was haunted, and the police couldn't solve it, so they sought help from superhumans in the end. Preliminary judgment: it must be the work of a servant of the gods, using some sequence weapons bestowed by the gods to cause chaos in the residential area. The only problem was that the area was too large. Although there was currently no danger, it covered almost half of the city. Therefore, 50 superhumans from the class had to investigate together. You are the top class, it's beneficial to get in touch with this kind of task early. Your task is to find out what's going on with this so-called haunting. Find the servant of the gods, kill if you can, report to me if you can't, then find a way to search for the sequence weapons causing trouble. You will be graded based on your performance. Alright, get off by yourselves. The expenses will be reimbursed by the academy in the future. After Niujing's words fell, no one made a move. All the students were using the corners of their eyes to look at Xinqing, who was sitting at the back with his eyes closed. With his perception ability, does our assessment still have any meaning? He could easily find the base, root out the servant of the gods, and be done with it, right? On the other hand, if he can't solve it, won't we be sending ourselves to our doom? What's the point of us taking the test? Therefore, no one was speaking at the moment. After a few seconds of silence, just as Niujingyu was about to urge impatiently, Liuping suddenly stood up. He took out a small refrigerator from his backpack, took out a fruit platter, and quickly came to Xinqing's side. Hey, big brother, have some fruits. Xian Chen raised his head to look at him, about to say something, when Liuping suddenly came to his ear and said, Brother, I'll give you money. Can you take a break from this assessment? 2 notices. First, meetings will not be deliberately delayed. Second, the story's pace will not suddenly change due to anyone's comments or threats, so please rest assured. Xin Chen? He looked at the fruit plate brought in front of him, not immediately understanding what it meant. He reached out, took a fork, picked up a piece of mango, chewed on it, and said, What do you mean? Why are you giving me money? Aren't I taking a break now? Lu Peng smiled ingratiatingly and explained, Boss, you still have perception ability, so if you take action on this matter, what else do we need to do? This matter is like a phase exam for our class, and it needs to be graded. So, I'll give you some money, you can just set it aside and leave me some room to maneuver. While eating and listening, Xian Chen, after understanding his meaning, then looked at Lu Peng with an admiring look. You can make money like this? Or is it just how you city folks play? He didn't even think there was such an operation. In his concept, you usually had to do something to get rewarded. So you can get rewarded without doing anything? Seeing Xian Chen silent for a while, Lu Peng thought he was hesitating and quickly continued, Boss, with your great strength, handsome appearance, talent, both civil and military skills, and grand strategies. Hearing these words, Xian Chen quickly raised his hand. Lu Peng thought he had flattered too poorly and immediately stopped talking. It's okay, step up the flattery, I'm willing to hear these big truths, Xian Chen said. Lu Peng. Accidentally revealing his true colors, Xian Chen thought for a moment and then said with some difficulty, Well, this may not be in compliance with the rules. Teacher Niu is still here, so I guess this matter is still prohibited. As Lu Peng heard Xian Chen seeming to refuse, he was about to speak anxiously when he suddenly paused. He saw from the corner of his eye that Xian Chen took out his phone from his pocket and opened the payment code page. Lu Peng. I see. After the transfer, he was the first to get off the bus, holding the walkie-talkie confidently as he left. With the double buff of superpowers and the top students class, almost none of them were short of money, each one either rich or noble. So, following the lead of the first person, the rest of them were not idle. After some thought, very spontaneously, everyone paid a protection fee. Xian Chen. Soon, Xian Chen, who had made a fortune, was left behind. Everyone else went to search for clues, leaving him alone sitting in the back seat of the bus, facing silently with Niujingyu, who was in the driver's seat. You do have a business mind, directly avoiding the exam. You're not afraid I'll have to give you a low score in the end, right? Niujingyu crossed his arms in front of his chest. Xian Chen shrugged, I wouldn't say I'm avoiding it. If it comes down to it, I'll just go out when there's a fight. And, I say, Teacher Niu, with your temperament, by allowing such things to happen, you actually want me not to participate, right? Niujingyu, seeing his thoughts through, snorted but didn't say anything, turned his back to Xianchen, with a slight smile on his lips. He did indeed tacitly approve of this matter, and Xianchen playing dumb was just what he wanted. Xianchen's current strength is basically a gap compared to the current students. After several encounters, Niu Jingyu judged that he might not be much worse than himself. In this collective task, he couldn't balance Xianchen's strength with that of most people at the same time, so he directly banned him, which was a better choice. Anyway, if any of them run into trouble, you go solve it when they ask for help, Niu Jingyu said. Why me? Shouldn't this be something you handle? I don't care. If you don't go, I'll report to the school and take back the money you earned from bullying your classmates. So if I go, you'll pretend this never happened? Yes. Oh, then I don't need to go. I recorded what you said. If you report me, I'll report you too. Niu Jingyu suddenly turned around. His tall figure made a grating sound as he crushed the chair beneath him. Looking angrily at the slumped Xianchen, Niu Jingyu said, I say, how come you behave like this every day? You should walk the right path. How come I sense a bit of shamelessness from you? This annoying feeling seems like I haven't felt it in a long time. Just as he was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared at the open car door. Dressed in bright yellow clothes, with a smirk on his face, Zheng Xiaojian suddenly appeared and opened his arms towards Niu Jingyu. Hey, teacher Niu. Long time no see, I missed you so much. Zheng Xiaojian from class 3 grade 1 reporting for duty, come here for a hug. Niu Jingyu, if you don't want me to hit you, stay away from me. He finally understood where this long-lost, shameless feeling came from. When Zheng Xiaojian was still a freshman, he had also taught him. At that time, Zheng Xiaojian had left a deep impression on him, and he had not hesitated to educate the student. Why are you here? Any tasks? Niu Jingyu endured for a while, suppressing the urge to hit the person. Yes, there are tasks, a class collective task that needs to be reported. Don't we need a recorder for that? Zheng Xiaojian took out a notebook, grinning, that's me. Niu Jingyu couldn't help but rub his temples. You're already in grade 3. This kind of thing is not suitable for you. Hey, the school didn't specify. For such a simple task, of course, I have to grab it. Otherwise, what's the point of being the head of the public relations department? While shamelessly speaking, he turned his head and saw Xianchen sitting at the back, and immediately ran over as if seeing a relative. Hey, bro, you're here too. Just lying down here and not participating in the exam? Looks like you figured it out too. Niu Jingyu sighed deeply, leaning on the steering wheel, unable to lift his head for a while. Listening to the conversation behind him, he felt he'd better not stay in the car. Finding a bench in the park would be more comfortable than staying with these two. On the other side, in a dark secret room, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Looking at the pitch-black darkness in front of him, the owner of these eyes showed no panic, as if he had long been accustomed to this. In this situation, can you find your way here? A woman's voice sounded indifferent towards the solid darkness. Once you enter the depths of consciousness, as long as there is a first time, there will be a second time. It's not that difficult. A sinister voice echoed in the space. Alright, I don't have much time, hurry up. Have you recently come across any information that you can share with us? The woman listened to the uncomfortable voice, couldn't help but frown, and spoke after a while. I have been confined for some time, basically not allowed to go out. There is no particularly special news. I have nothing to tell you. Oh, ha ha ha. In the pitch-black night, the voice laughed again. You are still being locked up? I thought someone like you, with top-level connections, wouldn't have any problems. But I don't care about those. That's something you need to consider. You must find ways to be loyal to the master. Only then will the master. The voice in the darkness was interrupted impatiently by the woman. When have I been loyal to the master? I have always. Isn't it all just a kind of transaction? Ha ha ha. Yes, just a transaction. The voice in the darkness echoed, but whether to trade or not, it's only your business. The master will only bestow his power on the servant. This seemed to sting the woman's heart. She fell silent, not responding. The voice in the darkness continued, alright, let's get to the point. If that old man is nearby, I might be in danger. The day when the master truly descends upon the world is getting closer. We must definitely do more. Do you have something? Speak up. Don't you want power? Upon hearing the word power, the woman's originally clear mind instantly became muddled, her eyes flashed with greed, and her expression became frenzied. That sudden surge of power exceeded any addictive substance in the world. Once experienced for the first time, it was difficult to stop. After hesitating for a long time, she, who was already becoming irrational, slowly said, I can only say, you need to pay attention to a person. Who? The voice in the darkness also became serious. Xianchen. The woman's voice was somewhat solemn. Who is that? The other party clearly had never heard of it. The air fell into a strange and awkward silence, quiet for a long time. Finally, when the awkward atmosphere was about to freeze the space, the woman's voice sounded again. He is a highly talented newcomer, just enrolled. If nothing unexpected happens, he is likely to be a genius of the level of the Frost War God in the future. The darkness fell silent for 2 seconds, then laughed again. To hear the name Frost War God from your mouth, instead of directly calling him Junin-e, and to say he is a genius, it's quite rare. Alright, I got it. Is there anything else? The woman's voice fell silent for a long time, finally spoke. Are you planning to target the Eastern Academy? So what? You, of all people, would care about these things? Ha ha ha. The woman remained silent, not speaking. Hurry up, just an unknown name, but can't exchange for power. The low voice in the darkness was like an itch, scratching at a person's weakness, tempting them to fall into the abyss of temptation. What arrangements does the Eastern Academy have recently? But this time, the woman still remained silent, not speaking. After a long silence, a cold snort came from the darkness, and a purple light flew over. Ah! The light instantly enveloped the woman's body, making her unable to help but moan. Her face flushed, and she had lost consciousness. If someone could see, they would find it hard to tell whether the expression on her face was one of pain or pleasure, looking very struggling. In the endless darkness, her hands roamed over her body, not knowing where to place them, perhaps wanting to touch everywhere. The voice in the darkness snorted coldly and then disappeared. Although he did not receive any effective information, he still gave that power. This person is still useful, at least, let her get addicted first, and cannot do without this power from now on, which is a good thing. On the dim bus. Strive. Fight. Give everything for the future of humanity. Strive. Fight. A very Chinibu mechanical voice sounded in the car. The voice was loud, waking up the 2 people on the bus. At this moment, there were only Xinqing and Zhang Xiaojian on the bus. Niu Jingyu had already left. According to his personality, he usually slept in the car during missions, but this time, he couldn't stand Zhang Xiaojian and Xinqing, so he found a hotel to stay in. Zhang Xiaojian had to watch the car due to the mission. Xinqing thought it was comfortable to sleep in the car, so he didn't spend that money. So at night, the 2 of them played cards and games, completely like going out for an adventure. Xinqing, with sleepy eyes, got up from the reclined chair and picked up the constantly ringing walkie-talkie. Does this walkie-talkie also have a ringtone? After complaining, he answered it, and heard the loud voice of Niu Jingyu on the other end. What are you doing? I just woke up, Xinqing said. What time is it already? Hurry up, I'll send you a location, go there and see what's going on. Xinqing looked around the dim car. Last night when he was sleeping, he and Zhang Xiaojian covered the whole car with a car cover. Now he didn't know what time it was. Muttering to himself, why do I have to go? Stop talking nonsense. Are you a teacher or am I a teacher? Do you really want to come out this time and do nothing? In the end, under Niu Jingyu's scolding, Xinqing got off the bus and left the heavily drunk Zhang Xiaojian alone to watch the car. The sun was already high in the sky, it was already noon. But as he walked into the street, the pedestrians were very few. Xinqing could even feel a bit of coldness in the air. When he arrived at the destination street, he immediately saw Lu Peng. Because the whole street exuded a gloomy atmosphere, he was the only one standing here. Boss? Lu Peng, holding the walkie-talkie, said in surprise. Xinqing looked around, didn't notice any enemies, and asked, what's wrong? What's going on? I'm fine, it's this. Saying that, Lu Peng pointed to a 100 yuan bill on the ground. There was nothing pressing on it, just a banknote, but it seemed to have a weight as it lay flat on the ground. I asked the nearby residents, this kind of banknote is often found. But now, no one dares to pick it up anymore. They all say it's the devil's money for buying lives. I just felt it. There is indeed a strange energy fluctuation on it. I don't know how to deal with it, so, Lu Peng said with a serious expression. Xinqing raised his dead fish eyes slightly, looked down, and was about to pick it up. Hey! Don't! Lu Peng wanted to stop him, but Xinqing had already picked up the money, held it in his hand and rubbed it, as if to verify its authenticity. Buying lives? It's okay, I've sold my life to him. Rubbing the money and putting it in his pocket, Xinqing then took out the short stick. After much contemplation, he decided to call this short and thick object the faith stick. The reason he dared to say such words as, I've sold my life to him, directly was not only because he was a materialistic proletarian warrior, but also because of the effect of this faith stick. As soon as he used it, he felt the unique energy on the 100 yuan bill, which was the power of faith he had encountered some time ago. After purifying and absorbing it with his stick, the absorbed divine faith energy on it had completely disappeared. Now, this money is just money, and it also replenishes energy for his short stick. He could feel the power of faith that this banknote brought to him, which was even more than the divine tools he had previously acquired. It seems that the other party has obviously spent a lot of money. If ordinary people take this kind of money, the effect is probably similar to being possessed by a ghost. Boss, are you sure it's okay? Lu Peng looked at Xinqing directly, putting away the money, hesitatingly said. It's fine, just look around. Have any civilians reported you? Are there still such money around here? Xinqing, holding the short stick, said like a gang leader. Lu Peng honestly recalled for a moment and said somewhat solemnly, civilians haven't actively talked to me. I found that the people here are even reluctant to believe us, very strange. Oh, that's not really surprising. After the last public relations incident, Xinqing was actually quite open about it. Then let's look around together and see where there is still this kind of money on the streets nearby, Xinqing said. Boss, it's just $100, not worth it. Lu Peng endured for a while, but finally couldn't help but speak. This thing is definitely problematic. We don't even know. So what should we do? Xinqing, who had just woken up, turned around with his slightly sleepy eyes and looked at Lu Peng. I know this thing is problematic, but I won't pick it up. Who do you want to pick it up? I'll take this thing. I'm confident nothing will happen. If an ordinary person picks it up, something might really happen. Besides, if you don't say anything, I'll think money is falling from the sky. After that, Xinqing ignored the hesitant Lu Peng, holding the stick-like thing in his hand, and started his own voice of all things. Xinqing's words were just a casual remark. After all, picking up money while replenishing energy for his short stick was quite good. But to Lu Peng's ears, the meaning was different. Watching Xinqing's back, he suddenly felt that the figure had become unusually tall. The word Xinqing had just casually said, I won't pick it up. Who do you want to pick it up? Kept echoing in his ears. In just a few words, it showed his courage to shoulder all responsibilities. In his heart, Xinqing's image had never been as bright and tall as today. He remembered the words the teacher said during the theoretical class in this period. If one day the mountains collapse and the seas overturn, the superhumans are the world's defense line. If one day the gods descend, the superhumans are the ones who wield the sword against the gods. We are the city walls. We are the weapons. We are the last beacon. At that time, these words were meant to be memorized. For their memory, memorizing these words was obviously not difficult. But it wasn't until today that he realized that even though Xinqing hadn't shown up these days, his understanding and practice of the responsibilities of superhumans were far above his own. He had always been following the route of pleasing Xinqing, catering to his preferences, and bribing him with money. But today, he felt ashamed, the kind of shame that arises when facing a noble character. For a moment, the young man's blood boiled, and now he had the idea of fighting against the civilians and divine servants. In the moment, blushing, he quickly ran to Xinqing's side, excitedly saying, Boss, I was wrong. I understand now. Xinqing? Beast. What do you understand again? Well, as long as you understand, hurry up and pick up the money. Xin Shen didn't want to ask more questions. The power of faith kept pouring out from the money on the ground, entering Xin Shen's short stick. In just over an hour, he had already picked up more than $1,000, and his pockets were almost full. The short stick also emitted a faint light, looking like it was about to level up. And this time, picking up money was equivalent to doing a good deed, and no one would look down on him. Occasionally, when a few passers-by saw it, they had a look of wanting to dissuade him, but they didn't act, immediately ran away, as if they were afraid of getting involved with something bad. Xin Shen was also happy to be at peace, but he clearly felt that Lu Peng beside him was not right. Walking with his head held high, looking very proud, full of momentum, he seemed to be ill. Sometimes when he encountered money on the ground, he would rush forward to pick it up first, hand it to himself after picking it up, looking very honorable. Xin Shen. The whole city area seemed very desolate. On a remote street, a little girl held her mother's hand and looked at the ice cream shop on the corner of the street. Mom, I want to eat ice cream. Let's go home, sweetheart. They probably haven't opened yet. The mother looked around nervously, pulled the little girl and wanted to leave. The recent haunting situation had been going on for several weeks, and she knew that this area seemed a bit unsettled. Superhumans were really rare talents, and because there were no overt destructive events, the authorities had not sent any superhumans. Recently, she had been discussing with her husband about moving, and she dared not stay on the street even during the day. In the end, she couldn't resist her daughter, walked to the street corner, quickly paid, and communicated with the shop assistant. Anxiously watching the ice cream slowly enter the cone, this mother had no sense of security even in broad daylight. Is this your daughter? At this moment, a stranger's voice suddenly came from behind. Yes. Hearing someone nearby, the mother breathed a sigh of relief and took the strawberry-flavored cone. But as soon as she turned around, the ice cream in her hand fell directly to the ground, making a mess. She looked at the scene in horror. Her daughter stood there blankly. A middle-aged man was touching her head, and she was holding $100 bill in her hand. It's really a perfect match, so suitable. In so many days, this is the most suitable one I've found. The middle-aged man smiled, gently stroked the little girl's cheek, and slowly squatted down. Turning the little girl's face, he let her hollow eyes look at her mother. Come, say goodbye to your mother. The middle-aged man's voice was exceptionally gentle and elegant. The mother's face instantly turned pale, took a step forward, and tried to push the middle-aged man away. But as soon as her hands pushed forward, it was like pushing against a mountain, instantly rebounding, and she sat directly on the ground. Ignoring the pain in her body, she hurried to her daughter's side and grabbed her hand. Go! Hurry, walk with mommy. But this pull had no effect at all. Her daughter's slender body seemed as if it were made of iron, impossible to move. Looking at her daughter with hollow eyes, she was truly panicked. She had always heard that the money on the ground was a life-saving money, had been very careful, but she never expected such a tragedy to happen to her. Who is this person in front of her? Is he a demon who has come out of hell? She hugged her daughter tightly, determined not to let go, and shouted, "Help! Is there anyone? Come and save us! Save my child!" At this point, she was already in a panic, speaking incoherently, not knowing what she was saying, but maternal instinct and survival instinct made her still shout loudly. However, in this area now, it is basically a state of everyone being in danger, where no one dares to act bravely. For a moment, the already sparsely populated streets became even emptier. Those with more courage slowly gathered outside a street, while those with less courage didn't even dare to do that. The surrounding residential areas even closed several windows. The middle-aged servant did not care about the heart-wrenching cries of the woman in front of him, but instead closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked like he was enjoying it. He enjoyed this feeling, as if he was consuming someone's life and hope. Alright, shout a bit, just for show. You don't really think that shouting will have any effect, do you? The Lord will protect his people, but you mindless people, the Lord will not protect. But rest assured, the Lord will be good to this child. After listening to the woman's cries for help for a while, satisfying his twisted desires, he had had enough fun. He pointed at the little girl's forehead, and the girl followed him forward with empty eyes. At this moment, her body seemed to have infinite strength, dragging a middle-aged woman on the ground. Alright, you're in trouble, face reality. Do you know what reality is? Life without heroes is reality. With that, he stopped talking, put on his hat, and a black and red light emanated from his hand, enveloping the woman. Directly destroying the evidence, that's not bad either. Block. Obviously, as an antagonist, saying so much was just to give the protagonist time to arrive. A crisp sound of metal hitting metal, his hand hit a golden short stick, and they were deadlocked, unable to move. His vision blurred, he didn't see clearly. How did this young man suddenly rush over? This speed. Was his ability teleportation? Do you want to repeat your theory about reality? You said, no one is coming? Xinqing held the short stick with one hand, jokingly said. The short stick exuded a cold air, freezing the energy on the opponent's hand completely. Bang! With a flick of the short stick, the opponent's hand was directly shaken off, and the person was sent flying several meters away. The middle-aged man looked at Xinqing, and Lu Peng, who was barely catching up behind him, and said softly, "You guys are the group of students who came here? Didn't expect the authorities to ignore us for so long, but finally sent us some food." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body flashed and instantly rushed to Xinqing. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched out fiercely. Xinqing didn't even blink, and also punched out. Although he was the one who acted later, his fist arrived before the opponent's, and both fists collided before the opponent's arm was fully extended. In the past few days, Xinqing had often sparred with a 2-meter-tall, burly man. Because he sparred with Nujinjiu, he didn't even know how powerful his fists were now. So this time, boom! Ah! After a loud noise, followed by a scream, Xinqing's shoulder shook slightly, removing the force. He didn't even use his ability, purely overpowering with his physical strength. The opponent's entire wrist twisted in an exaggerated manner, pale bones protruding from the wrist, screaming incessantly. Xinqing, is that it? He fought with the opponent based on the intensity of sparring with Nujinjiu. Regarding your explanation of the question, what is reality? I have a different opinion. I am your reality. Listening to Xinqing's words, the middle-aged servant of the gods had no intention of arguing with him, tightly gripping his right wrist, enduring the pain. Damn it! Could this person be the team leader? How can the team leader look so young? Holding his severed arm, he said with a sinister tone, "So what? Do you think you are strong? But you are still too late." With that, he looked at the little girl with empty eyes on the ground. Oh? Xinqing raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping the little girl's forehead with the faith short stick in his hand. Instantly, an invisible force was sucked out and entered Xinqing's short stick. Then, the little girl's eyes cleared up, looking at her exhausted mother kneeling on the ground, and said blankly, "Mom? What's wrong with you? Middle-aged servant of the gods? What did you do?" Unable to contain his shock, he widened his eyes. Xinqing shrugged, "That's life, full of surprises, you have to get used to it." Middle-aged servant of the gods? What nonsense are you talking about fighting? Without saying a word, he quickly began to retreat. Xinqing also manifested 8 chains, chasing after him like 8 long legs towards the distance. "Don't follow. Take care of things here." When Xinqing left, he left these words to Lupeng. The two in the deserted city, one chasing and one fleeing, each with their own thoughts. The middle-aged servant of the gods, holding his wrist, was thinking, "This kid really dares to chase after me. Seeking death. When I find other brothers, we'll take him down together." While Xinqing behind was thinking of another scenario. "Damn. Why is this guy so slow? No, I'll slow down a bit more, pretend a bit. Absolutely don't catch up directly, I still need him to find others." Xinqing and the servants' figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even if Xinqing didn't remind him, Lupeng would never catch up. "Hey! You!" Lupeng took a step towards the direction Xinqing left, then stopped. "I'll send you the location, there's a situation here, people nearby, come quickly." Taking out the walkie-talkie, Lupeng quickly operated it. By the way, he also told Nujinjiu about Xinqing chasing alone. Lowering his head, he reached out to help the mother and daughter on the ground. "You two, get up first and move to a safer place." However, when he actually touched the woman's hand, her body trembled, not saying a word, as if she was afraid. Seeing this, Lupeng quickly explained, "I am a psychic sent by the Eastern Academy to carry out a mission, not like the previous kind of people." After hearing his explanation, the woman on the ground still did not move, just sat on the ground, hugging her child. "You are psychics, right?" she said, lifting her tear-stained face, looking at Lupeng. "Things here have been going on for a month, calls from various departments come in every day. Why did you only come today?" Lupeng looked into her eyes, slightly stunned. Those were eyes that had already contained too many emotions. At this moment, Lupeng suddenly felt a sense of unease to meet her gaze. Looking around, at the end of the street, he could already see 2 classmates rushing in this direction. A group of people had slowly gathered on the surrounding streets. The imagined cheers and admiration did not appear. Everyone was very silent, holding their phones, in silence. Whenever Liupeng's eyes swept over, the person being looked at would lower their head, afraid to make eye contact. Lupeng really wanted to say that he was not very clear about what had happened here. "I am just a student, suddenly sent to this place to carry out a task. He doesn't know what's going on here." But when it came to his mouth, he couldn't say it. At this moment, a voice sounded above his head. "Because we have neglected our duties." Thud! With a muffled sound, Niu Jingyu's unusually tall figure descended from the sky, like a black golden figure. Even though there was a distance of a street away, many people couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking fearfully at this terrifying guy. Niu Jingyu frowned, looking at the crowd around him. The head of the Superpower Bureau responsible for this district has been neglecting his duties and not fulfilling his responsibilities. Judging the level of danger in the area solely based on the magnitude of the destruction that occurred, has led to the problems here never being properly resolved. At this point, an extremely violent killing intent erupted from Niu Jingyu's body, causing Lupeng beside him to retreat repeatedly. "I will report the situation here as soon as possible, and the personnel in charge of this area will be held accountable. Here, on behalf of all the superhumans who have failed to fulfill their duties, causing you all to suffer, I apologize. I'm sorry." With that, he bowed deeply to everyone in the distance. His tall body bent 90 degrees, and he didn't get up for a long time. "I'm very sorry, please temporarily leave this place and go back to your own homes for now. We will definitely handle the issues here." After saying that, he finally stood up, knelt on one knee, and gently touched the bewildered little girl next to him. Then he said to her mother, "Madam, please take the child back first, I will ensure your safety on the way." Looking at the fierce and evil man in front of her, but trying to make himself appear gentler, the woman silently picked up her child and walked unsteadily towards home. "Teacher, Xinqing went to chase alone, should we not care?" Lupeng quickly asked on the side. "Ensure the safety of the people here first, there are quite a few people here, prevent the servants from taking advantage of the chaos. As for that kid," Niu Jingyu looked into the distance and said, "You don't need to worry about him, he is even stronger than you think." Running all the way, Xinqing leisurely followed behind the other party, quietly watching his prey ahead. Soon, he had reached the edge of the city, inside an abandoned factory. The servant who had been fleeing all the way in front seemed to be afraid that Xinqing wouldn't follow, turned back to make a provocative gesture, then pretended to be seriously injured and entered the factory. Xinqing watched his clumsy performance, smiled slightly, and followed him directly into the factory. Empty, empty, empty. As soon as he flew in, a heavy rumbling sound spread out. Huge thick lead plates fell to the ground, blocking all the doors and windows, as if closing the door to catch the thief. With the last lead plate falling, the entire room plunged into darkness, with no light visible. The sound of footsteps came, and many servants emerged from the darkness, like a large group of cockroaches hidden in the gutter. Everyone wore infrared goggles and looked mockingly at Xinchen, who had become a blind man in their eyes. The middle-aged servant with a severed hand was about to speak sarcastically, but Xinchen spoke first. "All right, you have been surrounded by me. Now, confess and tell me, what are you planning to do in this city? Also, how many more strongholds like this do you have?" Listening to Xinchen's nonsensical words, the surrounding servants couldn't help but snort coldly. At the brink of death, he still wanted to argue. This stronghold was carefully designed, with special alloy steel plates shielding all mobile phone positioning signals. They didn't think anything unexpected would happen under such a foolproof plan. Moreover, according to previous intelligence, this kid did not fly during the pursuit. Not being able to fly proves that he has not transcended yet, not reaching the fifth realm. Stepping back 10,000 steps, here, they have also set up devices to suppress the powers of superhumans. This city has already been taken over by the master. However, you don't need to worry too much. You will become one of the nutrients, it won't be wasted. As they spoke, all the servants began to move slowly, disrupting their formation. The entire factory emitted clanging sounds. After sealing Xinchen's vision, they also wanted to disturb Xinchen's hearing. Xinchen raised his head and looked around the pitch-black factory. "Where is the god? Why can't I see it? This place is not under the god's control, it's under my control. Attack!" With a command, the surrounding servants all rushed forward and pounced on Xinchen. The positions were already adjusted to ensure that Xinchen had no strength to fight back, and everyone swarmed him. In their judgment, Xinchen should have the peak combat power of the fourth realm, so it was only right to take it seriously. With his eyes tightly closed, he skillfully used the sound of all things to solve the problem. Ice surged, but he was surprised to find that his ability extended abnormally slowly beyond 5 meters from his body. It was as if it was being suppressed by some strange energy. The servant at the forefront laughed heartily at this moment. "You're a bit late in discovering, you can't use it here with us." Just as all the servants were feeling triumphant, the servant who had his hand severed by Xinchen during the chase suddenly stopped in shock. How did he remember that the guy he fought with didn't have ice abilities? This ability was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, a crisp bang. The short stick in Xinchen's hand was wrapped in a layer of ice and struck the opponent's head head-on. The lower body of the servant still maintained the posture of charging forward, but the entire upper body exaggeratedly recoiled from the blow. He looked like a shrimp turned inside out, as if his head was almost touching his heels, folding and lying on the ground. At this point, the servant who had fought Xinchen before managed to shout out, "Be careful, this guy's ability is strange, he wasn't like this before." All the servants were suddenly stunned. Seeing the scene in front of them and the reminder from behind, they no longer dared to charge forward. The next moment, a chill filled the entire abandoned car factory, and the previously suppressed ice age now revealed its sharpness again. An SSS-level ability, the quality was too high, although it was somewhat weakened, it was obviously impossible to completely suppress it. In the darkness, Xinchen moved through the space as if walking on flat ground, rushing into the crowd and starting a massacre. The darkness had no effect on him at all, and in fact, it had a greater impact on the servants. This charge was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, instantly dispersing everyone's formation without much resistance. In the darkness, all the servants were in chaos, many of them cursing the person who had initially led Xinchen here. "You call this the fourth realm? Are you crazy? This is definitely the level of the fifth realm. Weren't the newbies who came this time all students? Fifth realm. Is he Niu Jingyu? When did Niu Jingyu get plastic surgery? Ah, my head!" cried a servant who was attacked by a lock head hang. The originally well-deployed servants were instantly scattered, becoming like a mob. There was no one among them who acted as the brain of the team, and once they fell into a disadvantage, it was difficult for them to fight back. After all, none of them were at the fifth realm. In the darkness, a voice shouted, "Use it, quickly! Take out the sword." "Do you need to use the sword? It won't be used many times, right? Use it! Hurry!" Xinchen listened to these voices, still not understanding what they meant. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded, and an exceptionally terrifying sharp breath came from behind. He twisted his body, barely avoiding it, but even so, a wound appeared on his face. The wound quickly healed, and Xinchen didn't expect the attack to come so fast. Just a second ago, he had finished speaking, and the next second the sword was already there. "Where is the sword?" he silently asked, asking all things in the factory, asking the voice of all things. But the answer given by the voice of all things was extremely eerie: swords everywhere. The whole world, everywhere was swords, surrounding his voice, all sword cries. The voices were too many, to the point that all other messages from the voice of all things were overshadowed. Judging by the density represented by this voice, there were probably tens of thousands of exceptionally sharp flying swords nearby. How is this possible? Can this abandoned workshop hold so many swords? Damn! Shinshin cursed, his expression becoming serious. Is this thing a high-level sequence weapon? Unable to see, surrounded by the vast sword cries, it was difficult to discern what was happening around him. Without much time to think, the next moment, Shinshin's whole body began to fly up and down. He was dodging the flying swords here. He couldn't catch them, freeze them, only dodge them, as if he had fallen into a killing array, struggling to cope. He still didn't dare to resist too hard because he wasn't sure if his demigod body could heal instantly if he was pierced like a sieve. Constantly thinking of countermeasures in his mind, but the sense of crisis in his heart was growing stronger. He could feel that the countless flying swords seemed to be accumulating a kind of momentum. That momentum was very strange, aiming at Shinshin's heart. And he could feel that he probably couldn't dodge it. For such a long time, he once again felt the crisis of death. For a moment, the killing intent surged, that fierce and bloodthirsty feeling resurfaced in Shinshin's mind, his eyes gradually losing rationality. Boom! Just then, a loud rumbling sound rang out, the wall collapsed, and sunlight illuminated the abandoned factory again. Shinshin, who had been locked on, suddenly felt a huge force coming, knocking him away. Nyo Jingyu smashed through a wall, then a huge lead plate, and knocked Shinshin out, saving him. But at the same time, a black sword stabbed straight into Nyo Jingyu's abdomen, the tip of the sword showing through his back. Shinshin opened his eyes and saw Nyo Jingyu, who had saved him, and also saw the sword in his abdomen. Where were the millions of flying swords? There was only one sword here, and only one person holding that sword. Dressed in black with black hair and black eyes, holding the sword, expressionless. The servants looked at Nyo Jingyu's arrival, exchanged glances, dragged their injured bodies, and fled in all directions. 5 realms, they had to run. Humph, Nyo Jingyu snorted, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Kid, why haven't you dodged yet? Don't be careless, if you die, how can I explain it? With a sword cry, the guy holding the black sword on the opposite side pulled the sword out of Nyo Jingyu's abdomen. Then, like a dead man, he stood there motionless. You go chase those people outside, at least catch one, I'll deal with this guy. Nyo Jingyu said. No. Shinshin shook his head, frowning at the terrifying wound on Nyo Jingyu's abdomen. You're injured, and he's really not easy to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar overwhelming sword intent came again, and Shinshin violently flung Nyo Jingyu out with a chain. This time, he could know the true identity of the other party. With a fierce look in his eyes, he resisted this wave of sword intent and swung the energy chain out. The next second, dozens of bloodlines suddenly burst out of Shinshin's body, but the energy chain also wrapped around the other party's waist. In the moment of contact with the other party's body, a strange voice suddenly came from the voice of all things. This was the first time Shinshin heard a human voice from the voice of all things. This voice made him completely stunned. Liang Yun, kill me. Liang Yun, please, kill me. Hearing this sudden voice, Shinshin thought he had misheard and couldn't help but hesitate. But before he could react, the black sword was already at his neck. His body arched back like a bridge, forcibly avoiding this sword, but 2 bloodlines burst out from behind. Although it was just one sword, the overwhelming sword intent enveloped him from all directions. Shinshin, ignoring the pain on his body, tentatively asked, Are you Liang Yun? Did you just speak to me? What do you mean? The black-clothed person opposite him listened to these words without any expression, his eyes as black as ink showing no emotion, only the sharp sword light in his hand continued to envelop Shinshin's vital points. However, that voice rang in Shinshin's heart again. Liang Yun, you can hear me talking? Shinshin continuously reinforced the ice defense on his body, resisting the terrifying sword intent around him, feeling astonished for a moment. This was the first time that the voice of all things could hear a person's inner voice. Looking at the appearance of the person in front of him, it seemed like he was being controlled or something. Under the terrifying sword light of the other party, Shinshin kept retreating and dodging. Seeing the wounds appearing on his body, Nyo Jingyu's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, frowning from a distance. Kid, can you handle this? I have to go chase someone now. Don't die in a moment. Take care of your own wounds. Can you still catch up? If not, forget it. Shinshin replied loudly. Here, the two of them were no longer like teacher and student, but like comrades fighting side by side. Nyo Jingyu stood up, glanced at Shinshin from a distance. The muscles in his abdomen suddenly tightened, forcibly closing his wound like granite, preventing blood from flowing out. Then, he rushed out of the factory as if nothing had happened. In the dusty factory, only Xinqing and Liang Yun were left. I can hear you. Are you being controlled in this state? Xinqing held the short stick in his hand, blocking while asking. The other party, who heard Xinqing's voice again, seemed to become excited. Liang Yun, I did not betray. I, Liang Yun, did not betray humanity. Liang Yun, I did not. I did not. Later on, even the voice from all things became vague and chaotic, indicating how intense the other party's emotional fluctuations were. What can I do to help you? When that black-faced man comes back later, we'll hold you down and see if we can break free from the control? Xinqing said laboriously while enduring the sword light on his body. He was not worried about hurting the other party now, but he was really struggling a bit. Xinqing had never seen such a terrifying sword before. He had fought against many sword users before, including the divine servants and the senior brother when he entered school. But if compared to the person in front of him now, those people before were like babies standing in front of a boxing champion. His sword really gave a feeling of being invincible among 100 soldiers, and the rapid and fierce attacks completely left people breathless. So he speculated that this should be some human predecessor who was somehow controlled by the divine servants. However, after he finished speaking, the other party remained silent for a long time. Just as he was beginning to doubt whether there was something wrong with the voice of all things, suddenly, an unusually strong emotion surged forth. That emotion was like a tsunami, instantly enveloping Xinqing, filled with hatred, sadness, pain, and ultimately, deep despair. This feeling made Xinqing unable to help but open his mouth, gasping for air like a drowning person, craving oxygen. Liang Yun. No, don't save me, I shouldn't be alive. Liang Yun, please, kill me, you must kill me. Liang Yun, my hands are stained with too much blood of others. Liang Yun, I thought my magic sound sword would protect this world, would protect those around me. Liang Yun, but in the end, I killed my wife and children with my own hands, killed my comrades, killed those companions I spent day and night with. Liang Yun, aha. In the end, Liang Yun seemed to collapse internally, roaring powerlessly. However, his outward appearance showed no emotion, like a calm killer, cold and numb. Xinqing was thrown off balance by the terrifying emotion, while at the same time, he was receiving fragments of Liang Yun's memories. At the age of 27, transcending the mortal realm, entering the fifth realm, Liang Yun was considered to possess the strongest sword in the world, a young man wielding a sword alone, capable of traveling far and wide. With one person and one sword, over a decade, the magic sound sword was feared by even the servants of gods. I feel that there are no gods in this world, because if there were, why am I not a sword god? This was what Liang Yun said when he entered the sixth realm at the age of 38. However, the more fervent, the easier to be invaded by coldness. An accident led him to be captured by a mad-level deity, becoming a living dead. Since then, the blade of the magic sound sword was aimed at humanity. The hero, from then on, became a demon, and Liang Yun, who should have left his name in history, was erased due to a drastic change in temperament. After so many years of torment, his realm had long since declined, no longer what it used to be. It was fortunate, otherwise Xinqing would probably be a corpse by now. Xinqing felt everything that this person had experienced, and suddenly felt a wave of sadness, followed by a soaring anger. In other words, he had once been in a state of mental clarity but unable to control his body. Killing his own wife and children, killing his own brothers. Xinqing suddenly understood where that overwhelming despair came from. If it were himself, he dared not think about it. Presumably at that time, he must have prayed countless times, hoping the enemy would grant him death. Looking up, he was astonished to find that Liang Yun's state had changed. Dark red blood began to slowly flow from his black eyes. It was his tears of blood. Then, as sharp as Xinqing, he immediately sensed a hint of confusion in the opponent's impenetrable sword moves. In an instant, he dodged, enduring countless sword energies, and approached Liang Yun. His right hand slapped the opponent's chest. Ice Storm Technique. Amidst a fierce roar, black smoke emanated from Liang Yun's body, accompanied by a foul smell. Liang Yun, well done. Keep going. Liang Yun, come on, continue, let me go. Liang Yun, it's a pity that my sword of the world can no longer protect this world. Hearing the whispers in his mind, Xinqing suddenly had a thought. He grabbed Liang Yun's shoulder and activated the replication hand. Probability theory, help me out. For not being able to replicate his abilities for so many days, let me retain his abilities. In the heart, there was a crazy silent chant. This was the first time Xinqing so eagerly desired to gain an ability. Replication successful, obtained S-level talent, magic sound sword. Automatically upgrading talent. Talent level increased. Ability evolved, pure sword body. From now on, the long night of swordsmanship is about to dawn. Xinqing. Beautiful. The mathematical probability did not disappoint me. After several days of failed replications, he finally succeeded again. And this time, it was unexpectedly an S-level ability. For such a long time, apart from Jun Ani's SSS level, he had never seen such a high-level ability, and it even went through an upgrade. Before he could have any extra thoughts, the sharp sword light struck again. The chest ice armor shattered, and Xinqing barely retreated to the back. Liang Yun, be careful. What are you doing? Liang Yun, don't get distracted, you'll die. Liang Yun's voice kept reminding him, afraid of hurting Xinqing. But his actions were ruthless, full of killing intent. It was both lamentable and desolate. No matter how skilled you are in swordsmanship, in the end, you can't even control your own body. Xinqing flew back, his back against the wall of the factory, looking at Liang Yun with a struggling gaze. Liang Yun, come on, be serious, kill me, I will try my best to help you. Liang Yun, let me die, do me a favor, let me be free. Xinqing. After a moment of silence, he finally said solemnly, okay, as you wish. Then, Xinqing clenched his hands tightly, and then slowly separated them. His right hand held the cold ice sword hilt, as if he had drawn a cold ice long sword from his left hand. The sword was 3 feet 4 inches long, almost identical to the one in Liang Yun's hand, exuding a hard texture. Holding the long sword tightly with both hands, he removed the ice armor on his body and began to mobilize the pure sword body he had just obtained. Liang Yun was proud of his life because of the sword, and then suffered because of the sword. Xinqing felt that he should use the sword in the end to send him off. Liang Yun, what are you doing? Liang Yun, your ice level is very high, I can feel it, not inferior to my sword. Liang Yun, what about the move you just made? Continue. Xinqing did not respond, just stood at a distance, maintaining his distance from Liang Yun. Then, he moved with the sword, slowly starting to dance. He slowly felt the kind of perception of the sword that arose out of thin air. It was a smooth feeling of being able to command the sword, as if the sword was already a part of himself. Liang Yun, be careful. I'm about to gather strength. Liang Yun, find a way to interrupt me, otherwise you may die. Liang Yun's voice suddenly sounded anxious, and he also started to move at the same time. The sword energy filled the sky once again. This move was the one that had brought life-threatening danger to Xinqing before, and was finally barely saved by Niu Jingyu. At this moment, that locked feeling appeared on Xinqing again. This time, Niu Jingyu was not there, and Xinqing had to face it alone. Liang Yun, hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and interrupt me. Liang Yun's voice was a bit panicked, finally encountering someone who could help him break free. He didn't want any accidents, and he really didn't want to have another life on his hands. I will use the sword to send you off, Xinqing said as he danced with the sword. At the same time, a sword intent accumulated on his body, locking onto Liang Yun. Although not as skilled as Liang Yun, it was just as sharp and powerful. Liang Yun, are you crazy? You can't possibly defeat me with a sword. Liang Yun, don't be ridiculous, you will really die. Then you teach me, Xinqing said firmly, you teach me, the move you are using now, don't worry, I can learn it. This move has always been your proud skill, right? But later, you couldn't use it to protect anymore, instead. So, teach me, your proudest move, consider it as my farewell gift to you. Liang Yun was silent for a long time. He never expected Xinqing to say such words. After a while, he replied, Liang Yun, what is your name? Xinqing. Liang Yun, okay, Xinqing, thank you. Liang Yun, are you sure? It's not worth risking for a sinner like me. Liang Yun, if you will really die. No, I won't die, please rest assured. Xinqing replied, his voice filled with absolute confidence. The pure sword itself is an upgraded version, coupled with his half-god body to protect him. He must inherit this move. Liang Yun, alright, now you understand. Liang Yun no longer hesitated and began to guide Xinqing's movements. And so, the two of them, separated by a dozen meters, began to dance in a strange and eerie manner. The violent sword intents clashed in the air, with Xinqing's skill clearly not as high as Liang Yun's, and the sword energy around him often leaving bloody marks on his body. Blood continued to burst from his body, but he remained calm, as if those wounds were not on his body. In his eyes, there were only the sword and Liang Yun across from him. Following Liang Yun's guidance, his sword dance became more and more proficient, and the momentum and sword intent accumulated in his body grew stronger. Liang Yun looked at Xinqing on the opposite side, his eyes filled with a trance. He seemed to suddenly see his young self, the one who was crazy for the sword, in an absolute state of focus with nothing but the sword. Finally, in Xinqing's eyes, there was only his own sword, and even Liang Yun across from him had disappeared. And this time, the momentum had finally reached its peak. The two figures collided like lightning, with no visible process of movement, as if teleporting. No sound was heard, as if the entire world had been muted. Xinsheng's sword pierced Liang Yun's heart directly, and the violent sword intent erupted in his body, shattering his body and emitting black smoke. However, with a last-ditch effort, Liang Yun regained a bit of control over his body. The black sword pierced through his chest, looking very terrifying, but not fatal to Xinsheng. His lips trembled slightly, and Liang Yun finally spoke, "It's good, my body is finally mine again. I'm going to die. Thank you, Xinsheng." "My ability is not ice." Xinsheng looked at his tearful eyes and suddenly said, "My ability is replication. I have already replicated your sword." "Oh?" Hopeful light suddenly flashed in Liang Yun's eyes, like a glimmer of hope. "That's really great. Ha ha ha." He laughed dryly, then suddenly leaned forward and grabbed Xinsheng's shoulder. "You said my demonic sword will continue to protect humanity, right?" His body was now emitting black smoke, slowly dissipating in this world. Watching his disappearing body, Xinsheng's lips trembled slightly, his eyes complex, but ultimately nodded. "Yes, I will." Hearing Xinsheng's words, Liang Yun seemed to have relieved a burden and smiled contentedly. His body could no longer maintain its human form and began to disintegrate slowly. The black smoke on his body dissipated rapidly, and he started to dissipate in this world. "Ah, such a long time. Xiaoyao, Xiaojin, Yuan, Lo Xian, Yingyi Iniu. I'm coming to apologize to you. Will you forgive me?" As consciousness slowly dissipated, Liang Yun's body, voice, disappeared from this world. All that was left was the lingering black smoke in the air and the black powder on the ground. A true case of being reduced to ashes, with no place for burial. Controlled to kill all his loved ones and friends before his death, Liang Yun faced a fate worse than death. Xinshen held the long sword still embedded in his chest, struggling to squat on the ground, silently staring at the black powder on the ground. Although he and Liang Yun had only met briefly, their time together was just over 10 minutes. But at this moment, he felt the irreconcilable conflict between humans and the gods and their servants from Liang Yun. Liang Yun's experience was too cruel, even making an outsider like him feel a sense of horror. Such hostility and deep hatred made life and death seem insignificant. Taking a deep breath, Xinshen tried hard to suppress his surging emotions. The suffocating feeling even eased the intense pain in his chest. "Damn it, kid! Are you still alive?" At this moment, a furious shout thundered in Xinshen's ears. Then a huge figure rushed over, kneeling beside Xinshen, carefully holding his shoulder. The god servants fleeing outside were no match for Niu Jingyu's fists. After dealing with most of the slower ones and capturing a live captive, Niu Jingyu hurried back because he was worried about Xinshen. But he didn't expect that he was still too late. "You, kid, hold on a little longer. I'll take you to a healer with superhuman abilities." The originally rough voice now sounded anxious, even a bit panicked. Xinshen was helped up, too preoccupied to explain much to Niu Jingyu. With a fierce look on his face, he forcefully pulled out the sword in Niu Jingyu's shocked eyes. Swish! The sword light, stained with blood, was pulled out of his body. "Hey! What the hell?" Niu Jingyu was directly shocked and didn't have time to stop him. Xinshen raised his hand to stop Niu Jingyu's panic and explained, "I'm fine. One of my abilities is a fast recovery rate." With that, he tore open his already riddled shirt, revealing his chest. The horrific wound, even showing his sternum, was rapidly healing. Seeing this scene, Niu Jingyu was dumbfounded. Was there such a twisted ability? After a moment of relief, he finally relaxed his tense muscles. He thought it was a very basic student task, but if something happened to Xinshen this time, he would probably spend the rest of his life in self-blame. After ensuring Xinshen was okay, a hashtag symbol immediately appeared on Niu Jingyu's head, and he slapped Xinshen on the head. "Why didn't you tell me you had such a twisted ability? You scared me." Xinshen stumbled from the blow but smiled without retorting. This teacher who looked like a murderer was actually quite cute after spending some time with him. Perhaps no one in this world had ever described him that way. Seeing the crisis averted, Niu Jingyu took out a thumb-thick cigar from his ring and put it in his mouth. "You smoke too?" Xinshen asked in surprise, as he had never seen him smoke before. "Not often, just a habit after a fight." Niu Jingyu said, blowing a smoke ring, "Don't learn, it's bad for your health." Xinshen nodded and suddenly said, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" Niu Jingyu asked in confusion. "Thanks to you coming in time back then, otherwise, that sword would have been the end of me." Xinshen still felt a shiver down his spine when he remembered Liang Yun's fatal sword. Finally, when Liang Yun taught him that sword move, he told him its name, Soul-Breaking Demon Sound. This name, he remembered, he estimated that he wouldn't forget it for a long time. Hearing that Xinsheng was thanking him for this matter, Niu Jingyu waved his hand indifferently, even finding it a bit funny. "What's the big deal? It would have been inappropriate if I hadn't made it in time." After all, I am your teacher. Even if you are already at the fifth realm, can I let you die in front of me on a mission? Xinqing touched his nose and could only respond with a bitter smile in the end. He was used to the concept of equivalent exchange and not accustomed to expressing emotions. But just now, he also knew that if he dared to say something like, "Shouldn't I give you some reward as thanks?" Niu Jingyu would probably have to take action against him. So, he could only say thank you. In the end, Niu Jingyu carried the dead dog-like servant, simply wrapped a few rounds of bandages around his abdomen, and returned to where the bus was parked. All the students were summoned back, and in the following time, half of them patrolled in the city area, ready to report any situation at any time, while the other half stayed on the bus, taking turns. Niu Jingyu disagreed with staying in a hotel. Everyone stayed near the bus so he could protect them all. For 3 or 4 days, Niu Jingyu was constantly on the phone, and Xinqing could occasionally hear him cursing loudly. It seemed like he was arguing with someone on the other end of the line. You %%%. What? The person you send isn't even at the fifth realm? Then what's the damn use? My students have at least one at the fifth realm. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I said the situation here is different. What did you say? Are you sure? He repeatedly slammed the steering wheel, and Xinqing and Zhang Xiaojian were relatively close to him, hearing everything clearly. Zhang Xiaojian had his legs up on the chair, playing with his phone, and sneered, "Ha, it's obvious that those who hold positions without doing anything are now blocking the toilet again. In my opinion, there's nothing to be angry about. Just take care of yourself. Anyway, those blood-sucking parasites won't dare to show off in front of Niu Jingyu." Xinqing listened to what he said but didn't say anything this time, just remaining silent. During this period, he could feel that the generation of superhumans like Niu Jingyu indeed had a strong sense of responsibility and mission. He couldn't judge anything. Alright, I got it. Niu Jingyu hung up the phone. Then, he turned to Xinqing. Call all the students back, we need to leave. It's a big deal. Uprisings by the servants are happening simultaneously in 8 cities centered around the Eastern Academy. This scale hasn't happened in over a decade. Saying this, Niu Jingyu looked fiercely out the window, then forcefully hit the steering wheel again. They're back. Those days are coming back. Xinqing raised an eyebrow, unusually not saying much, and silently took out a walkie-talkie. He quickly issued orders to everyone and then sat at the back of the car. During these few days, whenever he had nothing to do, he would feel the intent of the sword and refine his swordsmanship. Although he hadn't done any fighting, he had hardly even played games. Moreover, what puzzled him was that since the last time Yogurt Stick had agreed to meet him, she hadn't contacted him to chat or play games. It seemed like she was busy with something. What? Bro, want to play a game? Zhang Xiaojian sat next to Xinqing very self-consciously, holding his phone and winking. Xinqing. In this oppressive atmosphere, even he felt a bit dull because of Liang Yun's matter. Among the people in this car, only Zhang Xiaojian remained unchanged, with his mindset unaffected in the slightest. It had to be said that although he was carefree, it was also a kind of demeanor. 8 cities are in chaos. Hey, it's okay, just take on the tasks. If there are no tasks, life still has to go on as usual. These kinds of things happen from time to time. You have to keep a calm mindset. It's fine to just go back like this. I can only say, this time my credits were pretty easy to get. With that, Zhang Xiaojian put on his headphones and started playing games. By the time all the students boarded the bus, a team of superpowers assigned to this place had also arrived. Niu Jingyu and they gestured and chatted for a long time, exchanging information. Then, they drove back to the academy with all the students. This small test can only be temporarily concluded. All 8 cities are in chaos. It is obvious that history is about to be witnessed. After counting the number of students several times and confirming that none were left behind, Niu Jingyu drove towards the highway. He drove fast, and the students on the bus were quiet. No one spoke. This experience was unique for all the students. When they came, they treated it as an exam and were still thinking about how to get scores. When they left, they truly understood what the world of superpowers was like. Why is it said that troubled times easily shape talents? Because troubled times force a person to grow. Xianchen sat in the back, trying to relax his body as much as possible, and looked down at the date on his phone. Time passed quickly, and it was already March 21st today. His brows were tightly furrowed, as he had been listening to the voice of all things since yesterday. He had been listening all along, always feeling a subtle sense of tension, but there was nothing unusual. Perhaps, I'm just overthinking it. Watching the car smoothly driving onto the highway, Xianchen leaned back in his seat, hoping that his absurd premonition was just due to recent mental strain. However, the Russian writer Chekhov once said, if a gun appears in a story, it will definitely be fired later. At this moment, it was the same. Xianchen's bad premonition finally fired. After the bus had been driving for more than 10 miles, a gray shadow appeared in the sky above the city they had just left. At first, the shadow was barely visible, like just a dark cloud. However, in the blink of an eye, the shadow solidified. The divine light instantly enveloped the entire city. The shadow slowly lowered its head, as if looking down on its subjects. The bus suddenly braked. Niu Jingyu looked up and saw the apparition. The god descended. Damn it! How is this possible? Niu Jingyu opened the car door, jumped out directly, trembling in fear. After so many years of experience, he knew very well what the consequences of a divine descent in the city center would be. However, it was clearly impossible. A divine descent required a ritual, and the more powerful the deity, the larger the scale of the ritual. It was impossible for a successful divine descent to happen suddenly like this. He hadn't seen any signs of activity these days. He was not the only one with this doubt. Xianchen sitting in the car also furrowed his brows. However, suddenly, a lightning bolt flashed through Xianchen's mind, and he abruptly stood up. He understood. He suddenly realized what his bad premonition had been all along. This divine descent was not without a ritual, but the ritual was very special. This ritual covered the entire city, lasting for a month. During this month, the haunting in the city area, the children's disappearances, were all part of the divine descent ritual. But because the incidents were not significant enough, they had not attracted the attention of the official superpowers. The superpowers who came here had never thought in that direction. So, unknowingly, the divine descent ritual was completed. Niu Jingyu rushed up from outside the car, listened to Zinchen's interpretation, and fell silent. Looking at the ancient sacred shadow in the distance on the horizon, he suddenly turned around, grabbed Zinchen's shoulders with both hands. Staring into Zinchen's eyes, he said firmly, "Xinshen, you have reached the fifth realm. There may be various dangers along the way, but in any case, protect your classmates and go. I am a teacher, a leading superhuman registered by the Human Union. I must go back." With that, he turned around and walked resolutely towards the outside of the car. Just as he took a step, a firm hand grabbed his arm. Niu Jingyu was stunned, turned around, and saw Zinchen's slightly cold gaze at that moment. "I understand you, but rationally speaking, you should not go. I have encountered that kind of aura before. During the student escort assessment, it was the aura of a mad-level deity. At that time, with so many strong individuals present, it was only barely resolved by Director Mo's intervention." Director Mo, the number one under the marquee. "Are you up for it?" Looking at Zinchen's eyes, Niu Jingyu said angrily, "What are you talking about? If one day the mountains collapse and the seas overturn, I am the city wall of humanity. Who should I go against if not against them? Should unarmed civilians face the deities?" Zinchen fell silent for a moment and replied, "But if you go, it will just be a death sentence. We should seek support from strong individuals like Director Mo. To be honest, among the civilians, there are many who are willing to be swayed by the deities and gain power. If you go, it's not worth it no matter how you put it." Hearing this, Niu Jingyu widened his eyes, looking at Zinchen's in disbelief. Suddenly, he fiercely hammered Zinchen's chest with his right hand, pushing him down onto the chair. "You may not understand, but you cannot say such things," Niu Jingyu roared. Zinchen sat on the chair, raised his head, and stood his ground. At any time, sacrificing oneself is never a good choice. If it's a sacrifice, then so be it. Niu Jingyu gritted his teeth, his facial muscles tense, looking at Zinchen's. "If I can't win today, I'll run. Then tomorrow, it might be another superhuman running. The day after tomorrow, it might be the leaders of the Human Union running. In the end, everyone will run. If running away when unable to win, 50 years ago, this world would have perished. If all superhumans run away, the people will no longer have any trust. Superhumans are already going against the natural order. Deities are not something humans can easily defeat." Niu Jingyu spoke loudly, his eyes becoming more determined as he spoke, and in the end, his voice carried a sense of awe-inspiring power. Someone must sacrifice themselves for future generations to have stories to tell. In the future, if doomsday comes, people will say that the former superhumans fought to the death and did not retreat. We must also uphold the dignity of humanity. Instead of saying that the former superhumans all ran away when they couldn't win, so we should run away and surrender too. Zinchen's listened to Niu Jingyu's words without responding for a while. He did not expect that Niu Jingyu had already prepared himself to leave and not return. After Niu Jingyu finished speaking, his expression became calm, no longer as irritable as before. After showing a calm smile, he reached out and patted Zinchen's shoulder. "I am not sacrificing myself in vain. At least, I can hold back that deity and reduce some casualties. Besides, maybe I won't die. Don't underestimate me." With that, Niu Jingyu suddenly seemed to remember something, took out a letter from his storage ring, and handed it to Zinchen's. Oh, help me deliver this thing back to my wife. Zinshin silently accepted his letter without responding. You are still young, you will definitely be stronger than me, the future of this world depends on you. After the fifth realm, step by step to ascend to the heavens, I am 47 years old this year, I probably won't be able to reach the sixth realm in this lifetime. After saying this somewhat nostalgically, his eyes looked towards the carriage, towards the 50-plus students. You will all be stronger than me. By then, the future of humanity will depend on you to uphold. This somewhat cheesy behavior and words were something Neo Jingyu had never said before. Saying these things suddenly at this moment, it was more like a testament than a plea. Xianchen sat slowly on the chair, holding Neo Jingyu's letter in his hand. Suddenly, he lowered his head and said somewhat dejectedly, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. I am a selfish person, if the future of this world depends on me, it probably won't be reliable. After all, this is not my home either. Neo Jingyu looked at Xianchen sitting there with his head down, surprisingly not angry this time, but just smiled. No, I believe in you. I believe I did not misjudge you, you are a person with a sense of justice. And sometimes, it's not you who chooses justice, but justice that chooses you. After saying this, he did not wait for Xianchen's response, but took out his sequence weapon. It was a 3-meter-long, 4-arm-thick black staff, with a dark golden skull at the top, emitting a chilling ghostly aura. This was obviously a sequence weapon, Sequence B019, the Demon King's ghost head staff. Sequence weapons that reached the B level already had a significant mental impact on the user. Only someone like Neo Jingyu, who seemed like a god or ghost, could suppress the malevolent aura emanating from it. Even so, he rarely used it. At this moment, taking out this last resort, he jumped off the bus and rushed towards the deity in the distant gray mist. His expression was calm, without any sense of determination, as if he was just doing something very normal. In his concept, this was the time for him to step up. Xianchen stood up from his seat and walked briskly towards the front of the bus. Along the way, all the students were watching him until he reached the driver's seat. Sitting down sideways, Xianchen said, Everyone, hold on tight. Then, the bus sped off on the highway at the fastest speed. During this process, not a single person spoke, including Zhang Xiaojian standing next to the driver's seat. All the young people on the bus were still students, not quite understanding what was about to happen, what it meant. But they had all heard what Neo Jingyu had said to Xianchen earlier. They had not yet realized how close death could be to them, and how reckless it could be. The problems were not limited to just this city. The chaos of the 8 cities. Each city had its own set of problems. As they arrived at the boundary of the next city, one could occasionally see a pitch-black portal on either side of the road. From those gates, various black monsters kept running out frantically. After coming out of the black gate, each one raised its head and roared fiercely towards the sky. The students on the bus watched this scene, all getting nervous, some even releasing their own abilities. Stay seated, don't make the bus unstable. Just then, Xianchen's calm voice came, not loud but with a reassuring power. Then, without any pause, the bus charged straight into the group of black monsters. A violent sword aura enveloped the entire bus, tearing all the monsters that pounced into pieces with a chilling sword light, turning them into black smoke. Some students watched in horror as the terrifying faces came close to the glass, just centimeters away from them. However, the next moment, they were screaming in pain as they turned into pieces. This eerie spectacle caused everyone in the group to look at the figure sitting in the driver's seat with a shocked and complex expression. They had become accustomed to Xincheng's power without realizing it. Few people saw him as a student, instead, they assumed he was a figure similar to Neo Jingyu. But he was just a 19-year-old young man. Awesome, bro, when did you learn this sword technique, and your weird energy chain ability mutated again? Zhang Xiaojian suddenly said, trying to sound casual. But he didn't expect that his words would make Xincheng switch the driving mode to automatic and forcefully close his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaojian clearly saw Xincheng's hand on the steering wheel tightening more and more. Veins popped on his forehead, making it seem like he was undergoing immense mental torment. What's wrong with you? Zhang Xiaojian asked. Tomorrow is March 22nd, I have an appointment. Xincheng opened his eyes, speaking with some difficulty. It's a very important appointment. Do you think if I go fight now, I can make it in time for tomorrow? At first, Zhang Xiaojian couldn't help but smirk when he heard about the appointment, but then he understood what Xincheng meant. His face gradually stiffened, followed by disbelief, as if he was looking at a stranger. Xincheng's current appearance made him feel extremely unfamiliar, as if they had just met. Then he exclaimed in shock, Are you F***king kidding me? Have you lost your mind? Are you all thinking of sacrificing yourselves? Damn! Do you have any idea? You get praised a bit and you get carried away, right? This is not a battle you are capable of participating in. Ignoring his words, Xinqing calmly and indifferently looked ahead and said, although she's just an online friend, she means something different to me. This meeting is very important. She is also a superpower. I'm just thinking, when we meet tomorrow, if she asks me what I've been up to recently, how should I answer? Should I say I went out on a mission, encountered a god descending, and my teacher rushed to stop it, and then I came back? And, should I really let Niu Jingyu go to his death like this? He still has injuries. As he spoke, Xinqing couldn't help but remember the scene where Niu Jingyu pushed him away and took a sword for him without hesitation. Niu Jingyu's abdominal wound had not received proper treatment yet. Listening to Xinqing's words, Zheng Xiaojian suddenly burst out laughing. What do you mean by watching him die? What else can you do if you don't watch? Do you think you can save him by going there? Aren't you just sending another person to their death? With your talent, one day you will have the power to defeat a god of the mad level. Isn't it a waste to be sick now? Sitting in his seat, Xinqing felt like he was in a half-dreamy state as he listened to Zheng Xiaojian's words. He was indeed conflicted and only spoke after a while. It's not certain. I have many abilities, many ways to save myself. Maybe if I go, I can really save him. At least, we both have a chance to survive. Zheng Xiaojian. This person is crazy. He slumped into a chair nearby, and in a fit of pique, said, then you can't leave either. There are still so many monsters here. What about the people in the car if you leave? Niu Jingyu entrusted the students to you, but you didn't protect them, and you got yourself involved, right? It seemed like Xinqing had finally made up his mind as he turned to look at Zheng Xiaojian. What about you then? What about me? Zheng Xiaojian didn't react for a while. Stop pretending, you should be very strong. Xinqing looked into his eyes and asked, with your abilities, bringing everyone back should not be a problem. I'm just a D-level talent. Zheng Xiaojian shouted. Stop kidding, I don't care. If you say you don't care, then you don't care. Don't arrange such crappy things for me. I'm just here to earn credits. I don't have that ability. If you dare to leave, I'll run away on my own. You should know I can do it. Zheng Xiaojian sneered, looking somewhat threateningly at Xinqing. No, you can't refuse, Xinqing said. You still owe me a favor. When did I owe you a favor? Zheng Xiaojian asked in surprise. Forgot? When we went to the public relations event, extorted money together. When splitting the money, I only took 2/3, and then you owe me a favor. Zheng Xiaojian. Is this even counted? Wasn't it just a joke back then? You even remember this? In our line of work, we must keep our promises. A favor owed must be repaid, and now it's time for you to repay it. It's up to you. After saying that, Xinqing directly threw the letter from Niu Jingyu to Zheng Xiaojian, with a fierce look in his eyes, and jumped out of the window. With his hands open, a violent cold air burst out from him as the center, freezing all the monsters within 100 meters. Ice storm technique. All the ice sculptures instantly exploded into powder. Clearing out the small monsters rushing towards him, he glanced at Zheng Xiaojian in the end. He raised his thumb, then without looking back, flew back to the previous district. Zheng Xiaojian, hey! Before he could call out, Xinqing's figure was almost out of sight. Zheng Xiaojian. He just wanted to ask, what does in our line of work mean? What did he do? The gray mist covering the sky above the city slowly gathered and solidified. Gradually, a figure resembling a person descended to the ground. 5 meters tall, with a body similar to that of a human, with 4 limbs and a torso. However, his body was not made up of flesh and blood, but of faces. Countless faces made up his body. On each of those faces, extreme human emotions were condensed: pain, distortion, despair, madness. Almost every face could support a horror movie's climax. Without needing any belief energy, just looking at these faces gave a feeling of mental breakdown. Slowly descending from the sky, he exuded a gray aura. Residents within kilometers all felt a sense of oppression, as if in a nightmare, their minds becoming confused. The closer they were, the stronger this feeling became, to the point that people in nearby buildings began to vomit frantically. Even closer, those who saw the deity on the street had already mentally collapsed, their bodies starting to deform. Their limbs twisted, joints moving, emitting non-human sounds from their mouths. Don't look! Stay away from here! A loud shout. Niu Jingyu finally arrived, his right hand directly grabbing into a truck's body, exerting force, and throwing the tens of tons heavy truck out. Standing between several civilians and the deity, blocking the direct exposure of the gray light. Then, like a black lightning bolt, he rushed towards the crowd in the distance. Grabbing 2 or 3 people at a time, he transferred everyone to a distance. Although they were still vomiting frantically here, at least they wouldn't die. With a roar, Niu Jingyu turned to look at the deity. He stomped his right foot, the ground cracked, and crimson blood chi began to circulate crazily on his body. B-level ability Vajra Demon Subduing Body. Yes, his superpower is only at level B. He raised his head, his eyes filled with a sinister aura, looking towards the god of 1,000 faces. Faced the deity directly. However, the god of 1,000 faces seemed to pay no attention to him at all, slightly tilting his head in his direction and extending a finger to gesture towards him. Boom! Niu Jingyu fell flat on the ground in a spread eagle position, deeply sinking into the ground. With veins bulging on his arms, he struggled to pull himself out from the ground, wiped the blood from his nose, and looked towards the deity who was walking away. Deities of spiritual contamination, causing trouble when appearing in the bustling city. If not guided properly, it could potentially turn all the people in a city into lunatics or zombies. Among them, he was the only one at the fifth realm, while the other superhumans were trying to evacuate the civilians as much as possible. Moreover, although superhumans have strong resistance, the mental oppression from deities is even stronger on superhumans than on ordinary people. Those superhumans at the third or fourth realm probably couldn't even stand here. He had to hold him back. Hey! Stop right there! With that, he picked up his Demon King Ghost Head cane and charged out again. The god of 1,000 faces turned slowly, giving him a glance. At that moment, Niu Jingyu felt his blood freeze, a sense of death and deformity enveloping his whole body. Boom! One after another, thunderous roars echoed as icebergs several tens of meters high fell, blocking the deity and Niu Jingyu, trapping the deity in the middle. Feeling the terrifying chill, Niu Jingyu was startled and looked up suddenly. In the sky, a 100-meter-long greatsword obscured the sun, shining with the brilliance of crystal, with a figure standing on the sword. "What are you doing, kid?" Niu Jingyu said fearfully. "I'm here to save you," Xinqing's voice came from above. "To repay the favor you did for me before." Seeing Niu Jingyu's angry expression, Xinqing knew he probably wanted to scold him, but he ignored that, manipulating the ice sword beneath him, and heavily smashed it down towards the god of 1,000 faces below. Yes, he smashed it. The 100-meter-long giant sword, with a blade half a meter wide. Basically, this thing had nothing to do with sharpness anymore. The reason it was made into a sword was purely because of the nature of the pure ice sword body, and Xinqing was already very skilled in making ice swords. In addition, it also allowed him to entwine sword intent, combining ice and sword, which in a way was a kind of combination technique. He just didn't know where to hit this guy with faces all over his body. Fall. With a word uttered from his mouth, a long-prepared powerful move crashed down. Sharp sword intent surged wildly, ice splattered, creating a grand and extremely cold storm. Watching this magnificent scene before him, Niu Jingyu couldn't help but feel a sense of trance. This scene was truly impressive. This kid really showed his skills, and now, he already felt like he was going to be surpassed. With Xinqing's current mastery of multiple abilities and extremely high superpower quality, he was already far superior to ordinary superhumans at the same level. So, why did you come here? Niu Jingyu clenched his teeth tightly, thinking. The giant sword stuck in the ground, surrounded by icebergs, looked like a giant's judgment. But the next moment, all these terrifying scenes began to distort, fade, and then disappear. The ice sword, icebergs, all mysteriously vanished, leaving nothing behind. It was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Only the collapsed crater on the ground, the cracks spreading throughout the entire block, told of what had happened here. The god of 1,000 faces stood in the deep pit, seemingly unscathed from the outside. Xianchen floated in the air, looking at this situation. Although he was prepared early, his heart still plummeted to the bottom. Staring tightly at the figure with a fierce human face, with this first attempt, he understood the power of the deity. Evil, fierce, mad, disaster, destruction. These are the 5 levels of the deity. This is only the mad level, and it is not even certain if it is the true body, yet it already possesses such power. How terrifying must the levels of disaster and destruction above be? If a destruction-level deity really descends, could it truly be the end of humanity? Xianchen couldn't afford to think too much. After this strike, the deity raised its head. Originally, it didn't pay any attention to these insects in front of it. Perhaps in its eyes, it didn't want to destroy anything because it didn't care. Although you know it will destroy you, in reality, it doesn't have that intention subjectively. It's like when you accidentally stepped on an ant on your way to school as a child. You didn't actually intend to step on it, you were just on your way to school. The relationship between the deity and humanity is also like this. But this time, it raised its head, put away its arrogance, and looked at that ant. Countless faces on its body raised their heads, thousands of hateful eyes looked at Xianchen. Whether it was an illusion or not, in that instant, Xianchen felt like he was making eye contact with countless people. His whole body stiffened in midair. Countless memories of pain formed a movie montage, continuously playing in his mind, instantly breaking down his mental defenses. The next second, blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, instantly severely injured without any energy impact. No! Nyo Jingyu gritted his teeth, wielding the fierce ghost head staff in his hand, creating a strong hurricane. Hey, wake up! Roaring at Xian Shen in the sky, he shot the ghost head staff in his hand towards the sky like a cannonball. Then, he charged directly towards the deity. Lie down for me. His 2-meter tall figure hugged one of the deity's legs, as if lifting a mountain, instantly flipping it over. The Vajra demon suppression body reached its most terrifying power, crimson blood energy entwined his whole body, and the superficial capillaries burst open. The bursting blood mist merged into the Vajra demon suppression body, further enhancing his abilities. This was already a move made at all costs. In those 2 seconds, he actually managed to firmly press down the mad-level deity on the ground. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I, Nyo Jingyu, would have the chance to press a god under me. Nyo Jingyu, who had turned into a blood man, laughed heartily. He could already feel that countless faces were locking onto him. Kid, run if you can. He shouted loudly. Everything he did was without shame. He didn't know if he had the right to say he illuminated others, but at least he burned himself. Just as he was about to do his best and try to suppress the deity a little longer, a chain suddenly wrapped around his waist, and the next second, he flew up like riding on clouds and mist, being pulled up to the rooftop. Xian Shen's voice came in his ears. Don't play that game with me, I'm here to find a way to keep you alive. At this moment, Xian Shen had his eyes tightly closed, not looking at the deity. Both of them now understood that the strongest aspect of this deity lay in mental abilities, making it the most difficult to deal with. Over 1,000 icy flying swords condensed and shot downwards. Although it looked cool, Xian Shen knew it was just buying time. Have you called for reinforcements? When will they arrive? Xian Shen asked solemnly. The call has been made. A mad-level deity is already a global problem. Human alliances, the Temple of War. Various organizations of powerful superhumans are already on their way. As long as we can hold on until they arrive. When it came to this point, Nyo Jingyu gritted his teeth and found it hard to continue. Xian Shen was also silent, and it would probably take 1 to 2 hours before reinforcements arrived. In just a few minutes, the two of them had already walked several circles in front of the gates of hell. Is it just the two of us? Xian Shen muttered, his mind starting to spin wildly, thinking of a strategy. Just then, something slightly ridiculous and even eerie happened. An arrow with flames shot out from the opposite building and hit the body of the god of 1,000 faces. The flames extinguished, and the arrow fell to the ground. This one arrow left everyone stunned. Even the god of 1,000 faces seemed to freeze for a second. The feeling was like when cops and robbers were having a big battle with rocket launchers, and a kid on the street threw a stone. In a nearby residential building, a trembling man stood by the wall with a long bow. Xian Shen glanced at him in a daze, then looked around. He then realized that it wasn't just him and Nyo Jingyu here. The streets had been completely cleared, and the residents had been moved as far away as possible. On the rooftops, under the trees, at the windows of the residential buildings, there were pairs of determined eyes and trembling figures. They were superhumans assigned here, with only the strength of the 3rd and 4th realms. Due to their low strength, they couldn't withstand the divine power. Standing here, the deep fear and pressure from within had already made it difficult for them to even stand. But they still stood here. The song of humanity is the song of courage. Ugh! The superhuman who shot the flaming arrow couldn't help but retch, even coughing up blood. He hated himself for being so weak inside. He desperately tried to stop his trembling legs, but he couldn't. Even just standing without kneeling had already consumed too much of his willpower. The influence of divine power directly targeted a person's subconscious, causing uncontrollable tremors. After shooting that simple arrow earlier, he felt completely drained. Despite being prepared to die, why was he now so cowardly? Just as he was filled with regret and pain, a chain suddenly wrapped around his waist. With a tug, Xian Shen pulled him to his side. The next moment, the building where he had been standing turned to dust. The 8 chains flew up and down, pulling everyone towards Xian Shen and Nyo Jingyu. The two stood in front, trying their best to shield the people behind them from the divine power. Watching the superhumans behind them gritting their teeth and struggling to stand firm, Nyo Jingyu turned around and gave them a complex look. Brothers, have the residents in this neighborhood and the surrounding areas been evacuated? Report. Evacuation completed. A male superhuman shouted loudly, as if trying to dispel his own inner madness and fear. We only avoided direct distortion, but the residents in the distance will still be affected. A female superhuman, with blood at the corner of her mouth, said laboriously. Nyo Jingyu nodded without responding. This was the best they could do with their current abilities. Brothers, you are aware of the consequences of today, right? Nyo Jingyu smiled bitterly, looking back at the dozen or so superhumans. Superhumans must have an invincible heart. Once the invincible heart is broken, it's hard to regain it. Nyo Jingyu looked at everyone, this tough man, his eyes unexpectedly turning red. These heroes, after this incident, even if they were lucky enough to survive, would be basically finished. The seed of despair has already been planted in the heart by the divine power, making it difficult to make any breakthroughs in the future. Just like oneself. Brothers, are you afraid? Nyo Jingyu's eyes, red with anger, looked at the trembling figures one by one. It's okay to be afraid, but remember, this is not weakness. Nyo Jingyu picked up his ghostly staff and forcefully stabbed it into the ground. You are all good. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinshen's 8 tentacles danced, sweeping everyone away to another rooftop. The original building had once again disappeared without a trace. God does not care about human emotions, he only calmly does his own thing. Now is not the time for sentimentality. Shinshen's cold voice interrupted Nyo Jingyu's pre-battle mobilization. Everyone, I will ask you one thing, Shinshen said, taking out the metal short stick. Do you need courage? Even if it means sacrificing your life and soul. If you need it, I can give it to you. His voice was calm, even with a hint of cruelty, devoid of any warmth between comrades. Everyone was puzzled, but all eyes converged on Shinshen, not saying a word, but their eyes were filled with determination and readiness to face death. I understand. Shinshen nodded, raised his right hand high, and the short stick in his hand emitted a strange light, enveloping all the superhumans present. It was a spiritual energy very similar to divine power, painful and oppressive, sacred, and full of temptation. Under the influence of this energy, Shinshen now seemed like a fallen angel, pulling people into the abyss. A fierce and ferocious look appeared in the eyes of all the superhumans, some even drooling from the corners of their mouths. However, at the same time, no one trembled anymore, and all the fear in their minds vanished. The rule of not looking directly at God was broken, and they stared directly at the myriad-faced God, their eyes filled with madness and ferocity. Courage, I have given it to you. The rest is up to you. After Shinshen finished speaking, everyone let out an inhuman roar, their eyes showing madness, quickly spreading around the God. Various techniques began to pour down frantically. Nyo Jingyu looked shocked at these suddenly empowered fighters and turned to Shinshen. What have you done? This is my sequence weapon, Shinshen said. You can think of it as a mental stimulant, an adrenaline rush. It makes people crazy, irrational, but frees them from the pressure of the God's belief. This allows them to unleash 120% of their power, but it may also accelerate their deaths. I don't know if what I did was right or wrong, I just felt like this was my last resort. Nyo Jingyu looked at him speechless, suddenly feeling that he didn't know this student well enough. Watching all the superhumans rushing forward, Shinshen loudly said behind them, I don't know your names. But even if no one knows your names, your achievements will be remembered for eternity. His voice was like a demon's whisper, adding fuel to the already highly agitated team of superhumans. The excitement level escalated even further. In order to fight against the gods, Shinshen used the power of the devil. If humans really couldn't stand tall in front of them, then they would find another way. Alright, let us hold back this insane god together. Nyo Jingyu laughed heartily. You control the field, leave the front to me. No, Shinshen said firmly, you are in charge of dealing damage. Let me control the field, and the front. Also leave it to me. Don't be fooled by your size, I'm meatier than you. On the highway, after Xian Chen left, Zheng Xiaojian sat with his head down in his seat. Holding the letter from Nyo Jingyu, he clenched it tighter and his body trembled slightly. One by one, all acting so high and mighty, thinking they're so great. Serves you right, all of you. He seemed to have gone mad, forcefully throwing the letter to the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. Writing a will? Can't even take care of your own family properly, and you dare think you're a hero? Can only say it's been a bit tough lately? Two main storylines are converging here, with several characters having their own moments to shine. Took a long time to revise. Almost missed the update deadline. The bus was moving forward slowly in an unmanned state. Zheng Xiaojian sat next to the driver but did nothing. It was as if he had a mental breakdown, seemingly reminded of something by the scene before him, falling into a state of confusion. More and more portals appeared around them, black monsters surrounding the bus, launching a relentless assault. Although individually not very strong, the students had never encountered such creatures before. Clearly not gods or their servants. This was never taught at school. Crack! With the shattering of the first glass, chaos erupted inside the bus. Everyone unleashed their abilities, instinctively defending against the attacks from outside. The bus shook continuously from the impacts, glass shattering piece by piece. Everyone knew this situation was unsustainable. They were no longer complete novices, knowing what to do and what not to do. So, the people on the bus split into two factions. One faction believed they couldn't just sit back and be protected, wanting to go back to help Xayan Chen and Niu Jingyu to fight alongside the gods. The other faction believed they should follow orders, quickly return to the academy, and not linger here. Suddenly, the voice of Yi Ziuan rang out in the carriage, "Face reality. We are all still too weak. Going back now, besides being a burden, do you think you have any other use?" Her merciless words caused the voices in the bus to lower significantly. Many who knew her were surprised by her words. They never expected such words to come from her, the most resilient of them all. Shi Hong's clothes were stretched taut by his muscles, his beastly physique making him grow taller, his head almost reaching the bus's ceiling. At this moment, he looked around and headed towards the driver's seat on his own initiative. Because he needed to disperse the sea-like horde of monsters at the front of the bus, he decided to take on this responsibility himself. As for Zhang Xiaojian, who was sitting beside him lost in thought, he was completely ignored. From the very beginning, this person who had followed them was a very odd choice, appearing very unconventional. Always saying absurd things and looking very eccentric, he didn't seem like a skilled individual. So, Shi Hong never thought this person could help him in any way. His muscular arm gripped the steering wheel. Shi Hong took a deep breath, preparing to charge through the horde of monsters. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder, and a voice sounded in his ear. "Let me do it. You go sit at the back." Shi Hong turned around and saw Zhang Xiaojian's slightly weary face, furrowing his brow. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move at all. It was as if he was imprisoned by a strange energy, as if his body was no longer his own. He tried to tighten his muscles, trying to break free, but found that it had no effect at all. He couldn't even feel the strength of his muscles, there was no sense of pressure on his body, but he just couldn't move at all. Shi Hong looked in horror at the hand shining with golden light on his shoulder. As a refined man, Zhang Xiaojian took good care of himself, and that hand looked even more delicate than a woman's. But at this moment, that hand felt like the palm of the Buddha, keeping Shi Hong completely immobile. "If I could pass this troublesome matter to you, I wouldn't mind sucking up to you. But, give it a few more years, you're just a newcomer after all," Zhang Xiaojian said calmly. Without any hesitation, Shi Hong walked back into the carriage. Then, everyone in the carriage sat down uncontrollably. A layer of golden light enveloped their bodies, protecting and controlling them. Zhang Xiaojian sat in the driver's seat and pointed a finger behind him. "Just this once. Don't tell anyone when we get back." The next moment, the bus started abruptly. If before, when Niu Jingyu and Xayan Chen drove the bus, they pushed the bus to its limits, sparking all the way like lightning. Then when Zhang Xiaojian started, the entire bus felt like it was powered by nuclear energy. It was no longer a bus, but a rocket flying close to the ground. The terrifying acceleration pressed everyone against the back of their seats, causing the students' faces to tremble. This was much more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. The bus's four wheels were enveloped in golden light as it sped down the highway. Countless black monsters were directly killed by the bus, without even a scream, turning into a plume of black smoke. Others may not know, but the leaders of the Eastern Academy, such as Tang Jini, are clear. Among the 6 core student departments of the Eastern Academy, the strongest student is the Public Relations Department Minister, Zhang Xiaojian, who acts like a jerk all day long. So far, due to his extreme non-cooperation, no one knows what kind of ability, talent, or level of superpower he possesses. But Tang Jini knows that every time he faces a dangerous mission, Zhang Xiaojian always comes back with clean clothes, a smile on his face, and pockets full of rewards. No one knows what he did, no one has seen him practice, he spends his days in revelry, but his strength keeps growing. He is truly heaven's favorite. And now, this jerk is sitting in his seat on the bus, his eyes vacant. His thoughts have flown back to that dark afternoon over a decade ago. The young Zhang Xiaojian asked his crying mother, "When will Dad come back?" "Your dad has something to do and won't be back anytime soon," his mother replied tearfully. Smart as he was, he immediately realized that something bad had happened. In the following days, various people came and went from his home, leaving behind a pile of funeral scrolls and the like. Then there were various middle-aged men with big bellies who often said things he couldn't understand, accompanied by all sorts of cameras. His father, like Niu Jingyu, made a similar choice and became a hero. The dead are the easiest to become heroes. Zhang Xiaojian didn't cry, except for feeling sorry for his mother, he just watched everything coldly. Since then, the mother and son lived in hardship, the promised compensation never came. But he could see clearly that those who survived ended up living in bigger houses, wearing better clothes than his own family. He could only see his mother staring at the photo every day. Father's so-called comrades often came to visit them, looking at Zheng Xiaojin and saying, "He looks good. He will definitely become a hero like his father in the future and make contributions to the world." Very good, the young man looks just like his dad. Zheng Xiaojin did not respond, but planted 2 seeds in his heart. He hated his father. In the future, he wanted to be a jerk, not wanting to contribute to anyone, just wanting to spend money like water and do whatever he wanted. The car shook, and Zhang Xiaojian woke up from his memories. Just this once. Just this once. Zhang Xiaojian closed his eyes, slowly recited 2 sentences, and looked up at the huge lake in front of him. He drove all the way without looking at the road, moving in a straight line, unable to go any further. Unless he went back and took a detour, or grew wings to fly over. Turning back, he showed a characteristic smirk to a group of students. Superhumans reach the 5th realm after shedding their mortal form, and after shedding, they can fly, just like Xincheng. Do you want to experience it in advance? As the words fell, a golden light enveloped the bus. It flew up.